Chapter 1. Encounter in the Misty Forest. I vehemently disagree. I would rather perish than concede. Kaihuai shouted at his grandfather, who had just returned from the imperial capital. Why are you yelling? My ears are not deaf, the old man replied leisurely while cleaning his ears. Now, explain why you refuse. Why do you even need to ask? Grandfather, would you truly wish to spend your life with a woman whose face you have never laid eyes on? Who says you have never seen her? You have indeed met Ruashi, this child. Oh, when was that? When you were just a year old. Kaihuai was rendered speechless. I have only just turned 16. Who gets married at such a tender age? Some do. Your scoundrel of a father eloped with the emperor's daughter at the age of 16. Then, 5 years later, he abandoned you to me, and I have no idea where he is frolicking now. My esteemed grandfather, please refrain from referring to your own bloodline as a scoundrel, for such lineage would not reflect well upon your venerable self. Lock him up. Someone, take this little scoundrel, this boy, and confine him. He shall remain imprisoned until he consents. The old man was irritated by Kaihuai's mockery. With a resounding clang, the iron door of the reflection room slammed shut. The old man, peering through the small window in the iron door, said to Kaihuai inside, Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have placed a binding enchantment on this door, which even your extraordinary strength cannot breach. Reflect wisely upon your situation. I assure you, Ruashi is quite pleasing to behold. Spare me, grandfather. The wife of Oldchin, the bun vendor in town, you once claimed was as lovely as a celestial being. Upon visiting her, I found that the celestial must have fallen to earth with her face meeting the ground first. I refuse to believe that this Ruashi is beautiful. Believe what you will, regardless. You shall marry her. If necessary, I will have you forcibly bound and taken away. Humph. The old man was incensed by his grandson's doubts regarding his aesthetic judgment. Fuming, he departed. Kaihuai lay on the solitary bed in the reflection room, contemplating his strategy. As a time traveler, he had previously been a passionate archaeologist, or to put it more plainly, a tomb raider. However, in Kaihuai's eyes, he was not robbing graves. He was aiding the ancestors who had long since departed, allowing their treasures to see the light of day once more. A noble deed indeed. Naturally, earning a bit of profit while doing good was not unreasonable. In Kaihuai's perspective, the only distinction between himself and the National Archaeology team was that they possessed credentials while he did not. He was an unregistered public servant. Yet, during one of his noble endeavors, karma caught up with him. Unbeknownst to him, he triggered some mechanism, and when he next opened his eyes, he found himself transformed from a young man in his 20s into an infant no larger than a thermos. Fortunately, having accompanied his father through various tombs since the age of 12, he had encountered many peculiarities and quickly regained his composure. By analyzing the conversations of his caretakers, Kaihuai came to understand his current identity within a month. In this life, he was still named Kaihuai, and the old man with whom he had argued was named Zhan, his grandfather, reputed to be a renowned archmage across the continent. Generally, archmages were quite affluent, as evidenced by the quality of Kaihuai's caretakers and the furnishings of their home. Likewise, archmages were typically busy. The fact that Zhan often vanished for 2 to 3 months at a time after Kaihuai learned to walk confirmed this. Living a life free from what was more than satisfactory for Kaihuai, who had harbored no grand ambitions in his previous life. As for returning to the form of an infant, he would eventually grow up again. One must learn to be content. Thus, Kaihuai blissfully relived his childhood until the day his grandfather returned from the imperial capital with news that struck him like a thunderclap. I cannot remain idle if I continue to wait here. Who knows what that stubborn old man might do? It seems I can no longer stay. Sitting up in bed, Kaihuai resolved to leave. At the very least, he would hide for 3 to 5 years until the storm passed before returning. With determination, he approached the door and peered through the small window to survey the outside. Excellent. No one was around. Quietly, he moved the bed aside and skillfully lifted a stone slab from the floor, revealing a hidden passage. This secret route had been excavated by Kaihuai during his childhood. As a curious child, especially one equipped with rich knowledge, he had often found himself in mischief. To punish him for his transgressions, Zhan would typically confine him in the reflection room, leaving him to go hungry as a form of discipline. However, where there is cunning, there is also ingenuity. After enduring one such hunger, Kaihuai seized the opportunity when Zhan was away to dig this secret passage, leading directly to the kitchen. Whenever he was locked away, Kaihuai would wait until the dead of night, sneak through the passage to the kitchen for a hearty meal, and then return through the secret route to the reflection room. The next day, when Zhan would release him and inquire if he dared to misbehave again, as long as he obediently replied, "I dare not," all would be well, thanks to his meticulous secrecy. Until now, no one in the castle, apart from Kaihuai himself, was aware of the existence of this passage. Navigating through the secret route to the kitchen, he found the cooks already asleep, after satiating his hunger. Kaihuai quietly exited the kitchen, returned to his room, and began packing his belongings for his impending departure. When venturing into the world, money was indispensable. 103 gold coins and 75 silver coins comprised Kaihuai's entire fortune. Alas, every time he saw those in need in town, he could not resist offering assistance. Fortunately, it is not yet the end of the month. Had I waited until then to leave, I might not have even retained the 75 silver coins. Yet, this sum feels rather insufficient. Perhaps I should seek a sponsor? Kaihuai mused to himself, clutching the coins. Seizing the moment, he placed the coins into a pouch, gathered a few changes of clothes, and packed them neatly. Stealthily, he made his way toward the castle's basement, where valuables were stored. As he passed by Yizhen's room, he overheard the butler, Fu Bo, conversing. Curiosity piqued, Kaihuai leaned closer to the door to listen, discovering that Fu Bo was discussing his impending marriage. "Master, why must the young master marry now? He is still quite young. Wouldn't it be better to wait a few more years?" Ruashi's grandfather. "Lin Hu and I are sworn brothers. Long ago, when Kaihuai was still a child, I and Lin Hu arranged a betrothal between the two. However, as the children grow and their thoughts mature, to prevent a repeat of Kaihuai's father's situation, Lin Hu and I have decided to take decisive action and hasten the union, ensuring peace of mind for both of us." Fu Bo replied, "It is truly heartwarming to see the elders concerned for their descendants." Kaihuai, eavesdropping from outside, rolled his eyes and slipped away. His destination was the basement. The title of Archmage was indeed formidable, as Kaihuai's home had never fallen prey to thieves. One could hardly blame them. Who in their right mind would attempt to rob an Archmage? That would be akin to searching for a toilet with a lantern. Utter folly. The adage about guarding against domestic thieves was once again proven true for Kaihuai, having gathered enough resources for his escape. Kaihuai departed his home of 16 years with the stealth of a thief, embarking on the journey toward the freedom he yearned for. The following morning, Yizhen arrived at the reflection room's door. Peering through the window, his expression changed instantly. The room was vacant. Rushing to dispel the enchantment on the door, he burst inside, only to find the bed pushed against the wall and a stone slab overturned, revealing the secret passage before him. Yizhen stood gazing at the passage, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking his head with a rueful smile. That little rascal, just like his father, so cunning. "Master, there is trouble. One of the horses in the stable is missing." Fu Bo rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. The thought of a thief targeting the Archmage's household was shocking enough to elicit disbelief. Who would dare? This is like pulling the tiger's whiskers. "Calm yourself. Look at this," Yizhen said, pointing to the secret passage on the floor. "What? Where did this come from?" Fu Bo asked in confusion. "Do you expect me to know? Could it be the young masteress doing? Who else could it be? I always wondered why he was so unafraid of punishment. It seems he has no fear whatsoever," Yizhen remarked with a chuckle. "What shall we do now, master? What else can we do? Send someone to pursue him. Though the chances of success are slim, we must at least try it. I hope my hot-tempered old friend does not become enraged at this rascal's departure." In the Misty Forest, a 5-member mercenary team was steadily advancing toward their objective, a nest of jumping rabbits. Their mission was to acquire 10 magical crystals from these level 2 creatures. The jumping rabbit possessed 2 capabilities: exceptional speed and the ability to wield simple wind magic. Achoo! Just as the encirclement was nearly complete, one of the mercenaries could not suppress a sneeze. The flawless plan was shattered by the sneeze of a mercenary. The other mercenaries, too preoccupied to reprimand their sneezing companion, swiftly scattered in pursuit of the fleeing jackrabbit. The jackrabbit raced ahead with all its might, while the mercenaries relentlessly chased after it. Yet, how could a human possibly outrun a rabbit, especially in the woods, just as the jackrabbit was about to turn a corner and make its escape? The archer among the mercenaries, in a moment of desperation, loosed an arrow in the direction of the fleeing creature while running. Alas, the aim was woefully inaccurate. The arrow sailed past, landing a meter away from the jackrabbit, embedding itself into the adjacent thicket. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Ouch! Who's shooting arrows inexplicably? You nearly hit me." A figure sprang forth from the underbrush, grasping an arrow in hand. Seeing this unexpected individual, the jackrabbit quickly veered off in another direction. However, the newcomer, upon spotting the jackrabbit, casually tossed the arrow, which promptly found its mark at the creature's neck. The jackrabbit, with a final defiant kick, departed this world to join its ancestors. This display left the pursuing mercenaries utterly astonished, each wearing a look of apprehension as they regarded the sudden stranger. The individual surveyed the mercenaries, noted their lack of hostility, and proceeded to the fallen jackrabbit. He picked it up and turned towards the forest, headed for a location where water was available, muttering to himself, "What luck! Just as I was feeling hungry, this jackrabbit presents itself. Quite plump, perfect for roasting." "Excuse me, please hold," called out the leader of the mercenary group. The stranger turned, regarding them with caution. "What do you want? I'll have you know, this rabbit is mine. You shan't have any." The captain cleared his throat and explained, "You misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions." "Humph. Villains never admit to being wicked," the stranger retorted dismissively. The captain, deciding to be forthright about their intentions, continued, "You may have the rabbit, but we have also contributed to its capture. If you wouldn't mind, could we perhaps have the magic crystal from it?" "Magic crystal? You wish to claim the crystal from this rabbit? It hardly seems worth anything." "Very well. If you desire it, take it." "Thank you kindly," replied the captain. By the riverside, the stranger prepared the rabbit, handing over the wind a tribute magic crystal to the captain before beginning to kindle a fire to roast the rabbit. In no time, the savory scent of roasted rabbit wafted through the air. "Oh, how fragrant! Van, are you the one cooking? Your skills have certainly improved." Two girls emerged from the woods, one with red hair and the other with blue. "Who is he?" the red-haired girl whispered to Van upon noticing the stranger. "I don't know. I just know he has impressive skills. He casually dispatched the jackrabbit we had been chasing. However, he seems decent enough, having given us the magic crystal we needed," Van replied softly. The red-haired girl, intrigued, glanced at the mysterious figure focused on roasting the rabbit. She rose and approached him, prompting the mercenary captain to follow suit hastily. "Hello there. I'm Corinne, a mage. Let us be friends." The red-haired girl boldly introduced herself to the stranger, who was busy gnawing on a rabbit leg. The stranger, cheeks full, glanced at the self-proclaimed mage with a bewildered expression. "I apologize, sir. She is our team's mage, and she tends to speak like this." "Please, don't take offense," the captain quickly interjected, sensing the stranger's peculiar demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, please refrain from calling me sir all the time. It makes me feel old. My surname is Yi, and I go by Yi Kaihuai. I am 16 this year. Just call me Yi Kaihuai." "Oh, Yi Kaihuai, greetings. I'm Hughes, the leader of this Dawn mercenary team, a warrior by trade. This is Van, our scout. The one who shot at you earlier is Moses, our archer. The red-haired girl you've already met is Corinne, and the blue-haired one is Marlene. Her sister. Two other members are waiting for us at Windbell Town outside the forest." Hughes introduced his companions. "Hello, everyone." Yi Kaihuai nodded at those gathered around him. "Hey, now that you know who we are, isn't it time for you to share about yourself?" Corinne exclaimed at Yi Kaihuai. Didn't I just mention? I am Yi Kaihuai. As for the rest, age unknown, occupation unknown, residence unknown, destination. If you dare say unknown again, I'll give you a beating." Corinne threatened through gritted teeth. "Destination, the Owling Empire's capital, Omping. You're headed to the capital. What is your purpose there?" Corinne asked curiously. "Corinne," Hughes quickly interjected to halt her, casting an apologetic glance at Yi Kaihuai. Yi Kaihuai smiled reassuringly. "It's all right to tell you that my family has arranged a marriage for me, and I wish to see what my bride looks like and her character." "Oh, congratulations. I hope your fiancé meets your standards." "Hee. Thank you for your good wishes." Having formed a friendship, Yi Kaihuai felt it inappropriate to keep the roasted meat all to himself. However, splitting a single rabbit among 6 people seemed insufficient. Yi Kaihuai stood and said, "Wait for me a moment." With that, he ventured into the woods. Moments later, the forest was filled with the sound of a distressing shriek. Shortly after, Yi Kaihuai emerged from the thicket, hoisting a wild boar upon his shoulders. "Iron bristle boar," Ven exclaimed in astonishment as soon as he recognized the creature Yi Kaihuai had brought back. This is the iron bristle boar. I recall reading that its meat is more delectable than that of ordinary pigs. We're in for a treat now." Yi Kaihuai chuckled as he began to clean the boar. "You weren't injured?" Ven asked, scrutinizing Yi Kaihuai cautiously. "No, why do you ask?" Iron bristle boar, a level 4 magical beast, renowned for its charging ability, possesses high defense through earth magic. Marlene softly informed Yi Kaihuai, reciting from her knowledge. Yi Kaihuai nodded. "What you said aligns with what I read. Though it lacked illustrations, I had no idea the iron bristle boar looked like this. In response to Yi Kaihuai's nonchalance, Van groaned as he held his forehead. Brother Yi, I'm going to call you boss now. I must ask you an inappropriate question. Is there a level 5 or higher combat profession person accompanying you? Because I simply cannot believe that someone of our age single-handedly took down this iron bristle boar that could annihilate us all. Hee. Yu Kaihuai responded with a silly grin. The others, sensing Yu Kaihuai's reluctance to divulge further, refrained from pressing him. The boy stepped forward to assist Yu Kaihuai in cleaning the iron bristle boar. While the girls gathered more firewood for roasting, the wild boar was soon cooked to perfection, and Yi Kaihuai, without hesitation, tore off a hind leg and said to everyone, "Don't just stand there. Try my cooking." With that, he began to devour the pig's leg with gusto. Observing this, the others followed suit without reserve. The flavor was indeed exquisite. The aroma of the pork not only whetted their appetites, but also lured a small white dog from the woods. As Van, the thief, caught sight of the little dog being teased with a bone by Yu Kaihuai, the meat in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Hearing the sound, the little dog rushed over and snatched the fallen meat before darting off. "Hey, don't he run off? Let us play a bit longer," Yi Kaihuai called out to the fleeing pup. Regrettably, the dog paid him no heed, disappearing into the woods without a backward glance. Yi Kaihuai turned back with a hint of disappointment, only to find Van and Hugh staring at him wide-eyed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yu Kaihuai asked, feeling quite perplexed. "Yu Kaihuai, do you recognize that magical beast from earlier?" Hughes inquired tentatively. "That was a magical beast. I thought it was just a little dog," Yu Kaihuai replied. "A dog? You truly have no eye for value. That is a level 5 magical beast, the Gale wolf. We must leave here immediately. Gale wolves are typically pack animals. And it's possible that the one you mistook for a dog will return with a whole pack to feast here," Hughes exclaimed, jumping to his feet. "Ah, we're leaving right now, but the meat isn't finished." Yi Kaihuai lamented as he glanced back at the remaining half of the roasted wild boar. "Enough of this nonsense. We must depart swiftly, or we'll regret it," Hughes said, exasperated by Yi Kaihuai's lack of urgency in the face of danger. He promptly grabbed Yi Kaihuai and set off, with the others quickly gathering their belongings to follow suit. It wasn't long before, having traveled a short distance, they heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. The group's expressions shifted, and they swiftly drew their weapons, forming a defensive circle. Just then, dozens of Gale wolves burst forth from the thick underbrush, with the leader being the very creature Yi Kaihuai had mistaken for a small white dog. Chapter 2. Unleashing Yi Kaihuai and his 3 companions positioned themselves protectively around the Mage sisters, brandishing their weapons against the approaching pack of Gale wolves. Lacking a proper weapon, Yi Kaihuai hastily uprooted a small tree with a trunk the size of a bowl, wielding it as a makeshift weapon. To their surprise, this not only quelled the advance of the wolf pack, but also startled Hughes and the others. As the newly acquainted friends cast sidelong glances at one another, one effortlessly uprooted a tree with a single hand. Just how much strength did this individual possess? Although Yi Kaihuai had never tested his own strength to such extremes, he could easily lift the stone lion placed at his doorstep with one hand, suggesting an arm's might that could not be less than 1,000 pounds. For the source of such prodigious strength, who could say? Perhaps it was a gift bestowed upon him during his arrival. The pack of wolves divided into 2 groups. One continued to confront Yi Kaihuai and his companions, while the other turned and fled, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Attack! Eliminate the wolves before us. We cannot wait for the departing ones to return with reinforcements," Hughes quietly advised his comrades. Nods of agreement followed, as the mages began their incantations, and the archers drew their bows, aiming at the 4 wolves before them. "Focus on one. Kill it," Hughes bellowed, raising his shield and charging toward the pack. The mages unleashed their spells, and the archers released their arrows. The rogue, born into stealth, could do little but stand watch beside the Mage sisters, vigilant against any surprise assaults from the shadows. Shield bash. Hughes swung his shield down violently upon the head of the Gale wolf, hoping to stun it, thus allowing himself to deal with one less threat. Yet, to his astonishment, the wolf charged forward rather than retreating. Its hind legs coiled. It slammed its head into Hughes's shield in an intimate encounter. Hughes staggered back 2 steps, glancing at his shield, now dented from the impact. He bitterly chuckled to himself. Without proper gear, a level 5 swordsman stood little chance against a similarly ranked Gale wolf. It appeared that his mercenary group was destined for annihilation today. "Hughes, be careful," Colin cried out from behind. Before Hughes could react, the Gale wolf lunged and knocked him to the ground. It's over, he thought, closing his eyes as he awaited the bite aimed at his throat. But instead, a piercing howl from the wolf echoed, and he felt a sudden lightness upon him. Kaihuai's voice rang in his ear. To be distracted on the battlefield is to invite death. Consider yourself fortunate I choose to save you this time. Do not expect my assistance again. Hughes rose to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaihuai, whispering, "Thank you." Kaihuai nodded slightly. Wolves are creatures with iron heads, but their midsections are vulnerable. Aim for their waists. Understood. With Kaihuai's guidance, Hughes dispatched one Gale wolf, avenging his near encounter with death. The remaining 3 wolves faced swift retribution. One fell to the spells of the Mage sisters, unable to withstand the combined elemental onslaught of 2 level 4 mages. Another met its end at the hands of Kaihuai, who struck it down with a tree branch, while the final wolf, the one that nearly claimed Hughes, was dispatched by a swift kick that shattered its spine, and out of pity for its suffering, a dagger sealed its fate. Naturally, they did not forget to harvest the magic crystals from the 4 slain wolves. Having vanquished the Gale wolves, Kaihuai and his companions remained on guard. Their foremost priority was to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Yet the whereabouts of the 8 vanished Gale wolves remained a mystery. To prevent surprise attacks, Hughes and the others adhered to Kaihuai's counsel, moving cautiously, wary of giving the wolves an opportunity to strike. After a day's careful journey, they reached the forest's edge. Just as Hughes and the others thought of relaxing, Kaihuai cautioned them, "Do not let your guard down. The wolves that disappeared are surely waiting for us to relax." "Surely not." Kaihuai reached the forest's edge. "In half a day we'll be out, and just 20 miles to Windbell Town. Those Gale wolves shouldn't pursue us here." Van expressed his disbelief. Having fought alongside Kaihuai, Hughes and the others had begun addressing each other by name. Wolves are vengeful creatures. Having slain 4 of their kin, they have every reason to seek retribution against us. Kaihuai explained patiently, but Van hesitated, but was interrupted by Hughes, who raised a hand. "Kaihuai speaks the truth. I have some knowledge of wolf behavior. It is wise to remain cautious. Should we be ambushed by those Gale wolves here, we would become a laughingstock in the mercenary world." With Hughes supporting Kaihuai, the others fell silent. Van felt it awkward to continue, turning away with a pout. "Do not take offense. Van means no harm. He is merely a bit lethargic." Hence his questions. Hughes chuckled, offering an explanation to Kaihuai. "It's quite all right. Our safety must come first. Let us hasten our journey and aim to exit the forest before nightfall." "Agreed. Van, scout ahead. Let Moses rest for a while." Hughes instructed, nodding. "Understood," Van replied, mumbling. "Is this even our mercenary team anymore? Why does the captain listen to that outsider?" "Stop. Do not move." Kaihuai suddenly shouted from behind. He hurled a self-made spear, which whizzed over Van's head and embedded itself in the nearby thicket. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, Van whirled around, pointing an accusatory finger at Kaihuai. "Are you trying to kill me?" Ugh ugh. A chorus of low growls echoed from behind, sending a shiver down Van's spine. Without needing to look back, he instinctively knew what beast awaited him. Kaihuai stood before him, gripping a spear in each hand, nodding slightly. Taking a deep breath, Van surged forward toward his companions. At the same moment, Kaihuai hurled one of the spears in his direction. "Duck and run. Do not slow down. Kaihuai's spear won't harm you," Hughes called out to Van, who instinctively hesitated. Hearing Hughes's words, Van steeled himself, closing his eyes and charging forward. It was only when Hughes caught him tightly that he dared to open his eyes. Before them loomed over 20 Gale wolves, confirming that the missing wolf had indeed gone to fetch reinforcements. The color drained from their faces as Hughes grimly remarked, "I will try to hold off those Gale wolves. Kaihuai, take Colin and Marlene and escape. Do not argue. I can see it in your eyes. If you wish to leave, these wolves will not hinder you. Had it not been for our presence, you would likely have exited the forest long ago. You truly talk too much. Do you think I am the sort to abandon my friends?" Kaihuai retorted. Displeased, he instructed Hughes, "I will handle what comes next. You focus on protecting Colin and Marlene with Van and Moses." Before Hughes could protest further, Kaihuai removed the wrist guard he wore. In that instant, a flash of light flickered, stretching his wrist. Kaihuai smiled at the others. "You must promise to keep my secret." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from their sight. At that moment, chaos erupted in the center of the encroaching wolf pack, as if an uninvited guest had entered their midst. The air was filled with the anguished howls of wolves, while the Gale wolves outside seemed to lose their minds, unleashing wind blades toward the center of their ranks, stirring up clouds of dust and gradually enveloping the entire pack. Amid the chaos, the cries of the Gale wolves continued, and occasionally, torn bodies of wolves were flung from the swirling dust. The bizarre scene left Hughes and the others in a state of panic, their minds struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in power dynamics. With a pale face, Van suggested in a hushed tone, "Hughes, while the wolves are distracted, we should make our escape done. No, Kaihuai, who has known us for such a short time, is willing to fight against the wolves for us. How can we abandon him? Though my strength is lacking and I cannot fight beside him, I will stand by him through thick and thin. If he falls here, then I, Hughes Banaba, shall not survive either. Of course, if any of you wish to flee, I will not stop you." The Mage sisters exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "We will not leave." The usually taciturn Moses readied his bow, stating solemnly, "I will not flee either." Feeling awkward, Van rubbed his nose. "If you all refuse to leave, then I shall stay as well." The wolf pack gradually quieted. The dust began to settle. Hughes and his companions beheld a scene of carnage. Wolf corpses littered the ground, and a blood-soaked figure stood amidst the remains, gripping a struggling Gale wolf, cautiously approaching. They recognized the bloodied figure as Kaihuai. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of the thrashing Gale wolf and tossed it aside. "Kaihuai, are you all right? Where are you hurt? Can you still walk?" Hughes inquired anxiously. Kaihuai glanced at Hughes and smiled. "I'm fine. I'm not injured. The blood is from the wolves. I'm just a bit tired and feeling sticky. It's quite uncomfortable. Marlene, could you conjure some water for me? I would like to wash off before heading to Windbell Town. Otherwise, I may not be allowed in." Marlene quickly obliged, conjuring a large water orb above Kaihuai's head, drenching him to wash away the blood. "Kaihuai, you should take off your clothes before washing. You want to get clean while wearing them," Colin kindly advised. "Do not jest. How could I possibly bear myself before women?" Kaihuai promptly rejected. The trio, who were collecting the swift wolf demon crystals, couldn't help but chuckle at his words. However, upon recalling Colin's fiery temper, they quickly stifled their laughter, enduring the strain. "Huh, who do you think you are? I wouldn't even care to glance at your backside," Colin retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shouted at Kaihuai. "Marin and I will turn our backs to you. Just wash up quickly." "All right, but you must promise not to sneak a peek." "Humph." Colin snorted coldly, pulling her sister Marin to turn away from Kaihuai. "I in the third act. My father is a viscount. Oh my goodness, come quickly and see what I've found." Van, who was excavating the swift wolf demon crystals, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned their attention towards him, including the wizard sisters who had their backs turned. Thankfully, Kaihuai was still clad in his undergarments. Otherwise, it would have been quite revealing. Colin glared with fiery eyes at the instigator of her distress, clearly intent on delivering a beating if Van's explanation did not satisfy her. Sensing the tension, Van felt a chill run down his spine and hastily revealed a deep green crystal in his open palm. A level 6 wind system crystal. Moses, usually taciturn, exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Level 6? Kaihuai quietly pulled Hughes aside and inquired. "Hughes, does a higher level mean the crystal's owner is more powerful?" "Yes and no. What? Is it or isn't it?" Kaihuai asked, confused. "The higher the crystal's level, the greater the power it contains, and consequently, the potential for its owner's future development is also enhanced. It's akin to the white wolf you defeated this time being stronger than the other swift wolves, yet you found it easier to vanquish, did you not?" "Indeed. What is the reason for that?" "It relates to growth, no matter how strong a child is. They cannot defeat an adult, barring dragons. The crystal's level signifies future potential. High-level crystals and low-level ones are as different as lakes and ponds." "Oh, I understand now. Hey, what are you two whispering about over there?" Colin shouted at Kaihuai and Hughes, who were conversing quietly. "Kaihuai, put your clothes on quickly. Do you think not wearing clothes makes you look appealing?" As Colin yelled, Kaihuai donned his attire while muttering, "How would you know if I'm not wearing clothes if you're not looking? Besides, I think my physique is rather commendable." "What did you say?" Colin, with keen hearing, called back loudly. "Nothing. I said nothing," Kaihuai denied vehemently, adhering to the principle of not arguing with women. "Kaihuai, here, these are yours." Hughes handed over 23 wind system crystals to Kaihuai, which included the level 6 crystal. "So many. Indeed, we encountered a total of 25 swift wolves during this endeavor, but only 2 were slain by us. The rest were all dealt with by you alone. Thus we only took what was rightfully ours. These are all yours. I see. So these belong to me, and I have the right to dispose of them, correct? Yes. Then I can give them to others. Right? Yes? Kaihuai you. Hughes seemed incredulous. Hee. Yi Kaihuai chuckled. Do not refuse. These crystals hold little value for me, but they may be of great use to you. Indeed, Kaihuai, to be honest, we have two companions in Windbell Town. One a swordsman and the other a priest. The swordsman has sustained grave injuries and requires a significant sum to hire a high-level priest for treatment, a cost that we cannot afford. We were on the verge of giving up. Fortunately, we encountered you. Thank you. As Hughes concluded, he bowed deeply to Yi Kaihuai. Yi Kaihuai accepted Hughes's gratitude, recognizing that although this individual lacked considerable power, he possessed principles and a strong sense of self-respect, making him a person of integrity. Rather than engage in hypocritical humility, it was more advantageous to graciously accept, thus garnering his goodwill, upon returning to Windbell Town. The sight that greeted Yi Kaihuai and the others ignited their fury. Their companions were being bullied. A man, wrapped in bandages, was being beaten in the street, while a girl was being harassed by a rather unsavory character. Stop it, Hughes roared. Struggling to contain his anger, he recognized these individuals as the wasteful scions of their previous employer, a viscount's son, a figure too formidable for common folk to confront. Oh, isn't this Captain Hughes? What brings you here? The wastrel sneered. Young Master Laka, please command your subordinates to release my companion. Hughes gritted his teeth, addressing the wastrel. Oh, I'm so scared. Raka, come quickly. Someone is threatening your young master. Laka shouted. With that, a burly, menacing man stepped forward. This is my newly acquired subordinate. Hughes, are you not quite arrogant? Defeat him, and I shall release your companion. But if you lose, those two wizard sisters in your team shall belong to me. Laka called from behind Raka. Hughes said nothing, drawing his sword and shield, ready to fight. Yet, Yi Kaihuai interjected, stepping in front of him first. Hey, who are you? This is a matter between Hughes and me. Bystanders should step aside. Laka retorted, eyeing Yi Kaihuai. Oh, I am not seeking you out. Do not flatter yourself. Even if you wish to be presumptuous, please first ascertain your own gender before becoming infatuated that I have no interest in the same sex, Yi Kaihuai replied. Mimicking Laka's tone, Laka's face turned crimson with anger at Yi Kaihuai's words, and he coldly declared, My father is Viscount Li Te. Commoner, you may leave now, and I shall overlook your earlier rudeness. Yi Kaihuai casually dug in his ear and replied nonchalantly, Do as you please. I simply will not leave. What can you do about it? Hughes tugged at Yi Kaihuai, quietly advising, Kaihuai, you should depart that I do not wish to involve you. This man's father is a viscount, someone you cannot afford to offend. I have a pet peeve. I cannot stand those who bully others due to their family background. I feel compelled to strike them to be honest. Hughes, I have already dealt with 9 such individuals on my journey, and with today's encounter, it will make a nice round number. Yi Kaihuai deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Laka, who was hiding behind Raka, could hear him clearly. Who exactly are you? Why are you so intent on courting trouble? Laka shouted in indignation. Oh, why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? Yi Kaihuai responded with a dismissive gesture. Although Laka did not comprehend the significance of Yi Kaihuai's gesture, he instinctively felt a profound irritation. Since you wish to court death, I shall oblige you. Raka, kill him. I will take responsibility for anything that occurs. My father is Viscount Li Te. Following the command, Raka bellowed and charged at Yi Kaihuai, fists raised. Comparatively, the 16-year-old Yi Kaihuai appeared somewhat frail against the hulking figure of Raka. However, to everyone's surprise, this seemingly frail individual deftly outmaneuvered the giant, evading Raka's heavy blows as if he were dancing, while Raka could not even graze his clothing. Growing increasingly agitated, circumventing Raka, Yi Kaihuai delivered a swift kick, sending Raka sprawling face-first to the ground. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Raka, his face flushed with rage, stood up and bellowed at Yi Kaihuai. If you have the ability, then do not dodge. Very well, I shall not dodge. Come at me, Yi Kaihuai replied with a smile. Assuming a Tai Chi stance, Raka, overjoyed at Yi Kaihuai's acceptance, raised his fist and charged at Yi Kaihuai's face. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Hughes and the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated Kaihuai to be so genuine. Actually standing his ground, Hughes raised his shield, ready to intervene, while Van nocked an arrow, and the wizard's sisters began their incantations. Contrary to expectations, it was Raka who was sent flying, not Kaihuai. As the spectators observed Kaihuai standing firm, while Raka lay sprawled on the ground. They felt a tinge of fear, regarding Kaihuai with expressions of disbelief. Raka, kill him! I command you, kill him! Li Kai barked in exasperation. It turned out that while Moses and the others were distracted by the fight between Kaihuai and Raka, they had seized the opportunity to rescue the captured priest. By the time Li Kai realized, it was too late, and he directed his ire towards Kaihuai, the source of the distraction, following Li Kai's command. Raka struggled to rise and charged at Kaihuai once more, only to be sent crashing to the ground again. Again and again, Raka charged and flew, until after being thrown down no less than 10 times, he could no longer rise, gasping for breath on the ground. Li Kai could no longer afford to call for Laka to rise and continue the assault, for Kaihuai had already positioned himself before him. You, don't come any closer. My father is Viscount Li Te, and if you harm me, I slap. Li Kai clutched his struck right cheek, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Please, don't hit me. I understand my mistake. Spare me. Silence, Kaihuai commanded sharply. Prodigals share a common flaw, an inherent arrogance that renders them unruly without punishment. This was evident in the 9 prodigals Kaihuai had dealt with, and Li Te was no exception. Hugh, how do you propose we deal with him? Kaihuai inquired, turning to Hughes and the others behind him. After a moment of silence, Hughes approached Li Kai. Young Master Li Kai, we shall let you off this time, but I hope you will act wisely henceforth. Remember, those who commit wrongful deeds shall meet their own demise. He then turned to Kaihuai, saying, Kaihuai, let him go. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Kaihuai nodded and was about to depart when a gasp erupted from the crowd. An orc. This man is an orc. Lying on the ground, Laka had transformed into a creature with a human body and a bull's head. Is this what an orc looks like? Kaihuai squeezed through to Laka, curiously asking Hughes beside him. Yes, it appears to be a member of the Minotaur tribe among the orcs. This Minotaur was likely purchased from the slave market by that Li Kai. So, this orc must be quite valuable. Kaihuai's eyes gleamed as he hastened to catch up with the retreating Li Kai, extending his hand. Hand it over. What? Li Kai asked, bewildered. Don't play dumb. The orc's deed of sale. I didn't bring it. Very well, return to fetch it. But before you do, tell me, will you leave your left hand or your right hand behind? Don't worry. Once you retrieve the deed, I shall return your hand. No. I have it. Dejected, Li Kai produced the orc's deed of sale from his pocket and handed it to Kaihuai. Humph. You know your place. Chapter 4. The Orc's Servant. Hey, don't rush to catch your breath yet. Come here and see if this belongs to you. Kaihuai shouted to the prostrate Laka. At his words, Laka unsteadily rose and approached Kaihuai, staring wide-eyed at the paper in his hand for a long while before sheepishly admitting, I cannot read. The crowd erupted in laughter, and after regaining his balance, Kaihuai scolded. You could have mentioned that earlier. Why stare with those bulging eyes like a fool? Really? Tell me, are you named Laka Line? Yes, Laka nodded. Then that settles it. Take it. Kaihuai handed the deed of sale to Laka, who, along with the onlookers, was left in astonishment. Someone in the crowd cautioned, Hey, buddy, orcs are quite valuable, especially a formidable one like this. Why would you just give him up? You could hand him over to me instead. Is that so? How much is this orc worth? Kaihuai inquired with curiosity. Should be no less than 3,000 gold coins. Oh, that is quite a sum. May I ask, what is your price? What do you mean? Are you not aware that trafficking in humans is a crime? The man who had previously answered Kaihuai now appeared a bit anxious. If you know that trafficking is illegal, why did you just encourage me to commit a crime? What are your intentions? Kaihuai interrogated loudly. I was merely trying to give you a friendly warning. If you do not wish to be treated like a commodity, why do you presume to value others? That's different. He is an orc. An orc is still a being, merely of a different race than ours. Laka, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted his head, gazing intently at Kaihuai's back. Hey, Laka, take your deed of sale and go home. Here, take this too. After reprimanding the earlier interrupter, Kaihuai turned and handed Laka a small pouch. There are 50 gold coins inside. Take it for travel expenses. Laka shook his head, dejectedly saying, I no longer remember the way home. I see. Then what are your plans for the future? Kaihuai retracted the coins. I don't know, Laka replied, shaking his head again. Kaihuai scratched his head. Since you have nowhere to go for now, how about I hire you as my servant? Really? But you are stronger than I. Why would you need me as a servant? It seems you have a point. I may not require your services. However, being a skilled individual, it feels rather bleak to lack a subordinate. Thank you. No need for thanks. Once the master-servant relationship was established, Kaihuai accompanied Hughes and the others to the church. The swordsman who had been assaulted on the street by Li Ti's men was named Carter, and he was Hughes' younger brother. Initially, he had sustained severe injuries from a beast while attempting to rescue his employer and had only recently begun to recover. Today, while taking a stroll with the priestess Angela, who tended to him, he was spotted by his former employer. It was for the sake of saving him that Carter had been injured by the beast, yet after rescuing him, his employer had only left behind a mere 100 gold coins, completely ignoring the responsibility for Carter's healing, which would require at least 1,000 gold coins. Unable to confront Li Kai, Hughes and the others were forced to toil for money within Winchim town. They undertook any job, from finding lost pets to battling monsters in the Misty Forest, as long as it earned them coins. After hearing Hughes' account, Kaihuai silently regretted having let that scoundrel Li Kai go so easily. Why are you back again? Go away. If you have no money, don't come here. This is not a charity. The guard at the church gate waved his hand dismissively, shooing Hughes and the others away. Brother guard, we have acquired 2 level 5 wind magic crystals from the Misty Forest this time, so we have money now. Please, could you let us in? Hughes said with a forced smile, seizing the opportunity. He discreetly slipped a silver coin to the guard. The guard, now pleased, immediately changed his tone. Wait here. Kaihuai, I apologize for the humiliation, Hughes said, leaning closer to Kaihuai and whispering ruefully. Not at all, me. It is not shameful to bow before others for the sake of those who matter to you. I am grateful to have a friend like you. Kaihuai. It would be a lie to say Hughes was not moved, although his teammates didn't voice their discontent regarding his previous weakness. He sensed a lack of understanding. He hadn't anticipated that Kaihuai would comprehend his predicament so well, which filled him with gratitude and a silent determination to assist Kaihuai whenever he needed help in the future. After all, a true friend would lay down their life for one another. Patting Hughes on the shoulder, Kaihuai fell silent. Before long, the guard returned, allowing Hughes and the others entry. However, when Laka attempted to enter, the guard blocked him with a spear, disdainfully declaring, Orcs are not permitted inside. Kaihuai immediately felt a surge of anger. Hughes quickly intervened, whispering urgently, Kaihuai, restrain yourself. Do not cause a scene here. Carter's injury is critical. Taking Hughes' words to heart, Kaihuai forced himself to suppress his fury, pulling Hughes aside and handing him the 23 magic crystals from his possession. Take these. Hughes was reluctant to accept them. Kaihuai shot him a stern look. Carter's injury is urgent. With no counterargument, Hughes accepted the magic crystals, realizing that karma had come swiftly. He had just used that same reasoning to counsel Kaihuai, only to find Kaihuai returning the favor immediately. Aware of Kaihuai's good intentions and recognizing his own dire need for money, Hughes did not refuse again. Thank you, he whispered, leaving the magician sisters to accompany Kaihuai and prevent him from causing trouble for the guards. Hughes had Van and Moses carry Carter into the church. Meanwhile, Kaihuai remained outside, gathering some stones and sitting on the street opposite the guard, methodically breaking the stones apart and grinding them into powder, all the while glaring at the guard. Anyone with eyes could see that Kaihuai was targeting someone. Although Corinne and Marlin had been instructed by Hughes to keep an eye on Kaihuai and prevent him from causing a ruckus, they merely turned a blind eye to his childish behavior. The guard, under Kaihuai's piercing gaze, felt increasingly uneasy. He was acutely aware that the stones in Kaihuai's hands were genuine marble, not the kind typically handled by street performers. If this individual treated him as one would a stone, would he not be endangering his own life? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, until the guard could no longer withstand the threat in Kaihuai's eyes, adopting a philosophy of avoidance. He scurried into the church, firmly shutting the door behind him to avoid further confrontation. Left without a target, Kaihuai could only idly inspect the exterior of the church, muttering to himself, I wonder what it looks like inside this church. If you wish to know what it is like inside, Why didn't you accompany us in earlier? Laka, who had become taciturn since signing the master-servant agreement, suddenly spoke up. Are you foolish? How could I possibly leave you out here alone? What if someone unwittingly seeks trouble with you? Why is that? What do you mean? Why? Why are you being so kind to me, a former enemy? We have only just met not long ago. Because we are partners now, are we not? Partners? Yes, partners, Kaihuai affirmed. By the way, when I first met you, weren't you in a different form? Why have you not transformed into a human? I was able to assume a human guise because Li Kai had someone cast an illusion on me, allowing those who beheld me to perceive me as human. However, when my body was weakened, the illusion faltered. I see, to be honest, conversing with a creature sporting horns is rather unconventional for me, but I believe I shall adapt in due course. Come, let me introduce you to some lovely ladies. No need. I am already acquainted with them. Laka shook his head. Li Kai previously employed their mercenary team. I know them all. Since you are familiar with them, why not engage them in conversation? I was once Li Kai's subordinate and have crossed paths with them. I worry they might harbor resentment towards me. We are not so petty, Corinne interjected. Since we are not so petty, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kaihuai, and my destination is the imperial capital. There are matters I cannot divulge for now. I am Corinne, and this is my sister Marlin. We are the children of commoners, practicing magic, and our destination is also the imperial capital. Laka hesitated briefly before rising and stating, Sal Nyoti, a Minotaur, citizen of the Orc Alliance, residing at the edge of the Lost Lands. The Lost Lands, one of the 10 most perilous regions on the continent. Sal, you reside there. Wait, Sal, did you not go by Laka? Sal is my true name. I apologize for deceiving you. No harm done. At least you are now being honest with us. To be frank, Sal sounds far more pleasant than Laka. I recall the Lost Lands lie at the juncture between our Aolong Empire and the Orc Alliance. Commoners, stand aside. A commanding voice interrupted Kaihuai's words. Following the sound, a procession emerged at the street corner, slowly making its way towards the church. Golden carriages, imposing golden-armored knights, showcased the noble status of those within the carriage. Assassin, the leading knight shouted. Immediately, the area around the carriage was secured by knights, their lances aimed at Sal, who stood by the roadside. Kaihuai swiftly positioned himself in front of Sal, signaling him to remain still. Step aside, peasant, the mounted knight bellowed from his elevated position. At the mention of peasant, Kaihuai sprang into action, seizing the knight's extended spear and yanking the unsuspecting knight from his mount, placing his foot on the knight's chest and solemnly inquiring, Whom do you refer to as a peasant? As the captured companion was subdued, the other knights drew their swords, preparing to charge. Observing this, Sal stood beside Kaihuai, while Corinne and Marlin positioned themselves behind him, commencing a soft incantation. Kaihuai pressed the spear's tip against the captive knight's throat. Warning, should you dare approach, he shall perish. Feel free to test this. Release him, the knights shouted, fearing for their comrade's safety. Yet they could do nothing but yell at Kaihuai in the midst of this standoff. The knights suddenly parted, creating a path for a girl in white to advance towards Kaihuai. Section 5. A single strike to defeat the enemy dressed in snow white. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15. Her face concealed by a white veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. Her large, water-like eyes blinked as they scrutinized Kaihuai. Would you kindly release my knight, sir? The girl in white spoke softly to Kaihuai. Her voice was melodious, causing Kaihuai's heart to quiver, almost compelling him to nod in agreement. Unintentionally, he caught sight of the girl's subtly upturned lips and was startled, reflecting on how his resolve had become so fragile. Why was he so easily swayed? Was there some sort of enchantment at play? Realizing this, Kaihuai pressed down harder on the knight lying beneath him, eliciting a muffled groan, and without meeting the girl's gaze, he asked, What is your name? The girl in white appeared taken aback. Usually, a mere blink and a few gentle words would suffice to garner compliance from those she addressed. However, this time, the individual before her refused to meet her eyes. How intriguing. My surname is Morong, and my given name is Yu, she replied softly. Morong Yu, do you know who I am? Kaihuai inquired, still not looking up. The girl shook her head, realizing he could not see her gesture, and quickly added, I do not know. Since you are unfamiliar with me, and I have only just met you, why should I heed your request? This situation arose because your knight erred first. He owes me an apology for this matter to be settled. Moreover, Do you really believe that your entourage behind you, those fierce and imposing figures, will let this go easily? What if I were to offer my sincere apology on behalf of my knight, and assure you that my subordinates will not trouble you? No, Miss Morong, you need not apologize to this peasant. Cough, cough. Kaihuai pressed down forcefully, reminding the knight of his precarious situation, before turning back to Morong Yu. You should first consult with your knights before negotiating terms with me. Morong Yu glanced back at the knights behind her. Visibly conflicted that as she looked their way, the lead knight stepped forward respectfully, saying, I apologize, Miss Morong, but please do not intervene. This concerns our knightly honor. Sir Tansy, must bloodshed be the only resolution? Miss Morong, please forgive me, but this ruffian must face consequences for his actions, Tansy replied resolutely. Well said. Now, I would like to inquire, what are the tenets of knighthood? Kaihuai called from a distance. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, spirituality, honesty, justice, Tansy stated earnestly. You seem to remember them well. Now, let me ask you, which tenet covers the baseless accusation of someone being an assassin and the disparagement of another as a peasant? Tansy was momentarily taken aback, having only recently arrived, unaware of the full context of the situation. Quickly, recount the events leading to this moment, without any bias, Tansy whispered to those nearby. The upright knight had no one dare to conceal the truth from him. After hearing the account, Tansy closed his eyes in contemplation and muttered, The seventh tenet of knighthood, honesty. He stepped forward and bowed to Kaihuai, sir. My subordinate was indeed disrespectful. I humbly ask that you do not hold it against him. Kaihuai shook his head. You truly are an honorable and selfless individual. Were I in your position, I would never admit to a fault. Very well, in light of your integrity, I shall overlook his derogatory remark regarding me as a peasant, but he must apologize to my orc friend for his misconduct. Would it suffice if I apologized on his behalf to your orc friend? Kaihuai turned to Sao, seeking his approval. Upon receiving a nod from Sao, he replied, That is acceptable. The recently liberated knight sprang to his feet, removing one of his white gloves and throwing it at Kaihuai. Kaihuai deftly sidestepped the projectile. Thud! The glove fell to the ground. Enraged, the knight trembled with fury and shouted at Kaihuai, Coward, you dare not accept my challenge. Kaihuai nonchalantly replied, Why would I accept your challenge? What benefit would that bring me? You lack knightly spirit, the knight roared. What are you shouting about? I am not a knight, so why should I adhere to knightly principles? Kaihuai responded with a look of incredulity. What must I do for you to agree to a duel with me? The knight, exasperated by Kaihuai's insolence, demanded, his frustration boiling over. I am currently facing financial difficulties. If you could provide me with 1,000 gold coins, I might be persuaded to engage you in a bout. Kaihuai replied with a sly grin. 1,000 is excessive. How about 500? Oh, you drive a hard bargain. 900, 600, 950, 700, 1,000, 8. Wait, why are you also increasing your offer? The knight suddenly realized. Ah, you caught me. You are quite clever. Kaihuai feigned surprise. The knight trembled with rage, and Kaihuai genuinely worried about the consequences of his provocation. Sir Sherlang, calm yourself, Tansy called out to the quivering knight. Taking a moment to breathe, Sherlang opened his eyes. Glaring coldly at Kaihuai, 800, not a single coin more. Very well, 800 it is, but the payment must be made up front. Agreed, consider it your burial fee. Tansy frowned and sighed softly, shaking his head. Suit yourself. I assure you, I will show mercy and spare your life. Kaihuai replied nonchalantly. Sherlang smirked. Let us hope your abilities are as formidable as your words. Turning away to gather funds, Tansy cast a pleading glance toward Kaihuai, hoping he would show mercy later. Kaihuai, understanding her sentiment, smiled back. He admired upright individuals. Even though Tansy stood on the opposite side, he appreciated her courage. True bravery is not merely the ability to confront formidable foes, but also the audacity to admit one's mistakes. Moreover, he had no intention of taking that Sherlong's life. He was merely seeking a diversion out of sheer boredom. Kaihuai, do you have any confidence? Colin whispered, her voice laced with concern. Rest assured, if I were to face that Tansy, I might take it more seriously, but that Sherlang. It's not that I look down upon him. He is simply an ignorant fool whom I can dispatch with a single strike. Kaihuai reassured Colin, who was worried for his safety. However, Colin rolled her eyes at his response and retorted, It seems you are younger than him, right? Colon, aren't we on the same side? Why are you defending him? Have you taken a liking to him? You. Humph. Marlon, let us go. Judging by his demeanor, it seems he won't die anytime soon. Colon tugged Marlon away toward the roadside. Huh? Sister, how can you be so sure? Marlon inquired curiously as she was being pulled along. Haven't you heard the ancient saying? Good people don't live long, while evildoers may last 1,000 years. Colon replied bitterly to Kaihuai. Soon, Sherlang gathered the money and threw it to Kaihuai, coldly stating, You have 10 minutes left to live. Kaihuai blinked, ignoring Sherlang's provocation, and turned to hand the pouch of coins to Sal. Sal, take care of this money. Once I finish dealing with him, I'll treat you all to a grand feast, inside a barrier set by the night. Kaihuai stretched his limbs and inquired of Sherlang, Are there any rules? Is that all your last words? Sherlang countered without answering. Kaihuai frowned, thinking, This young man possesses quite the confidence. It seems I must first subdue him before he is willing to converse properly. Noticing Kaihuai's frown, Tansy, watching from outside the barrier, felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that this Kaihuai might change his mind. She wished to intervene, but the duel had already commenced until it concluded. No one could arbitrarily interrupt the sound of begin. Kaihuai charged straight at Sherlang. Sherlang smirked inwardly, swiftly raising his sword, having planned to strike down this detestable youth as he approached. Unexpectedly, just as he lifted his sword to his chest, Kaihuai had already closed the distance. Sherlang barely had time to think so fast before he felt his chest struck as if by a battering ram, uncontrollably flying backward and crashing out of the barrier. His sword had long since slipped from his grasp. Lying flat on his back, consciousness still somewhat intact, Sherlang's mind raced with a singular thought. How could his movements be so swift? Is he even human? The knights outside were equally stunned, overwhelmed by the speed of the encounter. Although Sherlang was not the strongest among them, they questioned their own ability to defeat him so rapidly. This Kaihuai appeared far more formidable than he seemed. The onlookers gazed at the figure standing in the arena, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a solitary master. The girl named Muron's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a fascinating toy. Hey, shouldn't you be concerned for your companion? He's injured. Kaihuai kindly reminded the crowd. The audience, jolted back to reality by his words, hurriedly lifted the incapacitated Sherlang and carried him into the church to seek the priest's aid. As Murong and her group ushered the injured Sherlang into the church, the Colon sisters rushed over, with Colon's face alight with disbelief as she asked Kaihuai, Kaihuai, did you really win? Kaihuai, speechless, pinched Colon's cheek. Ouch, you rascal, why are you pinching my face? That hurts. Colon swatted Kaihuai's hand away, grumbling in discontent. If you know it hurts, then it means you're not dreaming. I indeed won. Kaihuai proudly explained. Even if you're explaining, why not pinch your own face? I'm afraid it would hurt. Marlon. Ignoring the disgruntled Kaihuai turned to the approaching Sal and asked, Hey, bullhead, you seem like you have something to say to me. Chapter 6. The Apprentice, Turmoil MM. Sal nodded vigorously, his voice tinged with excitement. His gaze was so intense that Kaihuai almost felt he was staring at glass. Instinctively maintaining a 2-meter distance from Sal, Kaihuai said, Go ahead, what do you wish to tell me? I want to learn martial arts from you, Sal replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Huh? Learn martial arts from me? Are you sure you're awake? Kaihuai asked, somewhat astonished. I am certain, Sal affirmed earnestly. Realizing there was no escaping this, Kaihuai straightforwardly replied, I am sorry, bullhead, but I may disappoint you. Is it because I'm an orc? Sal asked, somewhat disheartened. Not exactly. The main reason is that the skills I practice are human martial arts. And I'm uncertain if they would suit your kind. If anything goes awry, I wouldn't want to be the one to harm you. After hearing Kaihuai's explanation, Sal's expression brightened a little as he smiled gratefully at him, saying thank you. Then, sitting on the church steps, he appeared quite dejected. Feeling a bit awkward, Kaihuai approached Sal, extending his hand and saying, Bullhead, let me see your hands. What do you want to see my hands for? Sal asked, puzzled. Aren't you eager to learn martial arts from me? Then you must remember 2 things. The first is that the master is always right. I've got it. Sal nodded seriously, then inquired. And the second thing? If the master is wrong, refer to the first rule. Sal, Marlon, unperturbed by his audacious remarks, Yi Kaihuai continued. Once a master, forever a father. Let us skip that one. It seems I would be at a disadvantage by having a middle-aged man as a son. Young master, I'm only 20 this year. Huh? 20? Yi Kaihuai exclaimed, scrutinizing Sal skeptically, muttering. So mature, looks like he's 40. Sal? After carefully examining Sal's palm, Yi Kaihuai said, I must clarify in advance, bullhead, the martial arts I teach may not be suitable for your kind. Should anything happen to you, don't come looking for me after your demise. Then should I still seek you as a master? Let us skip that. Oh, I'll demonstrate a set of punches for you, if you wish to learn. I'll teach you this. Is it impressive? There's no hierarchy in martial arts. It's solely about personal application. Watch closely. Yi Kaihuai positioned himself in an open area and began performing the Taizu Chongquan, the martial art created by Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor of the Song dynasty. After completing the set, Sal's eyes were filled with sparkling stars. Not just him, even Colin and Marlin, standing nearby, were equally captivated, whispering among themselves in excitement. So, Sal, do you wish to learn this? Sal nodded vigorously. After a moment's thought, he shyly confessed to Yi Kaihuai. I am sorry, young master. Just a moment ago, I was doubtful you were serious. I apologize. No worries. Who could blame my youth? I lack the mature face of a middle-aged man. Sal, observing Yi Kaihuai teasing Sal, Colin, filled with a sense of justice, shot him a warning glare. Yi Kaihuai rubbed his nose. Deciding to withdraw, it wasn't that he feared Colin. From a young age, his grandfather instilled in him that women are to be cherished, not scolded. Having been educated for 16 years, Yi Kaihuai had embraced his grandfather's philosophy, always treating women with kindness. In a few days, I'll venture into the Misty Forest. I can teach you there. Sal, would you be willing to wait a few days? I would. Huh, why does this bullhead speak with an accent? Yi Kaihuai glanced at Sal with curiosity, noticing he wasn't looking at him, but rather glaring with wide eyes at something behind him. Turning around, he saw a child, around 7 or 8 years old, gazing at him with an expression of adoration. Before Yi Kaihuai could utter a word, the child dashed toward him, clinging to his leg, exclaiming, Master, I finally found you. Yi Kaihuai broke into a sweat, wondering when he had accepted this child as his apprentice. Hey, whose child is this? Is anyone going to take care of him? If no one comes soon, I might just lose my patience. You little rascal, don't wipe your snot on my pants. Observing the boy clinging to Yi Kai's thigh with unyielding fervor, Sal suddenly felt that it was his moment to intervene. That he stepped forward and grasped the child by the nape of his neck, his voice gruff as he commanded, Let go, child. No. The boy promptly rejected Sal's suggestion. If you don't release your grip, don't blame me for my lack of courtesy, Sal threatened, baring his teeth. I'll go where I please, the boy retorted defiantly. Huh. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you, Sal declared, preparing to escalate the situation. Just as he was about to act, the boy burst into tears, wailing, Master, someone is bullying me. 2 ladies, please come save me. The 2 women, referred to as Master's wives, Colin and Malin, stood there, their faces flushed and momentarily at a loss. Yi Kai shook his head, gently ruffling the boy's hair, and murmured, Foolish child, you lack discernment. Those 2 girls are merely acquaintances of mine. If you continue shouting like that, you might find yourself in deeper trouble. Huh? Really? The boy paused, realizing he had misspoken. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kai extricated himself from the boy's grasp, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. With his hands now empty, the boy found it impossible to lunge at Yi Kai once more. As the Minotaur stood protectively in his path, those large, furry hooves not appealing to him for a hug. Master, are you abandoning me? The boy's eyes brimmed with tears, playing the sympathy card. Yi Kai felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly interrupted. Enough. Who are you, anyway? This is all quite absurd. Hearing Yi Kai's inquiry, the boy quickly responded, Master, my name is Abi, and I desperately wish to learn that set of punches you just performed. I want to be your disciple. Yi Kai felt 3 dark lines form on his forehead and asked the boy, Do you not think your words are rather convoluted? A bit. So, will you accept me as your disciple? No, I am not a babysitter. I do not want a child. Yi Kai resolutely declined. Impudent. Disrespectful. Yin and Yang messengers. Yi Kai muttered to himself, eyeing the 2 elderly figures that had suddenly appeared. After all, who had ever seen an old man dressed entirely in white, and another in black, their hair matching their attire? Master. The boy bowed respectfully to the approaching yin and yang messengers. They nodded in satisfaction, and the black-clad one inquired of Ye Kai, "Boy, where is your home?" "A secret. Who else resides there?" "A secret. Who taught you your skills?" "A secret." The three identical responses caused veins to bulge on the black figure's forehead as he glared fiercely at Ye Kai. Gritting his teeth as he demanded, "I will ask you one last question. Are you a citizen of the Aolong Empire? If you utter another secret, I will strike you." "Oh, guess. You insolent brat, seeking a beating. Are you?" The black figure roared, rushing forward to strike Ye Kai. Ye Kai hurriedly braced himself, fortunate that the white figure intervened just in time. The restrained black figure shouted at Ye Kai, "If someone hadn't stopped me, I would have thoroughly disciplined you on behalf of your parents." The mention of parents was a taboo subject for Ye Kai, and hearing it from someone else, he naturally did not respond kindly, retorting coldly to the black figure, "It's fortunate you were held back. Had you failed to discipline me, it would have been you who required a lesson, and that would indeed tarnish your reputation." The black figure bellowed in anger, shoving aside the white figure that had restrained him, charging at Ye Kai with a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. It wasn't that Ye Kai didn't want to evade the blow. Rather, he simply had no time to react. He could only cross his arms to block the punch. Although he managed to deflect it, the force was so overwhelming that he was still sent flying, crashing through 3 pillars of the church before being buried under a pile of debris. "Ye Kai!" Colin and Malin exclaimed in shock. Rushing toward the rubble, before they could reach him, the debris shifted, and Ye Kai emerged, shaking dust from his hands, looking quite disheveled. "Ye Kai, how are you feeling?" Colin and the others asked with concern as they gathered around him. "I'm fine, just a scratch," Ye Kai replied. The black figure looked taken aback. Although he had struck out of anger, he had exercised restraint. He never intended to take the boy's life. Yet, he was surprised to see that Ye Kai seemed only slightly injured. "Boy, who exactly are you?" The black figure could not help but inquire about Ye Kai's identity. Ye Kai smiled. "A secret. Truly a tough nut to crack," the black figure muttered in annoyance, yet he began to develop a grudging admiration for this audacious boy. The white figure intervened, his expression grave. "Luka, this child is a fine prospect. I will not allow you to harm him further." Acknowledging his old friend's request, Luka stepped back. The white figure smiled at Ye Kai, saying, "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intent. No ill intent." Ye Kai pointed to the bruise left on his arm from blocking the black figure's punch. "That was a misunderstanding," the white figure quickly clarified. "Little brother, my name is Lao, and I am Abi's teacher. May I know your name?" "I prefer not to have any associations with you." Ye Kai directly refused. Seeing his friend encounter resistance, Luka burst into laughter. "Lao, I never imagined I would witness you facing a setback. Good job, little brother." "Silence," Lao snapped, shooting a glare at his gleeful companion. Turning back to Ye Kai, he said, "Little brother, I truly mean no harm. I merely wish to befriend you." Ye Kai regarded the smiling Lao and shook his head. "I am not one who seeks trouble, and my instincts tell me that you 3 are the source of it." Upon hearing this, Lao's expression darkened, and he warned, "Little brother, do not speak so definitively. Remember, having more friends opens more paths, while having more enemies erects more walls. Are you trying to intimidate me?" "White messenger," Ye Kai responded fearlessly, positioning himself to shield Colin and the others behind him. "Well said. Indeed, you are a principled tough guy." Luka cheered, clapping Lao on the shoulder. "Enough, my old friend. There is no need to test him further. Even if he is a rogue, he is one with principles that I trust him to look after the young master." "Is that so? For this brat to earn praise from you, old ghost, is quite a feat." "Young master, we agree to your association with him." Lao smiled at the boy, who had been quietly observing. "Really? Thank you. Teacher Lao. Thank you. Teacher Luka." The boy exclaimed gratefully, rushing toward Ye Kai. Their self-serving conversation and disregard for the wishes of those involved infuriated Ye Kai. As the boy approached, Ye Kai shouted, "Halt! You, go back from whence you came. I never agreed to be your babysitter." Hearing this, the boy stopped and turned to seek assistance from the yin and yang messengers. Lao stepped forward to persuade, "Little brother, befriending my young master will bring you significant benefits in the future. Please do not be so hasty in your rejection." "Thank you, but your young master is of noble status. I do not wish to climb the social ladder or gain anything from a mere child." Seeing that flattery had no effect, Lao's eyes glinted as a plan formed in his mind. He turned to Abi, who looked dejected, and said, "Young master, give up. This person is adamant about not wanting to be your friend. Let us find someone else. I believe, with perseverance, you will find friends." But, Abi was led away by Lao, glancing back longingly at Ye Kai, tears pooling in his eyes. Colin and Malin, observing Abi's pitiable state, were immediately moved and urged Ye Kai, why not befriend him? Just look at how miserable he appears. Ye Kai, hearing this, shook his head with a wry smile. You truly are blissfully ignorant. Just look at the boy's attire and the two formidable old men accompanying him. His background is evidently extraordinary, and the deeper the background, the greater the trouble it brings. I am not a superhero who can handle every situation. It matters not. We will assist you when the time comes, Colin reassured with a smile. Chapter 7. Nearing bankruptcy, the yin and yang messengers departed with nonchalance, leaving the little brat Abi in Ye Kai's care. Their words suggested that significant matters awaited them in this world, and they had no time to babysit Abi, believing Ye Kai to be a good comrade, warm-hearted and willing to look after Abi properly. After instructing Ye Kai to escort Abi to the capital, Onping, they vanished from sight in an instant, leaving no room for Ye Kai to voice his objections. "Oh my God! Who damaged the pillars of my church? Step forward." Ye Kai bellowed. "Damn it! Daring to wreak havoc on my territory. Do you not know that I also had my share of mischief in my youth?" At the entrance of the church, a middle-aged priest stood with his hands on his hips, vociferously cursing. Were it not for his priestly garb, one could scarcely believe that a messenger of God would behave like a shrew, unleashing a torrent of invective at the sacred threshold of the church. Although Kaihuai typically held the belief that a true hero should confront challenges head-on, the sight of this priest's tempestuous display did evoke a fleeting impulse to flee. Yet, with onlookers present, retreating would have seemed exceedingly undignified. Thus, he steeled himself and approached, interrupting the priest's tirade with, "Excuse me, father. Oh, and what do you want, sir? Do you know who has sullied this sacred church?" Even before Kaihuai had engaged in combat with the formidable Luka, the clergy within the church had already been stirred to alarm. Yet, being a church in an inconspicuous little town, it naturally lacked any formidable guardians. Kaihuai and Luka were clearly not of the pious sort. Provoking them could very well result in the dismantling of their church. However, the thought of swallowing this bitter loss without recourse was deeply disheartening for the clergy. After much contemplation, they recognized that if a direct confrontation was unfeasible, they would have to resort to cunning. They resolved to select the most persuasive priest from the congregation to ensure that at least one of these two wreckers would be made to compensate for the damages. "My sincerest apologies. The pillars of your church were broken by me. I ask for your forgiveness for the inconvenience caused." Unaware of the full context, Kaihuai observed the priest's face, a mask of indignation and helplessness, and spoke contritely. "What? It was you. The priest's expression was a tumult of surprise, anger, and resentment as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kaihuai. "Tell me, what grievance have we, that you would treat us thus? This church has stood in this town for nearly 3 centuries. And to think it has suffered such harm today. Pfft, what a load of nonsense," muttered Abi under his breath, just loud enough for all to hear. Kaihuai quickly covered Abi's mouth and apologetically addressed the priest. "Forgive me, father. The child speaks without understanding. Please disregard him." "Master, he truly is spouting nonsense, I assure you," Abi protested, pulling away Kaihuai's hand from his mouth. "Silence. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt," Kaihuai chastised. "I speak the truth. That priest is indeed exaggerating," Abi insisted. "Then enlighten us. Where has the priest exaggerated?" "Well, Winchine Town has only been established for just over a century. How could this dilapidated church have stood here for nearly 200 years prior to its founding?" Well, faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd, the priest found himself at a loss for words. The only reason this priest claims such ancient origins for this dilapidated church is to extort more compensation from you. Master, am I correct, father?" Abi continued to play the role of the righteous defender. The priest's forehead glistened with sweat. Had it been anyone else, he would have rebuked them long ago. However, this child possessed a noble status. Should he dare to claim that the child was speaking falsehoods, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, to let this incident pass unaddressed would be a significant blow to his authority in this place, effectively sealing his fate. Just as the priest found himself in a quandary, Kaihuai interjected. "Regardless, I am ultimately responsible for the damage to this church. It is an immutable truth that one must compensate for what they have broken. Father, please tell me how much I owe you. However, I must forewarn you that I do not possess much money on my person. If it exceeds my means, I shall be unable to pay. 3,000 gold coins, the priest stammered, as if released from a great burden. Quickly estimating the damages before hesitantly presenting the sum to Kaihuai. What? For just a few broken pillars, you dare to demand 3,000 gold coins? You might as well just rob me outright. Abi exclaimed. His indignation palpable. Kaihuai chuckled, ruffling Abi's hair in a gesture of calm, then turned to the visibly anxious priest. Very well, 3,000 it is. However, Father, I require you to agree to one condition. Please, state your condition. I have a companion currently receiving treatment within your church, and I hope that you will do everything in your power to heal his injuries, leaving no lasting effects. We shall do our utmost. Excellent. Then please wait a moment. I shall return shortly with the funds. After leaving the sisters Colin and Marlin to keep Abi company, Kaihuai took Sal with him to retrieve the money. 3,000 gold coins was no trifling sum, and Kaihuai would not be foolish enough to carry it all on his person, aside from a few coins for incidental expenses. The rest was securely stored at his lodgings. Tree, the name of the inn, was also a reference to an actual tree. As he gazed at the towering giant before him, Sal stood agape in astonishment. Kaihuai, however, refrained from mocking Sal, recalling his own similar reaction upon first encountering the magnificent sight. Kaihuai, you're back. Was the misty forest interesting? A girl's voice jolted Sal from his stupor. Following the sound, he beheld a girl clad in a long green dress, her white hair and blue eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Kaihuai. Ah! Kaihuai waved in greeting. It was fine. I made a number of friends in the misty forest. How about you? Is business at the inn still good? Need you even ask? Just look at who I am, she replied with a hint of pride, then inquired, is this Minotaur also a new friend of yours? Indeed. We just met today. I have matters to attend to now. Let us chat when I have more time. What trouble have you stirred up this time? The girl asked, curiosity piqued. What do you mean again? It sounds as though I'm perpetually causing trouble. Kaihuai retorted with mild annoyance to the teasing gaze of the girl. He quickly capitulated, confessing. It's nothing major, really. I accidentally broke a few stone pillars at the church while sparring with someone. I'm just returning to fetch the money to compensate them. You truly are something else, the girl remarked, exasperated. How much do you owe them? Is it enough? Just 3,000 gold coins. I believe that should suffice. After retrieving the money upstairs and adding it to the 800 gold coins he had given Sal earlier, he found it to be a satisfactory sum, leaving him with 5 gold coins and 20 silver coins after settling the debt. As he prepared to leave, the girl reminded him, come back early. I've prepared some of your favorite dishes for you. Of course. I'll be back once I collect my friend. Bidding farewell to the girl, Kaihuai returned to the church with Sal, where Hughes and the others had already emerged, engaged in conversation with Colin and the others. Upon seeing Kaihuai, Carter, now able to walk, hurriedly approached and prostrated himself before him. Wait, what are you doing? Get up, Kaihuai exclaimed, attempting to evade him. Hughes, why don't you help your brother up? Carter refused Hughes's assistance, looking at Kaihuai with earnest eyes. Brother Kaihuai, please accept my gratitude. Had it not been for your generosity in covering my medical expenses, my life would have been forfeit. Without waiting for Kaihuai to respond, he knocked his head 3 times on the ground, proclaiming, such a great kindness cannot go unacknowledged. If ever you need me, Brother Kaihuai, do not hesitate to call. I will not shy away from any challenge. Kaihuai helped Carter to his feet, saying, enough of that. Hughes is my friend. As your brother's friend, how could I stand idly by while you are injured? Now, please get up. After handing the compensation to the waiting priest, Kaihuai led everyone back to the tree. The innkeeper, the girl Sal had seen earlier, indeed had a feast prepared, eagerly awaiting their return. After a long day of toil, Kaihuai and his companions were famished, and after exchanging pleasantries, they dug into the meal. Uega, I never expected your culinary skills to have improved so much in just a few days. You are nearly rivaling me, your master, Kaihuai remarked, picking at his teeth after the meal. Is that so? Then will you teach me a few more recipes? Uega replied, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. Wow, you're an elf, Abi suddenly shouted. Following his pointed finger, everyone noticed the elven ears peeking from beneath Uega's hair, her happiness causing them to reveal themselves. Caught off guard, Uega shyly retreated behind Kaihuai. They are all friends. You needn't be shy, Uega. With your elven heart, you must have already discerned who among us is good and who is not, Kaihuai said with a smile. Gently coaxing Uega from her hiding spot. With her cheeks flushed, Uega looked bashfully at the group. Colin, Marlin, and Angela exchanged glances before stepping forward to grasp Uega's hands. Hello, Uega, may we be friends? To be honest, in our entire lives, we have never seen an elf as beautiful as you. No, I am not beautiful at all. You three sisters are the true beauties. Uega hurriedly replied, her humility evident. The reason Uega referred to Colin and the others as sisters was known only to Kaihuai. She judged the worth of same-gender peers not by age, but by the size of their bosoms. And it was clear that Colin and her companions were in a different league altogether compared to Uega. Uega, my dear sister, since you claim that your current appearance is merely a guise, might you unveil your true self for us to behold? Corinne inquired with curiosity. Very well, given that you are all friends of Kaihuai, revealing myself should pose no issue. Uega contemplated briefly before gently nodding. Stepping back 2 paces, her delicate lips parted, and a series of intricate and incomprehensible elvish words flowed from her mouth. A billowing white mist, rising from the ground, gradually enveloped her entire being. When the haze dissipated, a silver-haired beauty emerged before the crowd. Her skin as soft and rosy as that of an infant, a figure so exquisitely proportioned that adding an ounce would render it plump, while subtracting a mere ounce would render it gaunt. Coupled with large, expressive eyes that seemed to convey thoughts of their own, Kaihuai, though no stranger to her visage, found himself momentarily entranced. In response to his daze, Uega flashed him a faint smile. A beauty that could captivate a city with a single smile and a nation with a second. Even Corinne and the other women present found themselves momentarily spellbound. Quickly, change back. This is quite overwhelming, Kaihuai exclaimed. Jolted back to reality by Uega's smile, noticing the lingering stupor among the crowd, Uega, now restored to her disguise, expressed her concern. Kaihuai, do you think they will be all right? They will be fine. It is merely their first encounter with your true form. And they are simply awestruck by your beauty. I assure you, they will recover shortly. Chapter 8. The chaos of certification. The scale of Wind Belltown may be modest, yet it is replete with all essential facilities. Standing before the Vocational Certification Center, Kaihuai, facing financial ruin, resolved to work as a mercenary for a time to replenish his dwindling coffers. Once again, it was evident that good looks affords certain advantages. No sooner had Kaihuai stepped inside than he was beset by 2 female attendants clad in bunny girl outfits. Upon learning that he sought a vocational qualification, they eagerly volunteered to accompany him through the certification process. The fervent attention of the bunny girls overwhelmed Kaihuai and incited the displeasure of others nearby. A burly man with a bushy beard shouted indignantly, "What nonsense is this? We've been waiting here for ages, and none of you ladies bothered to attend to us. Yet, the moment this pretty boy arrives, you act as though you've been injected with enthusiasm. Could you not at least extend some courtesy to us?" Indeed, the crowd echoed, eager to join the uproar. What are you all clamoring about? Have you looked in the mirror lately? How dare you show your faces in public? The bunny girls retorted disdainfully. What did you say? You little wench, care to repeat that? The would-be exam takers reacted with outrage to the bunny girls' remarks, while the latter stood their ground, engaging in a verbal duel that transformed the hall into a veritable marketplace of chaos. Silence. Do you wish to forfeit your examinations? An elderly man, the highest authority in the establishment, glared at the raucous crowd. His presence immediately silenced the room. What just transpired? Why the uproar? He inquired once calm was restored. This question ignited a cacophony of accusations as both sides pointed fingers at one another. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the elder bellowed, "Silence, all of you." He then abruptly pointed at Kaihuai, who had been observing the spectacle, and demanded, "You there, explain what just happened." In an instant, all eyes turned to Kaihuai, but he scratched his head in embarrassment, gesturing dismissively. "I was merely passing through." The elder, momentarily taken aback by his response, was about to probe further when a man squeezed through the crowd, complaining, "Kaihuai, weren't you supposed to wait for me? Why did you come in without me?" I was curious since I've never been here before. So I came in first. My apologies, Hughes, Kaihuai replied with a smile. I heard a commotion from outside and thought something had happened to you. Are you all right? Just you alone. Where are the others? Kaihuai redirected the conversation. We're right here, he heard as he turned to see Uega. Corinne, Marlene, Angela, Carter, Fan, Moses, Abby, Sal, and Hughes, all familiar faces gathered around him. I apologize for the trouble of everyone coming here to support me, Kaihuai said cheerfully. No need for apologies, had it not been for the expenses incurred in treating Carter's injuries. You wouldn't have needed to work as a mercenary, Hughes replied, shaking his head. Come now, didn't we agree not to mention that? True friendship is worth far more than any magical crystal. By the way, Elder, is this the place for vocational certification? Kaihuai asked the old man beside him. You wish to pursue a vocational qualification? Which vocation do you intend to certify for? The elder asked, instinctively engaging before realizing he had no obligation to respond. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the hall had lightened thanks to his conversation with Hughes, so he chose to overlook his own lapse in decorum and feigned ignorance. Instructing one of the bunny girls, you attend to him. Certainly, the bunny girl replied gleefully. Which vocation do you wish to pursue, handsome? She flirted with Kaihuai. Unfortunately, her advances fell on deaf ears, as he remained oblivious, prompting discontent among the three girls standing behind him, who shot daggers at the preening bunny girl. Hughes, Carter, what do you think would be the best vocation for me to pursue? Kaihuai asked quietly as he took the form Hughes handed him. That depends on what weapons you typically use and your personal attributes. For instance, Carter and I wield swords and are quite robust, so we chose to become swordsmen. Meanwhile, Moses has keen eyesight but lacks the strength for heavy armor, so he opted to be an archer. You should first tell us what weapons you excel with, Hughes advised. With that pretty face of his, he'd be better off charming the noble women than becoming a mercenary, a derisive voice interjected. Kaihuai turned to identify the speaker, a rogue who met his gaze with a mixture of provocation and disdain. Kaihuai smiled and approached the rogue. As he did, over 20 individuals stood up behind the rogue, who wore a triumphant grin, as if to say, what do you think? I have backup. However, Kaihuai acted as if he were oblivious to the crowd and approached the rogue directly, forgoing any verbal sparring and delivering a resounding slap that sent the rogue flying, toppling 3 of his companions in the process. One anticipated Kaihuai would take action. Based on past experiences, simply standing in formation was usually enough to deter others, but today they had encountered someone formidable. Only Hughes and his companions remained unsurprised. After spending time with Kaihuai, they had learned that he was a master of stirring trouble, so they had braced themselves for his arrival. True to form, Kaihuai did not disappoint, launching into action without any preparatory words. The rogue's companions helped him to his feet, only to realize he seemed to have gained weight, particularly around his left cheek. With a few teeth scattered on the ground, the rogue, teary-eyed, turned to his imposing leader and whined, Boss, he hit me. I saw that, the leader replied, his voice low as he glared at Kaihuai, who appeared utterly unfazed. As the leader of a mid-sized mercenary group, he was taken aback that someone would dare strike one of his subordinates in his presence. Yet, observing Kaihuai's nonchalant demeanor, he hesitated, wary of whether this man might be someone of influence. It would be best to avoid conflict if possible. Thus, he cautiously inquired, Who are you to strike my subordinate? Your subordinate's tongue was too sharp and needed discipline, Kaihuai retorted. Could you not simply reason with him instead of resorting to violence? The leader pressed. How amusing. He is not my subordinate, and you have not compensated me, so why should I waste my time on him? Kaihuai replied, chuckling. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. Do you not think you are being overly domineering? Please do not insult dogs. To me, that fellow is beneath even a dog, Kaihuai stated resolutely. As I said, if you wish to fight, then let's proceed. Spare us the prattle. Are you mercenaries or not? It seems peaceful resolution is off the table. Do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers. Bring it on if you have the ability. Thus, the negotiations collapsed, and both sides prepared for combat. Hughes and his companions were not permitted to intervene. After all, if someone was going to take a beating, it should be Kaihuai who enjoyed the experience first. Moreover, he was not yet a mercenary, so fighting mercenaries did not violate any mercenary principles. In a brawl against multiple opponents, a strategy of evasion was the prudent choice. Kaihuai is notorious for seizing opportunities to viciously assault individuals. Virtually everyone who has fallen victim to his wrath finds themselves sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, the group of over 20, constrained by their environment, finds their sorcerers rendered ineffective, and they hesitate to use their weapons for fear of collateral damage, resorting instead to pursuing Kaihuai with their fists. Yet, Kaihuai evades them with the agility of a slippery eel, denying them any chance to encircle him, but in fact, he seizes the opportunity to take down 5 more opponents, despite their utmost caution. Mishaps inevitably occur. Gradually, the number of those inadvertently injured increases, drawing even more participants into the fray. The hall becomes a cacophony of chaos. What began as a confrontation between Kaihuai and a mere 20 individuals escalates. As everyone in the hall joins the melee, each harboring their own grudges, seizing the chance to settle scores, the situation spirals towards uncontrollable mayhem. The eyes of the combatants begin to glisten with a fervent red, their minds consumed by a singular conviction. Regardless of who stands before them, they must strike them down first, at the top of the staircase on the 2nd floor of the certification office. The elderly man who had previously appeared glares down at the bustling hall below, trembling with fury. This is his domain, and the audacity of those who dare to cause a ruckus here is utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, Kaihuai adopts the guise of an innocent child, standing alongside Hughes and others who ascended first, peering curiously at the brawling crowd below. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberates as the floor of the hall is blown apart, causing the combatants to halt in their tracks. Upon looking up, they see a line of sorcerers on the 2nd floor, their spells fully charged, and merely awaiting the elder's command to unleash their wrath upon these ruffians daring to wreak havoc in his territory. With no choice but to cease their fighting, the crowd stands still. The previous brawl had been conducted without weapons, and now, unarmed, they find themselves unable to contend with the poised sorcerers. "Why have you all stopped fighting?" the elder barks at them. The crowd responds with silence. "So you've chosen to retreat? Fine, if you want to fight, I shall attack." At his command, the sorcerers unleash their spells. Fireballs, water orbs, wind blades, and lightning intertwine in a dazzling display, accompanied by the cries of the wounded. Much to the delight of Kaihuai, who watches with gleeful abandon. "Ah, I never imagined magic could be so visually stunning. Uega, look, that fellow, clutching his head and darting around, is the one who wanted to argue with me earlier. How amusing." In response to Kaihuai's gleeful remarks, Hughes and the others maintain a measured distance. Though they too find the spectacle entertaining, their expressions betraying a pretense of sympathy, they cannot afford to be as unrestrained as Kaihuai. Among the sorcerers wreaking havoc in the hall, one overhears Kaihuai's words and decides to teach this gloating individual a lesson. Seizing the moment, he casts a lightning spell at Kaihuai's left arm. To his astonishment, however, Kaihuai shows no sign of being affected. Could it be that his magic has failed? The sorcerer tests his own spell, only to find his hair standing on end, experiencing the fabled sensation of first love. It hasn't failed. Then why does that brat seem completely unharmed? The sorcerer, perplexed, casts another lightning spell at Kaihuai, this time with double the intensity, but is disappointed to see Kaihuai merely scratch the spot on his arm, as if swatting away a mosquito. Feeling slighted, the sorcerer prepares to retaliate, but is interrupted by a voice beside him. "Martin, what are you doing?" Martin glances around, realizing that everyone has paused to watch him, including the very individual he had just attacked. "Nothing. Nothing at all," Martin stammers. Though he suspects he may have stumbled upon something extraordinary, he wisely refrains from disclosing this information until it is confirmed. After the chaos subsides, Kaihuai departs with the certification personnel. Martin makes his way to the office of the certification office director, eager to share his discovery. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." The director, Matthew, exclaims, nearly unable to believe his ears, gripping Martin's collar. "Yes, director. Earlier, under your orders. We were teaching a lesson to those unruly mercenaries, and one individual was so ostentatious that he stood by, mocking us that I thought to teach him a lesson, but when I struck him with 2 lightning spells in succession, he appeared completely unfazed. Could it be that he possesses some sort of anti-magic artifact?" Matthew muses, contemplating the possibility. "That seems unlikely. I targeted his arm, and he was wearing a sleeveless warrior's outfit, devoid of any adornments or artifacts. If what you say is true, then this individual is indeed worthy of further study. Do you happen to know his name?" Matthew inquires. "I heard his companions call him Kaihuai." Martin promptly replies. Matthew nods slightly, pressing a blue button on his desk, which conjures a virtual image of a bunny girl. "Matthew-sama, how may I assist you?" The virtual bunny girl inquires, bowing politely. "Summon the leaders of all the guilds in town and inform them that I have made a significant discovery. Confidentiality is paramount." Understood. Please hold on. We will make the necessary arrangements. After another bow, the bunny girl vanishes. Matthew closes his eyes in contemplation, then rises to leave. Martin quickly follows suit. After confirming which room the individual named Kaihuai is in for testing, Matthew strides toward the testing chamber. Eager to see for himself, he believes that seeing is believing. Martin approaches the door to open it for Matthew. The door suddenly collapses, knocking him over like a fly, leaving only his limbs visible outside. Twitching slightly, Matthew carefully navigates around the fallen door and peers inside. The room is in disarray, and his subject of interest stands there muttering to himself, with keen hearing. Matthew can faintly discern, "This isn't my fault. It really isn't my fault." Ahem. Matthew coughs to announce his presence, stepping into the room to survey the scene. That he pats the staff member, now in a daze, and asks, "What transpired here?" The dazed individual, as if just awakening, stutters while pointing at Kaihuai. It was this guy. During the strength test, he broke the strength stone, causing a small explosion, and this is the result. Upon hearing the staff member shift the blame onto him, Kaihuai quickly interjects, "It's not my fault. Really, before the test, I asked how much force I could use, and the person told me to use as much as I could, so I followed his advice. And this is what happened." "Oh, is that so?" Matthew nods, maintaining a calm demeanor while feeling astonished internally. The purpose of the strength stone is to measure an individual's strength, and its durability is typically quite high. To shatter a strength stone with bare hands, even one that has seen better days, is remarkable. Matthew scrutinizes Kaihuai, unable to reconcile his own eyes with the sight before him. If he had not witnessed it firsthand, he would never believe that this individual is human. In terms of sheer strength, he resembles more of a beast man. Moreover, the thought that this individual might possess a rare magic immunity piques Matthew's interest even further. "Hey, are you going to continue the testing? If I pass, hurry and issue me a mercenary badge." Kaihuai, under the impression that he has encountered a fabled ancient glass, urges the staff. Matthew's piercing gaze unsettles him. He wishes to escape this contentious situation as quickly as possible. The staff member hesitates, glancing at Matthew for guidance. Matthew waves his hand dismissively, commanding, "Resume the testing. It will be intriguing to see what other surprises this little fellow holds. By the way, let me, the thief saint, oversee the upcoming tests." Upon hearing Matthew's declaration, the staff member becomes excited, while Kaihuai shrugs indifferently, offering no comment. His nonchalant demeanor surprises Matthew. After all, he is a thief saint, and yet this young man shows no excitement upon learning that he would be personally tested by Matthew. Has the title of thief saint become so undervalued? Feeling somewhat slighted, Matthew admonishes Kaihuai, "Listen closely, young man. I will be the one conducting your test. I heard you loud and clear. It's just a change of tester. Right? Hurry up. I'm quite busy. I promised my friends that I would cook dinner for them today as a token of gratitude for their support. I need to finish this test quickly to buy ingredients at the market." Matthew almost chokes on his breath in disbelief. To his astonishment, he found that no single meal held any significance, and feeling resentful, he said to Kai with a hint of bravado, "I am the master thief, responsible for administering your test. Do you not feel even the slightest thrill within you?" Oh, thrilled. I am indeed thrilled. Shall we commence the test?" Kai replied with an air of impatience, dismissing him. Matthew, unwilling to engage in Kai's triviality, trudged ahead. Dejected, he overheard Kai quietly advising his companions, "Everyone, be cautious. The individual ahead claims to be the master thief, a thief among thieves, so guard your wallets closely." Matthew stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Could it be that he, the illustrious master thief, would stoop to robbing a bunch of impoverished souls? If he desired money, it would be delivered to him without hesitation upon a mere request. Anger surged within him as he contemplated confronting this defamer to elucidate the distinction between a master thief and a petty thief. Yet, considering the value of the man behind him, he realized he could not afford to offend him. Scaring him away would incur significant losses, just as Martin, who had been knocked unconscious by a door, regained consciousness and was still trying to crawl out from beneath it. He suddenly felt an immense force pressing down on the wooden door above him. A wave of suffocation washed over him. Darkness engulfed him once more. Fortunately, the room staff arrived to move the door, saving his life. "Your strength has passed the test, and now you shall proceed to the practical examination. Matthew informed Yi Kai as they walked. After Yi Kai nodded in understanding, Matthew pointed to the 3 individuals who had been waiting in the room and said, "You will select one of them as your opponent if you defeat your adversary. You will pass the examination and obtain professional certification." Among the 3 contenders, 2 were middle-aged men, dressed as a warrior and a fighter, while the third was a young female swordswoman. Why Yi Kai chose the warrior? His reasoning was twofold. The warrior was the strongest among the trio, and he preferred not to strike a woman. As the duel commenced, the warrior Johnny, selected as Yi Kai's opponent, cautiously and slowly maneuvered with his shield in his left hand and sword in his right. Hoping to uncover a flaw in his opponent's defenses, his instincts told him that this young man was formidable. Why Yi Kai, with his gun held horizontally and the barrel slightly elevated, kept it aimed directly at Johnny. Seeing no openings, Johnny decided to test the waters and executed a warrior technique, charging forward with his shield raised. Observing from the sidelines, Hughes and Carter immediately stood up, anxiously watching Yi Kai. They, too, were warriors and recognized that Johnny was at least a level 6 warrior based on his charge. Like a bull breaking through the wind, Johnny charged at Yi Kai. A direct collision would surely result in severe injury. Hughes and the others held their breath, fearful for Yi Kai's safety. In a swift maneuver, Yi Kai sidestepped, narrowly evading Johnny's attack. Onlookers, including Hughes, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Johnny, realizing his attack had failed, quickly halted and raised his shield again, slowly closing in on Yi Kai. Yi Kai, maintaining his stance with the long gun, used its length to keep Johnny at bay. Johnny circled Yi Kai twice, unable to find any weaknesses. Knowing he could not afford to continue in this manner, Johnny smirked and said, "Young man, are you not aware that there is a time limit for the test? If the time elapses and you have not defeated me, you will be deemed the loser." Johnny hoped to instill a sense of urgency in Yi Kai, hoping that haste would lead to mistakes, thus granting him a chance at victory. However, little did he know, this clever ruse would backfire. Initially, Yi Kai had been contemplating how to win without causing harm. Yet, upon being reminded of the time constraint, he resolved to act decisively. Hughes, overhearing this exchange, turned to Carter, puzzled. "Carter, was there a time limit during our test?" "None whatsoever. I distinctly recall that our test had no such constraints. We merely needed to defeat the examiner," Carter replied. "Then why?" Hughes glanced at Matthew, seeking an explanation. Unfazed, Matthew asked, "When did you undergo your test?" "Last year." "Oh, that explains it. This is a new regulation for this year." Hughes. Yi Kai, however, had no time to entertain Matthew's fabrications to placate Hughes and the others. He was acutely aware that his test had a time limit, and failing to defeat his opponent within that time frame would render his efforts futile. Although he lacked proficiency in marksmanship, Yi Kai had no intention of relying on shooting skills. This time, he intended to wield the gun like a club. All he needed was to knock his examiner off the stage. With a sweeping strike reminiscent of 1,000 soldiers, he aimed to strike Johnny at the waist. Johnny, sensing an opportunity, raised his left shield determinately, hoping to deflect Yi Kai's advancing spear and then use his sword to subdue the now exposed Yi Kai. It must be said that Johnny's strategy was sound and conventional. Yet he made a critical error that he misjudged the disparity in strength between himself and Yi Kai. When shield met spear, the outcome was far from what Johnny had envisioned. Rather than deflecting the spear, he felt as though the world around him had shifted, and only when he crashed heavily onto the ground did he realize he had been struck and sent flying. Onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Yi Kai, who stood in the center of the arena, equally perplexed. "I didn't even exert my full strength just now. Could it be that this warrior named Johnny went easy on me? Does this count as a victory?" Yi Kai asked Matthew, who stood outside the arena. Matthew stared at Yi Kai, momentarily dazed, before nodding slowly. "Ah, indeed, I have won. This means I have passed the test and can be considered a bona fide mercenary," Yi Kai joyfully exclaimed to Hughes and the others outside. However, just as he turned to face them, Hughes shouted in a panic, "Watch out behind you." Reacting instinctively, Yi Kai swiftly sidestepped and turned around, only to find the young female swordswoman glaring at him with fury. "What are you doing?" Yi Kai asked, irritated. "Seeking vengeance." "Ah." Yi Kai was taken aback, raising his gun to block her descending sword. "I don't know you. What grievance could you possibly have with me? You injured my brother." "Who is your brother?" "The one you just fought." Following the swordswoman's gaze, Yi Kai looked at Johnny, who lay on the ground. Amusement and exasperation mingled within him as he suddenly exerted force, sending the swordswoman's sword flying from her grasp. Irritated, he exclaimed, "He is not dead. A little time to recover and he'll be fine. Is it really necessary for you to attempt to kill me? Humph, his arm is broken. Ah, just reattach it then. How easy you speak. Why don't you try reattaching it?" I will. Yi Kai strode over to the injured Johnny and examined his wounded arm. Seeing Yi Kai's intention to assist Johnny, everyone gathered around. The swordswoman followed closely, her face a mask of concern as she asked, "Are you sure you can do this? Don't take any reckless chances." "Rest assured," Yi Kai replied with a casual demeanor. As they observed Yi Kai's nonchalance, the onlookers felt an inexplicable sense of relief. However, Yi Kai's expression suddenly shifted, and he shouted toward the ceiling, "Assassin!" Even Johnny, who had been anxiously watching Yi Kai, instinctively looked up at the ceiling, puzzled about the whereabouts of the supposed assassin. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his injured arm, unable to suppress a scream. "Ah!" Everyone initially thought Johnny had been attacked, bending down to investigate. They saw Johnny gripping Yi Kai's collar with both hands, furiously scolding, "You bastard! Do you want to make my injury worse?" "Johnny, your arm." Matthew stammered, wide-eyed, pointing at Johnny's arm. "Ah, what happened to my arm?" "Oh," Johnny exclaimed, astonished to discover that his previously immobile arm was now moving freely. Chapter 10. Heavy losses. You? How did you do that? Matthew asked Yi Kai, his surprise evident. Why Yi Kai, slightly bewildered by Matthew's astonishment, internally scoffed. "Humph, master thief indeed. Can't even grasp the basics of realignment. That title can't possibly be earned through deceit. It's nothing extraordinary, merely a dislocated bone, once realigned." "There are no issues," Yi Kai said, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance, as if what he had just done was an everyday occurrence, turning to call Hughes and the others to leave. He noticed their equally astonished expressions. Perplexed, he leaned closer to Hughes and whispered, "Hughes, is realigning a dislocated bone really that challenging?" "Yes, it truly is quite difficult," Hughes admitted, nodding slightly, his tone laced with envy as he remarked, "I initially thought you were merely stronger than us. But it appears you surpass us in other aspects as well. At least we do not possess this unique skill of bone realignment." Yi Kai chuckled foolishly. Amused by Hughes's envy, Yi Kai felt a twinge of irony, if given the choice. He would prefer to lack this skill. That way, he could lead an entirely different life. Consider this. Had he not mastered the art of bone setting, his father would not have taken him to exhume graves. Without that venture into grave robbing, he would not have been transported to this world. Yet, in this realm, there exists no remedy for regret. Lamenting serves no purpose. After all, the more skills one possesses, the better prepared one is for the future. As fate would have it, those skills are indeed needed now. "Hugh, would you like to learn? I can teach you," Yi Kaihuai offered to Hughes. "Is that truly possible?" Hughes inquired, his eyes alight with excitement. "Of course. I am a man of my word," Yi Kaihuai replied with a smile. "That is splendid. Thank you, Kaihuai. May I impose upon you further?" Hughes asked tentatively. "Speak your mind. This may be somewhat excessive, but you are undoubtedly the strongest among us." "I would like to request your guidance for a while, if you would be willing," Hughes ventured. "Not a problem. I had already promised to teach the Minotaur's technique in a few days. If you are interested, you may join us for mutual progress." Yi Kaihuai readily agreed to Hughes's request. "It's settled then." Hughes nodded eagerly. From their interactions over the past few days, it was evident that Yi Kaihuai was not of humble origins like himself. He likely hailed from nobility. Establishing a good rapport with him could secure a promising future for both himself and his companions. Hughes and the others urged Matthew to expedite the processing of Yi Kaihuai's professional qualification certificate so they could return home sooner. Meanwhile, Matthew, stalling for time, inwardly cursed the old geezers who had yet to arrive. Where are they? Did they overexert themselves last night and now cannot rise? Upon escorting Yi Kaihuai to the office, Matthew greeted him with a broad smile. "Yi, my young friend, would you be interested in participating in a rather intriguing activity?" "Not at all," Yi Kaihuai replied bluntly, gazing at Matthew's weathered face with unvarnished honesty. "Why not?" Matthew was taken aback by Yi Kaihuai's refusal. "My grandfather once told me that those who are overly cheerful often harbor ulterior motives. We are not related, and this is merely our first meeting. Yet you, a man of considerable stature within the Thieves' Guild, are bustling about for my sake. You must have an agenda. Kaihuai fixed his gaze on Matthew, offering a definitive conclusion. Why must you be so hurtful, young man? At my age, would I truly wish you harm? I merely wish to promote your talents, Matthew stammered, avoiding Kaihuai's penetrating gaze. Kaihuai regarded Matthew with disdain, his eyes conveying a singular message. You lie. Name your terms that I confess. I am intrigued by your bone-setting skills. Realizing Kaihuai was not easily deceived like other young folk he had encountered, Matthew selectively acknowledged one of his motives for approaching him. This was the advantage of being in control. If you desire something from me, you must abide by my rules. If you refuse to comply, then I am afraid you shall not partake. Had you simply stated your desire to learn, I would have been more than willing to teach you. So you are agreeing? Matthew's face lit up with joy. Indeed, but I must charge a fee. Very well, name your price. Discussing money feels rather crass. My fee merely involves asking you for a few favors. No problem. What would you like me to assist with? Matthew urged. Previously lamenting the tardiness of his old friends, he now wished they would remain absent. Good things are best enjoyed alone. Firstly, regarding my friends. Their abilities are rather limited, primarily due to their inability to purchase expensive skill books. Could you procure some for them? Certainly. What professions do your friends hold? I must inform you, the highest level skill books I possess only reach level 8. Anything beyond that is unavailable. After some contemplation, Matthew nodded in agreement. My friends consist of 2 warriors, 2 mages, 1 rogue, 1 archer, and 1 priest. Very well, I shall provide each of them with a set of skill books, from novice to level 7. Level 8 is unattainable due to stringent requirements for acquisition. That is more than sufficient. I am already grateful for the level 7 books, and I shall not be greedy. Now, for my second request, as you have observed. My friends currently possess inadequate equipment. Would you be able to sponsor them? I have several spare sets of equipment. They may have them. Matthew gritted his teeth as he conceded. Simultaneously, he reassured himself that without risk, one cannot gain reward. You are exceedingly generous. It is truly an honor to know you, Kaihuai expressed sincerely. Before shifting the conversation, for my third condition, my friend's physical health is rather poor. Could you provide them with some restorative potions? Very well. As for my fourth condition, my friends, agreed. After a short while, Kaihuai emerged from Matthew's office, arms laden with an abundance of possessions. The onlookers, including Hughes, mistakenly assumed that Kaihuai had just plundered the Thieves' Guild leader. As the door to the office closed, Hughes caught a glimpse of Matthew, the guild leader, sitting dumbfounded at his desk, clutching a piece of paper and trembling, just as Kaihuai and his companions departed the professional qualification office. 3 elderly men staggered in behind them. Upon entering Matthew's office, they found him dazed, staring blankly at the paper in his hand. A red-haired elder approached and patted Matthew on the shoulder, asking, "Hey, brother, what is the matter? Who's been bullying you? Speak up, and we shall avenge you." Startled by the touch, Matthew snapped back to reality and, looking at the group, could not help but complain, "Why did you arrive so late?" The others exchanged glances, puzzled by Matthew's unusual demeanor. "Brother, what happened?" the red-haired elder inquired. Where has my prized wine gone?" A voice of confusion rang out, causing an uneasy feeling to wash over the elders. They immediately began searching their hiding spots in the office. To their dismay, all their treasured items had vanished. "Matthew, what in the world is going on? Provide us with an explanation," the 3 elders demanded, their eyes blazing with fury. The professional qualification office was established by a coalition of guilds across the continent to categorize the occupational ranks of their members. For instance, if one is a level 4 warrior but a task requires a level 5 warrior or above, that individual must pass an examination at the professional qualification office to attain level 5 status before being eligible for the task. This system aims to maximize the safety of those adventurers who might otherwise overestimate their capabilities and to ensure a fresh influx of talent in various professions. However, where there are people, there will be conflict, and to prevent corruption within the professional qualification office, the guilds established a rotation system whereby the office leader is selected from among the guild leaders of the town. This month, it was Matthew's turn as the leader of the Thieves' Guild. "Quiet down, everyone, and listen to me," Matthew shouted over the clamoring crowd. "Speak, we are all ears," replied the red-haired elder, the leader of the Warriors' Guild, in a deep voice. "Have any of you encountered someone who could wield a spear like a club, dislocating the arm of an 8th-level warrior, only to subsequently heal that same warrior? Are you suggesting you met such a person today? Inquired the white-haired elder, the leader of the Mages Guild. Indeed, I did. Moreover, this individual possesses an undefined ability. What ability? They asked in unison. I learned from one of the staff members, Martin, that during the commotion at the office today, he secretly attacked someone with lightning magic. Yet neither of his attempts bore any fruit. So, you are implying that you discovered an immensely powerful individual who is immune to magic, spoke up the previously silent Archer Guild leader. Correct, Matthew affirmed gravely. But what does this have to do with our missing treasures? The Archer leader pressed. Well, after the testing concluded, he intended to leave to delay him until your arrival. I agreed to a few conditions with him. But you all took your time to arrive. What conditions did you agree to? The white-haired elder asked nervously. Sensing impending trouble, after hearing the conditions Matthew had conceded to Kaihuai, the three elders could hardly contain their fury, wishing to unite against Matthew. It turned out, unbeknownst to them, that they had been sold out by their own comrade. Suddenly, Bailon recalled something and shouted, the conditions you promised to that fellow Kaihuai did not include giving us the treasured items. So what about our belongings? Well, at that time, the lad mentioned he had taken a fancy to some things in this room and hoped I could gift them to him. I mistakenly thought he was referring to the decor, so I casually agreed. Little did I know, as soon as I consented, he seemed to have prior knowledge of everything and proceeded to uncover each item you had hidden in the room, Matthew replied. Chagrined, let's teach him a lesson. After a brief silence, Hyder exclaimed and charged at Matthew, igniting a chaotic brawl in the office of the director of the Professional Certification Bureau. Hughes, Carter, and others gazed blankly at the heap of items piled on the table. Beside them, Fan swallowed hard and quietly asked Kaihuai, I say, Kaihuai, you aren't truly planning to rob that old man from the Certification Bureau, are you? No, these were all given to me by him. In fact, that director named Matthew is a decent fellow. Come, let us quickly divide these items. Once we are done, I have something to announce to you all. Everyone understood that matters were not as simple as Kaihuai suggested. However, since Kaihuai did not wish to divulge any further, they would not press him if trouble arose. They would simply share the burden with him. Without hesitation, Hughes and the others stepped forward to claim gear and skill books suitable for themselves. What is this? Uega, who had come to join the commotion, picked up a small notebook with a black cover and curiously inquired. Before Kaihuai could intervene, the book was already opened. Uega glanced at it and, as if scalded, dropped it on the floor, her face flushed as she admonished Kaihuai. Kaihuai, you truly are a bad influence, huh? Kaihuai was taken aback by Uega's accusation. He had merely accepted what Matthew had given him without inspecting it closely. What kind of book could cause Uega to react like that? Kaihuai wondered, while Marlene, standing by the book, curiously picked it up and opened it to take a look. Dante, look. Uega cried out, but it was too late. Marlene had already seen it. Ah, the young girl exclaimed, as though bitten by the book, and immediately tossed it away. Landing it right into Kaihuai's arms, he casually opened it, and then realized, oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just a volume of Madame Rose. The mention of Madame Rose instantly captivated the attention of all the men present. While the young ladies blushed, it must be noted that Madame Rose was one of the most popular books in the capital. Onping, that to put it bluntly, it was akin to an otherworldly version of Playboy Tiger and Leopard. You get the drift. The atmosphere turned awkward, and the young ladies, feeling embarrassed, hurried upstairs. In the hall, only a group of adolescent males remained. Fan leaned over and whispered, Kaihuai, hurry and bring out the book so we can all appreciate it together. Kaihuai, observing the awkward grins on Hughes and the others as they slowly congregated, felt a wave of amusement, having cultivated to the point of having seen all manner of adult literature in his past life. He found little intrigue in this rudimentary hand-drawn booklet. However, seeing the eager expressions on Hughes and the others, he refrained from disparaging their interests. After all, everyone has their own hobbies. It was merely that he had grown weary of such things after seeing too many. He casually handed the booklet to Fan and made his way toward the bathroom, intending to take a shower and rest. Today had been rather eventful, and he was feeling fatigued. However, just as he reached the bathroom door, he heard a commotion from the hall, followed by Fan's anguished scream. Corinne, you don't need to use a fireball on me just for burning a book. I feel like I'm being roasted alive. Humph. Serves you right. Who told you to look at that kind of book? I warn you, if you dare to do it again, when we return to the capital, I will definitely inform Penny about this. Corinne's voice echoed from upstairs. The name Penny held a peculiar power. Upon hearing it, Fan immediately fell silent. Standing at the bathroom door, Kaihuai sympathetically glanced at Fan, who was now completely charred, and stepped into the bathroom. He had heard Hughes mention Penny. She was Fan's childhood sweetheart. At this point, Fan had reached a stage where he dared not act rashly upon hearing her name. One could only imagine how dire his situation would be once they were married. Chapter 11. On the run. In the misty forest, Hughes and Carter swung their heavy swords, clearing a path, due to the persistent gravity spell cast on them by Abby, at Kaihuai's behest. What used to be an easy task now felt intensely laborious. "Brother, do you think that method Kaihuai mentioned will work?" Carter panted, having just chopped down a small tree the width of a bowl. "Not sure. But I believe it should be effective. Kaihuai doesn't strike me as someone who speaks without thought, and since I've known him, he has never lied to us, right? I trust his character." "Brother, it sounds like you doubt him." "I too believe in him. Even if his method ultimately fails, I won't hold it against him." "Heh, enough chatter, let us get to work. Although we are friends, if we fail to meet his expectations, we will bear the consequences tonight." Carter, upon hearing Hughes' words, seemed to recall something dreadful and hastily swung his sword, continuing to clear a path. 50 meters away, Kaihuai and the others were resting. Corinne, looking worried, asked Kaihuai, "Kaihuai, is it really all right for us to just walk away like this? Yuega is just a girl. Can she handle those guild leaders in the tree?" As soon as she finished speaking, the others present nodded in agreement, reflecting their shared concern. "Rest assured, Yuega will be just fine." "Truly, if you don't believe me, let me share a story that recently occurred in the tree. After you hear it, you will no longer worry." Kaihuai reassured them. "Well, do tell us what happened," Corinne said, somewhat skeptical that a single story could allay her fears. "This incident actually took place last month, shortly after I arrived in Winchim Town. At that time, I had yet to befriend Yuega and was merely an ordinary tenant in the tree. The situation was quite straightforward. The former leader of the town's warrior guild, inebriated, attempted to harass Yuega. I happened to be present and intervened, subduing the intoxicated guild leader and escorting him out of the tree. The next day, that same guild leader returned with a group, demanding that the tree hand me over or else they would demolish it. Fortunately, Yuega's uncle returned that day, and upon learning of the incident, he wasted no time in teaching a lesson to everyone, including the guild leader. Not long after, the guild leader was reassigned to a remote village as a guard, overseeing a handful of people, likely never to return. Kaihuai, are you saying that Yuega's uncle physically dealt with the former leader of the warrior guild in Winchim Town?" Fan asked incredulously. "Indeed, I was there. The guild leader stood no chance of retaliation." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, I was just curious about Yuega's uncle's identity. Have you deduced anything?" "More or less." "Then do share your thoughts with me." "All right. First, let me explain the hierarchy on the continent. Regardless of the profession, there are 12 levels, and any guild leader must be at least level 9. Assuming the guild leader is a level 9 warrior, Yuega's uncle must be at least level 10, which means he holds a saintly rank. Level 10 is indeed the saintly rank. What about level 11? Kaihuai inquired with curiosity. Level 11 is simply the original title with the prefix great added. Great? How ridiculous. And level 12? There is no such thing as level 12. That is the level of deities. It is said that in ancient times, there were individuals of level 12, but they all perished during a cataclysmic war. Currently, there are no level 12 beings in the world, and even those of level 11 total less than 50 across the entire continent, combining all professions. Fan, you seem quite keen on gathering information. Indeed. My childhood dream has always been to become a professional scout, hence I chose the rogue profession when I applied, Fan said with enthusiasm. A rogue is equivalent to a scout. Generally, good scouts often come from a rogue background, Fan patiently explained to Kaihuai. Kaihuai pondered this. Scouting enemy movements and a rogue's reconnaissance seemed quite similar. Footsteps approached as Hughes and Carter returned. Hughes addressed Kaihuai. Kaihuai, we have completed the task you assigned to us, brothers. What do we do next? Do not rush. Take a moment to rest. Once Moses and Sal return, we shall set forth. What did you say? That rascal Kaihuai has left. Where could he possibly have gone? Matthew questioned, a hint of desperation lacing his voice as he confronted the innkeeper's wife, who was smiling at them. To think they had hurried here early in the morning, only to arrive a step too late. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of that. They were merely guests at my inn. How could I possibly know their destination? Yuga responded with a smile, addressing Matthew's inquiry. Young lady, that Yi Kaihuai is, in truth, a notorious scoundrel, a thief of hearts. With over 20 young maidens like yourself fallen victim to his treachery, we are here to apprehend him and avenge those he has wronged. Do not let his charming facade deceive you. By Lon. The president of the Magic Guild pushed Matthew aside and spoke to Yugu with an air of mystery, as though he were her savior. Yet Yugu was not so easily fooled. She was well aware of Bai Lan's character. Nearly 60 years of age, he had married a woman just 18, whom he had once taught. What exactly, one could only speculate, considering the rumors of his indiscretions with married women that had earned him many enemies. Had he not been fleet of foot, he would likely have met a grim fate long ago. Thus, when Bai Lan accused Yu Kaihuai of being a serial rapist and murderer, Yugu, along with the others who accompanied him, were expressions of disbelief. I apologize, sir, but once again, Yu Kaihuai is simply a lodger at my inn, and I have no obligation to know his whereabouts, Yugu replied calmly to Bai Lan. Enough of your pretense. I warn you, if you do not surrender Yi Kaihuai to me today, I shall see to it that your inn is shut down. Matthew's words came out in a rush of anger. Yet, one could not help but feel pity for him. Having lost so much to Yi Kaihuai, he was left with nothing but a skeletal illustration. All his skill books and treasured equipment had been rendered worthless, which explained his current state of agitation. However, Yugu was unconcerned. In her eyes, Matthew's motives for approaching Yi Kaihuai were far from pure, and he had brought this misfortune upon himself. After all, why would Yu Kaihuai deceive anyone else, if not Matthew? Silence, Matthew. Cease your foolishness. The president of the Warrior Guild, Heidel, stepped forward to pull Matthew back, handing him over to the Swordsman Guild leader, Cook, and turned to Yugu with sincere eyes, saying, I apologize, Miss Yugu. That young man, Yi Kaihuai, has taken something that does not belong to him from us, and we wish to retrieve it. I am truly sorry, sir, but I have no knowledge of Yi Kaihuai's whereabouts. I have not seen him since early this morning and am utterly in the dark as to where he might be. Yugu replied earnestly to Heidel. Heidel, why waste your breath on her? Take her into custody. I refuse to believe that Yi Kaihuai will not reveal himself. Matthew broke free from Cook's grasp, lunging towards Yugu. However, before his hands could reach her, a cold snort echoed from behind, causing everyone to turn. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, leaned against the door, observing them with a frosty gaze. Who might you be? Heidel inquired. The giant glanced at him, ignoring the question, and strode towards Yugu. Ignored, Heidel's face flushed with indignation as he reached for his sword to teach the arrogant man a lesson. Quick as a flash, Cook restrained Heidel's hand, whispering, Do not act rashly. Your predecessor was defeated by him. Heidel was taken aback by the revelation. He had heard of his predecessor, a warrior of equal caliber, now lamenting his fate in a remote village after crossing a formidable noble. Grateful, Heidel cast a thankful glance at Cook and nodded slightly. Uncle, you have returned. It must have been a long journey. Yugu greeted the approaching giant with a respectful bow. My dear, have you been well here on your own? Has anyone tried to bully you? The giant asked with a warm smile. Everything is just fine. Uncle W, by the way, I hope your journey was not too arduous. Please, take a seat while I prepare a few dishes I have recently learned that I would love for you to taste them. Oh, how delightful. I shall be in for a treat. Go on, dear, I shall handle things here. Thank you for your kindness, uncle. Once Yugu had departed, the giant's demeanor shifted, and he addressed Matthew and the others with a chilling tone. You there, return whence you came. You are not welcome here. Is that so? Your words seem rather presumptuous, Bai Lan retorted defiantly. If you refuse to leave, I have far worse measures at my disposal. Would you care to test my resolve? You. Bai Lan stuttered, rendered speechless by indignation. Are you aware of my formidable strength? Knowing this, why would you dare to come here seeking trouble? Are you truly so impatient for death? We have no intention of causing trouble. We are merely searching for someone, Heidel explained to the giant. And whom might that be? A scoundrel by the name of Yi Kaihuai. Matthew seethed through clenched teeth. Yi Kaihuai. What has he done to you? Allow me to explain. Matthew recounted how Yi Kaihuai had tricked them and made off with their treasures. The giant chuckled and advised. I offer you a word of caution. Do not entertain thoughts of confronting that Yi Kaihuai. He has powerful allies you cannot afford to offend. Are you merely trying to frighten us? Bai Lan questioned skeptically. Believe it or not. That is your choice, the giant scoffed. But let me give you a hint. The chief grand mage of the Aolong Empire bears the surname Yi. Chapter 12. The ongoing training after leaving the tree. Matthew. Filled with frustration, asked the three companions beside him. Are we truly going to let this matter rest? Rest? What more would you have us do? If that Kaihuai is indeed related to the chief Mage Yizhan, as the innkeeper suggested, then seeking trouble with him would be tantamount to courting death, Bailon retorted, exasperated. But what if the innkeeper was lying to us? Better to err on the side of caution. What if he speaks the truth? Perhaps we should wait for Kaihuai to return and approach him cautiously, avoiding confrontation for now. Once we ascertain his identity, we can decide how to proceed. What do you all think? Heidel proposed. This prudent strategy garnered unanimous agreement among the group. They resolved not to act impulsively until they had verified Kaihuai's identity, with Heidel designated to make initial contact when he next appeared, while the others would conduct discreet investigations. After all, it was Heidel's suggestion that led to this plan. Yugu served the dishes she had prepared, watching her uncle devour them with gusto, and said, "Uncle, you truly are impressive. With just a few words, you sent those troublesome fellows packing." Of course, I, Yin Kai-shan, am not one to be trifled with. That it is but a trivial matter for a sword saint to deal with such ruffians, he boasted between mouthfuls. Uncle, you are remarkable. Would you tell me how you managed to chase them away? I was in the kitchen and missed your heroic display. Certainly, I told them. You wretched scoundrels, do you dare disturb the peace in broad daylight? Have you no fear of death? And then I pretended to draw my sword. They were so frightened they fled in a panic. And that was how the matter was resolved. Uncle, you have known Kaihuai for only a short time. How have you already picked up his penchant for exaggeration? Yugu replied. Her forehead creased in exasperation at her uncle's overblown tale. Dear girl, what is it you truly wish to inquire about? Surely, as your uncle, I can discern your thoughts, Yin Kaishan said, winking at her playfully. Then, uncle, will you tell me? Yugu blushed and pleaded. Of course I will. If my dear niece has questions, it is my duty to answer. During my investigation, I discovered that it is highly likely that Kaihuai is related to the chief grand Mage Yizhan of the Aolong Empire. What evidence do you have? Through my inquiries, I found that among the noble heirs of the Aolong Empire, only the grandson of that old Koot Yizhan displays a personality akin to Kaihuai's, and both share the surname Yi. Additionally, I uncovered that Yizhan's grandson ran away from home due to an engagement arranged without his consent, which coincides with what Kaihuai mentioned during our idle chatter. Uncle, please stop. Seeing his niece's expression falter, Yun Kaishan gently urged, My dear niece, there are many admirable men in this world. Why must you fixate on him? Your identities are destined to be incompatible. Why must you torment yourself? Besides, he remains unaware of your feelings. Perhaps it would be best to simply forget him. Uncle, I am feeling rather weary. I shall retire to my room for a while. You can look after the inn. Very well. Take some time to rest and contemplate my advice. As Yuga slowly made her way down the path, she reached the stairway and, in an almost inaudible whisper, whether to Yun Kaishan or to herself, she murmured, One cannot simply forget their feelings for another. Watching Yugu ascend with a hint of concern, Yun Kaishan resolved to turn back and have a serious discussion with Kaihuai. 2 weeks later, within the misty forest, Hughes, Carter, and the Minotaur Sal were running for their lives. There was no choice but to run with all their might, pursued by a horde of frenzied boars. If they did not run desperately, they would surely meet their demise. The training that Kaihuai had set for them had reached a level that could only be described as absurd. They understood exercising with gravity spells and chopping wood, but setting fire to the lair of the boars was beyond their comprehension. If one burned down a home, would the inhabitants simply let it go? Having finally shaken off their pursuers, Hughes, Carter, and Sal collapsed onto the ground, and Carter shook his head, addressing Hughes. Brother, I simply cannot endure this any longer. Racing against the forest's beasts every day, when will it end? I am a warrior, not a rogue. I wish to face my foes head-on, not flee in terror. As he spoke, Carter's voice grew louder until he could no longer restrain himself and let out a furious shout, as though attempting to release all his pent-up frustrations. Stop shouting. Conserve your strength. Our training regimen is still relatively mild. Consider Moses, who trained his eyesight to the point of becoming cross-eyed, or how Colin and Marlin used to practice magic with Van as their living target. I believe we should count ourselves fortunate, Hughes advised Carter. But, brother, is this method truly effective? Of course it is, came a voice from above. The three looked up to see Kaihuai perched on a thick branch, swinging his feet and observing them. Come on, We can discuss matters back at the camp. It's almost time for dinner. Kaihuai leaped down from the tree and beckoned the others. Kaihuai, Carter meant no offense earlier. He was simply feeling a bit impatient. Please do not take it the wrong way, Hughes explained as he approached Kaihuai. No worries, Hughes. I bear no ill will. To be honest, I suspect you also believe this training is not particularly beneficial, Kaihuai remarked. At this, Hughes gazed into Kaihuai's eyes, pausing in silence for a moment before finally nodding in honest agreement. Let us return. I promise to provide you with a satisfactory answer. Once at the camp, Kaihuai clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone, please halt your activities. I have something to say. The trainees paused and gathered around Kaihuai. Once everyone was present, he began. We have now been in the Misty Forest for half a month, and I would like you to see the results of your training during this time. While it may seem brief, I believe you will notice some improvement. Abby, please lift the gravity spell from everyone. Sure thing, Abby responded, waving her hand. Everyone felt a sudden lightness, which was somewhat disorienting. Take a moment to move about and feel your current state, Kaihuai instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the group eagerly began to stretch and test their newfound agility. The most profound changes were felt by the warriors Hughes and Carter. The swords they usually wielded felt significantly lighter in their hands. They swung them a few times with ease. Brother, let us spar and see how we fare, Carter exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. All right, Hughes nodded in agreement, sharing his brother's enthusiasm. Ignoring the duel between the siblings, Kaihuai turned to Colin and Marlin. Colin, Marlin, why not attack Van as you usually would? The sisters cast a spell at Van. But this time, he surprisingly evaded it. Colin's eyes widened in disbelief as she threw another spell, only for Van to dodge once more. The sisters exchanged glances and nodded slightly, beginning to alternate their magical assaults, while Van seemed almost ghost-like, evading each spell effortlessly. Incredible, simply astonishing, Abby murmured, watching the five engage in their training with fervor. She had known the strengths of Hughes, Carter, and Van well before, but in just half a month, their abilities had seemingly doubled. Such a rapid transformation left her in awe. What is so astonishing about it? Hard work is rewarded, Kaihuai remarked as he stepped forward to halt the sparring. Now, how does everyone feel? Do you still find this month of training arduous? Not at all. As long as it enhances our strength, I can endure even more hardship, Carter replied excitedly. He then turned sheepishly to Kaihuai. I apologize. Kaihuai, I doubted your intentions earlier. I am truly sorry. Kaihuai waved his hand dismissively, generously responding. No need to dwell on it. Monotonous training can indeed make one restless. I understand that. However, I must inform you of another matter. If you feel that your newfound strength is merely temporary, to solidify it, you must continue with the training plan I have devised for you. Now, I would like to ask if you are willing to continue training. Absolutely, Carter replied eagerly. No sooner had he spoken than everyone felt a sudden heaviness return, rendering them once more somewhat sluggish. Yet this time, Hughes and the others voiced no complaints, willingly engaging in the training plan laid out by Kaihuai. Chapter 13. Results. Deep within the Misty Forest, Hughes and his mercenary team advanced cautiously. When they were about 100 meters from their target, Hughes signaled for everyone to halt and pointed towards a cave, saying, Everyone, stop. That cave ahead should be the lair of the ghost-faced spider, the most troublesome beast in the Misty Forest, as Kaihuai mentioned. Let us prepare according to our previously discussed plan. The team nodded in agreement and dispersed to make their preparations. Following at a distance, Kaihuai and Abby discreetly observed Hughes and the others. Having been here for almost 2 months, the start of the school year for Hughes and his companions was drawing near. Consequently, Kaihuai had discussed with them the possibility of halting training, intending to resume it at a later date. However, before doing so, he proposed a trial to assess the results of their training over the past weeks. Hughes and the others were also curious to gauge their progress. Thus, after Kaihuai instructed Abby to lift the gravity spell, they set a trial goal, to obtain the magic crystal of the ghost-faced spider. Concerned for their safety, Kaihuai stealthily trailed behind Hughes and his team with Abby, ready to protect them if needed. Remarkably, Abby proved to be quite skilled at magic. Throughout these 2 months, the Mage sisters and the priestess had been training alongside her. Kaihuai, though the grandson of a grand sorcerer, had no talent for magic himself, no matter how he tried. Once Hughes and his team were prepared, they threw a young boar, bound and wounded, at the cave entrance. The boar's pained groans and the scent of blood quickly wafted into the cave, followed by the sound of hurried, scuttling footsteps. Soon, a creature resembling a small round table emerged from the cave. Upon spotting the struggling boar, the ghost-faced spider revealed a sinister smile. That it cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming no immediate danger, and then slowly crawled out of its lair, since the boar was placed a distance from the cave entrance. The spider had no choice but to fully emerge to reach its prey, with a head resembling a small round table, covered in dozens of compound eyes, and a body as wide as 2 wagons side by side. Supported by 8 legs as thick as small trees, this was the appearance of the ghost-faced spider. The hidden onlookers gasped in awe, realizing that even the slightest sound had caught the spider's attention, prompting it to drop the boar and retreat into the cave. "Attack!" Hughes commanded decisively as he saw the spider trying to flee, being the first to draw his sword and charge at the creature. Carter and Sal followed closely behind, while the Mage sisters began to chant spells. Van and Moses dashed toward the cave entrance, aiming to seal it before the spider could escape as Hughes closed the distance. He swiftly severed one of the spider's hind legs with his sword, causing the creature to stumble precariously. Following suit, Carter and Sal wasted no time in demonstrating the results of their training. Caught off guard, the ghost-faced spider suffered greatly, losing 3 legs in a single encounter. The injured spider emitted a series of frantic, pained screeches that a multitude of fierce compound eyes glared menacingly at the 3 individuals who dared to attack it. After a brief standoff, the phantom-faced spider lunged violently towards Hughes. He swiftly raised his shield to withstand the blow, prompting the distant onlooker, Kaihuai, to shake his head in disbelief. Truly a one-track mind. What are those long legs for if not to maneuver? Engaging in a strength contest with a beast is sheer folly. Just as Kaihuai had predicted, Hughes was forced to retreat step by step under the impact of the phantom-faced spider. Fortunately, the shield he wielded was a sturdy one, having been cunningly obtained from the old man Matthew by Kaihuai. Seeing Hughes under attack, Carter and Sal immediately flanked the phantom-faced spider, aiming to sever a few of its legs. Meanwhile, behind them, Corinne and Marlene, having completed their incantations, unleashed offensive spells targeting the creature. The magic struck true against the spider's visage, yet to their dismay, the phantom-faced spider appeared largely unscathed, merely staggering back a couple of steps before charging once more at Hughes and his companions. This time, Hughes had learned his lesson. Instead of confronting the beast head-on, he stood firm with his shield, waiting for the spider to close in. The instant it drew near, Hughes deftly sidestepped and executed a powerful shoulder charge against the creature. The impact sent the phantom-faced spider reeling 2 steps sideways. Now infuriated, the spider let out a deafening roar directed at Hughes. Its front legs extended, hind legs taut, and its abdomen began to writhe violently. Observing this, Hughes shouted a warning to his allies. "Everyone, be wary. It's about to spit silk." No sooner had he spoken than the phantom-faced spider opened its maw wide, spraying a stream of white liquid towards Hughes. Just as he prepared to raise his shield in defense, he heard a frantic shout from behind. "Get out of the way. Do not let that liquid touch you." Recognizing Kaihuai's voice, Hughes promptly dodged to the side. The viscous white substance splattered onto the carcass of a slain arrowback boar, which immediately began to emit thick clouds of white smoke. Before their eyes, the boar gradually dissolved under the onslaught of the spider's venomous spray, leaving no trace but a few bone fragments. That a foul stench filled the air, causing Hughes to break into a cold sweat. Grateful for Kaihuai's timely warning, he realized that had he faced it directly, he would have met the same grim fate as the boar. The phantom-faced spider, realizing its first attack had failed, prepared for a second assault. Hughes bellowed, "Corinne, Marlene, Angela, you 3 need to keep your distance. Carter, Sal, and I will hold back the phantom-faced spider. Van and Moses, hurry up." With their roles assigned, Hughes, Carter, and Sal swiftly formed a triangular formation to encircle the creature. The phantom-faced spider, trapped, lunged left and right, desperately seeking an escape back to its lair, but each attempt fell just short. It was only when a resounding crash echoed through the cave that Van and Moses managed to block the entrance, cutting off the creature's retreat. Realizing its escape route was severed, the phantom-faced spider knew it had to fight for its life. It unleashed a series of chilling howls that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard. "Everyone, be alert. This creature is fighting for its life," Hughes warned loudly. At that moment, the phantom-faced spider underwent a remarkable transformation. The 3 legs previously severed had regrown, and its size had increased significantly. Kaihuai, upon witnessing this, felt a sense of dread wash over him. The spider had chosen this critical moment to evolve. Be cautious. Everyone, this beast has ascended. Kaihuai shouted as he rushed towards his comrades. Stay back, Kaihuai. Trust us, we will handle this phantom-faced spider. Hughes called out, urging Kaihuai to refrain from joining the fray. Kaihuai paused, contemplating, before nodding in agreement. Be careful that I shall remain close by. As he spoke, Kaihuai readied himself, prepared to intervene if Hughes and the others found themselves in peril. Hughes, Carter, and Sal maintained their triangular formation, with Van and Moses persistently harassing the spider using bows and knives, primarily targeting its compound eyes. Surrounding them, Corinne and Marlene alternated their assaults with water and fire magic, while the priest Angela continuously cast restorative spells to bolster Hughes and his companions. The principle of many ants can kill an elephant was vividly illustrated here. Despite the phantom-faced spider successfully evolving at such a critical juncture, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught. With a mournful wail, the creature collapsed to the ground, its defiance extinguished. Hughes and his companions, too, were nearing their limits. As the phantom-faced spider finally fell, they collectively exhaled in relief, instinctively sinking to the ground in exhaustion. Kaihuai approached, beaming with pride. Well done, everyone. How do you feel now? I feel utterly drained, but I do believe I've grown stronger, Van replied, panting. What about the rest of you? Just as Van said, we share the same sentiment. In that case, I declare this training session concluded. Everyone, take the time to rest. Once sufficiently recovered, we shall depart. Depart? That sounds good. It's been a while since we left Windbell Town. It's time to return, Hughes agreed. Windbell Town is merely a stop. It's about time you returned to Wanping. Return to Wanping? Yes, indeed. You have all been here for nearly 2 months. If you delay any longer, you might miss the beginning of the academy term. Oh right, we are still students. So, Kaihuai, how about you accompany us to Wanping? After all, you intended to go there as well. It would be nice to have company on the journey. Hughes proposed to you, Kaihuai. Very well. Once I meet with Yugo, I shall join you on your way to Wanping. Chapter 14. The disappearance of Yugo in the office of the director of the Vocational Qualification Certification Institute. The on-duty president of the Magic Guild, Bailon, was savoring tea while admiring the latest edition of Lady Rose, living a life of tranquility. However, happiness is often fleeting, as Martin, a staff member of the Certification Institute, burst in suddenly. Bailon, taken aback by the intrusion, frowned in disapproval. What has you so flustered that you forget basic decorum and barge in without knocking? Not good, Lord Bailon. Someone is causing trouble here, Martin exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead. Causing trouble? Who has the audacity to disrupt us? Besides, you wouldn't resort to throwing them out like before, would you? We've encountered such situations before, Bailon questioned, puzzled. But this time is different. We are unable to handle the troublemaker. It's that person named Kaihuai, Martin replied. Upon hearing Kaihuai's name, Bailon sprang to his feet, striding towards the exit while scolding Martin. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Hurry and summon Matthew and the others. Tell them the one we have been waiting for has finally arrived. Upon reaching the hall, Bailon was met with chaos. Injured individuals lay strewn about haphazardly, most of whom were mercenaries seeking vocational qualification certification. What is the situation here? Bailon refrained from revealing himself immediately and instead sought out a subordinate hiding on the second floor for information. It turned out that half an hour earlier, the Certification Institute had been conducting its usual operations for mercenaries seeking qualification. Suddenly, a group burst in, led by none other than Kaihuai. The newcomers wore stern expressions and declared to those awaiting their exams that the Institute was ceasing operations, instructing them to leave immediately. Naturally, the exam candidates were reluctant to depart without cause, leading to a confrontation with Kaihuai. Yet today, Kaihuai was uncharacteristically irritable. Typically amiable, he did not allow the dissenters to voice more than a few words before resorting to violence. As he struck, those accompanying him followed suit, initiating a brawl. The guards responsible for maintaining order at the Certification Institute attempted to intervene, but to no avail. Anyone who approached was met with a beating. By the end, no one dared to approach Kaihuai, who was clearly in a foul mood. Having gleaned the situation, Bailon understood the likely cause of the disturbance. Kaihuai must have believed that the disappearance of Tree's proprietress, Yugu, was somehow linked to them, prompting his visit. Now that he grasped the reason behind the chaos, Bailon composed himself, standing on the second-floor steps. He called down to Kaihuai, who stood in the center of the hall. Everyone, cease this at once. Kaihuai, if you wish to know the whereabouts of Yugu, you must stop immediately. Do not act recklessly. Before Bailon could finish, a table came hurtling towards him. He quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the projectile. When he looked up, he saw Kaihuai gesturing for his companions to stand down, as though he had no connection to the table that had just flown by. Flustered, Bailon scrambled to his feet and shouted at Kaihuai, "What do you intend to do?" Kaihuai, "Nothing much. I simply dislike speaking to others while tilting my head," Kaihuai remarked while lifting another table. "Do not throw it. I will come down to speak with you," Bailon hurriedly called out. In that fleeting moment, Bailon suddenly recalled another identity of Kaihuai. A month prior, through various connections, Bailon and his companions had come to ascertain that this esteemed gentleman before them was none other than the grandson of Yizhan, the chief archmage of the Ao Long Empire. They could never afford to offend him, unless they were willing to forfeit their standing within the Ao Long Empire, especially Bailon himself. Bailon descended the stairs in haste, surveying the hall littered with damaged tables, chairs, and shattered dishes, finding that there was scarcely a place to set foot. Kaihuai, perhaps you should come to my office instead. This is hardly a suitable place for conversation, Bailon suggested. Gesturing to the hall, upon exiting the misty forest, Kaihuai and his companions had rushed back to the tree, only to discover that it had vanished completely. The location where the tree once stood now bore no trace of its existence, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Like madmen, Kaihuai and the others frantically inquired about its whereabouts, but the nearby residents were unaware of the tree's specific fate, only knowing that it had mysteriously vanished one night 3 months prior. Yugu was a kind-hearted girl, one who would never offend anyone. If anyone had reason to bear animosity towards her, it could only be the people from the Professional Qualification Certification Office. According to the residents near the tree, prior to its disappearance, the leaders of various guilds had gathered at the tree, and it was rumored that Matthew, the leader of the Thieves Guild, had even threatened to dismantle it. Although Yuji's uncle, Yunkaishan, arrived just in time to drive away those guild leaders, the suspicion surrounding the tree's disappearance largely fell upon them, believing that Yugu had encountered misfortune due to his own negligence. Kaihuai wasted no time in bringing Hughes and the others to the Professional Qualification Certification Office to ascertain the situation. However, the throng of individuals awaiting certification was overwhelming, and Kaihuai sought the assistance of those waiting, hoping to be attended to first. Yet, the righteous indignation of the waiting individuals made them unwilling to condone Kaihuai's attempt to cut in line. After several exchanges, Kaihuai, already in a foul mood, became incensed and began to forcibly evict people, resulting in the current predicament. Having engaged in a brief scuffle, Kaihuai's agitation somewhat subsided as he followed Bailon to the office. Without further ado, Kaihuai cut straight to the chase. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. You undoubtedly understand the reason for our visit. Give me a definitive answer. Was it you who orchestrated this?" "It was not," Bailon replied without hesitation. "Very well. Then provide us with proof." "You will need to wait. I have already dispatched someone to find them." "A quarter of an hour. We will only wait a quarter of an hour. If we do not receive proof by then, I shall dismantle this certification office." Faced with Kaihuai's aggressive stance, Bailon was compelled to acquiesce for the sake of his future. What could he do? After all, he was a mage, and Kaihuai's grandfather was the head of his profession. Before long, Matthew and his companions arrived in a flurry. Upon entering the office, they found Kaihuai seated at the main position, with Bailon standing attentively beside him. Seeing this, Hyder frowned and inquired, "Are you Kaihuai?" Kaihuai glanced at Hyder. Noting his upright demeanor, nodding, he replied, "I am indeed Kaihuai. You must be the informed individual Bailon spoke of." "Hyder?" "That is correct." Kaihuai rose and approached Hyder, bowing respectfully. "Please tell me the whereabouts of my friend Yugu." Kaihuai's courtesy took Hyder by surprise, dissipating any lingering dissatisfaction he had upon entering. After returning the gesture, Hyder said, "Please, no need for such formality. I will certainly recount everything I witnessed that day." As both parties settled into their seats, this time Kaihuai refrained from dominating the conversation, instead quietly observing Hyder as he began to speak. "The incident of the tree's disappearance occurred on a night 3 months ago. I was visiting a friend and returned late. Passing by the tree when I witnessed what transpired. I understand you believe your friend Yugu was abducted, but in truth, the circumstances were quite the opposite. It was more akin to a welcoming. For I saw Yuji's uncle, Yun Kai-shan, present at the scene, and those who approached her treated her with the utmost respect, committing no acts of disrespect whatsoever. Are you suggesting that you go left willingly? Yi Kaihuai furrowed his brow and questioned Hyder. Indeed. Although I was at a considerable distance and dared not draw closer, my instincts told me that those who came for Yugu were familiar with her. And what happened afterward? Yu Kaihuai pressed further. After they departed, I investigated the original location of the tree and discovered this. Hyder said, producing a round object from his pocket and handing it to Yi Kaihuai took a look and saw it was a silver badge, featuring an elven knight on horseback, with the words Silver Moon inscribed on the reverse. May I keep this? Of course. And what of the tree? With Yuji's disappearance, how could the tree also vanish? I was initially unclear, but later, after researching in the library, I found that the tree is likely a unique species among the elves known as the Wisdom Tree. Is it rare? Yes, quite rare. It is said that only a handful of nobles possess it within the Elven Empire. Yu Kaihuai pondered for a moment, then stood and bowed once more to Hyder. Thank you for sharing this information. Without your insights, I might have wrongfully accused someone. I apologize for our earlier rudeness. As a token of my regret, please accept this magical crystal I obtained in the Misty Forest. There is no need for such courtesy, so, Yi Kaihuai, what do you intend to do next? Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Matthew interjected. I appreciate your goodwill. As for my next steps, my companions and I must deliberate further, so I shall not impose on you any longer. Farewell. With that, Yi Kaihuai led Hughes and the others out of the professional qualification certification office. On the way, Abi approached Yi Kaihuai and inquired, Brother Yi, may I take a look at that badge? Here you go. Yi Kaihuai casually handed it to Abi. She examined it closely before looking up at him and saying, Brother Yi, I believe I have seen this badge before. Intrigued by the implications regarding Yuji's true identity, Yi Kaihuai crouched down and asked Abi, You have? Then tell me, what badge is this? If I am not mistaken, this should be the badge of the Silver Moon Ranger Corps, one of the 4 great legions of the Elven Empire. Silver Moon Rangers? Yes, Abi affirmed with a nod. Abi, who exactly are you? How do you know the badge of the Silver Moon Ranger Corps? Brother Yi, please do not press me on this. I cannot reveal my identity yet. I have my reasons. When the time is right, I will tell you, if that is agreeable. Abi pleaded. After contemplating, Yu Kaihuai decided against further inquiry into Abi's identity. Brother Yi, what do you plan to do next? Abi asked, relieved that he had ceased questioning her identity. Yi Kaihuai pondered for a moment before addressing Hughes and the others. I intend to journey to the Elven Empire. Brother Kaihuai, the Elven Empire is vast. Searching for Yugu alone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Hughes remarked, somewhat astonished. I understand. The Elven Empire is indeed immense. However, I believe there are not many who can command the Silver Moon Rangers. I plan to first visit the capital, Norsind, to examine the recent deployment records of the Silver Moon Rangers. In any military, all actions must be documented. Once I uncover the orders given to take Yugu, the likelihood of finding her will greatly increase. But even if you locate Yugu, what will you do next? I shall decide based on the circumstances at that time. If Yugu is facing difficulties, I will step in to assist her. If there are no pressing issues, I shall quietly return, allowing her to continue her life undisturbed. Chapter 15. Journey to Norsind. 1. On the rugged, bumpy mountain road. A line of passenger carriages struggled forward. Suddenly, a clang of a gong rang out, and a group of individuals emerged from the nearby woods, led by a burly man who bellowed, Halt! This tree is my planting. This road is my making. If you wish to pass, leave your trousers, came a retort from within the carriage. Yes, leave your trousers. No, wait, leave the toll instead. Which fool dared to chime in? Step forward. The burly man cursed as he regained his composure. Why do you all have to be such a nuisance? Were you born solely to rob others? As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a figure sprang forth from within. The individual appeared to be around 7 or 8 years of age, bearing an innocent demeanor. Notably, his large, darting eyes betrayed a restless spirit. Shortly thereafter, a towering minotaur emerged, standing over 2 meters tall, glaring at the bandits with its bovine eyes. The dark giant's heart sank as he compared himself to the minotaur, realizing with a sense of despair that his strength might be slightly inferior. However, with the aid of his subordinates, he felt confident in overcoming the beast, just as he was about to command his men to surround the minotaur. Another figure climbed out of the carriage, This person yawned and directed the Minotaur. Sar, swiftly deal with them. The merchant's coin is not earned without effort. The Minotaur, named Sar, nodded in acknowledgement, bent down to retrieve a massive axe from beneath the carriage, and let out a thunderous roar as he charged at the bandits, axe raised high. The one who had instructed Sar scratched his ear, grumbling, "This Sar is truly something. He always roars before a fight. Doesn't he realize it's quite disruptive?" At that moment, the merchant boss, Mater, approached, whispering, "Brother Yi, with so many bandits, can your Minotaur companion handle this alone?" Rest assured, Boss Mater. Is there any doubt regarding Sar's prowess? Has he not already dispatched numerous bandits along our journey? You must have faith in him. And let me reiterate, Boss Mater, Sar is not my subordinate. He is my friend, and I have no reason to treat my friend as a mere follower. Yes, a friend, not a subordinate. But, Brother Yi, are you truly confident? Absolutely. Boss Mater, you must trust us. Well then, AB, why don't you join in as well, to ease our dear Boss Mater's worries? AB nodded and began to chant a spell, providing fiery support to Sar, assisting him in clearing the bandits that sought to disrupt him. With the interference eliminated, Sar focused intently on the bandit leader, the dark giant wielding a seasoned copper staff. In less than 30 exchanges, the copper staff was sent flying from the dark giant's grasp by Sar's axe. Closing his eyes in resignation, the dark giant awaited his demise, yet the expected blow did not descend. Opening his eyes, he saw the carriage they had previously obstructed now receding into the distance, while the victorious Minotaur stood vigilant nearby. "Why do you not slay me?" The dark giant felt insulted and charged at Sar, demanding, "My master has stated that you two are driven by the burdens of life, forced into banditry, and thus your crimes do not warrant death," Sar replied in a subdued tone. The dark giant was taken aback. Never had anyone spoken of them in such a manner. All had labeled them pests, scum, and no one had ever dared to voice a word of fairness on their behalf, even though it was well known that they had been driven to desperation by the theft of their lands. No one had ever stepped forward to advocate for them. Yet today, he had heard such words. It was impossible not to feel moved, though it did not reach the point of being willing to die for a kindred spirit. "What is your master's name?" the dark giant inquired loudly. "My master is named Kaihuai." "And enough of this idle chatter, let us continue," Sar replied, producing a small vial from his pocket and tossing it to the dark giant. "Inside is a salve for burns. Just apply a little and tend to your men. My men are not dead." The dark giant looked incredulously at his unmoving subordinates nearby. "Just splash them with water, and they will awaken." "Sar, let us depart. We must continue our journey," Kaihuai called from the carriage. "Coming," Sar replied loudly. "Wait, one last question. Are you not his servant? Why do I not hear you speak to him with respect?" "Servant? You are mistaken. I am his friend," Sar retorted before turning to chase after the departing carriage. Friends, humans, and beastmen. The dark giant found it hard to believe Sar's words, yet when he witnessed Kaihuai pulling Sar onto the carriage, he was convinced. In the evening, within the campsite, the merchant boss Mater approached Kaihuai with a broad grin, clutching a bottle of inferior liquor, eager to forge a connection that, of course, his true intention was to share the food that Kaihuai had personally prepared. The miserly Mater had employed Kaihuai and his companions after arriving at Windchime Town, agreeing that Kaihuai's party would ensure his caravan's safety, while Mater would escort them to the Elven capital of Nordind and provide meals free of charge along the way. However, after tasting Mater's provided food once, Kaihuai and his companions refused to partake a second time. Every meal thereafter was a matter of self-sufficiency, whether through hunting nearby or purchasing provisions in towns they passed. After having sampled Kaihuai's barbecue once, Mater, with a face thicker than city walls, frequently engaged in conversation with Kaihuai, always appearing just moments before mealtime. "Dinner is ready," Kaihuai announced, placing the roasted wild boar down for Sar and Abi. Mater, ever opportunistic, swiftly snatched a hind leg of the pig and began to devour it. Sar's bovine eyes widened in indignation at Mater's brazen behavior, and he stood up, ready to protest, but Abi quickly tugged at his tail. This reminder of Kaihuai's earlier counsel prompted Sar to suppress his anger, and he tore off the remaining 3 legs of the pig, giving the hind leg to Kaihuai. While he and Abi each took a front leg as he chewed vigorously on his portion, it felt as if he were gnawing on Mater's flesh rather than pork. Kaihuai chuckled softly, shaking his head as he focused on his own hind leg of the boar. After satisfying their appetites, Mater, content, patted his belly and departed. Sar watched Mater's swaying figure with disdain and made an obscene gesture he had learned from Kaihuai. What a scoundrel! Always seeking to take advantage. Sar muttered under his breath. Let it be. We require his assistance for now, as long as he does not go too far. We must endure. Kaihuai gently reassured him. But this fellow is utterly shameless. Just days ago, he was at least somewhat courteous. Now, he has the audacity to take for himself, only opting for the best cuts. I've encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent, Sar continued. Still feeling aggrieved. Never mind. Once we reach the borders of the Elven Empire in a few days, we will part ways with this caravan and seek another to accompany us to Nordend. Really? Master, you said that. I can hardly tolerate Mater any longer. There have been several instances where I nearly lost my temper and wanted to strike him, Sar exclaimed, his spirits lifting. Abi nodded in agreement, not just you. Sar, even I am close to my breaking point. The trio shared light-hearted banter for a while. Kaihuai then rose, addressing Sar and Abi. You two should rest early. Sar, take over for me in the latter half of the night. All right. In the stillness of the campsite at night, the occasional call of an unknown creature could be heard. Kaihuai, armed with a wooden stick, patrolled the perimeter of the camp. Upon turning to the rear of the campsite, he noticed a firelight approaching from below. Indicating that a group was approaching. Kaihuai recognized the firelight as torches carried by the newcomers. He turned to awaken the sleeping companions, and he and Mater stood at the camp's entrance. Quietly awaiting the approaching firelight, the others in the camp drew their weapons, preparing for self-defense. The sudden appearance of a sizable group in the dead of night instilled a sense of tension among the campers. As the firelight drew near, a rider approached the camp entrance, pointing his whip at Mater and haughtily commanding, You, take your people and leave at once. This camp has been requisitioned by us. The tone was imposing. And in the flickering torchlight, Kaihuai recognized the rider as Sir Shirlang, the very one he had bested with a single strike in front of the chapel in Windchime Town, who had subsequently handed him 1,000 gold coins. Shirlang, noticing Kaihuai standing beside Mater, recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, It's you. Oh, has your injury healed? Kaihuai inquired with genuine concern. Shirlang's expression soured at the reminder of his wounds, and he turned away, barking at Mater. What are you staring at? Hurry up and prepare to leave. Mater complied, scurrying into the camp, secretly resolving to inquire about the identity of these uninvited guests when Kaihuai returned. Seeking to uncover any potential advantage, as Mater departed, Kaihuai also turned to leave. Wait, where are you going? Shirlang called out to him. Kaihuai replied, puzzled, as he felt no particular bond with him. Don't misunderstand. My lady has expressed a desire to see you again. But we have not encountered each other until now. Since fate has brought us together, why not accompany me to meet her before you leave? I don't believe I am particularly familiar with your lady. It would be best to forego the meeting. I am currently the guardian of this small caravan. And you have just driven my employer away. Naturally, I must depart as well. With your talents, it is indeed a pity for you to serve as a mere guard here. Why not accompany me to meet my lady? And secure a better position for yourself? Surely that would be far superior to remaining here as a protector. Your tone suggests that your lady holds a significant status. My lady is the third daughter of the head of the Morong family, favored above all by the patriarch. She is currently traveling across the continent for her studies. Your skills are commendable. My lady has praised you before us, and having sparred with you, I can attest that her words hold merit. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? After all, I caused you considerable embarrassment once, Kaihuai inquired with curiosity. It is the duty of a knight in the family's order to recruit talent for the clan. In the face of this obligation, all personal grievances are rendered inconsequential, Shirlang replied solemnly, then added with a hint of frustration. Moreover, your abilities far surpass mine. Even if I wished to challenge you again, I would be no match for you. Why should I make a fool of myself? Kaihuai regarded Shirlang with interest, realizing that he was not as ill-natured as he had initially presumed. At the very least, he demonstrated loyalty to his family, and his haughty demeanor towards outsiders likely stemmed from those he typically associated with. Shirlang, what is the matter? Has the task been accomplished? A voice inquired from behind Shirlang. A knight clad in golden armor approached on horseback. Brother, the matter has been resolved. By the way, this is Kaihuai, the individual the third lady has long wished to see again, Shirlang introduced to the golden-armored knight. Kaihuai, the very one who bested you with a single move and claimed 1,000 gold coins from you. Well met, well met. You certainly have some audacity to bully my younger brother, the golden-armored knight declared. Dismounting swiftly, without hesitation, he lunged forward, fists raised. Kaihuai dodged to the side, avoiding the knight's blow, and called out to Shirlang. Hey, what is this? You can't just jump into a fight like this. Aren't you going to intervene, brother? Yi Kaihuai, perhaps it would be best for you to incapacitate my brother first. He is notoriously obstinate. Once he sets his mind on something, he will heed no one's words save for the current head of the family. Are you serious? You dare bring such a person out? Aren't you just inviting trouble? Who could have foreseen this? Yet he insists on coming, and I cannot stop him. Then you ought to think of a way to handle this. Yi Kaihuai shouted to Shirlang while evading the Golden Knight's punches. All right, hold on. I will go fetch the third lady and Captain Tansy. Humph. Thinking to call the third lady and Uncle Tansy? Then I shall take you down before they arrive, the Golden Knight muttered to himself. Intensifying his assault. Yi Kaihuai paused, momentarily distracted by the knight's words. Had he just noticed that this knight's voice was somewhat high-pitched, differing from what he had heard earlier, in that moment of distraction? Yi Kaihuai received a punch to the face, staggering him and igniting a fire within him. There exists an unwritten rule in combat. One does not strike the face. Why did this individual disregard all decorum? Seizing the fist that had struck him, Yi Kaihuai executed a shoulder throw, sending the Golden Knight crashing to the ground. He then mounted the knight's back, pinning him firmly down. The Golden Knight struggled fiercely, flailing his limbs, yet with Yi Kaihuai atop him, he was utterly immobilized, akin to a sea turtle trapped beneath a boulder on land. Morong family's third lady and Captain Tansy of the Flame Knights arrived. Their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them, rendered momentarily speechless, Shirlang stammered, Yi Kaihuai, what are you doing? What do you think? I'm merely waiting for you to call for help, Yi Kaihuai replied tersely. Oh dear. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Kaihuai conversed with Shirlang, the Golden Knight mustered his strength and managed to shove Yi Kaihuai aside. He then lunged forward, pinning Yi Kaihuai beneath him, fists raised to strike. However, Yi Kaihuai had anticipated this move, capturing the knight's hands before he could land a blow. With a forceful shift of his waist, Yi Kaihuai attempted to unseat the Golden Knight, who, in turn, exerted pressure downward upon Yi Kaihuai's abdomen, striving to maintain his position while also trying to escape Yi Kaihuai's grasp. Thus, an inappropriate scene unfolded before the onlookers. Had the Golden Knight been a woman, the spectacle would have been exceedingly scandalous, igniting boundless imagination. Everyone, cease this at once. Captain Tansy could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward, commanding with authority. Regrettably, the Golden Knight paid no heed, continuing unabated. With the Golden Knight unyielding, Yi Kaihuai also dared not relent. Tansy's face flushed with anger as she stepped in and scooped up the Golden Knight from behind. The knight, now lifted, kicked out at Yi Kaihuai in defiance. Fortunately, Yi Kaihuai was quick-witted. As the knight was carried away by Tansy, he swiftly regained his footing, evading her attack. Let me go. I must teach that scoundrel a lesson, the Golden Knight shouted, thrashing about, drawing a crowd of onlookers, both from the Marred Caravan and the Flame Knights. What are you all doing here? Go about your own business, commanded Morong's third lady, her face a mask of frost. Instantly, the gathered crowd dispersed. Come with me, she instructed Yi Kaihuai. Hey, Yi Kaihuai, what is the situation here? Marred called out from a distance as he observed Yi Kaihuai preparing to leave. Who is he? Morong's third lady inquired, glancing at Yi Kaihuai. He is my current employer, and my two companions are with him. I see. Come here, she instructed Marred, who hurried over to her side, just as he opened his mouth to introduce himself. Morong's third lady waved him off, stating, I have no interest in knowing who you are. I called you over to inform you that from this moment on, Yi Kaihuai and his companions are under my employment. Your caravan is permitted to follow my entourage until we reach the next town. You may leave now. Marred, rendered speechless, was promptly dismissed by her. Yi Kaihuai followed Morong's third lady into the tent. And once seated, she addressed him. You are indeed difficult to locate. Do you know? I had someone wait in Windbell Town for an entire month just to see you again, yet I never encountered you. Could you tell me where you have been? And spare me the inquiries regarding my family name. The fact that you have entered my tent indicates you do not view me as an enemy. Correct. I certainly do not regard you as a friend, Yi Kaihuai thought to himself. Scratching his head, he replied, I recently spent some time in the Misty Forest with my friends and only emerged a fortnight ago. And what of your friends? They returned to Wanping. Their school is about to commence, and I cannot impede their studies. What of you? Why did you not return to Wanping with them? I have other matters to attend to. What matters? Yi Kaihuai did not answer, instead offering a smile to Morong's third lady. She paused, taken aback by his smile, lowered her head in contemplation, and then looked up at him, saying, I am Murong, the third daughter of the current head of the Murong family. I am currently traveling across the continent for my studies. May I befriend you? Faced with Murong-Yu's kindness, Kaihuai felt it inappropriate to continually refuse. After a moment of thought, he replied, I am Kaihuai. The Empire's chief archmage, Yizhen, is my grandfather, and I am planning to travel to the capital of the Elven Empire, Norsend, to find someone. Who are you seeking? The owner of the tree, Go. What has happened to her? She has gone missing. That I intend to find her and ascertain whether she is in any trouble. I see. My next destination for study is also Norsend. Would you mind if we traveled together? Murong-Yu proposed. I object. Before Kaihuai could respond, a golden-armored female knight burst into the tent, her demeanor fiery. Kaihuai recognized her armor as all too familiar. Murong-Yu frowned slightly at the interruption and spoke softly to the golden knight. Bella, Kaihuai is my friend. I hope you will treat him as you would treat me. I'm sorry, third lady, but I cannot agree to let someone of unknown origin join us. In that case, let us proceed as per usual. Let us call for a vote. Someone, fetch Captain Tansy. Recognizing Bella's firm stance, Murong-Yu understood that further discussion would be futile and opted to bring in someone else to help persuade Bella, who was currently glaring at Kaihuai with hostility, unperturbed by Bella's fierce gaze. Kaihuai casually picked up a teacup, blew gently along the rim, and took a sip, unconcerned by the knight's ire. After all, this madwoman could do nothing to him. Her glares would not cost him a single piece of flesh. His indifference only served to further incite Bella's fury, her eyes nearly ablaze. However, she remained cautious, knowing Murong-Yu was present, and refrained from launching an attack on Kaihuai. Third lady, Tansy requests an audience. A deep male voice resonated from outside the tent. At that moment, Kaihuai cast a sidelong glance at Bella before peering outside. His meaning was unmistakable. Look how courteous he is, and then look at you, sighed Bella, caught by Kaihuai's glance. Immediately reacted as if ignited like a powder keg, springing to her feet and reaching for her sword. This sudden movement startled Tansy, who had just entered the tent. What on earth is happening? I don't recall offending this well-known Mother Tyrannosaurus of the Night Order. Bella, remain composed and rational, Tansy urged, slightly leaning back, ready to extricate himself from this imbroglio. Humph. Bella scoffed, glaring at Kaihuai as she forcefully sheathed her sword. Then, she turned to Tansy and saluted. Greetings, Sir Tansy. The implication was clear. Her earlier act of drawing the sword was not aimed at me. That is a relief, Tansy thought, feeling a weight lift from his chest. After the exchange of pleasantries, Tansy inquired of Murong-Yu. Miss Third, may I ask why you summoned me? It's like this, Uncle Tansy. Mr. Yi intends to travel to Northrend with us. That I wanted to invite him to join our company. However, Bella Knight disagreed upon learning this, and I was unable to persuade her, so I sought your assistance in convincing her. I see, understood. Tansy nodded. Approaching Bella, he whispered, Bella, may we have a word in private? Reluctantly, Bella followed Tansy to a corner of the tent. Seizing the opportunity, Kaihuai quietly inquired of Murong-Yu, what is the status of this knight named Bella? She seems even more formidable than Tansy. In a sense, Bella is indeed more formidable than Tansy. Oh, Bella's elder sister is Tansy's wife. And Tansy holds a deeper respect for his wife than most. Upon hearing this, Kaihuai understood. The notion of respecting one's wife more than others translates to being henpecked. He hadn't expected this bearded warrior had such a weakness. Kaihuai's mouth curled into a grin, but Murong-Yu quickly cleared her throat, a silent reminder for him to contain his amusement. Kaihuai nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Tansy and Bella had concluded their discussion and returned. Observing this, Kaihuai promptly wiped the smile from his face, sitting obediently, though his eyes involuntarily roamed over Tansy's robust figure, searching for the rumored scar inflicted by a grapevine. Tansy found this scrutiny rather perplexing. After casting a sidelong glance at Kaihuai, Bella respectfully addressed Murong-Yu. Miss Third, Tansy and I have reached an agreement regarding this unfamiliar individual joining our ranks, but he must be part of my squad and under my command. Out of the question, Kaihuai and Murong-Yu retorted in unison. My joining you is only until Northrend. Do you think I came to align myself with the Murong family and be under your command? Ridiculous. Kaihuai protested. Bella, Mr. Yi is a guest of the Murong family. Is your current behavior reflective of our hospitality? Murong-Yu also chastised Bella, clearly displeased. Miss Third, this individual possesses exceptional skills yet refuses to reveal his true identity. It is premature to treat him as a guest of the Murong family. Your defense of an outsider is disheartening to me, Bella retorted with indignation. You. Morongi was left speechless by Bella's audacity, yet she felt powerless against this woman sent by her father to keep an eye on her. Enough of the bickering, let me speak. Bella, this isn't quite what we agreed upon, Tansy interjected. Eager to mediate, he continually signaled Kaihuai for assistance. But alas, Kaihuai found himself increasingly at odds with the knight named Bella, ignoring Tansy's silent plea. Miss Third, if you wish for Mr.Ye to receive the treatment of a guest, he must defeat me in combat, and I will then agree to treat him as a distinguished guest of the Murong family. Bella declared defiantly in an instant. The news of the impending duel between the mother Tyrannosaurus and Kaihuai spread through the camp with astonishing speed. A makeshift arena was soon surrounded by knights eager to witness the spectacle. Bella's reputation had long preceded her within the Flame Knight Order. If there were a ranking of individuals one should not provoke, Bella would surely hold the top position. The audacity of someone daring to challenge her was simply exhilarating. Amidst the crowd near the arena, a child accompanied by a tauren stood at a stall, enthusiastically calling out, Come, try your luck. See who can guess the outcome of the battle between the mother Tyrannosaurus and Kaihuai. Who will emerge victorious? Sherlang, go dismantle that stall for me, Bella grumbled, her teeth clenched in irritation. However, she refrained from confronting the child directly, opting instead to enlist her brother's help. Sister, I would never stoop to bullying a child, Sherlang replied firmly. After all, who didn't know that child was associated with Kaihuai? Provoking him would be akin to provoking Kaihuai himself, and he was keen on establishing a rapport with Kaihuai, not alienating those connected to him. Damn it must be that guy's doing, Bella muttered under her breath. Sister, Sherlang tentatively called out to Bella. What is it? Bella shot him a sidelong glance. Brother. Sherlang quickly corrected himself. Speak. What is it? Brother, didn't you just spar with Kaihuai? Do you think you could win against him? I don't know. We'll only find out by fighting, Bella replied, shaking her head. Brother, don't worry. I've got this, Bella reassured him. I hope so. After bidding farewell to Bella, who was engrossed in her preparations for the duel, Sherlang increasingly felt uneasy and eventually sought out Kaihuai, hoping to share some insider information that might prompt Kaihuai to show leniency during the upcoming duel. What did you say? Bella is the golden-armored knight I just tussled with at the camp entrance. Kaihuai exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder her armor seemed so familiar. It turns out we are indeed speaking of the same person. So what does this mean? You want me to go easy on her during the duel? Yes, Sherlang nodded. That can be arranged, but you must share more information about your sister Bella with me. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. In 100 battles, you will never be in peril. Agreed, Sherlang replied. After a brief exchange, Sherlang divulged everything he knew about his sister to Kaihuai. Bella is my half-sister, born 5 days before me. She has always treated me well and cares for me. However, she has a fiercely competitive nature, often viewing herself as a boy and insisting that I call her brother instead of sister. She possesses remarkable strength. Aside from the 4 knight commanders, she is the most capable within the Flame Knight Order, particularly skilled in swordsmanship. As Sherlang shared these details, Kaihuai concluded that fortresses are often breached from within. With a traitor like Sherlang around, Bella's situation could be deemed unfortunate. Hold on. Tell me. Does she have any fears? For instance, does she fear mice, spiders, or ghosts? Kaihuai interrupted Sherlang's narrative. Sherlang tilted his head in thought and regretfully shook his head. Honestly, I've never seen her afraid of anything. I see. It appears the possibility of achieving an effortless victory is quite slim. But rest assured, I will show her mercy and ensure she is not harmed. Chapter 18. Journey to Northrend. 4. On a clear morning, Kaihuai accompanied a maid to meet Murongyu. Wherever he went, all eyes were upon him, and thoughts of last night's duel echoed in their minds. Kaihuai, you despicable scoundrel, Bella shouted, evading Kaihuai's strikes in the arena. To be fair, the mother Tyrannosaurus, Bella, did not resemble a dinosaur in the least. In fact, she was quite a striking woman, exuding a raw, masculine beauty. However, her temperament was exceedingly fiery when engaged in combat with men. She often displayed even greater violence, relishing direct confrontation and unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks that left her opponents sprawled on the ground. As for defense, that was a task for the timid. And Bella disdainfully refused to engage in such tactics. Clearly, as she uttered these words, Bella had forgotten her true gender. Men, after all, are naturally proud creatures. Defeat at the hands of a woman whose fighting style was even more aggressive than their own would be a blow to their pride, leaving them utterly humiliated. Thus, Bella earned the moniker Mother Tyrannosaurus within the Flame Knight Order. Little did she know that even the notoriously fiery Mother Tyrannosaurus could find herself in a compromising position, for today, she faced an opponent who defied convention and cared little for appearances, Kaihuai. Standing in the arena, Bella felt as though her adversary was akin to a ravenous old wolf, his gaze so piercing it could almost see through her attire. Moreover, his attack style was utterly shameless. Wielding a nearly 2-meter-long bronze staff and resorting to underhanded tactics. Although Bella prided herself on her strength, she could not escape the reality of her femininity. Moreover, that area is a woman's vital point. No amount of defense can be of any use. If, by any chance, Kaihuai were to thrust the copper rod into her, this duel would instantly transform into a live broadcast. While Bella cautiously evaded and defended against Kaihuai's attacks, she could not help but silently reproach herself for having forsaken her metal-crafted undergarment in pursuit of speed during the assault. Outside the arena, Bella's female admirers, the handmaidens of Morongyu, were almost unanimously cursing Kaihuai in their hearts. Beast. Meanwhile, the knights observing the battle felt a sense of delight and satisfaction. How marvelous, truly marvelous. It turns out there exists such a clever method to deal with a violent woman, especially those who had previously suffered great emotional trauma at the hands of Bella's brutality during sparring matches. They could hardly contain their fervor, wishing to cheer for Kaihuai. Thrust it in, Kaihuai, we support you unconditionally. The knight commander, Tansy, shook his head helplessly. He was a man of discernment, and he could not deny that Kaihuai had accurately grasped Bella's weakness of fearing humiliation. By exploiting this vulnerability, Kaihuai had seized the initiative entirely in the match. This was an undeniable fact, though he found the tactic to be rather lacking in grace, utterly shameless. However, on the battlefield, amidst life and death, no one cares about the means employed. As long as victory is attained, it is a commendable strategy. Bella's most adept storm-like attacks were rendered ineffective, constantly disrupted by Kaihuai's unscrupulous maneuvers. Compounded by the jeering of the onlookers, which left Bella utterly exhausted, she could only barely sustain herself on the battlefield through her indomitable will. Yet, even the most tenacious must eventually yield before Kaihuai. When Morongyu declared the match concluded, with Kaihuai as the victor, he triumphantly bowed to Bella and remarked, "Lady Knight Bella, I concede to you." In stark contrast, Bella was far less courteous. She expended her remaining strength to thrust her massive sword into the ground with a fierce determination. For the first time in her life, she felt such indignation over her defeat, her voice trembling with rage as she pointed at Kaihuai and shouted, "Kaihuai, you despicable scoundrel, I will always remember you. The most shameless person in the world." With that, she stormed away, pushing through the crowd towards her tent. Kaihuai, as the victor, paid no heed to Bella's accusations. Whether his methods were shameless mattered not. As long as he could claim victory. Once Bella's figure disappeared from sight, a thunderous applause erupted from the onlookers as Kaihuai stood there like a hero who had achieved an immortal feat. Almost all the men present fervently shouted his name, cheering for the one who had finally liberated them from the long-standing shadow of the Mother Tyrannosaurus. Cheers and accolades filled the air. Third miss. Mr.Y has arrived, a handmaiden reported from outside the tent. "Please allow Mr.Y to enter," came the voice of Morongyu from within. "Yes, Mr. Yi, please," the handmaiden replied, lifting the tent flap for Kaihuai. Upon entering the tent, Kaihuai found not only Morongyu, but also Tansy and Shirlang present. "Good morning, everyone," Kaihuai greeted the group. "Good morning. Miss Morong, may I inquire about the reason for your summons?" Kaihuai asked directly. "Please wait a moment. Mr. Yi, Uncle Tansy, could you kindly fetch Bella? I have a few words to discuss privately with Mr.Y and Bella," Morongyu requested. "Certainly." Third miss, Tansy replied, leading Shirlang out of the tent. As Shirlang passed Kaihuai, he exchanged a reassuring glance. "Miss Morong, if you have something to say, please do so directly. This silent staring makes me rather uncomfortable," Kaihuai stated after being scrutinized by Morongyu for 5 minutes. Morongyu sighed softly before saying, "Last night, I heard from the handmaidens that Bella cried." Kaihuai found it hard to believe. In his recollection, Bella was a very strong-willed woman. "Yes, she cried, and I presume you have your own thoughts on why she did so," Morongyu affirmed with a nod. "Haha. Kaihuai chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. So what should I do now? You don't expect me to apologize to her, do you? I must clarify that I have no issue with apologizing, but what if she refuses to accept it? I certainly wouldn't want to lose face. You needn't worry about that. I've already informed Uncle Tansy and Sherlang to give her a heads up when they find her. Surely, after such a setback, she will be reasonable, Morongu assured confidently. Third miss. Lord Tansy requests an audience. Came the voice of a handmaiden from outside the tent. Please invite him in. Morongu promptly instructed. Tansy entered, but Bella was not with him. Where is she? Morongu inquired. Bella is not in the camp. The guards reported that she left early this morning and has yet to return. I've sent Sherlang to search for her. He should be back shortly, Tansy replied. I see, Morongu acknowledged, then turned to Kaihuai and suggested, Mr. Yi, why don't you wait here for a while? That sounds fine, but do you have anything to eat? I haven't had breakfast yet and was summoned here directly. My stomach is rumbling, Kaihuai replied. Of course. I haven't had breakfast either. Let's eat together. Uncle Tansy, would you care to join us? Morongu offered, instructing a handmaiden to prepare breakfast. After sharing a meal and some casual conversation, Bella still had not returned. And neither had Sherlang, who had gone to find her. As noon approached, everyone began to realize that something might have happened to Bella and Sherlang, despite their earlier quarrels. Morongu felt a surge of anxiety knowing that her childhood friend might be in trouble. She dispatched 5 search parties in rapid succession to everyone's astonishment. One of the search teams discovered signs of a struggle along a mountain path. Upon receiving the news, Morongu immediately ordered the entire camp to be on alert and led Kaihuai and others to the site of the discovery. The signs of the struggle were still quite evident, indicating that the confrontation had occurred recently. There were traces of blood at the scene, though not copious, suggesting that at least one party had sustained injuries. Albeit not severe, it seemed highly probable that Bella and Sherlang had been abducted. Section 19. Journey to North End, 5. As Kaihuai and the others returned to the encampment, they were informed by the station knights that they had apprehended a suspicious individual lingering outside the camp. Furthermore, a ransom note had been found on this individual. They were currently interrogating the messenger, but he was proving obstinate, refusing to divulge any information. Kaihuai and the others promptly followed the reporting knight to confront the defiant messenger. Upon arriving outside a tent, they could hear the sounds of a whip striking flesh and the angry shouts of the interrogator. Speak. Where is your lair? You're quite tough, aren't you? Let me tell you. If I had my tools today, you'd soon learn the extent of my prowess. Now, tell me, who is your leader? I command you to speak. Stop being obstinate. Accompanied by fierce shouts, the whip cracked again. How many of you are there? What a brave fellow you are. No matter. Just wait. I have plenty of ways to make you talk. You lot. Come here and take turns beating him. I'll see if I can't pry his mouth open. Stop. Morongu, unable to bear it any longer, entered the tent to intervene. The interrogator, taken aback by the unannounced entry, was about to scold her but quickly swallowed his words upon recognizing Morongu, bowing respectfully. 3rd Mississippi. Morongu nodded, stepping forward to speak softly to the bound messenger. Tell me, where have you taken my people? Morongu frowned slightly and continued. You might as well stop being stubborn. Let me be frank. You've crossed paths with someone you shouldn't have, and your downfall is inevitable. If you cooperate now, I can assure you and your family's safety, and once this matter is resolved, I'll provide you with a sum of money to start anew elsewhere. Morongu found herself at a loss for how to deal with such a stubborn brigand and turned to look at Kaihuai, hoping he could devise a solution. But Kaihuai had been observing the captured brigand since entering the tent, particularly the messenger's expression during his obstinate replies, which did not resemble that of a truly tough character. Upon receiving Morongu's pleading glance, Kaihuai stepped forward and addressed the bound brigand. You needn't speak. For the questions I ask next, you need only nod or shake your head. Do you understand? The mountain bandit messenger nodded repeatedly. You are the one sent by the bandits to deliver a message. He nodded. Today you kidnapped 2 individuals, one male and one female. He nodded. Both of them are around 17 or 18 years old. He nodded. Is your stronghold nearby? He nodded. In which direction? The mountain bandit messenger gestured to his left. Kaihuai nodded and said to Morongu, send scouts to investigate southward, and be cautious to conceal their movements. Morongu nodded and ordered the scouts, who had long been prepared, to set out. There is no need to interrogate him further. We won't glean anything more from him. Yi Kaihuai remarked to the person responsible for the questioning inside the tent. Huh? Why do you say that? Have you not realized by now? This man is mute. Yi Kaihuai shook his head and left the tent. Huh? The interrogator was momentarily taken aback after Muronyu exited the tent as well. The interrogator, still unconvinced, asked the mountain bandit messenger, "Are you truly mute?" The mountain bandit messenger, tears streaming down his face in despair, nodded vigorously. Finally, they understood why Yi Kaihuai and Muronyu walked side by side, with Muronyu self-deprecatingly saying, "I truly lost my composure today. I cannot believe I overlooked a mute and even expected him to speak." Do not be disheartened. You were merely overly concerned about the safety of the missing Bella and Lang. It's only natural that you overlooked it. Do not dwell on it. What shall we do now? To be honest, I am quite unsettled. Bella and Lang have been by my side since my childhood, and now that I know they have been captured, I am deeply worried for them. Rest assured, those bandits are motivated by profit. They will not harm them until they receive the ransom they desire. For now, we must patiently await the scout's report on the location of the bandit stronghold that I believe that with a single strike, we can shatter those bandits. But what if the bandits use Bella and Lang as shields? Then we shall need to modify our plan slightly. First, we will dispatch skilled fighters to rescue Bella and Lang. And then we will eliminate this band of bandits. I hope things unfold as you say. Time passed moment by moment, and the scouts who had gone to investigate finally returned. The mountain bandit messenger had indeed not lied. The scouts had stealthily traveled approximately 20 miles and discovered a hidden bandit stronghold nestled within the mountains. Upon closer inspection, they noted that the bandits numbered around 200, armed with rudimentary weapons. Predominantly composed of young adults, with lax discipline and weak defenses, had they not been concerned about alarming the bandits, the scouts could have easily dealt with the so-called patrol team. After hearing the scouts' report, Muronyu immediately issued the order to act. Following the plan previously discussed with Yi Kaihuai, she and Tanshir led a large contingent to the front gate of the stronghold, aiming to attract the bandits' attention. Meanwhile, Yi Kaihuai set off first, quietly infiltrating the bandits' encampment alone to rescue the captured Bella and Lang. Without delving into how Muronyu engaged with the bandits, let us focus on Yi Kaihuai. Charging into the enemy camp alone on horseback was a perilous move for most, yet it posed no threat to Yi Kaihuai, whose strength was now nearly at the 8th level, just shy of the 9th. Dealing with a group of bandits averaging below the 5th level was hardly a challenge, and extracting 2 individuals from their lax defenses was a simple task, silently approaching the bandits' encampment and evading the so-called patrols. Yi Kaihuai stealthily knocked out a lagging bandit who had strayed from the group. After donning the bandit's clothing to disguise himself, Yi Kaihuai transformed into a valiant bandit warrior. He climbed a large tree near the encampment, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, and swiftly ascended its branches. Through the gaps in the leaves, he observed the situation within the bandit stronghold. A defensive wall made of stones encircled rudimentary dwellings, with an open area in the center where patrol teams of 10 were on duty. Seizing the opportunity when 2 patrol teams crossed paths, Yi Kaihuai leaped into the encampment. Upon landing, he rolled and concealed himself behind a stolen cart. The entire process fluid and without hesitation. The patrolling bandits, finding nothing amiss upon glancing back, continued their routine patrol duties while Yi Kaihuai again surveyed the terrain, seeking the location where Bella and Lang were held captive. Suddenly, a door to a nearby building swung open, and out walked a figure that astonished Yi Kaihuai. It was Lang, but wasn't this lad supposed to be captured? He appeared completely unfazed, as if at home within the bandit stronghold. Yi Kaihuai decided to observe for the moment and refrain from approaching Lang. He stealthily moved closer, watching as Lang summoned a bandit, who bowed and grinned ingratiatingly, saying, "Uncle, what orders do you have?" "Uncle, when did Lang's standing rise so high?" Yi Kaihuai was intrigued and continued to listen. Lang waved his hand impatiently, replying, "Did I not tell you not to call me that? Forget it. Just go fetch me something to eat. I'm hungry." Yes, uncle, please wait a moment." The bandit hurried off toward the kitchen. Yi Kaihuai followed closely, intending to seize the opportunity to interrogate him. "Tell me, why are you treating a hostage with such courtesy? What scheme is afoot?" In the kitchen, Yi Kaihuai pressed a small knife against the bandit's throat, demanding answers. "Which hostage?" the bandit asked, perplexed. "The one you were just told to fetch food for." "Sigh," the bandit sighed in response. "Why the sigh? That person is not a hostage. He is our despicable leader's esteemed uncle. It is a lamentable situation. What exactly happened? Kaihuai inquired, intrigued. Sigh. It's a long story. Just yesterday morning, our leader captured a beautiful unconscious girl, claiming he would keep her as his wife. Then he went out and captured a man, saying he was a bargaining chip for ransom that we thought we had hit the jackpot. But to our astonishment, the mute who was supposed to deliver the message never returned. Our leader, unable to wait, declared he would marry her, and we thought, why not? But the result was that your leader got thoroughly beaten by the beautiful girl you captured. Kaihuai interjected. Exactly. Our leader was soundly thrashed, and we all suffered as well. The entire stronghold was taken to task by that pair of siblings. But there was no need to call him uncle. Do you think we wanted to? We had no choice but to adopt a relative. If we flatter them, they might go easier on us when it comes time for retribution, the bandit lamented. You truly are pitiable. What about your original leader? Kaihuai asked sympathetically, observing the bandit's woeful expression. I am here. A male voice emanated from near the stove. Kaihuai leaned in to look, spotting a man wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes visible, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Though his features were obscured, his eyes conveyed regret over a past decision, suggesting that if given a second chance, he would avoid that woman at all costs. You have suffered. I am here to rescue you, Kaihuai said almost instinctively. Chapter 20, Journey to Northrend 6, remarkably. Kaihuai's offhand remark instantly resonated with the bandits around him. In this day and age, even being a bandit was no easy task. One by one, they gathered around Kaihuai, their eyes brimming with excitement. Gazing at the bandits encircling him, Kaihuai felt a wave of frustration. What was happening? He had come to rescue hostages, not to liberate bandits. Why, of all people, did their leader choose to abduct someone known as Mother Tyrannosaurus? Was he courting death? However, seeing the bandaged leader, who grimaced in pain at the slightest movement, Kaihuai found it hard to voice any reproach. He too was in a difficult situation. Ultimately, Kaihuai sighed and asked the nearest bandit, "Where is that female tyrant you mentioned? I shall speak with her in hopes of persuading her to relent. I just saw her head toward the back mountain," one bandit replied. "Oh, then I shall go to the back mountain now. As for you, remain here quietly and do not run about. When the attack on the stronghold commences, simply surrender." Surrender? Yes, if I cannot convince the female tyrant to spare you. Those who surrender will ensure your safety. And what about that uncle? I will first persuade your uncle and then seek out the female tyrant. Observing the pitiful expressions on their faces, Kaihuai's heart softened, and he agreed to first address Shurlang, the bandit's uncle. To be honest, it was unprecedented for bandits to find themselves in such a predicament. Convincing Shurlang was a straightforward process. After all, he was a proud knight of the Blazing Flame Knights, belonging to the white-collar class. Compared to the mountain bandits, who rely on brute strength for their livelihood, this farmer-worker class is far superior. Unless Shurlang has lost his senses and wishes to become an outlaw here. It is evident that his mind is quite clear that he readily acquiesced to Kaihuai's request, assuring that he would refrain from further mistreating those unfortunate mountain bandits unless absolutely necessary. Once their agreement was settled, Shurlang led the bandits to await the arrival of Murong Yu and her companions at the camp entrance, while Kaihuai ventured alone towards the back mountain. His solitary journey was motivated by two reasons. Firstly, in case of a confrontation with Bella, being alone would prevent any unintended casualties. Secondly, Kaihuai sought to take this opportunity to ease the tensions between them, as they still had a considerable distance to travel to Nordend, and it would be unwise to strain their relationship further. This was not an irreconcilable enmity, and having made a promise to Murong Yu, he felt obliged to uphold it that a man-made gravel path led directly to a waterfall in the back mountain. As Kaihuai walked along this path, he contemplated how to greet Bella upon meeting her. He plucked a handful of wild fruits from a nearby tree branch, wiped one on his clothing before tasting it. Finding it pleasantly sweet and tart as he walked, he mentally rehearsed his lines. Upon reaching her, he would act as if he had just stumbled upon her, and if she inquired about his presence, he would say he had come to wash wild fruits. After washing, he would offer her a few to taste. Then, after she sampled the fruits, he would apologize and exchange some kind words, and surely, she would not hold a grudge against him. Yes, that was the plan. However, as fate would have it, the best-laid schemes oft go awry. Not far from the waterfall, Kaihuai heard the sounds of a struggle. He hurried to the waterfall's edge, where he beheld Bella, bare-shouldered, engaged in a fierce battle with a black bear, to be precise. It was Bella who was delivering a sound thrashing to the bear. TSK, TSK. Despite her fierce fighting style, Bella's skin is still quite fair. Ugh, what am I thinking? Kaihuai vigorously shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts. The tide of battle was clearly in Bella's favor, finding a spot to sit. Kaihuai washed the wild fruits in the water, eating them while observing the beautiful woman as she valiantly fought the beast. The poor black bear, merely seeking a drink of water, could not have anticipated encountering a human woman bathing here. Upon spotting him, instead of fleeing, it had the audacity to attack. Where were the laws of nature? After a few exchanges, the bear was undoubtedly left with only one thought: I want to go home. Bella executed a swift side kick, sending the bear flying 5 meters away, crashing through 2 small trees and trampling countless blades of grass. The kicked bear struggled to rise, limping into the woods while emitting pitiful howls, enough to evoke sorrow in listeners. Oh, it seems the fight is over, Kaihuai called out to Bella, who was now finished with her bout. Humph, Bella huffed, turning her head away. What are you looking for? Kaihuai asked, curious as he glanced around. Noticing Bella seemed to be searching for something. My clothes, she replied casually while continuing her search. Only after answering did she realize how chilly she felt, glancing down at herself and turning pale. Then blushing, and finally, a deep shade of embarrassment. Realizing the precarious situation, Kaihuai chuckled nervously. You have a lovely figure. Go to hell, Bella spat angrily, disregarding any modesty as she picked up a large stone from the water and hurled it at him. Kaihuai ducked swiftly. He certainly did not wish to be crushed by a rock. The boulder landed squarely where he had been sitting moments before, and Bella, still seething with anger, glared at him from behind the stone. Don't be angry. I truly didn't see anything, Kaihuai said, his eyes wide with feigned innocence that in truth, he had seen quite clearly, even noting the mole on Bella's back. But in this situation, only a fool would admit to what he had seen. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find my clothes, Bella ordered. Her frustration palpable. This insufferable man had become her nemesis. Ever since encountering him, her luck had taken a turn for the worse. After a protracted search, Kaihuai could still find no trace of any clothing. Puzzled, he called out to Bella, who was hiding behind the boulder. Hey, are you certain you left your clothes here? I've searched everywhere and found nothing. Are you implying that I walked here in the nude? Bella asked, her fury reigniting. And no, I was mistaken. I will look again. Kaihuai quickly corrected himself. What was initially meant to be an opportunity to mend their relationship had devolved into an affront so severe that he felt he had offended her entire lineage. He decided it would be best to keep his distance until they arrived in the Elven kingdom, where he would bid farewell to Moronu and leave this place behind. After another thorough search, Kaihuai still found nothing. Strange, where could the clothes have gone? He scanned the area, finally focusing his gaze on the large stone by the water's edge. This was where he had previously sat. He seemed to recall seeing some fabric remnants. Approaching the stone, he pushed it aside, inadvertently causing Bella, who was leaning against it, to tumble backwards into the water. With her hair now damp, Bella shielded her modesty with her hands, glaring daggers at Kaihuai, wishing she could devour the insufferable man before her. Your clothes, Kaihuai said, somewhat sheepishly, pointing at the pile of tattered fabric now crushed beneath the stone. Turn your head away, you idiot, Bella hissed through gritted teeth. Oh, Kaihuai complied immediately. Turning his back to her, he picked up his own clothing, and Bella donned her tattered trousers, relieved that the essential areas remained intact enough to wear back to the camp. She then examined her shirt, only to find it riddled with gaping holes, rendering it akin to a piece of risque lingerie, with nothing left to cover. You, give me your shirt, Bella commanded, directing her words at the turned Kaihuai. Why, he asked, turning back only to be met with a stone, which he narrowly dodged. No looking back, Bella shouted urgently, then explained, my shirt is ruined and cannot be worn. I see, just a moment, Kaihuai replied, removing his outer jacket and handing it over. It was summer, and the heat made for light clothing. After giving his jacket to Bella, he was left as a half-naked man. Do you need my trousers? He offered kindly. No, Bella replied curtly. Oh, after a brief silence, Bella quietly inquired, what brings you here? I came to find you. Did you know? Moronu has been quite worried since learning you and your brother were kidnapped. Is that so? Of course. However, I suspect once she sees those mountain bandits, her concern for you will swiftly fade. And instead, she may even begin to sympathize with your captors, Kaihuai jested. Humph, Bella scoffed. Scratching his head, Kaihuai smiled and asked, Hey, could you tell me how the formidable you ended up being captured by that bandit leader? Bella sighed at his question, gazing at his back with a hint of melancholy. I was defeated for the first time by such despicable means, and my mood soured. I just wanted a drink, but drinking in the camp would surely draw the ire of the third miss. So, the rest was implicit. Kaihuai could easily surmise that she had been discovered by the unfortunate bandit leader while drunkenly reveling outside. The leader, beguiled by the beauty before him, had foolishly brought the inebriated beauty back to his lair, dreaming of making her his wife. Yet, upon Bella awakening from her stupor, the delicate beauty transformed into a fierce dragoness, leaving the bandits in disarray. Kaihuai regarded Bella with a peculiar expression, sincerely stating, To be honest, I genuinely sympathize with that bandit leader. Humph, he deserves it for daring to target me, Bella retorted, only to suddenly freeze, realizing how naturally they were conversing. Let us return. Morong, you should be waiting for you back at the camp now, Kaihuai suggested. Very well, but I warn you, do not speak of what you witnessed today. Rest assured, when I arrived, you had already dispatched the bear. The only reason I offered you my shirt was that yours was rendered unwearable during the tussle. Humph. At least you are sensible. Chapter 21. Journey to Nordend. 7. Disheveled. Kaihuai and Bella returned to the bandit camp. The disheveled appearance of the two individuals inevitably captured the attention of Morong, who had been waiting at the gate. Her mind began to wander with vivid imaginings by a waterfall. A man and a woman were engaged in a fierce struggle, their garments in disarray as a result. Bella, are you all right? Morong inquired with genuine concern, approaching Bella, who was slumped against Kaihuai's back. I'm fine. Really, I just twisted my ankle on the way back, Bella replied softly, as a woman capable of felling a black bear while simultaneously weeping. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to admit that she had injured herself on a small stone during her return. However, Morong and the others had already jumped to conclusions, believing that something untoward must have transpired between Kaihuai and Bella. In Morong's eyes, Bella's explanation seemed merely a pretext. Bella, let me assist you inside to change your clothes, Morong suggested with an oddly peculiar expression. Bella was indeed inclined to accept the offer, while she could endure the glares of others. Being subjected to the ambiguous gazes of so many was somewhat overwhelming. As the onlookers observed Bella, supported by Morong and limping along, their admiration for Kaihuai soared to new heights. Truly remarkable. He could even manage the infamous mother Tyrannosaurus. Kaihuai, you certainly have discerning tastes. You are our idol. With profound respect, the crowd surged forward, lifting Kaihuai high and tossing him into the air. Catching him, and tossing him again. Caught off guard, Kaihuai could only pray that the heavens would not allow these individuals to abandon him after launching him skyward. Fortunately, it seemed the heavens heard his plea, as the crowd, having reveled in their amusement for a while, eventually released him and dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Before departing, however, they each came by to pat Kaihuai on the shoulder and bid him farewell. Kaihuai found himself utterly bewildered. Tansy and Sherlang approached, grinning widely, and Tansy directly asked, Brother-in-law, when do you plan to propose to the Morong family? What? Kaihuai exclaimed, startled by Tansy's address, gazing at Tansy's nearly beast-like visage. The image of a female version of Tansy, beaming with a charming smile, flashed in Kaihuai's mind that he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, shaking his head vigorously to dispel the terrifying imagery. Observing Kaihuai's reaction, Tansy's expression darkened. What is this? Kaihuai, do you intend to enjoy the feast and then refuse to acknowledge it? Do you wish to abandon Bella after indulging in her? Although he intentionally lowered his voice, Tansy's booming tone ensured that everyone present heard him. All activity ceased as the crowd leaned in to eavesdrop. What nonsense are you spouting? Enjoy the feast. I haven't even begun to feast. And what do you mean by abandoning? Who did I abandon? If you don't clarify this, despite our acquaintance, I will still accuse you of defamation, Kaihuai retorted, displeased. You think you have a case? And you all, get back to your business, Tansy commanded, dispersing the curious onlookers before pulling Kaihuai aside to inquire. Tell me, what were you and Bella doing just now? What do you mean, what were we doing? Bella went to the back mountain, so I went to find her. And then, what else happened? Then when I found her, she was busy thrashing a black bear. And then she drove the bear away. But her clothes were severely torn, so I lent her my shirt, and we returned together. But why is she limping? While fighting the bear, she must have lost her shoes. She returned barefoot and accidentally stepped on a stone, twisting her ankle. Didn't he? I already explained this when we got back. So you didn't have any other incidents? Tansy pressed, not willing to let it go. What could possibly happen between us? Don't forget, she used to glare at me as if she wanted to stab me with a knife. It was only because I took the initiative to lend her my shirt that her attitude has improved somewhat, Kaihuai replied. Tansy responded with disappointment before adding, actually. Bella is quite a remarkable girl. Generous, sincere to friends, with striking looks and a notable lineage. Why not consider it? Consider what? Are you trying to sell me on your little sister-in-law? Kaihuai asked warily. Yes. To his surprise, Tansy nodded earnestly. You have no idea. My sister-in-law is quite proud and never pays ordinary noble signs any mind. Only you have been mentioned so often in her thoughts. Please, she mentions me while plotting how to cause me trouble. It's not the same as those lovesick maidens. That may not be the case. The night before last, on the evening you defeated my sister, I happened to pass by her tent and heard her calling your name. Shirlang suddenly interjected. Of course, he would not divulge that Bella's actual words were, Kaihuai, I will kill you. Brother Kaihuai, if you are concerned about your status, you need not worry. I assure you, my father has long been anxious about my sister Bella's marital prospects. Fearing she might struggle to find a suitor, I believe if you were to propose, my father would certainly agree. Shirlang continued. Kaihuai gazed at Shirlang, who was fervently promoting his sister, and gravely stated, Shirlang, you are about to face a significant turning point in your life. Before you turn back, do you have any last words to convey? A palpable aura of menace loomed behind him. Shirlang felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. He needed no turning to know who stood there. No one could induce such anxiety in him except his violent sister. My sister, Shirlang said in a somber tone, is gentle, beautiful, generous, elegant, warm-hearted, respectful to elders, and caring towards the young. When did you arrive, sister? Shirlang feigned nonchalance, glancing back in feigned surprise at Bella. I have seen shamelessness, but never such shamelessness as yours, Kaihuai muttered under his breath, expressing strong disdain for Shirlang's opportunism. You, come here, Bella commanded, pointing at Kaihuai, seemingly sparing Shirlang for the moment. Watching his sister lead Kaihuai into a room and close the door, Shirlang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his earlier flattery had paid off. However, before he could catch his breath, the door swung open again, and Bella emerged, calling, Uncle Tansy, the third miss is looking for you. And Shirlang, you come here too. Inside the room, Moronu sat at the head of the table. Observing the somewhat pale faces of Tansy and Shirlang as she spoke, I trust you have grasped the situation. I called you here to discuss how we might clarify this rumor that tarnishes Bella's reputation. Please, share your thoughts. Perhaps we should just let it be. Shirlang cautiously glanced at his sister, noticing her hand moving towards her sword, and quickly amended, Forget I said anything. What if we let Bella or Kaihuai leave for a while? Until this matter settles, and then they can return? Tansy suggested after some contemplation. That's a terrible idea. That would only solidify the baseless speculations of those idle gossips, Kaihuai countered. Then what do you propose? Ignore it. Ignore it. Yes. You see, with rumors, the more you try to explain, the more widely they spread, and they often become more outrageous. Right now, the rumor is that Bella and I have been involved in something scandalous. Tomorrow it might escalate to me coercing Bella. And the day after that, it could turn into Bella coercing me. Bah, who would have anything scandalous with you? And that I would force you. Dream on. Bella could not help but retort lightly at Kaihuai. Faced with Bella's playful admonition, Kaihuai chuckled before continuing. As long as those of us who know the truth understand that these rumors are false, that's all that matters. For those who lack the facts and spin their own interpretations before spreading them. They need not be overly regarded. The more you explain, the more their excitement grows. Is there truly no other way? Moronu asked, her brow slightly furrowed. There is. It's akin to flood control. It's better to guide than to block. Just let things take their natural course. Inform those close to you of the truth. As for the rumor mongers, they need not be paid any mind. Continue with your lives, and in due time, the rumors will naturally subside. Will that work? Tansy asked with concern. Let us give it a try. After all, we have no other options. We might as well treat a dead horse as a live one. Moronu resolved. As Kaihuai had anticipated, rumors began to circulate rapidly within the group, with all manner of absurdities being concocted. The most outrageous claim suggested that Bella was secretly pregnant and intended to temporarily leave the group to return to her family to give birth. Of course, there were also Bella's staunch supporters, the majority of whom were women. After hearing Bella recount the truth of the matter, these individuals quickly transformed into fervent defenders against the rumors they as soon as they catch wind of any gossip concerning Bella and Kaihuai. They rush over to confront the slanderers, vehemently rebutting their claims until an admission of error is extracted. Although it often takes the force of fists to elicit such confessions, their spirited determination is commendable. I never imagined your sister has quite a following. Kaihuai remarked with a smile as they sat in a quaint tavern. The group had decided to spend the night in the small town they were passing through, and Kaihuai and Lang took the opportunity to enjoy a drink together. Indeed, despite my sister's fiery temperament, she is truly a remarkable person. What do you say? Would you consider it? There's still time, Lang said, his expression brimming with pride. Spare me the trouble that I have no interest in your sister. By the way, what happened when she caught you bad-mouthing her the other day? Did she give you a hard time? Kaihuai quickly changed the subject, his curiosity piqued. Let us not dwell on that. The past is best left unspoken, Lang replied, his face contorting in distress as he downed his drink in one gulp. Seeing this, the fires of gossip ignited within Kaihuai, and he eagerly pressed for details. Eventually, Lang could no longer withstand Kaihuai's relentless questioning and divulged the truth. Bella had neither struck nor scolded him, but merely demanded that he write her an IOU for 10,000 gold coins as punishment. You mean your sister demanded 10,000 gold coins from you? Kaihuai asked, his expression a mix of disbelief and intrigue. Yes, Lang replied, nodding in distress. After all, she is your sister. She wouldn't truly demand it from you. Kaihuai sought to reassure him. No, she is a devil, a money-hungry devil, Lang exclaimed, his inebriation evident as he raised his voice. Mind your words. You'll regret it, Kaihuai hastily cautioned. Unfortunately, Lang was too preoccupied with his drink to notice the warning glances Kaihuai was casting his way. I must say, 10,000 gold coins. How long will it take me to repay that? Honestly, who would dare to claim such a sum from her? Who could possibly be worthy of such a dowry? Lang muttered in dissatisfaction. Lang, a voice, as chilling as if from the depths of the abyss, sent a shiver down Lang's spine, abruptly sobering him. Turning with great difficulty, he spotted his sister Bella glaring at him from a nearby table. Her expression one of fury, while the third miss, Morongyu, sat beside her with a smile. Sister, what a coincidence. When did you arrive? Lang asked, his face a mask of dismay. Chapter 22. Journey to Northrend. 8. Attention. Everyone, we are about to enter the Elven Empire's territory. Please be vigilant regarding your behavior and speech. Do not inadvertently invite trouble upon yourselves. Particularly, maintain cleanliness. Do not spit indiscriminately. And avoid provoking small animals, Tansy announced loudly to her subordinates. Hearing this, Kaihuai, puzzled, pulled Lang, who had been dejected for 3 days, aside and inquired. Lang, why did Captain Tansy specifically emphasize not to spit? Lang lifted his weary gaze to meet Kaihuai's. Confusion evident in his eyes. Sighing, Kaihuai reflected on the harshness of Bella's punishment. 2,000 gold coins and reputational damages had clearly weighed heavily on her brother. He retrieved 2 coins from his pocket and clinked them together, producing a delightful metallic sound. Instantly, Lang sprang to life, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he focused on the coins in Kaihuai's hand. Answer my question, and these are yours, Kaihuai gently enticed him. Let me guess. Are you asking when my sister bathes? Where does she wash? Lang eagerly nodded, his curiosity piqued. Stop being ridiculous. Is the debt not enough for you? Kaihuai quickly covered Lang's mouth, glancing around cautiously. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice their exchange. Realizing his misstep, Lang promptly expressed his gratitude to Kaihuai, his eyes never leaving the coins. Ask away. I promise to tell you everything I know. Kaihuai repeated his earlier question. And upon hearing it, Lang nodded and replied, Oh, you mean that? I know. What is the reason? Well, coins, Lang gestured towards Kaihuai. Here you go. Thank you. After carefully tucking the coins away, Lang asked, Brother Kaihuai, what is your impression of the Elven race? From what I've read, they are a very peace-loving race, deeply devoted to nature. Kaihuai responded, somewhat perplexed as to why Lang was broaching this topic now. You're correct. They are indeed a very peace-loving race, Lang said. his expression oddly serious, leaving Yi Kaihuai bemused. Did the books tell a different story? Shi Lang continued. However, they possess many other characteristics, such as? Yi Kaihuai inquired. For instance, they are a race that values cleanliness, refusing to tolerate even a speck of dust in their living spaces. There was a time when an orc prince from the Orc Alliance visited the Elven Empire and left his accommodations in disarray, causing such outrage that the Elven Empire detained the unfortunate prince, nearly sparking a war between the two great empires. Ultimately, it was the Orc Emperor who had to intervene personally to apologize to the Elven Empire, thereby averting conflict, though that unfortunate prince ended up sweeping the streets of the Elven capital, Northrend, for over a month. So, the people of the Elven Empire are truly fastidious, Yi Kaihuai said with a dry laugh. And why is it advised not to provoke small animals? Because those small creatures you might wish to provoke are likely the fated beasts that elves bond with from childhood through a sacred covenant. Their relationship is not one of dominance, but rather one of mutual dependence. Any elf capable of possessing a fated beast cherishes it far more than their own life. If one offends an elf, but sincerely apologizes, they are likely to be forgiven. However, should they show even the slightest disrespect to the elf's fated beast, the consequences would be dire. It is said that someone once offended an elf's fated beast and nearly ignited a war. Correct? Yi Kaihuai interjected. Indeed, that is precisely the case. So once we enter the Elven Empire, you must be extremely cautious, Shi Lang kindly warned Yi Kaihuai. Nodding absently, Yi Kaihuai pondered how the orcs, known for their brutish and combative nature, would show respect to the elves, a race celebrated for their love of peace and nature, which had evidently evolved to be more ferocious than the orcs themselves. A minor slight could lead to war. It was no wonder the saying went, the soft fear the hard fear the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the shameless. The elves had reached a stage of recklessness, while the orcs remained in a bold phase. The disparity in their levels naturally led to differing attitudes towards conflict. Shi Lang, Miss San calls for you. A knight approached, calling out to Shi Lang. All right. I'm on my way, Shi Lang replied, turning to Yi Kaihuai. Brother Kaihuai, my lady beckons. I must go. Go ahead. As Shi Lang departed, Abby and Sal drew near to Yi Kaihuai, whispering, Brother Yi, we are nearing Northrend. What shall we do next? No need to rush. First, let us find a place to settle down and familiarize ourselves with the city before making further plans. Do you think Sister Yuega will be all right? What could possibly happen to Yuega? According to what the black-haired der said back in Foling Town, she should have been taken away by someone she knows. She is unlikely to be in any danger. Moreover, der mentioned that her uncle, Yun Kaishan, was by her side when she departed, so he surely wouldn't allow his niece to come to harm. Then why have we come to Northrend? From what you say, it seems our visit here may be somewhat superfluous. Perhaps we won't need to do anything at all. Or perhaps there will be something we need to address. Yi Kaihuai provided a deliberately ambiguous answer. Why is that? Abby asked, puzzled. Yuega is of an age where marriage is being discussed. It's possible she has returned for an arranged marriage. If she is willing, we shall quietly support her from the sidelines. If she is not, then it will be our turn to step in. Brother Yi, do you not have feelings for Sister Yuega? I'm not certain. Yuega is a wonderful girl, and to be frank, I like her quite a bit. It is precisely because I like her that I do not wish for her to feel burdened. After all, a union between an elf and a human comes with many challenges. I do not want her to suffer because of me. Brother Yi, you truly are a good person. Thank goodness you're not a woman. If you were and called me a good person, I would be quite disheartened. Yi Kaihuai laughed. Abby. Ignoring Abby's confusion, Yi Kaihuai approached a knight making his way toward him and asked, Is it Miss Morong seeking me? Yes, Miss San requests your presence. Mr. Yi, to discuss some matters. Very well, please lead the way. Mr. Yi, please follow me. The knight guided Yi Kaihuai to a large wagon situated in the center of the group. After the announcement, Yi Kaihuai climbed into the carriage and was greeted by familiar faces. Morong Yu, Tanzi, Shi Lang, and his rumored girlfriend Bella were all present, seemingly waiting for him. Miss Morong, it so happens that I have something I wish to discuss with you as well. Would you prefer to speak first? Or shall I? Yi Kaihuai inquired with a smile as he settled into his seat. I will go first, as ladies take precedence, she replied. Very well, then please, Miss Morong. The reason I invited you is to inquire about your plans. As we approach Nord, what are your intentions? Will you continue to travel with us? What a coincidence, Miss Morong. That is precisely what I wanted to discuss. My intention is to leave the group and proceed alone. Yi Kaihuai. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon us? Do you believe we will hinder your progress? Bella interjected, her tone urgent. Of course not. You are all dear friends, and I would never belittle my friends. However, the matters I must attend to in Nord are somewhat perilous, and I do not wish to involve you in my troubles. After all, your group is quite large. Should anything go awry, your concerns would multiply, and you would lack the freedom to act as I can. Then might you divulge what precisely you intend to do in Nord? Did you not claim we are your friends? Is it unreasonable to ask a friend to share their secrets? Lang questioned. I could certainly tell you, to spare you from unnecessary speculation, but you must promise to keep it confidential. No problem. Excellent. I trust you. Kaihuai nodded and continued. Do you remember the proprietress of the Trian Windbell town, Yugo? I remember. I met her once. She is quite the beauty, Lang acknowledged. She has gone missing. Abducted by a group of mysterious individuals. My only lead is a badge, potentially a legion insignia, found at the scene. As Kaihuai spoke, he produced a silver badge from his pocket. Tansy took it and exclaimed, Silver Moon Ranger. Uncle Tansy, do you know the origins of this badge? Morong asked curiously. Not only do I know, but I was once saved by this legion's members. By the way, third miss, you were rescued by them as well. Oh, how come I don't recall? Hiki, at that time, you were merely an infant of 3 months. How could you possibly remember? Tansy explained with a smile. I recall your mother brought you back to her family for a visit. And on the way back, you were ambushed by bandits. They intended to kidnap your mother and you to use as leverage against your father, the head of the Morong family. We were outnumbered. And it seemed your mother and you were in grave danger. Fortunately, the Silver Moon Rangers appeared and rescued us. Later, I learned that the one who aided us was a Legion commander on a matchmaking expedition. He had been displeased after a failed courtship and found an opportunity to vent his frustrations by ordering his elite guard to eliminate those unfortunate bandits. Does Uncle Tansy know who that commander was? I do not. The Silver Moon Rangers belong to the Elven Empire. Engaging in conflict on the borders of the Aolong Empire could incite diplomatic disputes. Following the incident, both nations swiftly issued gag orders that I could only uncover the information I just shared. Beyond that, I could not find anything else, Tansy lamented, shaking his head. It seems relying on this incident to approach the Silver Moon Rangers is unlikely, Kaihuai remarked, somewhat disheartened. That may not necessarily be the case. Where there is a will, there is a way, Morong interjected. Chapter 23, A Man's Intuition. The Silver Moon Ranger is not merely a title or a profession. It represents one of the 4 great legions of the Elven Empire. The Silver Moon Rangers primarily consist of light cavalry, with each member skilled in archery and mounted combat, excelling in guerrilla tactics. They have played pivotal roles in various conflicts, often turning the tide of battle to secure victories for the Elven Empire. One of the most notable events occurred 50 years ago during the River Valley campaign between the Elven Empire and the True Demon Empire, located in the northern continent. In this battle, the then commander of the Silver Moon Rangers, Hook, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the main forces of the True Demon Empire, capturing their commander who was unable to retreat, thus bringing an end to the 6-month-long conflict. As a result, the Silver Moon Rangers ascended from a secondary legion to a primary force. Today, the headquarters of the Silver Moon Rangers welcomed an unfamiliar guest, the third miss of the Morong family from the Aolong Empire. Welcome, welcome. Miss Morong's presence truly graces us, said Rod, the reception officer responsible for welcoming guests, beaming at Morong as she stood outside the camp. Greetings, Mr. Rod. I apologize for my sudden visit. Morong replied with a slight bow. You are far too courteous. Miss Morong, please, allow me to escort you inside the camp. Rod promptly returned the gesture. Entering the Silver Moon Rangers' encampment with Rod, Morong maintained her composure, prompting a silent nod of approval from Rod, who had been observing her discreetly. Indeed, someone hailing from a prestigious family exhibited far greater decorum than those nouveau riche. After leading Morong and her 2 attendants into the reception room, Rod inquired with a smile, Miss Morong, may I ask what brings you to our Silver Moon Rangers headquarters? If it is not of great importance, I believe I can assist you. Otherwise, I will report your matter to my superior. Thank you. My primary purpose for coming here is to locate a particular individual within your ranks. Might I inquire which person you seek? In truth, I do not know who he is. Miss Morong, please do not jest. I am not jesting. The matter is as follows. A few days ago, while conversing with my knight captain, I learned that I was rescued as a child by someone from the Silver Moon Rangers. Upon discovering this, I seized the opportunity to search for my savior during my visit to the Elven Empire. Ah, I see. May I ask what you intend to do once you find him? Nothing much. Really, that I merely wish to express my gratitude in person and invite him to lunch. Nothing more. That is certainly a request I can fulfill. Do you have any leads on your savior? None. I only know that it occurred 15 years ago, along the border of the Elven Empire and the Along Empire. At that time, my rescuer was likely a commander of a Silvermoon Ranger unit, holding a significant rank. 15 years ago, you say? That complicates matters. Miss Murong, could you return in 3 days, based on the information you provided? I will need to retrieve the military records from our archives to assist you. However, these records are classified, and as you are not a member of the Legion, you will not be permitted access. I hope you can understand. I completely understand your position. I appreciate your efforts, and when you help me find the person I seek, I would be delighted to invite you to join us. It would be my honor to receive an invitation from Miss Murong. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. And I appreciate your assistance. Miss Murong is far too kind. I have said all I needed to, so I shall not impose further. I bid you farewell. Murong Yu rose and addressed Rod. Please, allow me to escort you, Rod offered. Accompanying Murong Yu out of the camp. Once outside, Rod returned to his office and rang the bell on his desk, summoning a guard into the room. Immediately send someone to discreetly track Murong Yu and her companions over the next few days, Rod instructed. Understood, the guard replied before departing to relay the command. Inside the carriage, Lang turned to Murong Yu and asked, Third Miss, why did you not suggest to that reception officer named Rod that we assist in reviewing the military records? Before Murong Yu could respond, Bella interjected on her behalf. How thoughtless. Rod already informed us that the military records are classified. If the Third Miss were to make such a request, it would only serve to embarrass herself. I see. However, Third Miss, I feel that Rod may not be as simple as he appears, Lang continued. Oh, what makes you say that? Bella inquired with curiosity. Lang pondered before responding. A man's intuition. Upon returning to the camp, Kaihuai listened attentively to Murong Yu's account, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your concern regarding my affairs, 3rd Mississippi. There is no need for such formalities. Are we not friends? Assisting a friend is what friends do, Murong Yu replied with a smile. By the way, Kaihuai, having heard our account, what are your thoughts on that, Rod? Bella interjected from the side. I have yet to meet Rod, but from your narration, it is evident that he is no ordinary individual, Kaihuai replied after a moment of contemplation. Do you have any evidence to support that? Lang promptly inquired. Evidence? Kaihuai pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is merely a man's intuition. Ah. So it's intuition. I have always felt that Rod is quite remarkable as well. 3rd Miss, what do you think? Bella remarked with a look of agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, 3rd Miss affirmed. Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Thinking to himself, so when I say it's a man's intuition, I receive a dismissive TCH, yet when Kaihuai states the same, it is deemed as a profound connection. Oh dear sister, how biased you are. Lang, why are you still here? Quickly instruct someone to prepare lunch. The 3rd Miss has yet to dine. By the way, Kaihuai, have you eaten? If not, would you join us? Thank you. I have already dined. Lang, do take a seat. I had notified them to prepare the meal as soon as you returned. It should be ready shortly. After lunch, Kaihuai and the others continued their discussions. There is no need to rush regarding the Silvermoon Ranger. I have already arranged for surveillance on Rod. Once he reveals the identity of my savior, we shall take action. However, until then, I suspect all our movements will be under the watchful eye of Rod's subordinates, so I advise everyone to remain discreet during this time. Continue with your tasks as usual, and avoid exposing any vulnerabilities. Murong Yu addressed the assembly. Rest assured, 3rd Miss, we shall heed your counsel. Kaihuai, what occupies your thoughts? Bella inquired softly, noticing Kaihuai lost in contemplation. I am considering whether it is wise to place all our hopes on the Silvermoon Ranger, he replied. What do you intend to do? We shall divide our efforts. 1 overt. 1 covert. Chapter 24. Observations at the Tavern. The Green Wild Tavern, located in the lower district of North End, is a favored haunt for numerous mercenary enthusiasts, not merely for the fine taste and reasonable prices of the beverages, but primarily because the tavern's proprietress is an enchanting beauty. In her 30s, she exudes the allure of a mature woman, captivating all who set eyes upon her. As usual, the proprietress, Stella, stood behind the counter tallying accounts, listening to various mercenaries boast about their adventurous exploits. However, for reasons unknown, the once boisterous tavern suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Stella, puzzled, lifted her gaze to discover three strangers entering the establishment, to be precise. It was one tall and one small human accompanied by an adult orc. The arrival of the strangers momentarily stunned the tavern's server, yet his professional instincts quickly snapped him back to attention. With a beaming smile, he approached and ushered the three patrons to a table against the wall, inquiring, "Gentlemen, what may I offer you?" "Two of your finest Alash," one of the trio casually responded, gesturing towards the child seated beside him, "and a glass of milk for him." "Very well. 2 glasses of Palando ale and 1 glass of milk. Please wait a moment." The server acknowledged and hastily departed. However, before he could get far, a mocking voice rang out. "Hey, proprietress, we have a child here who needs his milk. Come quickly, he requires your attention." In a tavern, one encounters all manner of individuals. Some prefer to avoid trouble, while others are all too eager to stir it up. Unfortunately, Kaihuai and his companions found themselves in the company of the latter. Restraining the eager-to-rise Abby, Kaihuai cast a glance at the table of ruffians, noting that they were a mercenary squad of Ford, the speaker, clad in the garb of a rogue, met Kaihuai's gaze with a threatening glare. Kaihuai chose to ignore him and surveyed the surroundings, noticing that everyone intentionally averted their eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. Understanding the situation, he leaned towards Abby and whispered, "Abby, do you recall what I said before we left? Should you misbehave, I may not bring you along next time." Indeed, you must listen to your brother, child." The rogue, suddenly losing his footing, fell to the ground with a dramatic cry. His companions hastily assisted him, revealing that he was now bloodied and in visible agony. With a plop, the rogue spat out a coin along with several teeth. "My companion was merely jesting. Surely, your response was excessive." The warrior among the group spoke to Kaihuai in a low tone. Kaihuai regarded him with an amused expression, replying, "Respect is earned. While one's dignity can be lost in an instant, I find it quite astonishing that you have survived this long. Given your penchant for jesting with strangers, it is nothing short of miraculous. It appears that a peaceful resolution to this matter is unlikely." The warrior threatened, slowly drawing the greatsword strapped to his back. Yet, he felt a twinge of apprehension. This individual was clearly not to be trifled with, especially considering the imposing presence of the Minotaur who had not yet intervened. "Eisen, have you forgotten where we are?" A woman's voice called from behind Kaihuai. He turned to see the tavern's proprietress, Stella, standing behind the counter, observing the situation with a bemused expression directed at Eisen. "Sister Stella, you exaggerate that. I would never dare to cause a ruckus in your establishment. I was merely sharing a jest with this distant friend." "Right, my friend." Eisen quickly donned a sheepish grin as he addressed Stella. Kaihuai dismissed him and turned to the server standing nearby, exclaiming, "Hey, where are our drinks? They have yet to arrive." "My apologies, they will be here shortly," the server replied hurriedly. Rushing to fulfill the order, feeling his pride wounded, Eisen shot a venomous glare at Kaihuai's retreating figure, wishing he could cleave this insolent wretch in two with his greatsword. Yet, he held back. At least for now. This was not his territory. He had no freedom to act as he pleased. Instead, he leaned closer to his companions, muttering, "Let us depart. There will be other opportunities to settle the score with him." As he passed by Kaihuai, Eisen whispered, "Kid, we shall see about this." No sooner had he spoken than he stumbled and fell, having tripped over Kaihuai's leg protruding from the table. "Ah, my apologies, I didn't notice." Kaihuai feigned surprise. Offering a disingenuous apology, Eisen was seething with rage, springing up to seize his great sword, glaring at Kaihuai as he enunciated, "Like a man, let us step outside to resolve this." Kaihuai shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "I need not prove my manhood to you. However, should you possess a beautiful sister, I would not object to demonstrating my masculinity to her." "Bastard!" Eisen bellowed, swinging his sword downwards, contrary to what the onlookers anticipated. Kaihuai was not cleaved in two by the enraged Eisen. Instead, he effortlessly caught the blade in one hand, holding it steadfast regardless of Eisen's exertion. The crowd gasped in disbelief, although Eisen's strength was considerable. It was evident that Kaihuai was merely toying with him, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. "You dare wield a heavy weapon such as this?" Kaihuai scoffed, commanding, "Release." At Kaihuai's shout, Eisen complied, his body hurtling backwards and crashing into two tables before finally coming to a halt. Lying on the ground, Eisen stared at Kaihuai in disbelief. "Here you go, Kaihuai tossed the great sword back at Aizen. Aizen picked it up without uttering a word, his pride shattered, and he led his companions out of the Greenwild Tavern in a hasty retreat. Once outside, the still-dazed rogue inquired, "Captain, shall we let this matter rest?" "Look at my sword," Aizen replied tersely, presenting the great sword to his companions. They gasped in shock. The once smooth blade now bore 5 distinct fingerprints, 4 on one side and 1 on the other, an unmistakable mark left by the very individual they had just clashed with. "Captain, what shall we do now?" the rogue asked Aizen. "Just because we cannot handle him does not mean others cannot. Let us return to the guild and seek assistance. We have crossed paths with the flying horse. I will ensure he regrets ever drawing breath," Aizen vowed vehemently. Striding away from the tavern with his companions in tow, inside the tavern, the tables that had been overturned were promptly righted by the server, and the patrons, witnessing Kaihuai's formidable prowess, now hesitated to provoke him further. They observed as Kaihuai sat quietly, sipping his drink, without making any further disruptive moves. As the crowd dispersed, they resumed their conversations, disregarding Kaihuai and his companions. "What a letdown. I was expecting a real ruckus," Abby murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "You little troublemaker, don't worry. If you want to fight, it won't be difficult. That warrior named Aizen will likely go gather his friends by the time he returns. You'll have your hands full. I also wish to engage in some combat to assess how much I've progressed lately. As you mentioned, sir, practical experience is the most direct method of evaluating training results," Tauren Sal spoke solemnly. "You are not ready. Your mastery over your own strength is still incomplete. Engaging in a fight now would likely result in you unintentionally harming someone. Wait until you can wield your power with precision before sparring with others, if you truly cannot hold back. I shall spar with you once we return. I think I'd rather avoid that. I'm not foolish enough to challenge myself in that manner," Sal firmly declined. Even the Tauren has grown wiser. "Brother Yi, it seems your ability to deceive is waning," Abby jested with a smile. "Oh, come now, when have I ever deceived anyone?" Kaihuai retorted, visibly displeased. "Have you heard? The niece of the Elven King's family has returned from abroad." Kaihuai, who had been chatting with Abby, immediately motioned for her to be quiet and turned his gaze to the 2 individuals with whom he had just conversed. Noticing their attention, the 2 promptly fell silent. With a slight smile, Kaihuai raised his wine glass and invited, "Dear friends, would you care to join me for a drink?" The 2 exchanged glances at the wine glass Kaihuai held, swallowed hard, and nodded in agreement. After all, the wine Kaihuai ordered was the most expensive in the tavern, a luxury they could seldom afford. Upon reaching Kaihuai's table, he gestured for them to sit down. Summoning a server, "Please bring 2 glasses of wine for these gentlemen, and charge it to my tab." The server acknowledged and went to fetch the drinks. Someone immediately called out to the 2 seated at Kaihuai's table, "Hey, Tom, Jerry, have you 2 tricked your way into drinking again today?" Kaihuai shot a glance in their direction. Clearly the events in the tavern were still fresh in everyone's minds. Seeing Kaihuai look over, the one who had jested quickly shrank back, silenced. "So you 2 are named Tom and Jerry?" "Yes, I am Tom, and this is my friend, Jerry." The person identifying as Tom introduced his companion. One was tall and sturdy, while the other was small and lean, which, combined with their names, caused Kaihuai to recall a classic animated series he had once watched. A pleasure to meet you both. I am Kaihuai. And these are my friends Abby and Tauren Sal," Kaihuai said, suppressing a chuckle as the server brought the wine. Kaihuai raised his glass and declared to Tom and Jerry, "Here's to our first meeting." "Cheers." "Cheers." Tom and Jerry echoed as they raised their glasses. "I heard you mention that the Elven King's niece has returned. Has she been living abroad all this time?" "Mr. Yi, I presume you are not from the Elven Empire?" "Indeed. I hail from the Owling Empire." "In that case, it is no wonder you would ask. You see, the Elven King's niece has long been referred to as the Calamity of the Elven royal family." "Calamity of the royal family?" "Yes, Calamity." Tom nodded emphatically. "It is said that when she was born, her mother perished during childbirth. Shortly thereafter, her father met with an unfortunate accident during a duel, fatally injured. One could only say that the girl is quite unfortunate. How can you label her a calamity? If anything, the Elven King, her uncle, should be more concerned for her," Kaihuai remarked, puzzled. "I have yet to finish. The events that followed are even more bizarre. When she was 1 year old, one of her uncles fell from a tree and broke his leg right in front of her. At 3, her palace caught fire, leaving her unharmed while the cause of the blaze remains a mystery. At 4, while playing with the Elven King's children, one of them nearly drowned. At 5, enough, Kaihuai interrupted Tom, directly inquiring, since she has left the Elven Empire, why has she returned now? I have heard that her return is to arrange a marriage with the heir of the Orc Alliance. A marriage? With whom? I hear it is with the 5th Prince of the Orc Alliance, Xin. Chapter 25. Staying at Greenfield, Kaihuai was about to inquire further about this 5th Prince Xin when the door of the Greenfield Tavern swung open violently. A large group of people stormed in, swiftly surrounding Kaihuai and his companions. Kid, did you just bully the members of the Pegasus Mercenary Corps? A burly man pushed through the crowd, asking ominously. I haven't heard of the Pegasus Mercenary Corps, but I did indeed teach a few troublemakers a lesson just now, Kaihuai replied, taking a sip of his drink, his expression calm. The burly man frowned slightly, turning to his companions, go fetch Eisen and the others to identify him. Moments later, Eisen and his group entered. Upon seeing Kaihuai, Eisen immediately told the burly man, Captain Maki, this is the brat who looks down on our Pegasus Mercenary Corps, claiming we're merely a rabble. Kaihuai remained silent in response to Eisen's fabrications. Merely watching the man Eisen referred to as Captain Maki with a cold stare, Maki waved his hand and asked Kaihuai, is what my subordinate said true? Did you insult the Pegasus Mercenary Corps? Captain, why are you even asking him? Now that he sees us here in numbers, he surely won't dare admit to what he said. Eisen interjected anxiously. You'd best keep your subordinate's mouth in check, otherwise. I can't guarantee I won't take action to teach him a lesson myself, Kaihuai replied coldly. What if I did say it? What then? If you didn't say it, then you can forget about compensating my subordinate for medical fees. If you did, then it's a matter of life and death. Such bravado, Maki. Have you grown wings and come to make trouble here? The tavern's owner, Stella, approached, her voice icy. Sister Stella, I hold you in high regard. It's just that my subordinate has been bullied, and I must seek justice for them. That's your concern, not mine. However, this is my territory, and I make the rules. Here, even if he were your father's sworn enemy, you cannot raise your hand against him. That's the rule of my establishment. If you wish to fight, wait until he is outside. Fine, I'll give you this face for the sake of my late brother. Bring them outside, Maki conceded. Wait, Kaihuai pointed at Tom and Jerry. These two have no part in this matter. Do not make things difficult for them. Let them go. Very well, let them go. Maki nodded, signaling his men to release Tom and Jerry. Outside the tavern, Kaihuai stretched his limbs while questioning Maki. How do you intend to resolve this? It's not about how I want to resolve it. It's whether you have considered how to respond, Maki retorted. I've already made my mind up. First, I never claimed you were a rabble, believe it or not, that's up to you. Second, I do have some money, but I have no intention of giving it to you. If you have the ability, come take it, Kaihuai stated firmly. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared before Maki and landed a punch squarely on his nose. Oh, you despicable scoundrel. Stop standing there. Everyone, attack. Maki cried out, clutching his nose, tears streaming down his face. With Maki's command, over 20 of his men charged at Kaihuai began to maneuver, while Sal had already recognized that this matter would not end peacefully and had taken a strategic position alongside Abby. As Kaihuai made his move, he stood guard to protect Abby from anyone trying to take advantage. Do not act alone. Everyone worked together to corner him, Eisen shouted from the periphery. Only to be knocked unconscious by a flying bottle. Kaihuai caught a glimpse of the bottle's origin and saw a flash of red at the window. With a smile, he dodged 3 incoming punches and executed a sidekick, sending one attacker flying. The fight continued, and the crowd watching grew larger. Maki's expression darkened. Over 20 men could not subdue one unknown individual. If this news spread, the Pegasus Mercenary Corps would surely be disgraced. Everyone, stand back, Maki shouted, preparing to take matters into his own hands. After all, what had previously occurred did not count. That was merely a trick, absolutely not to be considered. After fighting for so long, you still don't know who I am? Just some shameless new recruit. Kaihuai inquired of the combatant Maki, saying, do you not recognize me? We were just conversing moments ago. Ah. Kaihuai pondered for a moment, then suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, ah, now I remember. It is you. Oh dear, why is your nose bleeding? How careless of you. The redness of my nose is entirely your doing, Maki retorted, trembling with rage, and with a fierce yell, delivered a straight punch aimed at Kaihuai's chest. Kaihuai chuckled mischievously, employing a grappling technique to seize Maki's wrist, subsequently pulling it back forcefully while extending his leg, sending Maki sprawling to the ground. Undeterred, Maki rose once more to continue the fight. They fell, fought, and fell again, until even the Minotaur, Sal, could no longer bear the sight, bellowing at Maki, "Stop embarrassing yourself. You cannot defeat him alone." The crowd erupted into laughter at Sal's proclamation. Maki's face flushed crimson with fury as he glared at Kaihuai, silently charging at him once again. Kaihuai frowned slightly, appreciating those who possess a strong will and refuse to yield easily. Initially, it was Sal, and now it was this Maki before him. This time, Kaihuai did not evade, enduring Maki's punch and falling to the ground. "Did I hit you?" Maki asked incredulously, glancing at his own fist. And then, realizing the situation, he shouted at the fallen Kaihuai, "I do not need your pity." "I do not pity you," Kaihuai replied, rising and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I merely admire your indomitable spirit. Cease your attacks. At this moment, you are not my match. Go practice and return later." "I do not need your condescension," Maki shouted defiantly, once more charging forward with his fists raised at Kaihuai's side, resolved to knock Maki unconscious and have him returned by his companions. However, before Maki could reach Kaihuai, an individual suddenly emerged from the crowd, blocking Maki's path. Maki paused in surprise at the figure obstructing him. And in that fleeting moment, the newcomer struck Maki in the abdomen, whispering to the nearly unconscious Maki, "Maki, you fool, do not be ungrateful. Your opponent has spared you repeatedly. If you continue to provoke him, you will only suffer further." "You finally returned," Maki managed to say through gritted teeth to his assailant. "Indeed, I am back. Maki, it seems you have not improved much in these 2 months," was the reply. "You are just as much a jerk as before," Maki spat back. "Heh." Maki, I have already inquired with Sister Stella about the situation. The fault lies with us, not with them. But I must say, Maki, you have quite the audacity to argue with Sister Stella. I, as your leader, must commend you for that. However, for now, it would be best for you to faint and let me take you back." With that, Maki's leader delivered another punch, and Maki could only manage a parting curse. "Bailey, you bastard. I will settle the score with you when I recover, before losing consciousness. My dear friend, I am Bailey, a companion of this fool. What transpired earlier was our fault. I hope you will not take offense." "No offense taken. My name is Kaihuai. Would you care to join me for a drink? Perhaps another time. With this oaf present, I doubt we would enjoy our drinks. I will be frequenting Greenwild during this period. Feel free to seek me out when the opportunity arises." "Very well. I shall make it a point to find you. Farewell." With that, Bailey hoisted the unconscious Maki and departed. "Brother Yi, how formidable is that individual?" Abi inquired softly as she approached Kaihuai. "Quite capable. 100 exchanges would likely yield no victor," Kaihuai replied. Gazing at Bailey's retreating figure, "Is he truly that strong?" Abi questioned incredulously. "Do not be deceived by appearances. Much like yourself, you are not merely an innocent 8-year-old boy, are you? Brother Yi, what shall our next step be?" Abi shifted the topic. "First, we should inquire with the tavern's proprietress, Sister Stella, if there are any rooms available. If so, we shall stay here, as we need to temporarily part ways with Muronyu and the others." "Why must we separate?" "I believe being together offers mutual support," Abi queried, perplexed. "Firstly, I noticed upon our return from the Silvermoon Ranger headquarters that we were being followed. Remaining together could lead to us being easily captured. Secondly, the search for Uega is primarily our concern and not directly related to Muronyu and her companions. If they were to be harmed due to our endeavors, it would be a situation I wish to avoid," Kaihuai explained to Abi in a hushed tone. "No, we do not have any rooms available," the tavern proprietress Stella replied without hesitation. "Please, a little leniency, gentle and beautiful proprietress. Greenwild is merely a tavern, not an inn." "I see," Kaihuai said, somewhat disappointed. "Might you know of any nearby lodgings for rent?" "I do not know. My apologies for disturbing you," sensing Stella's apparent lack of welcome. Kaihuai turned to leave. "Wait," Stella called out, stopping him in his tracks. "Though we do not have guest rooms, I do have staff quarters. I have 2 attendants who need to return home for a while. Likely for 2 months. If you are willing." "We are willing to rent," Abi quickly interjected. "Not for rent. Those are for staff only." Stella did not even glance at Abi, her gaze fixed on Kaihuai. Awaiting his decision, the tavern's proprietress, her keen perception indicated to Stella that Kaihuai was the decision-maker among the 3. "Very well. We agree to serve as employees of Greenwild. However, you shall not obstruct my departure when the time comes." No problem. Chapter 26. The Ball. 1. Within the Morong family's villa. Morong Yu and Bella were deliberating their next course of action when a servant approached with a report. Third Miss, the reception officer of the Silvermoon Ranger Corps, Rod, has arrived. Understood. Please have Mr. Rod wait in the parlor for tea. I will be there shortly. Yes. Third Mississippi, the servant left, and Morong Yu turned to Tansy beside her, saying, Uncle Tansy, please ask your friends in Northrend to continue gathering information about the Elf King's niece who just returned to Northrend. The primary focus is to ascertain her current residence. From what we have learned from Kaihuai, it is highly likely that the Elf King's niece is the Uego we seek. Rest assured. Miss, I will take care of it, Tansy replied. However, you must remain vigilant. I have a feeling that the fellow named Rod may harbor ill intentions towards you. Indeed, Third Miss, I share that sentiment, Sherlang concurred. I too believe that Rod is suspicious. It would be prudent for us to exercise caution, Bella added. Surprisingly in agreement with her brother Sherlang, seeing that the three she relied upon shared this concern, Morong Yu nodded. I understand. I will be careful. Bella, Sherlang, accompany me to meet Rod and see what brings him here. Yes. Third Mississippi in the parlor. Rod was admiring the paintings adorning the walls when the sound of the door opening drew his attention, and he turned to find the guest of honor had arrived. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Mr. Rod, Morong Yu smiled as she addressed him. No need for apologies. Miss Morong. A beauty such as yourself is well worth the wait, Rod replied. You flatter me, Mr. Rod. May I inquire what brings you here? Have you made any progress regarding the matter I entrusted to you? I regret to inform you, Miss Morong, that we are still diligently investigating that issue, but I assure you we will soon locate the individual you seek. I appreciate your efforts. What is the purpose of your visit today? In 3 days, our Silvermoon Ranger Corps commander is hosting a ball, and I would like to invite you to attend as my partner that I hope you will accept. Well, Morong Yu hesitated. If it is inconvenient for Miss Morong, please feel free to say so. I would not wish to put you in a difficult position. Very well. I accept your invitation to be your partner, but may I bring my friends along? Of course. The ball hosted by our commander is open to the public, so you are welcome to bring your friends. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could come to pick me and my friends up on the day of the event. If that is possible, it would be my utmost honor. Miss Morong, I shall return to make preparations, and I promise to surprise you on the day, as if fearing that Morong you might change her mind. Rod quickly took his leave after receiving her affirmative response. After seeing Rod out, Sherlang quietly asked Morong Yu, Third Miss, what exactly is Rod up to? Why does he come here to extend such an invitation? Though I'm not entirely certain. We might as well leverage this ball to our advantage. Sherlang, please inform Kaihuai to come here at once that we need to discuss how we can utilize this gala for our benefit. Morong Yu instructed in a hushed tone. Yes. Third Miss, I will notify him immediately, came the reply. Greenwild Tavern. Hey, newcomer, come over and attend to the guests. Bai Lai shouted loudly at the new attendant of the Greenwild Tavern. What are you shouting about? Aren't you concerned about the noise? Kaihuai sauntered over, greeting the burly man seated beside Bai Lai. Yo, Maki, how's your injury healing? That injury was caused by you. Do you really need me to remind you? Maki responded tersely. You're still upset. It was you who was deceived by your underlings and came to find trouble with me that I bear no responsibility for that. Kaihuai jested with a smile. All right, that's all in the past. That fellow named Ison and his accomplices have already been expelled from the Flying Horse, so why bring it up now? Kaihuai, 2 mugs of wheat beer, please, Bai Lai interjected to mediate. Sure, just a moment, Kaihuai replied, turning to fetch the drinks. Moments later, he returned with 2 mugs of wheat beer. Kaihuai, have you considered joining us at the Flying Horse? The benefits are plentiful, Bai Lai said after taking a sip. Are you done yet? I've already told you that I won't be joining any mercenary group, Kaihuai replied, exasperated. With your remarkable skills, you could easily give our second-in-command a run for his money. How could I possibly let someone like you slip away so easily? Bai Lai insisted. His tone unapologetic. You're quite blunt, aren't you? Haven't you noticed your deputy is on the verge of a meltdown? Not a problem. He and I have been friends since childhood. I know his temperament well enough. He wouldn't actually be angry with me. Seriously, think it over. It would be a shame for someone with your talents to be cooped up in this run-down establishment. I should remind you that the owner of this run-down establishment is currently standing not far behind you. Glaring at you. It seems she is quite displeased with your comment about the tavern. Kaihuai remarked before heading toward the counter. Indeed, the tavern was rather diminutive, not in terms of space, but in clientele. No wonder Stella, the owner, insisted on not renting out rooms, only hiring staff. Apparently, 2 employees had recently resigned to seek opportunities in larger taverns, leaving a gap that Kaihuai and his companions conveniently filled. Ensuring Greenwild could continue its operations, regardless of how Stella reprimanded the indiscreet by lie, Kaihuai busied himself at the counter, attentively listening to the conversations of patrons. Unfortunately, he did not catch any news regarding the Elven King's niece. All he knew was that this girl, who was not particularly favored by the members of the Elven royal family, did not reside within the Elven King's palace. As for her exact whereabouts, Tom and Jerry had accepted the task of finding out and were diligently investigating why Kaihuai's prior show of loyalty had deeply moved them, so they readily agreed to his request and had not visited Greenwild in several days. Have you heard? The leader of the Silvermoon Ranger Corps has returned, and it seems there will be a ball in 3 days. Is that so? I truly envy those who have received invitations. I've heard that the leader of the Silvermoon Rangers is a standout among the new generation of talents in the Empire, young, handsome, and immensely powerful. When he last departed Northrend, he was already on the verge of becoming a sword saint. I wonder if he has finally achieved that status. He may very well have become a sword saint, however. I've heard that this leader has quite an unusual preference. What preference? It is said that he shows little interest in women, and I've heard that his family has arranged for no fewer than 20 distinguished young ladies for him to choose from. Yet he has shown no interest in any of them. From what you're saying, it does sound plausible. Indeed, the more illustrious the family, the greater the likelihood of producing talents internally. Who can argue with that? By the way, I heard that a gang brawl erupted in the Eastern District a few days ago over territorial disputes, and even the constables were helpless to intervene. Kaihuai lost interest in the ensuing chatter, which was merely mundane gossip. The Silvermoon Ranger leader's ball might be an event worth infiltrating. As he pondered this, he inadvertently neglected his surroundings and was lightly kicked by Stella, who had just finished tidying up by lie. Kaihuai, stop being lazy and get to work. I am paying you. Yes, Kaihuai replied, moving toward a customer requesting drinks. As he passed by lie, he remarked to the man slumped over the table, "Hey, are you still alive? If so, please make a sound." Thanks. Kaihuai nodded and turned to leave. Hey, is that how you treat an injured person? Balai complained, grabbing Kaihuai's arm. I have sympathy for the injured, but not for those who bring harm upon themselves. TSK. Heartless. Balai released Kaihuai's arm. Seriously, what is the nature of your relationship with the owner? You seem quite apprehensive around her. Noticing that Stella was not paying attention, Kaihuai casually pulled a chair and sat down. Curious to ask Balai. Want to know? Haha, I want to tell you. Balai replied with a teasing grin. Fine, no need to tell me. I'm not that curious anymore, Kaihuai said with a straight face. Preparing to leave. Don't go. I will tell you. Balai quickly grasped Kaihuai's arm. Kaihuai was not genuinely leaving, so he allowed himself to be pulled back into his seat. Actually, Balai's tone suddenly grew serious. Sister Stella was our original leader. Under her guidance, we unified the lower city of Northrend and basked in glory until she met her husband. For the sake of her family, she chose to withdraw and opened this small tavern with her partner, leading a normal life until her husband tragically passed away from a sudden illness. White lie. What you just said was all nonsense, right? You caught on. Kaihuai stood up, ready to depart. Don't go. I was being honest. Balai laughed, pulling Kaihuai back again. In reality, Sister Stella has taken care of us orphans since we were young. In our hearts, she is like a sister to us. Would you be upset if your sister reprimanded you? Kaihuai, you slacking off again. Hurry and bring some wine from the cellar. We're running low at the counter. Stella called out to Kaihuai. All right, I'm on it, Kaihuai replied. Chapter 27. The Ball, 2, at the Greenwild Tavern. Kaihuai addressed Stella, who was busy with accounts. Owner, I need to request a day off in a couple of days. A day off? What do you plan to do? Stella inquired, setting down her ledger. I have a date that day. Well, Kaihuai, you've only just arrived in Northrend and already caught the attention of a girl. Come on, tell me, which young lady is it? I can help you assess the situation, Balai interjected, jumping in with enthusiasm. Dear customer, we're not that familiar yet. Please refrain from such familiarity. Kaihuai gently pushed Balai's arm away, maintaining a calm tone. Oh, come on, don't be so formal. Sister Stella hasn't kicked me out yet. We may as well be friends by now. Just share it with me, don't be stingy. Lai insisted shamelessly. Lai, you rascal, be quiet, since Yi Kaihuai doesn't wish to speak. Don't pressure him. Yi Kaihuai, your day off is approved, Stella reprimanded Lai before granting Yi Kaihuai his request. Thank you, owner. After dismissing the prattling by Lai and Maki, Stella called out to Yi Kaihuai, who was about to get back to work. Wait, Yi Kaihuai, since there are no customers at the moment, I would like you to tell me your true purpose for coming to Northrend. Owner, knowing too many secrets is not beneficial for you, Yi Kaihuai warned. Hoping to keep Stella out of any potential trouble. I can't help it. I'm just naturally curious and love meddling in others' affairs, Stella asserted stubbornly. It seems that if I don't divulge some secrets today, you won't let me off the hook. I don't intend to make things difficult for you. I just want to ensure that your actions don't lead to trouble that affects me. Can I trust you? How can you assure me that if I tell you the truth, you won't go and spill it? Are you planning to assassinate the Elven King? Stella probed cautiously after contemplating Yi Kaihuai's question. Come on. Sister Stella, I'm not insane. Yi Kaihuai rolled his eyes, genuinely impressed by Stella's vivid imagination. Even your own grandfather, Yi Zhan, would not dare to claim he could assassinate the Elf King under the protection of the Elf Guard. Stella inquired further, so, do you intend to incite turmoil in Northrend? You would do well to heed less of the mercenaries' gossip about foreign citizens rebelling, Yi Kai said with irritation. Then you. Stop. Let me clarify that it's best to prevent your wild imaginings from ruining my plans. However, I must ask you one thing. Are you worthy of my trust? I swear, if today's conversation with Yi Kai is leaked, I will. Stella raised her right hand, her expression solemn. No need for such a grave oath. Sister Stella. Yi Kai hastily interrupted her vow. Can you tell me now? No. Yi Kai shook his head. Why not? Because we are not alone here. Yi Kai gazed out the window. Stella, puzzled, opened the window, revealing Bai Lai and Ma Chi crouching beneath it. Upon being discovered, Bai Lai, unfazed, said, Ah, Sister Stella, what delightful weather. You two have come to bask in the sun. Sister Stella, let them in. They've already heard what they shouldn't. If they dare to spill, I will have no choice but to silence them, Yi Kai remarked. Oh, Yi, you truly are heartless, Bai Lai said as he climbed through the window. Could you not have used the door? Stella reproached him quietly. Hiki, this is much closer, Bai Lai replied with a grin. Ma Chi. Hurry up. Do you need me to give you a hand? No, this little matter is no trouble for me. Ha ha. Ha ha. Fool, I told you to lose weight, but you didn't listen. Did you get stuck in the window? Stop babbling and help me already. Ma Chi shouted at Bai Lai, who was reveling in her misfortune. After a bit of struggle, Ma Chi was finally rescued from the window. I apologize, Sister Stella. I will have someone repair your window tomorrow, Ma Chi said sheepishly to the stern-faced Stella. Stella, who had maintained her serious demeanor, could not help but laugh at Ma Chi's awkwardness. Silvermoon Ranger headquarters, whose idea was this? The commander, just returned to Northrend, coldly asked the various officers standing before him. Speak up. Who came up with this idea? He demanded again. It was I, came a voice from outside. Upon hearing this, all the officers collectively sighed in relief. The one the commander sought had arrived, and they were saved. Why hold such a tedious ball? Instead of wasting time on a ball, I would rather practice my swordsmanship in the training room. The commander complained upon seeing the newcomer. Everyone leave. I have something to discuss with the commander. The newcomer instructed those admiring the ceiling. The officers fled the commander's office as if granted a pardon. With the door closed, only the newly appointed 28-year-old Silvermoon Ranger commander, Yi Xiao, and his father, the former commander, Hu Ku, remained. Father, why did you do this without consulting me? Yi Xiao asked. Displeased. How dare you question me? Yi Xiao's inquiry stirred a hornet's nest. His father, Hu Ku, immediately retorted. Tell me, how old are you this year? 28. You do know you're 28, not 18. So when are you planning to marry? Is it not because I have yet to find someone suitable? Nonsense. I refuse to believe you would overlook all the noble ladies in Northrend. Those women only care about comparing themselves to one another, being overly delicate and pretentious. I have no interest. Then what kind of woman are you looking for? I must tell you, don't even think about bringing a woman from the lower districts into my home. Why not? What is wrong with her? What displeases you? She is exceptional, but of poor background. She is not worthy of our family. Stubborn old man, Yi Xiao muttered under his breath. What did you say? Repeat that. I said you are a stubborn old man. You little rascal. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I am not your father. Please, do not be angry, father. Let us speak calmly. Even if you do not discipline me, I will still call you father. Yi Xiao quickly conceded to Hu Ke. So tell me, will you attend the ball? Hu Ke asked angrily. I will attend, but do not expect me to choose a bride from the guests you invited. If you do not choose a bride, why do I need you to attend the ball? Oh, father, why are you so eager for me to marry? It's obvious. If you do not marry, when will I have a grandchild to hold? Oh, so your urgency for my marriage is simply to have a grandchild. Of course. Why else would I urge you? Father, you are still young. You are perfectly capable of realizing this desire yourself. You little rascal. A cacophony of broken furniture echoed through the office, accompanied by Yi Xiao's anguished cries. Chapter 28. The Ball, 3. Once Hu Ke had left in satisfaction, Luo Da entered the office. Yi Xiao was seen rubbing the spots where Hu Ke had struck him, occasionally grimacing. Clearly, the old commander was rather heavy-handed. Luo Da, welcome. Please, take a seat, Yi Xiao greeted him. Yes, Lord Yi Xiao. Is there something you wish to report? Indeed. A few days ago, the third young lady of the Murong family from the Aolong Empire, Murong Yu, visited seeking our assistance. What does she need? She seeks help in locating her lifesaver from 15 years ago. Someone from our Silvermoon Ranger Corps. A lifesaver. What is the story behind this? Please elaborate. Yi Xiao inquired with curiosity. According to Miss Murong, 15 years ago, while returning home with her mother from her grandfather's house, they encountered bandits. Fortunately, they were rescued by a Silvermoon Ranger passing by. However, since the incident occurred at the border between our nation and the Aolong Empire, to avoid causing trouble for our people, the Murong family did not publicize the event. They sent someone to investigate discreetly but found no leads. This time, Murong Yu took the opportunity of her studies abroad to come to Northrend, hoping to enlist our help in finding her lifesaver to express her gratitude. I see. Have you located the person Murong Yu is searching for? Based on the clues provided by Murong Yu, I ordered a review of the Corps action records from 15 years ago and consulted many retired veterans, ultimately narrowing it down to a suspect. What suspect? That sounds rather unpleasant. Who is it? It is highly likely related to our vice commander. Suo Luo. Related to him? No way. What would that introverted man have been doing at the border 15 years ago? Yi Xiao asked in surprise. I have heard through the grapevine that he went there for a blind date, and apparently he failed at it. Is that so? Come here, Luo Da, sit closer, and tell me everything you know. Yi Xiao beckoned Luo Da with great interest. Yes, my lord, that I have heard. Luo Da, you know far too much. A thunderous voice interrupted Luo Da, who turned to see Suo Luo appearing majestically at the door. Suo Luo, Vice Commander. Luo Da stammered as he stood up to greet him. Suo Luo nodded. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with the commander. You little brat, you had better keep your mouth shut. If I hear any stories about my youthful escapades circulating in the Corps, I will not seek anyone else. I will come after you. Now go. Yes, Lord Suo Luo. Luo Da left, his face a picture of distress. Once Luo Da closed the door behind him, Yi Xiao asked Luo, So Luo, what brings you here? What? Can't I come to see you without a reason? No. As my dear friend, you are welcome at any time. Now, can you please tell me what you need? Your father, Commander Hu Ke, asked me to inquire if you will be coming home tonight. Your mother is eager to see you. Why doesn't he come to tell me himself? Your father feels that after having just thrashed you, it might not be the best time to meet. Is he feeling shy? If he knew that, he shouldn't have hit me. No. Commander Hu Ke said he is worried he might not resist giving you another thrashing. Yi Xiao. After bidding farewell to Solo, Yi Xiao instructed the loyal guard beside him. Go and fetch the reception officer, Lord Rod, for me. Greenwild Tavern. Upon hearing Yi Kaihuai's purpose for coming to Northrend, Bai Lai murmured to himself, I always thought I was quite bold, but compared to you, Yi, those things I once considered daring seem utterly trivial. Is it really that serious? Yi Kaihuai asked, scratching his head. Not that serious? My dear chief, you are far too modest. I believe that if you claim to be the second boldest in the world, no one would dare to claim the first. Enough, Bai Lai. Stop it. We have yet to confirm whether that niece of the recently returned Elven King is indeed the girl named Yu Gu that Yi Kaihuai is searching for, Stella said to Bai Lai. Do we even need confirmation? Based on Ye's description, I would wager that the niece of the Elven King is indeed the girl Yi is seeking, Bai Lai asserted. Yi Kaihuai, if what Bai Lai says is true and that niece of the Elven King is the person you are looking for, what do you plan to do then? Maki inquired. First, I will confirm if that girl is indeed the one, Kaihuai replied. And if she is? Maki pressed further. If she is, I will ask her what her plans are. If she intends to marry that so-called fifth prince, I will wish her well, that if she does not wish to marry him, then I shall assist her. How do you intend to assist her? Stella asked. After a moment of contemplation, Kaihuai responded, if she does not wish to remain in the Elven Empire, I will take her away from here. If she desires to stay, then I will seek out that fifth prince and ensure he cannot marry her. Listen, Stella, I told you this fellow is bold, yet you did not believe me. Do you realize the trouble you might cause if things unfold as you suggest? I do not, nor do I intend to know, Kaihuai replied decisively. You do not know? Allow me to enlighten you. If you elope with the niece of the Elven King, disrupting the peace between the Elven Empire and the Orc Alliance, neither nation will let this go lightly. They will undoubtedly join forces to pressure your country, the Aolong Empire, and may even use this as a pretext to invade. At that point, the three great empires will be embroiled in chaos, leading to untold suffering and despair among the people. Enough. Spare me the grand lecture. I have considered all that you mention. The situation is unlikely to develop as you fear. What evidence do you have for that? Quite simple. I have investigated, and the fifth prince of the Orc Alliance, responsible for the union, along with the Elven princess, are both not particularly favored within their realms. This indicates that both empires currently seek an excuse to cease hostilities. Who they choose to unite through marriage is inconsequential. If I abscond with the niece of the Elven King, he will merely seek another to marry, and will not pursue this matter excessively. At most, sending someone to covertly eliminate me. Are you not concerned about provoking a war between the three nations? Unless the Elven Empire and the Orc Alliance wish to be exploited by their neighboring powers, they will not act rashly. After years of conflict, both nations require time to recuperate and are unlikely to initiate warfare. So, what are your next steps? As I previously stated, I must first confirm whether that niece of the Elven King is the person I seek, before I can devise my next plan. Is there anything I can assist you with? Lai inquired. If you are willing, please find out the whereabouts of the Elven King's niece, so I do not have to venture into the Silvermoon Ranger headquarters in 2 days. You intend to go to the Silvermoon Ranger headquarters? Indeed. What will you be doing there? Lai asked again. According to witnesses from Windbell Town, Yuji's disappearance is linked to the Silvermoon Rangers. I plan to sneak in and examine the operational records of the Silvermoon Ranger Corps, hoping to uncover clues regarding Yuga. Oh, what is the matter? Madam Boss, you seem unwell. I am fine, Stella replied, shaking her head slightly. Oh, that's good to hear. Chapter 29, The Ball 4, Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking roused Kaihuai from his slumber, rubbing his somewhat dry eyes. He opened the door. No. He looked around. Still no one. Puzzled, he glanced down at his feet. On the ground before the door lay a piece of paper. Picking it up and unfolding it, Kaihuai discerned by the dim moonlight that it was a map. A bold heading at the top of the map instantly dispelled his sleepiness. Reading distribution map of the Silvermoon Ranger headquarters. Quickly stowing the map away, Kaihuai cautiously glanced around before recalling that he was no longer outdoors. With a contemplative look towards Stella's room, he softly expressed his gratitude before retreating back to his room and closing the door. Awakening Abby, he instructed him to cast a light spell and began to meticulously study the map he had just found at the door. The following morning, having spent the entire night poring over the map, Kaihuai, sporting dark circles under his eyes, startled by Lai and Maki when they came to drink. Lai exclaimed that Madame Stella was mistreating her employees. Seizing the opportunity to assure Kaihuai that if he joined his mercenary group, they would work only 5 days a week from 9 to 5, with paid holidays during festivals, far better than being a waiter in the shabby tavern. Unsurprisingly, Lai's assurances earned him nothing but a beating from Stella. Days passed, until the third day arrived. The day of the ball. Kaihuai, fully prepared, arrived at the villa purchased by the Murong family in Northrend to meet with Murong Yu and the others. According to their earlier arrangement, the coachman driving for Murong Yu had suddenly fallen ill, and Kaihuai, disguised as his nephew, would take his place. As Murong Yu led the others to the ball. Kaihuai could seize this opportunity to infiltrate the Silvermoon Rangers and commence his actions. Kaihuai, I must say, you truly look the part of a coachman in that attire, Shirlang teased. Chuckling. Kaihuai merely smiled indifferently, but someone nearby was not pleased. Shirlang, take the horses, Bella commanded. Huh? Didn't we agree to all ride in the carriage today? Shirlang questioned in confusion. I just reconsidered. How could the young lady travel without guards? You will take 20 knights to serve as her protectors, Bella ordered. What? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and prepare, Bella urged. All right, Shirlang replied while muttering under his breath. Once you have a significant other, you forget your own brother. How heartless. What did you say? Repeat that, Bella retorted, having overheard Shirlang's mumbling and preparing to confront him. Nothing, I said nothing, Shirlang, realizing he was caught, quickly fled, seizing the moment while Bella chased after Shirlang. Kaihuai expressed his gratitude to Morongyu, saying, Thank you for everything you have done for me. No need for thanks. Are we not friends? Morongyu smiled. You are right. We are friends. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask that I will not refuse if it is within my power. Thank you for your promise. However, I must remind you that the Silvermoon Ranger headquarters is heavily guarded. And without their internal structure map, do not act recklessly. If the situation becomes untenable, we can always devise another plan without alerting them. Understood. Kaihuai nodded in acknowledgement. Miss, all preparations are complete. We may depart, Bella reported after chastising Shirlang. Then let us set off. Yes, outside the Silvermoon Ranger Corps headquarters. Noble carriages were lined up in neat rows, leading newcomers to Northrend to mistakenly believe a royal ball was underway. Upon inquiry, they soon learned that it was, in fact, a ball hosted by the youngest commander in the history of the Silvermoon Corps. It was said that this commander remained single and that no rumors of his involvement with any noble young lady had circulated in Northrend. With such a distinguished status and maintaining his virtue, it was only natural that he became the object of affection for many noble maidens in Northrend. Who could have imagined how frenzied these usually reserved noble ladies would become just to secure an invitation to this ball? Fortunately, the original motive for holding the ball by the commander's father, Hyuk, was not entirely pure either, following the principle of better to mistakenly include than exclude. Invitations were sent to nearly all eligible noblewomen in Northrend. The venue was soon filled with the sound of lively chatter and laughter. It is often said that one woman is equivalent to 500 ducks, and for the protagonist of this ball, Yishao, it felt as though he was gazing upon an oversized poultry farm. It was exceedingly noisy, making him nearly lose the courage to descend from his office to meet the ladies. Hyuk, perceiving that his son had yet to make an appearance, decided to take matters into his own hands and ascended the stairs to summon Yeshao. Father, the attire I prepared has yet to arrive, Yeshao said, rolling his eyes in an attempt to buy time. Although he knew he could not evade the inevitable this evening, he figured he might as well delay for a moment longer. So the garments are not ready. Are they? No matter. Bring forth the clothing I have arranged for the young master, Hyuk commanded, as if he had anticipated Yeshao's ploy, addressing the servants awaiting outside. Yes, my lord. A group of individuals entered, led by the family's old steward, whom Yeshao recognized immediately. Uncle Fook, what brings you here? Please, take a seat, Yeshu quickly offered, gesturing for him to sit. Young master Yeshao, do not entertain any foolish notions. The master has made thorough preparations. It would be wise for you to accompany him without further ado, Fook advised quietly as Yeshao assisted him in taking a seat. Yeshao chuckled awkwardly, neither affirming nor denying. Slowly donning his attire, he reluctantly followed Hyuk out the door. Just as they exited, he appeared to recollect something and called over his personal guard, instructing, Quickly summon Lord Rod. I have matters to discuss with him. Inform him I shall be awaiting him in my office. Wait, there's no need for that, Hyuk interjected, pointing at the departing guard and turning to a servant behind him. You go instead. Remember, the fellow Yeshao seeks is presently at the front gate awaiting guests. Do not dawdle. Yes, my lord. The servant hurried down the stairs. With one scheme thwarted, Yeshu devised another. Sitting down, he suddenly clutched his abdomen, exclaiming, oh dear, I can't bear it. My stomach aches. I must see a doctor. Saying this, he turned to slip away. Halt! Hyuk called out, stopping Yeshao in his tracks and instructing the steward. Fook, fetch the physician. Yes, my lord. Fook complied promptly. Before long, he returned with a doctor in tow, one Yeshao recognized as the family's personal physician. My stomach seems to have miraculously stopped hurting, Yeshao said nonchalantly, returning to his seat, dejectedly awaiting Rod's arrival. Humph, you impudent brat, daring to play tricks on your father. Whatever schemes you concoct, know that I am fully prepared, Hyuk proclaimed triumphantly to the beleaguered Yeshao. Chapter 30. The Ball, 5. Faced with his father's unwavering tactics, Yeshao, left with no recourse, resignedly accompanied Hyuk to the venue of the ball. The event had yet to commence, and the majority of the invitees were young. Beautiful noblewomen. It was evident that these ladies had meticulously prepared for this gathering, each radiating elegance, seated modestly while engaging in quiet laughter and conversation, embodying the essence of propriety. However, upon Yexiao's arrival, they seemed to lose their composure, flocking around him as if he were a rare delicacy, chattering incessantly. Surrounded, Yexiao realized that the reprimands from his teachers during childhood paled in comparison to his current predicament. Indeed, no matter how resilient one might be, falling into the clutches of such a group of women could drive anyone to the brink of neurosis. With a numb expression, Yexiao maintained a smile as he navigated the relentless attention of the ladies. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure and, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, called out, "Rod, wait for me. I need to speak with you." After shouting this, he offered his apologies to the surrounding women and made his escape from their clutches. Young Master Yexiao is truly diligent. He must be off to inspect tonight's security arrangements, one lady ventured, displaying her imagination as she crafted a plausible excuse for his departure. Indeed, the others chimed in agreement. How fortunate it would be to be young Master Yexiao's beloved, another exclaimed wistfully. Silence fell as the women exchanged wary glances, calculating how they might outmaneuver one another to win Yexiao's favor. Before Yexiao could utter a word upon catching up with Rod, he was met with a disgruntled complaint. "My lord, have you been spreading the secret I confided to you regarding Lord Salo?" "What? No, of course not." Yexiao feigned ignorance. "No." Rod eyed him skeptically, voicing his disbelief. "My dear Yexiao, don't attempt to deceive me. Had you not mentioned it, how would Lord Salo have known I revealed his secret to you?" "Ha. What is the matter? Has he confronted you?" Yexiao inquired with amusement. "Confronted me is an understatement. Have you not noticed I have been dodging Lord Salo for days? You must intervene on my behalf. Otherwise, I shall withhold any future secrets from you." All right. Who do you think we are? Your troubles are my troubles, and I shall ensure Lord Salo is placated. But now, I require your assistance." "Assistance with what?" "Help me find a way to avoid facing those women before the ball commences." Who would have thought? The newly appointed sword saint cannot handle a few women. Rod teased Yexiao. "Is that not self-evident? Those delicate ladies are untouchable. I cannot scold or strike them, and my only recourse is to evade them altogether. In short, will you help me or not?" "Of course. How could I refuse? As per tradition, to honor our guests, the male host typically greets them at the entrance." "Excellent idea. Truly, you are the brains of our Silver Moon Legion. I shall go to the entrance to welcome the guests." "Hold on. Are you not going to inform Lord Hyuk? Are you not afraid he might embarrass you in front of everyone?" "Fear not. The old man has already departed. Here, I hold the most authority. Now, let us welcome the guests. By the way, has the third miss of the Morong family arrived?" "She should be here shortly." "I say, you aren't actually taken with that young lady, are you?" "What nonsense. My daughter is already 5 years old. The Morong family is quite prominent in the Owling Empire. Fostering good relations with them will benefit our legion." "What benefits? Surely you haven't forgotten the reason you rushed back after concluding your training." "Ah, you mean that matter. Rest assured, those druids won't stir up any trouble. Better safe than sorry. It never hurts to be cautious." I know. Rod, you're hardly older than I am. Why do you suddenly sound so verbose?" "Enough of this. Look, the Morong family has arrived," Yexiao interrupted, pointing at an approaching carriage. Seeing Yexiao's disinterest, Rod fell silent, aware that his friend was quite stubborn. Once, there was a woman whose words he would heed. But ever since that incident, Yexiao had grown resistant to all counsel. "My apologies, Mr. Rod, for keeping you waiting," Morong said with a smile as she alighted from the carriage. "It is my honor to await the esteemed third miss," Rod replied. Then introduced, "Miss Morong, allow me to present to you the current commander of our Silver Moon Legion, Yexiao Delanka." "Greetings, Lord Yexiao." Morong smiled warmly. "Not at all, Miss Morong. It is a privilege to have you attend the soiree I am hosting." "You are too kind, Lord Yexiao." "Miss Morong, may I have the honor of being your partner for tonight's ball?" Yexiao sought to use Morong as a shield. "I am truly sorry, Lord Yexiao, but my dance partner for the evening is Lord Rod," Morong replied. Fully aware of the gathering's true nature, which was essentially a matchmaking event orchestrated by Yexiao's father, the former commander Hyuk Delanka, she had no intention of involving herself in such affairs. Recognizing Murong-Yu's subtle refusal and her knowing gaze, Yexiao realized his intentions had been laid bare. After a forced laugh, he turned to Rod, saying, "Rod, do hurry and escort Miss Murong inside. That it would be most disrespectful to keep our honored guests standing at the entrance." "Yes, Lord Yexiao," Rod responded, bowing to Murong-Yu. "Miss Murong, please follow me." "Thank you kindly." Murong-Yu followed Rod into the ballroom, while Kaihuai, the coachman, was not permitted to enter. He was led by the guards to a designated room. Within, food and drink awaited him, and he was to remain there until the ball concluded. Fortunately, with no guards watching, Kaihuai partook of some refreshments, feigning inebriation as he staggered toward the restroom, observing his condition and the scent of alcohol. The passing guards paid him no mind as he sought the lavatory. Once inside, Kaihuai's demeanor shifted entirely, shedding the pretense of drunkenness. With great haste, Kaihuai tidied up his belongings, referring to the structural diagram of the Silver Moon Legion headquarters he had obtained that night. He stealthily slipped out of the restroom along the route he had meticulously planned in his mind. As an afterthought, he hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the restroom door handle. Chapter 31. The Ball. 6. With the host announcing the commencement of the ball. The noble maidens rushed forward, each eagerly extending a delicate hand towards Yixia, inviting him to partake in the first dance of the evening. Faced with a dozen fair, soft hands reaching out to him, Yixia began to break into a cold sweat that he glanced around, hoping someone might intervene to rescue him from this predicament. Rod, that scoundrel, was conversing with Miss Murong-Yu, and upon noticing Yixia's gaze, he awkwardly turned his back to him. "What a lack of loyalty," Yixia muttered under his breath. Turning to look at others, he found them evading his pleading eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The most outrageous was Salo, an elder and old friend. How could he, as a senior, stand by and watch his junior suffer? Even worse, instead of offering assistance, he had the audacity to raise a toast in celebration. Truly, relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself, Yixia lamented inwardly, before smiling at the besotted maidens surrounding him. "Beautiful ladies, I am sincerely grateful for your affection. However, I intend to invite Miss Murong-Yu from the Aolong Empire for the first dance. After all, we cannot neglect our guests, can we?" Upon hearing this, the ladies followed Yixia's gaze to Murong-Yu, only to be disappointed to discover that the enchanting woman before them was marginally more beautiful than they. "Since it is Lord Yixia's invitation, I cannot decline. I shall dance the first dance with him," Murong-Yu said, realizing she could not escape the situation Yixia had thrust upon her. After addressing Yixia with a smile, she turned apologetically to Rod. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rod. It seems we must settle for the second dance. Feel free," Rod replied with a smile. Yixia and Murong-Yu took to the dance floor. He leaned in and whispered, "Miss Murong, could you do me a favor?" "No, why must Miss Murong refuse me without even hearing my request? Lord Yixia merely intends to use me as a shield tonight, am I correct?" "Hee. Miss Murong, you are indeed astute, so will you help me? I assure you, there will be generous rewards. Lord Yixia, do you truly believe I would offend the majority of the nobles in Nordendale for your promised rewards?" "I believe you would." "Regrettably, Lord Yixia, you are mistaken." As the dance concluded, Murong-Yu bowed gracefully and prepared to depart, but Yixia, returning the gesture, made one last desperate attempt. "Miss Murong, please, help me. If you refuse, I shall not reveal to you who your savior is." The moment the words slipped from his lips, he regretted them that as anticipated. Murong-Yu smiled and responded, "You will come to regret that decision." She then turned to the gathered noble maidens and proclaimed, "Ladies, I have delightful news to share. Lord Yixia just confided in me that he has taken a liking to one of you. However, he is quite shy and reluctant to announce who it is in front of so many. He asked for my advice, and I suggested he invite all the maidens present to dance with him. The one he dances with the longest will be the object of his affections. Ladies, why not hasten to invite Lord Yixia to dance?" Upon hearing this, the maidens erupted in excited shrieks. They had just witnessed Murong-Yu and Lord Yixia dancing and conversing, only to discover they were plotting this very scheme. Murong-Yu, what a good person, surrounded by women in the dance hall. Yixia deeply regretted his earlier words. Offending women, especially a clever one, was a consequence he could hardly fathom. If only he could turn back time, he would certainly refrain from uttering that superfluous statement. "Miss Murong, you are truly remarkable," Rod complimented as she returned to her seat. "Not at all. What I said was entirely true," Murong-Yu emphasized with a smile. "Hee. Even if it were true, Rod nodded. Observing Yi Xia on the dance floor, evasion of the patrolling guards successfully achieved, Yi Kaihuai slipped into a room. According to the map, this was a storage room. 3 rooms away lay his destination, the Silver Moon Legion's archives, which recorded all events since the Legion's inception. Hearing footsteps approach, Yi Kaihuai quickly concealed himself behind a pile of clutter. He overheard 2 guards entering, discussing their tasks while moving necessary items. Speaking of which, that third Miss Morong is quite impressive. With just a single sentence, she left our commander in utter disarray. Indeed that I saw him from a distance just now. Our commander is still out there dancing with those noble maidens, showing no signs of respite. He dares not take a break. Each maiden wishes to marry him. That I heard the commander himself declare that whoever can exhaust him during a dance shall be his bride. Under such circumstances, how could they allow him any rest? Really? Is that so? There must be at least 30 to 50 noble maidens present. Has our commander lost his mind to say such a thing? Who knows? As it stands, our commander has not yet collapsed. I secretly hope to see who can bring him down. What are you 2 whispering about? Hurry up and get back to work. A voice called from outside. Yes, sir, the guards replied promptly. Once you finish moving those items, you need not return. Join the patrol team instead, especially around the perimeter. With so many noble ladies present, if anything goes awry, we will all be in deep trouble. Understood, Captain. We'll be careful. With a thud, the storage room door closed. Yi Kaihuai remained still and silent. 5 minutes passed before the door opened once more, revealing the captain at the entrance. Strange, could my instincts be mistaken? The captain murmured to himself. Captain, there's no one here. Let us hurry and patrol the perimeter. If Lord Salo finds out we're loafing around, we'll be in serious trouble. One soldier urged, a hint of trepidation in his voice. All right, let us go, the captain replied impatiently. The door closed again, and Yi Kaihuai finally exhaled in relief. Fortuitously, he had been cautious and refrained from leaving immediately. Listening to the receding footsteps, he stealthily approached the door and cracked it open, confirming the corridor was indeed vacant. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly slipped out of the storage room and hurried to the archives entrance. Turning the handle and slipping inside, quietly closing the door behind him. Chapter 32. The Ball 7. Upon entering the archives, Yi Kaihuai did not rush to light the lamps, utilizing the faint light filtering through the window. He first retrieved a piece of opaque black cloth he had prepared in advance. Gently draping it over the corners of the window, he replaced the original curtains. Only then did he light the lamp and begin to search through the Silver Moon Legion's activity records from the past year. After a quick scan, disappointment washed over him. There was no record of the Silver Moon Legion dispatching personnel to Windbell Town. Believing he might have overlooked something, he reviewed the documents again, but still found nothing. The disappearance of Yugu had occurred 3 months prior. Following this lead, he examined the records for the 3rd time, yet the results were dishearteningly consistent. No clues emerged. Time was of the essence. He had already been away for some time and needed to return promptly. Since he could not find any leads here, he would have to consider alternative methods. His immediate priority was to return to the room prepared for the coaches of the various families attending the Silver Moon Legion, so as not to burden the kind Morong Yu who had assisted him. Extinguishing the lamp, Yi Kaihuai removed the black cloth from the window. Stealthily approaching the door, he listened intently for any sounds outside. Excellent. It was quiet. It appeared no one was around. Peeking through the crack in the door, he confirmed the corridor was indeed empty. Without hesitation, he slipped out and quickly made his way back to the restroom. Earlier, to avoid detection, he had used a substance to mask the sin of alcohol on himself. Now that he had returned, to avoid arousing suspicion, he took out a small vial of strong liquor he had prepared and took a couple of swigs. Then sprinkled a bit on himself, aiming to create an overwhelming sin of alcohol. In the beginning, I made an excuse of being intoxicated to slip out to the restroom. It was implausible to emerge without a trace of alcohol on me. If one is to act, one must commit fully. With everything in place, Yi Kaihuai swayed unsteadily, taking the 8 immortal steps as he stumbled out of the restroom. By this time, the ballroom had descended into chaos. I am unsure who instigated the fray, but in the midst of dancing with Yi Xiao, a lady seized a piece of fabric from Yi Xiao's attire as a keepsake. Once this unfortunate precedent was set, Yi Xiao's clothing began to diminish rapidly, as the remaining maidens, along with those who had danced but neglected to take their own piece, could no longer contain their impatience and erupted. A chorus of shouts rang out from the ladies. Seize her. All the maidens present rushed towards the beleaguered Yi Xiao. Having been numbed by the relentless dancing, Yi Xiao is unable to utter a cry for help before being engulfed by the throng of women. No one dared to approach within a 20-meter radius. As the crowd dispersed, the dance floor was left with only a young sword saint, Yi Xiao, clad in oversized shorts, his body marred with wounds, evoking sorrow in those who beheld him. After the frenzy subsided, the noble ladies regained their composure, in mutual embarrassment. They rose to take their leave, in the aftermath. The Silver Moon Legion's leader, Yi Xiao, developed a peculiar aversion to the term ball, feeling an immediate discomfort at its mention. Instinctively shielding his clothing with his hands, a disheartened Kaihuai returned to the resting area, where, in no time, the once crowded space had dwindled to a mere 5 individuals, including himself. Has the ball concluded? Yi Kaihuai murmured. Young brother, which household do you serve as a coachman? Queried a coachman seated across from him. The coachman who had been conversing with him had been summoned by his master. Unable to endure the silence, he initiated a dialogue with Yi Kaihuai. Uncle, I serve the Morong family. My name is Yi Kaihuai. Ah, young brother, you are indeed youthful. I am Xia. Greetings, Uncle Xia. The reason I am so young and driving for Miss Morong is that my uncle fell ill unexpectedly, and I came to take his place. I see, you are quite filial. By the way, have you heard the news? What news? You don't know? The recent rumors about the marriage alliance between the Elven Empire and the Orc League have been making quite a stir. Oh, you mean that matter? I've heard about it. And I also heard that the Elven King's niece, responsible for the alliance, is referred to as the disaster of the Elven royal family by the members of the royal court. Nonsense. That is pure fabrication. Xia suddenly became agitated. Uncle, please don't get upset. Yet many outside are saying just that. That is envy. Unadulterated envy. Envy. Yes, envy. Xia affirmed. Just think, how could someone so gifted, possessing the wisdom tree and a fated beast, beautiful in appearance and kind in nature, not attract the jealousy of those with narrow minds? Uncle, it sounds as if you have witnessed this firsthand. What do you mean sounds like? I truly see it every day. Noticing no one was paying attention, Xia leaned closer to Yi Kaihuai and whispered, in truth, that Elven King's niece has not resided in the palace since returning to Northrend. She has been staying with her great-uncle. Her great-uncle. Indeed. Who is her great-uncle? The great sword saint. Yun Xingha. Uncle, are you boasting? Yi Kaihuai said, doubt etched on his face. You don't believe me. Xia, slightly inebriated, continued. You may not want to believe it, but I tell you, that Elven King's niece is indeed present at the venue. Uncle, have you had too much to drink? That Elven King's niece is to be wed. How could she possibly attend a matchmaking ball specifically convened by the leader of the Silver Moon Legion? What I say is true. The Elven King's niece does not wish to marry the Orc League's 5th prince. Yet as a member of the royal family, she has no choice but to acquiesce. They brought her to the ball merely to provide a change of scenery, hoping she wouldn't fall ill from staying cooped up at home. Xia spoke with conviction. Oh, I see. Uncle Xia, what is that Elven King's niece's name? I keep hearing people refer to her as the Elven King's niece, but what is her actual name? Xia. It's time to go. The lady is returning. A voice interrupted Xia, just as he was about to respond to Yi Kaihuai. Coming. Xia replied, turning to Yi Kaihuai. I apologize, young brother. We shall converse another time. As Xia exited, Yi Kaihuai hurriedly followed. Just then, he encountered Shi Lang, who had come to summon him. Sitting in the coachman's seat, Yi Kaihuai scanned the surroundings, but found no one just as despair began to set in. He heard a voice call out, Young brother, I shall take my leave first. Yi Kaihuai turned to see Xia. He waved at Xia while glancing into the carriage. In that fleeting moment, Yi Kaihuai experienced a sensation akin to having tirelessly searched, without success, only to find the prize effortlessly. Sitting within the carriage was none other than the owner of Tree, whom Yi Kaihuai had been desperately seeking. Yugo. Chapter 33. Night Visit to the Yun Family. 1. After the Greenwild Tavern closed, Brother Yi. What did you say? You saw Sister Yugo? Ai asked excitedly. Yes, Yi Kaihuai nodded. Brother Yi, what is wrong? You seem rather uncheerful. Noticing Yi Kaihuai's lackluster demeanor, Ai inquired with curiosity. Oh, I am not unhappy. I am merely contemplating what I should do next, Yi Kaihuai explained. What to do? Of course, you should proceed as you originally intended. Do you mean to say you have changed your mind? Ai, you misunderstand. I am pondering whether I should involve Morongyu and her companions. Are you suggesting that Brother Yi does not intend to seek assistance from Sister Morong and the others? Indeed. As you know, UGE's current status is rather complicated. I fear that assisting Yugu may lead to trouble for Murong Yu and the others, so I am considering whether we should part ways. Yi Kaihuai, what do you mean by that? No sooner had he spoken than a delicate voice chimed from the doorway. When Yi Kaihuai and AI were conversing, they had their backs to the door upon hearing the inquiry. They turned to find Murong Yu and the others. What brings you here? If we hadn't come, we would not have known that Brother Yi is dismissing us as a nuisance, contemplating how to extricate himself from our entanglement, Bella retorted crossly. Did you all overhear? Yu Kaihuai scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, we all heard. Young Master Yi, your actions are truly disheartening, Murong Yu said, disappointment clear in her voice. Believing that Murong Yu and the others had misunderstood him, Yi Kaihuai hurried to explain, but inadvertently caught a glimmer of cunning in Murong Yu's eyes. He thus shook his head and chuckled wryly. Miss Murong, do not jest. I assume you all have come to the same conclusion as I? Realizing that Yi Kaihuai had seen through her jest, Murong Yu ceased her playful banter and nodded slightly. Yes, we were discussing how to assist you further when Uncle Tancher suddenly informed us that you were likely considering how to distance yourself from us. None of us believed it, so we wagered with Uncle Tancher, and apart from him, we all lost. Yi Kaihuai fell silent for a moment before sincerely addressing Murong Yu and the others. Thank you all for your continued support. Young Master Yi, please give us a reason. Are we not friends? Precisely because we are friends, I do not wish to involve you. Yi Kaihuai hastened to clarify. But you once told me that friends should share both fortune and adversity. Yet as a friend, I do not wish for my friends to suffer because of me. Moreover, you are not like me. I am alone. Even if I were to flee with you, Go, it would only concern the two of us. The fewer people involved, the easier it is to hide. You, on the other hand, have a contingent of over 100 people. Simply your identities as you came to Northrend dictate that you cannot become too deeply entangled in this matter. The group fell silent. Understanding that Yi Kaihuai spoke the truth, yet they felt a sense of reluctance to withdraw from the situation. The atmosphere in the tavern grew heavy, with none willing to break the silence. With a clatter, Stella, who had been quietly listening from a distance, placed a bottle of wine on the table and asked, Dear guests, would you care for a drink? Madam, please bring me a glass, Shirlang responded. Madam, I would like one as well. Madam, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your glasses. Yu Kaihuai lifted his glass and addressed the group. I, Yu Kaihuai, toast this drink in gratitude for your care and assistance during this time. Thank you. Having spoken, Yi Kaihuai downed the wine in his cup in one swift motion. The others followed suit, draining their cups, and thus the Green Wild Tavern resumed its lively operations. Young Master Yi, what are your plans moving forward? Would you be so kind as to share with us? Miss Murong, you are too gracious. Who does not know that the third young lady of the Murong family is both brilliantly intelligent and astonishingly beautiful? Flattery will get you nowhere. Do tell me your intentions. Murong Yu inquired. Her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from the wine or from Yi Kaihuai's earlier praise was uncertain. Very well, I shall divulge my plans to Miss Murong, and I would appreciate your insights. Speak quickly. I intend. Ah, old Yi, there you are. Come, let us drink over there. What pleasure is there in drinking with a woman? Suddenly, Shirlang burst forth and whisked Yu Kaihuai away. Murong Yu's face reddened further, whether from the lingering effects of the alcohol or from being referred to as a woman by Shirlang. In any case, the following day, Shirlang found himself thoroughly chastised by his sister, Bella, under the guise of a sparring session, after sharing a few more drinks with Shirlang and the others. Yi Kaihuai returned to Murong Yu's side and quietly revealed his future plans. What of Abi and your Taran friend? Should we take charge of their care? Murong Yu asked. That will not be necessary. I plan to let them depart when the time is right. He replied. Will they be willing to leave then? Rest assured. I have devised a strategy. That is reassuring. Please do not leave just yet. Sit with me for a moment. I recall having seen some information regarding the Yun family of the Elven Empire. Allow me to ponder it. Very well. I shall remain. Take your time. Yi Kaihuai said as he poured himself another cup of wine and settled opposite Murong Yu. Murong Yu closed her eyes, recalling the details she had learned about the Yun family. Upon opening her eyes, she spoke to Yi Kaihuai. The Yun family, one of the founding families of the Elven Empire, is currently led by Yun Xinghe, a grand sword saint who commands the Night Legion, one of the 4 great legions of the Elven Empire. Thankfully, he is not in Northrend at present, as he is stationed at the border between the Elven Empire and the Orc Alliance with the Night Legion. He has 4 sons, 3 of whom perished in past wars, leaving only one, Yun Kaishan, a sword saint, who recently returned to Northrend alongside Yu Go. Yun Kaishan? Is he the bald one? Yi Kaihuai inquired. Indeed, it is said that he lost all his hair due to excessive training in his youth and has never grown it back since. Do you know him? Yes, I have encountered a bald man named Yun Kaishan. I hope it is he. If so, he should be relatively easy to deal with. Oh, how do you plan to confront him? That is a secret. How stingy, Murong Yu huffed. Yi Kaihuai chuckled, yet he refrained from revealing his plan to Murong Yu. She was not insistent, and after expressing her mild displeasure, she continued to share what she knew about the Yun family. After absorbing Murong Yu's insights, Yi Kaihuai asked, Miss Murong, do you know the exact location of the Yun family? In the upper city, directly opposite the Elven King's palace to the east. Chapter 34, A Night Visit to the Yun Family. 2. Elves. While differing in appearance from humans, are strikingly similar in many aspects. They share comparable lifespans, talents, and aesthetic sensibilities. Consequently, elves are the race most frequently entwined with humans. The ancestors of the Yun family were originally human grand sword saints who, upon marrying a princess of the Elven royal lineage, became part of the Elven Empire, establishing themselves as one of the 5 founding families. Over 3 centuries since the founding of the Elven Empire, the Yun family has consistently produced remarkable talents, with each generation contributing significant officials to the court that in Northrend. No family would dare provoke the Yun family without cause. Yet this very night, an audacious individual intended to infiltrate the Yun household. On the night of the full moon, which should have been illuminated by a brilliant moonlight, the presence of clouds rendered the night dim and shadowy, as the moon was intermittently obscured, plunging the earth into darkness. Evading the patrolling guards, Yi Kaihuai arrived at the location he had procured during the day. Adjacent to the Yun residence was a house whose owner had departed for a trip, making it convenient for Yi Kaihuai to execute his plans. Ascending the ladder, he perched atop the wall of the Yun family estate and peered into the courtyard, which was indeed expansive. Where could Yu Go be residing? After observing for a while and finding no clues, Yi Kaihuai was about to leap down for a closer look when he noticed a patrol of Yun family guards approaching in the distance. Quickly retracting his head, he concealed himself, listening intently to the fading footsteps of the guards. He sighed with relief, grateful that he had not acted impulsively. After waiting some time to ensure the guards had moved away, Yu Kaihuai took a deep breath and leaped toward a glowing spot in the courtyard. With a splash, he landed squarely in a small puddle. Who on earth dug a water pit in the courtyard and filled it to the brim? He grumbled, scrambling out of the puddle. Who goes there? The noise had already alerted the nearby patrol, who rushed back only to find a figure cursing as he emerged from a small water pit used for watering flowers. Ah, my friends, it is getting late. Why are you still awake? Yi Kaihuai greeted the guards, who had their weapons drawn. Bewildered by his humor, the captain of the guards waved his hand. Seize him. Alive. I wish to see who dares to cause trouble in the Yun family. Faced with the aggressive guards, Yi Kaihuai remained calm and wisely slipped away in the courtyard of the Yun family. Yi Kaihuai ran ahead while the guards pursued him, creating a commotion that startled both the Yun family and their neighbors. Catch him. Do not let him escape. Boy, if you have the guts, stand your ground. Stand still for you to catch me? Only a fool would do that. Yi Kaihuai scoffed as he continued to flee. Fortunately, he had covered his face when he arrived, so there was no need to worry about being recognized. Suddenly, danger loomed. Yi Kaihuai instinctively ducked as an arrow whizzed past his head, narrowly missing him. Glancing back, he saw the source of the attack. Yu Go. She appeared deep in thought, her brow furrowed. Moments later, she gestured for someone to fetch more arrows, preparing to shoot again. No way. I do not wish to be mistakenly harmed by the very person I intend to rescue. That would be most embarrassing, having already scouted the area. He decided it would be best to return another time. With this resolution, Yu Kaihuai began to contemplate his escape route. The entrance he had used earlier was no longer an option, as he intended to utilize it on his next visit. After some deliberation, he found himself in front of a closed courtyard. With a leap, he jumped inside. The guards promptly opened the gate and entered the courtyard to search. Yet curiously, despite having seen someone enter, they could not find him. Recalling the local legends about the haunted nature of this courtyard, they felt a chill run down their spines, just as doubt began to creep into their minds. A voice, indistinct yet eerily melodic, floated through the air, sounding both masculine and feminine, fluctuating in pitch. The guards erupted into chaos, and one by one, they pleaded with their captain, Captain, let us leave. That little thief likely escaped to another place. What? Did you not say the thief jumped into this courtyard? We might have been mistaken. Nonsense. You few may have misjudged, but surely we cannot all be wrong. The captain may not be mistaken, but Captain, do you not remember where we are? The guards implored, their voices tinged with fear. Cowards, what is there to fear from a ghost? The captain scolded, but Captain, we are indeed afraid. Enough. Inform everyone to search briefly, and then we shall depart. Why do you all gaze behind me? Captain, I suggest you do not turn around. The guard who had previously been scolded warned him. What does the person behind me look like? The captain asked, his voice trembling slightly. Captain, do you truly wish to know? If you really want to know. No, I do not wish to know. Hey, do not distance yourselves from me. Let us stay close while we speak. As he spoke, the captain took a step towards his companions. They collectively shook their heads and stepped back in unison. You treacherous lot, how have I treated you all this time? Captain, do not be afraid. I am not afraid. Merely experiencing a slight increase in heart rate. A hand rested on the shoulder of the captain, who was stubbornly trying to maintain his composure. The captain's face turned pale as he glanced at the hand, unable to discern if it belonged to a human or a ghost, and then looked at the guards opposite him. They all wore ashen faces, some already reciting prayers for the deceased, even in death. I must see what this ghost truly looks like. The captain, gripped by an overwhelming fear, found himself consumed by a singular thought. Under the weight of this notion, he turned his head to glance over his shoulder. There, with disheveled hair and clad in garments as white as snow, stood a figure whose features were obscured. Upon noticing the captain's gaze, the figure emitted a chilling, eerie laugh. The captain felt a tightening sensation at the back of his scalp. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness, achieving the very outcome he dreaded. His collapse elicited a thunderous outcry from the guards stationed nearby, prompting them to flee in haste. In an instant, the courtyard was left with only the unconscious captain and the figure clad in white, a ghostly presence. With no one around, the apparition swept its hair back, revealing its true identity. Kaihuai. He deftly turned his garment right side out and donned it once more. He murmured softly, "Do not seek me. I am disturbed." Once he had adjusted his attire and tidied his hair, Kaihuai approached the wall, leaped gracefully, and vanished into the night. Chapter 35. A nocturnal visit to the Yun residence. 3. The repercussions are utterly deplorable. Early the next morning, Yunqing, the venerable steward of the Yun household, chastised the guards responsible for last night's watch in the Grand Hall. What a disgrace! My family has never suffered the indignity of a theft since the founding of the empire. Think that last night a thief dared to intrude upon our home. Have we truly fallen so low? Yun Cheng continued his tirade. Even more outrageous is the fact that you incompetent fools failed to apprehend a single thief. Pray, what else are you capable of? With each scathing remark from Yun Cheng, the chastised guards lowered their heads, nearly bowing to the ground. Uncle Cheng, please cease your reproach. They are merely inexperienced in dealing with such incidents. Grant them your clemency this once. Besides, nothing of value was stolen. Yun Kaishan interjected, seizing a moment when Yun Cheng paused for breath to plead on behalf of the guards. Since the young master has interceded on their behalf, they shall be spared this time. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, they must still receive 10 lashes each, and the captain who fainted shall receive 20. Thank you, steward, for your leniency. The guards quickly expressed their gratitude before departing to receive their punishment. The grand hall was left with only Yun Kaishan and Yun Qing. Young master, do you suspect that the thief from last night was sent by one of our family's rivals? Uncle Cheng, what leads you to such a conclusion? With Miss Yuega currently residing here, if any harm were to befall her, not only would we lose the trust of the Elven King, who has always held us in high regard, but our family's reputation would be tarnished in the eyes of outsiders. Uncle Cheng, please do not dwell on such thoughts, setting aside the fact that few are aware of Miss Yuega's stay here. Just imagine how enraged the Elven King would be if he learned that his beloved niece had been attacked. That alone should deter anyone from acting recklessly. Moreover, Uncle Cheng, you cannot possibly believe the baseless rumors circulating in the streets, suggesting that Miss Yuega is unloved by the Elven King. The seeds of the wisdom tree and the young of the spirit beast were both painstakingly procured by the Elven King and gifted to Miss Yuega. How could he not cherish his sister's daughter? You are right, young master, I have overthought the matter. Should we not strengthen our guard's presence in the household? Let us wait a few days before doing so. Have you forgotten that you just ordered all the guards to be punished? They need time to recover. What if that thief returns in the meantime? The likelihood of a return visit is slim. After all, he only came last night to lull us into a false sense of security. I suspect he will wait a few days before attempting again. Yun Kaishan replied confidently. That very night, Kaihuai made a second visit to his astonishment. He discovered that the guards at the Yun residence appeared notably less vigilant than usual. Those who had pursued him the night before seemed to walk with a limp. Seeing this as an advantageous turn of events, Kaihuai chose not to investigate the cause of their impaired gait. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Guided by memory, he made his way to the door of Miss Yuega's chamber. Listening intently for any sounds from within, but all was silent. Approaching the window, he gently pushed it open a crack, peering inside. The darkness obscured his view, but he could faintly discern the form of a person lying in bed, whether male or female. He could not tell. Returning to the door, Kaihuai drew his dagger and slid it through the crack, maneuvering it downward until it met the latch. With gentle precision, he began to manipulate the latch, gradually sliding it open. Once the latch was disengaged, he sheathed his dagger, grasped the doorknob with both hands, and quietly pushed the door open. Stepping lightly into the room, he closed the door behind him with care. Tiptoeing to the bedside, to his disappointment, the occupant of the bed was not Miss Yuega. The figure appeared to be a woman, her snoring resounding like thunder, though her physique could rival that of a minotaur. It was her prominent feminine features that revealed to Kaihuai that women too could possess a robust build. Just as he turned to leave, the woman stirred. Upon catching sight of Kaihuai, she did not scream in the terror he had anticipated, nor did she reach for a weapon to defend herself. Instead, she asked him with excitement, "Are you a flower thief?" "Excuse me." Kaihuai was taken aback by the question. "I asked if you were a flower thief." "I am not," he quickly denied, for it was a matter of his reputation. "Oh, you are not," she replied, disappointment evident on her face. "Why would you wish for a flower thief to visit you?" Kaihuai asked, intrigued. "Today, the elder sister in the house told me that with my appearance, even a flower thief would not find me desirable. If you were a flower thief, I could boast that my sister's standards are so low that even a flower thief would find me appealing. But alas, you are not. Why not pretend to be a flower thief, just this once?" "No, I am an upstanding individual. I never deceive others." Kaihuai firmly rejected her proposition. "Oh," the woman's expression of disappointment deepened. "What is your name? What is your role here?" Seeing her disheartened demeanor, Kaihuai felt a pang of sympathy and casually asked, "I am called Hunyo, and I am a maid here. Who are you?" "You need not concern yourself with my identity. I simply wish to know if you are seeking a few flower thieves." "Indeed. Can you assist me in finding them?" "Of course, I know several flower thieves that if you desire, I can procure them for you." "Really? That would be splendid. However, do not be too hasty in your gratitude. I have a few questions for you. Once you answer my inquiries, I shall help you find those flower thieves." "Very well. Ask away, I shall divulge all that I know." "All right, I shall begin." "Yes, go ahead. When did you come to the Yun residence?" "When I was 3 years old." "How long have you been here?" "Let me see. It has been 15 years. "So, you are 18 this year?" "Yes," Hunyo answered matter-of-factly. You don't appear it. You don't appear it at all. Do you have any relatives in the estate?" Shaking her head, Kaihuai inquired further. "None. Are you ever mistreated by anyone in the household?" "Hunyo is quite capable. Very few dare to bully me, except for the steward's sister. I heard that a guest recently arrived at your estate. Where is she staying?" "In the West Wing. 5 rooms away from here." "Is your steward's sister generally kind to you?" "Yes, though sometimes she makes fun of me for being more robust than most men, claiming I will struggle to find a suitor." "Your steward's sister is merely jesting with you." "Well then, I shall end my questions here. Rest easy. When you awaken, you will find a flower thief beside you. Remember, you must sleep first, or else the flower thief will not appear. This offer is only valid for tonight. I shall take my leave now. Do strive to get some sleep." With that, Kaihuai exited the room and stealthily made his way toward the West Wing. Chapter 36. A nocturnal visit to the Yun residence. 4. You have arrived. "Indeed. I have. You ought not to be here. Yet here I stand." Are you ever going to finish?" Kaihuai interrupted the woman who had her back turned to him. "Sigh." The woman sighed, turning to face him. Their eyes met, and simultaneously they queried, "Who are you?" Kaihuai. The woman. "My apologies for the intrusion." Kaihuai regained his composure and turned to leave. "Halt. You have yet to reveal your identity," the woman called after him. Upon hearing this, Kaihuai quickened his pace. "If you dare to leave, I shall shout that a flower thief is present." You are unaware, but there is a woman in our household who longs to meet a flower thief the moment I call out. She will surely come running, and given your stature, you would stand no chance against her. The woman you speak of is not named Hunyo, is she? Kaihuai halted and turned to inquire. Oh, you know Hunyo? I just met her. Who are you? I am a maid from the inner courtyard, called Tao. You are not, by any chance, that little thief who came last night, are you? Kaihuai nodded. Wow. You are indeed that little thief who arrived last night. So this is what thieves look like, exclaimed Tao with excitement. What does she mean by saying this is how thieves look? Am I inherently possessing a thief's visage? Kaihuai thought with discontent. He then curiously asked Tao. Logically speaking, I am a villain. Why do you seem unafraid of me? Ah, right. You are a villain. I should be afraid of you. Just a moment, please. Huh. Tao took a deep breath. Quick, someone come. There's a thief. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night, awakening the slumbering Yun family. In an instant, the place was abuzz with commotion as guards from all directions rushed to the scene. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. By the time they reached the east wing, they could only catch a glimpse of a figure leaping down from the wall to add insult to injury. The thief even waved at them before jumping down. A provocation. This is a blatant provocation, remarked the old steward Yun Cheng, who had risen upon hearing the news, as he commented on the incident in the hall. He then turned to reprimand the guards. You guards have also failed in your duties. The thief has already visited once. Why have you not heightened your vigilance? This matter is not the guard's fault. It is my misjudgment. I thought that even if the thief were to return, it would be several days later, allowing the guards to rest and recover. Yun Kaishan proactively explained on behalf of the guards. Oh, is that so? Seeing that the young master had taken the initiative to shoulder the responsibility, Yun Sheng ceased his criticisms, dismissing the guards and urging them to remain vigilant from this moment forward. If that thief were to return, they must capture him on the spot, and alive at that. The guards, who had endured 2 reprimands, gritted their teeth and vowed to catch the thief who had brought them such misfortune, determined to make him aware of the prowess of the Yun family's guards. Ha ha. This is too amusing, laughed Bai Lai heartily upon hearing Kaihuai's recounting in the Green Wild Tavern, eliciting laughter from the others as well. Laugh? What is there to laugh about? Kaihuai retorted with irritation. What is wrong? Are you unhappy? Things are progressing smoothly. The Yugu you've been searching for is right in the Yun family. All you need to do next is find Yugu and clarify her feelings. And this matter will soon be resolved, won't it? You make it sound so simple. This is the Yun family, not a park. I can't just come and go as I please, after 2 encounters. Do you think the Yun family won't strengthen their defenses? It won't be so easy to enter next time. Oh, that's what you were worried about? No need to fret. Let me ask you first. Has your original intention of seeking Yuga changed? Of course not. Are you suggesting you have a solution? Indeed. Since sneaking in has become a bit troublesome, why don't we just go in openly? Madam, do you still have any antipyretics? Hurry and bring some for Bai Lai. The child seems to have lost his senses due to fever. Kaihuai called out to Stella, who was nearby. Puffed. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not feverish, Bai Lai protested. You're talking nonsense if you're not sick. Let me finish speaking. All right, go ahead. I'm listening, and I'm curious to see how far gone you are. Actually, when I said we should go in openly, I didn't mean for you to foolishly barge into the Yun family, but rather to apply for a position there, to blend in. Apply for a position? Yes. You wouldn't know. It's not your fault. I only found out yesterday. I intended to tell you then, but you were already asleep when I arrived. Oh, what positions are available at the Yun family? Servants. MHM. All right then. I'll apply for the position of a servant. I want to be staying at the Yun family for long anyway. The position of a servant requires little skill, as long as one is strong and obedient. It suffices. With his innate strength, Kaihuai was quickly noticed by the steward responsible for recruitment after showing just a bit of his prowess. The steward led him into the Yun family. Although he had visited twice before, this time was different from the night visits. The daylight revealed a different scene. Kaihuai observed the layout of the Yun family as he walked. When working at the Yun family, do not look at what you shouldn't and do not speak of what you shouldn't if, in the future, you find yourself in peril due to seeing or saying something inappropriate. Don't blame me for not warning you, the steward cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Steward, we are all honest individuals, and we will certainly heed your instructions, someone in the crowd flattered. Very good, very good. You seem quite eloquent. For now, I will appoint you as the leader of these individuals, the steward said, pointing to the person who had spoken earlier. Thank you, brother steward, for your support, the appointed individual said with faint gratitude. After leading Kaihuai and the others to their quarters, the steward reiterated the rules they needed to observe in the Yun family before departing. As soon as the steward left, the individual appointed to temporarily oversee Kaihuai and the others stepped forward, puffing up with self-importance, and began to lecture them. Seeing his smug demeanor, the others were too indifferent to engage, each lost in their own thoughts. After rambling on, the self-important individual noticed that no one was paying him any attention and sought to assert his authority. However, he was aware of his own limitations and did not dare confront someone he perceived as stronger. After searching around, he settled his gaze on Kaihuai, the youngest and least imposing among them. Hey, kid, where are you from? The would-be bully swaggered over to Kaihuai. Kaihuai glanced at him, disregarding him entirely, and turned back to gaze out the window. Hey, you little brat, I'm talking to you. You hear me? The troublemaker had leaned in close to Kaihuai's ear, but before he could finish, Kaihuai swiftly struck, dislocating his jaw. Without even turning around, Kaihuai simply uttered, "Get lost." Following that, he delivered a backhanded blow, resetting the troublemaker's jaw. This time, the troublemaker became obedient, shrinking back to his bed in silence. The others in the room exchanged knowing smiles, each continuing to ponder their own thoughts. Chapter 37. The meeting at last. Kai, come with me, the steward called as he entered, finding Kaihuai chopping wood in the firewood room. All right, Kaihuai replied. Following the steward out of the room, throughout the walk, Kaihuai remained silent, closely trailing behind the steward. The steward was quite pleased with Kaihuai's reticence. Arriving at a courtyard, the steward instructed Kaihuai, Kai, go inside and heed the orders of the young lady in the courtyard. Whatever she asks you to move, you shall move, and once you are done, you can return to rest. That is your task for today. Do you understand? Understood, Kaihuai replied succinctly. The steward nodded in satisfaction and called out into the courtyard, Miss Yugu, I have brought you the person you requested for moving things. He is at the entrance. I will now return to my duties. With that, the steward turned and left. A young lady emerged from the courtyard, and upon seeing her, Kaihuai realized she was none other than the slow-witted maid, Ingtao, whom he had encountered that night. Ingtao sized up Kaihuai. So you are the one the steward found to help us move things. Have we met somewhere before? Kaihuai shook his head, choosing not to respond. Not wanting to be recognized as he just entered the Yun family, he avoided revealing his voice. Well, never mind. Come in with me, she said, leading him into the courtyard, where an expanse was filled with furniture. Move all this furniture in the courtyard into the house according to my instructions, Ingtao directed Kaihuai. Nodding in compliance, Kaihuai began to transport the furniture, all the while searching for any sign of Yugo, as mentioned by the steward before he left. However, as he moved the last piece of furniture, he still had not spotted Is in another location. Kaihuai pondered. Ingtao. A familiar voice called from outside the courtyard. Kaihuai looked and saw it was another acquaintance, the boisterous Hunyo. What is going on? Hunyo, making such a fuss? Ingtao asked as she approached. Ingtao, Miss Yugu sent me to find you to retrieve something. What does Miss Yugu want? She said she needs that wooden box from her room. Oh. Understood. Just a moment. I'll go get it for you. All right. Hey, who is this? Hunyo noticed Kaihuai. This is the new servant in the household. Hunyo. I warn you, do not scare him. Ingtao cautioned before turning to fetch the item. Hello. Have we met somewhere? Hunyo greeted Kaihuai. Kaihuai shook his head. He had not recognized her that night when she was lying in bed. Now, standing before him, he realized Hunyo bore a striking resemblance to the bull-headed Sarl, not only in physique but also in height. Ah, I remember now. It's you. You're the villain who deceived me, Hunyo suddenly exclaimed, recognizing him. You've mistaken me. This is our first meeting today, Kaihuai defended. You can't fool me. Your scent is different from others, Hunyo insisted, shaking her head. Scent? What scent do I have? Kaihuai questioned skeptically, sniffing his sleeve, but detected nothing. You wouldn't be able to smell it yourself? Only we of the Beast Clan have such an ability. You belong to the Beast Clan. Kaihuai looked at the tiger girl before him with a hint of surprise. Are you from the Tiger Clan? He inquired cautiously. As for the tiger girl, she was indeed from the Tiger Clan. However, she shook her head, indicating otherwise. Then which clan do you belong to? I belong to the Tauren clan. No way. I've seen Taurens, and you look nothing like them. What did your Tauren kin look like? A human body topped with a large bull's head. You encountered a male from the Tauren clan. The females resemble me. Oh, but where are your horns? Tauren women do not possess horns. Well, can you keep a secret? Please don't tell anyone that you know me. Then you must tell me your purpose for visiting the Yun family. I am looking for someone. Who? Uega. You researching for Miss Uega. The tiger girl's voice rose slightly. And just as she finished speaking, a voice called out from behind her, Tiger Girl, who was looking for me. A figure emerged from behind the Tiger Girl. It was none other than Uega, the very person Kaihuai had come to find. Their eyes met, and neither spoke a word. After a prolonged silence, Kaihuai, as a gentleman, broke the ice, greeting her. Ah, Uega, I finally found you. Uega said nothing but stepped forward to grasp one of Kaihuai's hands. Instructing the Tiger Girl. Tiger Girl, keep watch for me. Yes, Miss Uega. Uega led Kaihuai to a more secluded room, entered, locked the door, and asked, How did you find this place? To find you, I tell you, it took a considerable effort. You see, I, along with Hughes and the others, emerged from the misty forest only to find you missing. Initially, we suspected that the certification agency had taken you. So we went there to inquire. It turned out that you had been taken by someone else. What I asked is how you found this place. Dante rushed me. Let me explain. When we learned that you had been taken, we had no leads. Fortunately, that very night, the president of the Wind Belltown Warriors Guild, Hyder, spotted you. He even picked up a Silvermoon Ranger Corps insignia from the spot you vanished. And it was based on that clue that we tracked down Northrend. Once we arrived in Northrend, we began to gather information. Wait, you said you came with others. Who else is with you? There's also Tarrant Sal and Abby. Hughes and the others are about to start school, so I didn't bring them along. Oh, please continue. What happened next? Then we gathered information and learned that the niece of the Elven King had a situation similar to yours. Moreover, that very night I infiltrated the Silvermoon Corps to peruse their operational records. I saw you at the entrance. That was when I realized you were residing in the Yun family. Were you the one who caused the disturbances in the manor a few days ago? Calling me a thief is rather harsh. I would prefer if you referred to me as a rogue. So, tell me, what brings you to find me? If it's to ask why I left without a word, I believe it's unnecessary for me to elaborate. I trust the entire Northrend has already heard about it. That is true. So I want to inquire about your reasons for departing without notice. Instead, I will ask you directly. Do you need help? Chapter 38. Let us elopement help. Uega asked, puzzled. Indeed, Kaihuai nodded and added, while I was in Northrend searching for you, I came across some rumors suggesting that you are not favored by the current Elven King, that I began to wonder if your agreement to marry the fifth prince of the Orc Alliance was truly your own decision. What if I am willing? What if I am not? What can you do? Do not forget, you are opposing an empire. I certainly do not harbor the delusion of confronting an empire. However, as your friend, if you are unhappy, then I too cannot find joy. I merely wish to assist you. Kaihuai, before I answer you, may I ask you a question? Certainly, go ahead. Since we met until now, have you ever had feelings for me? Please answer honestly. Feelings, yes. You are beautiful, kind-hearted, and devoid of the airs that many noble ladies possess. Not only I, but Abby and Hughes also hold you in high regard. I am not referring to that kind of affection, Uega said. Somewhat dejected. Kaihuai was perplexed. In his previous life, he had rarely interacted with others, focusing solely on his endeavors of tomb raiding and historical research. Thus, he found it difficult to decipher the complexities of a woman's heart, especially since he had only been 19 upon arriving here. Uega sighed. Realizing her subtle hints had gone over Kaihuai's head, she addressed him directly. Let us be frank. Kaihuai, do you love me? This time, Kaihuai comprehended. Yet having never been in love, he found himself at a loss. After a moment, he stammered. You are quite direct, catching me completely unprepared. You may leave now. After waiting in vain for a response, Uega, emboldened to confess her feelings, became upset at his words. No, please don't go. Seeing Uega's anger, Kaihuai quickly blocked her path. Realizing that his earlier response had not been satisfactory, step aside. Uega pushed against Kaihuai, who stumbled backward and nearly fell. Seeing this, Uega instinctively reached out to catch him, but instead, they both tumbled, landing in Kaihuai's embrace. The room fell silent as Kaihuai lay on the floor, holding Uega, noticing her long, rosy ears peeking out. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch them, only to be taken aback as Yuega trembled unexpectedly. Yuega, what's wrong? Noticing her odd reaction, Kaihuai quickly inquired. Nothing. I am fine, Yuega said as she stood up, attempting to disguise her embarrassment. Yuega, I apologize for earlier. I realize my response may have disappointed you. Yuega lowered her head, softly acknowledging, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Feeling anxious inside, she sensed that Kaihuai's next words would be what she longed to hear, elopement. In the Green Wild Tavern, everyone looked at Kaihuai with astonishment as he returned. Yes, Kaihuai nodded. Then added, elopement. Don't be foolish. Do you even realize what you're doing? Are you certain your mind is clear? Bailey, my mind is quite clear, and I know exactly what I'm doing. Clear my foot, Bailey exclaimed in exasperation. You've run off with the Elven King's niece, the very bride of the union between the Elven Empire and the Orc Alliance. You really think these two great empires will let this slide? I recall answering your question the last time you asked. What you said last time is not what you're saying now. It's pretty much the same. Not at all, Bailey sighed. Attempting to persuade Kaihuai, think it over again. There is no need for such extreme measures right now. With your intelligence, you can surely. At this point, Bailey trailed off, as the determined look in Kaihuai's eyes indicated that his advice had fallen on deaf ears. Sigh. Love truly can lead one astray. Such a clever child has turned into a fool, Bailey lamented. Who are you calling a fool? I'm no fool, Kaihuai retorted, displeased. Let us not dwell on that. Hurry and share your plans with us, so we can help you figure things out. Bailey changed the subject. Oh, Kaihuai replied. Though he insisted he was a fool, he typically was one to be easily led astray. Bailey was convinced that Kaihuai's intellect was rapidly declining under the influence of love. After hearing Kaihuai's plans, everyone began to voice their suggestions and point out the flaws in his strategy. After much discussion, Bailey asked, what about Abby and Sal? What are your plans for them? The other day, Morongyu and the others left Northrend. Who knows if you can catch up? And even if you do, what will you say? Ask them to return to Northrend. If things go awry, they might end up getting implicated. No, I want to look for Morongyu and the others. That I have other arrangements for Abby and Sal. As for the specifics, that shall remain a secret for now. It is quite all right if you are unwilling to speak. Just ensure that no mistakes occur when the time comes. Rest assured, I guarantee that there will be no errors, Kaihuai assured. Thumping his chest, that it is hardly a matter of comfort for me, considering your current intellect, Bailey thought to himself. Nevertheless, he recognized that Kaihuai was an outsider. If he was reluctant to divulge information, Bailey had no justification to press him further. He could only hope silently that everything would proceed smoothly without any unforeseen complications. So, where do you plan to go in the future? And how will you sustain yourselves? The Elven Empire and the Beastman Alliance are no longer viable options for you, Bailey inquired. I understand. I will take Yuega to a remote area in the Aolong Empire to live. I will cook, and together with Yuega, we will open a small restaurant, with me as the head chef and Yuega as the proprietress, Kaihuai responded. How will we contact you then? Bailey asked. Once we have settled, I will reach out to you. It is getting late. I must return to the Yun family to avoid arousing suspicion, Kaihuai replied. Oh, then be on your way. Take care on the road. You can count on us to assist you with whatever you need, Bailey assured. Thank you very much. Chapter 39, Elopement. This simple a night passed without incident. The following morning, the maid Cherry, responsible for attending to Yuega, arrived at the scene. Acting on Miss Yuega's orders, she sought out the laborers who had assisted in moving items the previous day to continue their work. Kaihuai willingly accompanied Cherry. Upon reaching Yuega's location, he concocted an excuse to send Cherry away, then instructed Hunyu to keep watch, leaving only himself and Yuega in the room. Yuega, have you truly made up your mind? Kaihuai asked once more to confirm her intentions. Yes, Yuega affirmed with a firm nod. I see. I understand now. Then, as you wish, I shall share the elopement plan I devised yesterday, and you must cooperate with me fully, he continued. Yuega nodded again. Half a month later, Yuega vanished mysteriously on her way back from the natural goddess temple. She inexplicably disappeared. The disappearance of the beloved niece of the Elven King incensed him, and he demanded that the officials responsible for the security of Norden swiftly resolve the case, lest they face dire consequences. While the officials toiled through a sleepless night, Desperate to uncover the truth, a letter penned by Uega appeared on the Elven King's desk. The specific contents of the letter remained unknown to anyone but the king. However, following its arrival, the officials tasked with investigating Uega's disappearance were no longer pressured by the king. On the contrary, he ceased discussing the matter entirely, and the tense atmosphere in Nordin gradually eased. Another fortnight passed, and after closing the Greenfields Tavern for the night, Kaihuai, as was his custom, locked the door and returned to his room. Inside, he found 4 individuals, Bai Lai, Ma Chi, Si Dai La, and the previously missing Uega, who were engaged in an intense game. A pair of 5s, who dares? Bai Lai tossed 2 cards onto the table. Is that all? A pair of 8s, Si Dai La retorted dismissively. Throwing down her own cards to Chi silently placed down a pair of 2s. Come on, Ma Chi, no need to be so ruthless. This game has only just begun, Bai Lai exclaimed. For 3s, a bomb. Uega interjected suddenly. Well done. Miss Uega, Bai Lai praised. What on earth are you all doing in my room? Kaihuai, ignored by the 4, stood at the door and asked. Playing cards. Have you forgotten? You were the one who taught us how to play, Bai Lai replied matter-of-factly. Be quiet. I know this game was your suggestion, Kaihuai retorted. Oh, come on. We're just passing the time. Speaking of which, did you call us over because you plan to take action? Bai Lai shifted the topic and asked. With a nod, Kaihuai affirmed, yes, it has been half a month since Uega's disappearance. And the commotion in Nordin has quieted down significantly. I believe it is time for Uega and me to leave. You intend to leave? Why? Didn't you say that the most dangerous place is the safest? Why then would you leave this so-called safe haven? Si Dai La questioned, perplexed. When you begin to believe that your surroundings are entirely secure, that very place has transformed into the most perilous of locales. A fortnight ago, when Uega initially went missing, people widely assumed she had been kidnapped. If that were the case, the abductors would likely move as far from Nordend as possible. Contrarily, while everyone presumed Uega had been taken far from Nordend, she and I had been hiding right within the city. Those searching for her were, naturally, laboring in vain. Just a few days ago, Uega had her spirit beast deliver a letter to the Elven King, expressing her intentions. I worry that the king may secretly initiate a citywide search and recall those dispatched outside the city to comb through Nordend, and I fear there could be unforeseen complications. I am sorry. Kaihuai, I wish I hadn't sent that letter, Uega expressed regretfully. Do not concern yourself. We would have to leave eventually, whether sooner or later, Kaihuai reassured her. Then, how can we assist you? Bai Lai interrupted the tender exchange between Kaihuai and Uega with his question. Thank you all. I do indeed have a favor to ask of you, Kaihuai stated. Speak freely. I hope your plan is as effortless as the one from half a month ago when you brought Uega here, Bai Lai suggested. Half a month ago? Kaihuai mused. Recalling the events. It had been a drizzly day when Uega, residing with the Yun family, suddenly expressed a desire to pray at the natural goddess temple within the city, the head steward of the Yun family. Yun Qing had no grounds to refuse her request and instructed the accompanying staff to ensure Uega's safety before sending her on her way, without incident, upon exiting the temple and returning to the Yun family. Uega's carriage encountered an unexpected situation. During their journey home, an accident involving 2 carriages erupted. The owners of the 2 carriages engaged in a fierce brawl in the street, where the allure of chaos drew a crowd. In no time, the road was congested. The 2 combatants were evenly matched, and the outcome was uncertain, resulting in an ever-growing audience who cheered on the spectacle. The throng was so vast that Uega's convoy became separated. And when her attendants finally located her carriage, they found only her maid Cherry and Hunyu unconscious inside, while Uega had mysteriously vanished. The attendants, not daring to delay, immediately returned to report the incident. They began searching for her, but amid the crowd, she was nowhere to be found. By the time the security officers of Nordend arrived on the scene, the 2 fighters had just settled their dispute and were preparing to find a tavern to celebrate. Upon hearing of Uega's disappearance, the officers intended to detain the 2 men who had just fought, only to discover that they had vanished without a trace. Subsequent investigations revealed that the carriages belonged to thieves, having been stolen not long before, with the original owners being minor nobles. The severity of the situation compelled the officers to report to the Yun family. Upon hearing the news, the Elven King was furious and chastised Yun Kaishan, who had just returned from visiting friends, demanding that the officers locate Uega within 10 days or face dire consequences. The officers, driven by the threat to their lives, began an exhaustive search, dispatching numerous skilled trackers to pursue any leads outside of Nordend. Yet, it was as if Uega had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. As the 10-day deadline approached, the officers, disheartened, went to face the Elven king, fully expecting retribution. To their astonishment, the king seemed to have forgotten his own deadline. Naturally, the officers were not foolish enough to remind him. Thus, the search for Uega was bizarrely suspended. Kaihuai, Kaihuai, what troubles you? Uega inquired, concerned for his apparent distraction. Noticing the worry in her eyes, Kaihuai smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Turning to Bai Lai and saying, "Rest assured, Bai Lai, this time it will be far easier for you to assist me than it was to play the roles of those brawlers on the street half a month ago." Chapter 40. Just one step away the next morning. Shortly after the guards at the Nordend gates opened the city gates, they spotted two figures approaching, leading horses. The guards recognized them as the captain and vice-captain of the Flying Horse Mercenary Corps 2nd Squad. Captain Bai Lai. Vice-Captain Ma Chi, out so early, the guard inquired as they drew near. "Indeed, we have some matters to attend to outside the city today," Bai Lai replied. "However, Captain Bai Lai, in light of the recent disappearance of the Elven King's niece, regulations have been put in place requiring anyone leaving the city to register. Could you please step over to complete the necessary paperwork?" "Certainly," Bai Lai agreed, following the guard into the soldiers' rest area at the city gate. Upon receiving the form from the guard, he inquired, "How do I fill out this form?" "It's quite simple. Just indicate when you are leaving, the purpose of your departure, and your expected return," the guard instructed. "Oh, then I'll just wait to fill it out later." Bai Lai set the pen down, preparing to leave. "What? Mitsai and I intended to venture outside the city today for a picnic with Sister Stella. She is just behind us, and I thought it best to wait for her so that I wouldn't have to write everything twice, which would be a bother." "Oh, I see. Then you may as well wait a moment." Before long, Stella arrived in a carriage at the city gate. Noticing that Bai Lai and Mitsai had yet to depart, she curiously inquired, "Bai Lai, Mitsai, did you not say you were going to leave for the picnic site first? Why are you still here?" "Oh, Sister Stella, that new regulation about leaving the city hasn't been rescinded since it was instituted 2 weeks ago. Mitsai and I are waiting for you to leave together to avoid registering twice," Bai Lai explained. "Oh, is that so? Then let's hurry and register," Stella replied. Bai Lai nodded and promptly immersed himself in filling out the registration form. At that moment, the captain of the guard seized the opportunity to converse with Stella. "Madam, what brings you to the idea of picnicking outside the city today? It is a day of rest, and there should be many patrons at the Green Meadow Tavern. Not conducting business today would indeed be quite a loss." "Ah, it is all due to the recent commotion surrounding the disappearance of that elf king's niece. The atmosphere in the city has become quite oppressive. We simply wish to breathe some fresh air and change our spirits. By the way, madam, where is that assistant of yours? Did he not accompany you?" "Oh, you mean Kaihuai? I invited him, but he said he had matters to attend to and couldn't join us." "Madam, all done, we are ready to set off," Bai Lai announced as he mounted his horse. Addressing Stella, who was still conversing with the captain, "Very well. My apologies, Captain. We shall continue our conversation another time," Stella acknowledged, driving the carriage out of the city. As they passed by the captain, he casually lifted the carriage curtain with his spear and swiftly glanced inside. Apart from some food and picnic supplies, he discerned nothing else. The carriage moved further away, gradually disappearing from view of Nordend. Arriving by a small river, the trio halted to prepare for their picnic. After unloading everything from the carriage, Stella lifted the panel at the bottom, and Kaihuai and Yugu emerged from a concealed compartment. After stretching and taking a few deep breaths, Kaihuai, who had been stifled within the carriage, remarked, "I never imagined that Nordend would allow you to escape so easily. How on earth do you think? I truly wish to recruit you into our ranks as our strategist." Bai Lai approached, leading his horse, and exclaimed, "Give it a rest. You are not yet resigned to your fate, that I assure you. I would only exert my mind when absolutely necessary." "What?" "Because it is rather exhausting. You lazybones. How did Miss Yugo ever come to fancy you? Heaven truly is blind. Hee, envy me, do you?" "Indeed, I envy you. Before we part ways, I must warn you, should you ever treat Miss Yugo poorly, we shall not spare you. It is only right to treat one's wife with kindness. You need not worry about that." As Kaihuai busied himself packing, he replied to Bai Lai, "Enough chatter. Let's not waste time. Kaihuai, take care on your journey," Mitsai said, approaching and handing the reins to Kaihuai. Accepting the reins, Kaihuai said to Bai Lai and Mitsai, I will have your companions return the horses to you in the next town. Sister Stella, by Lai, meet Sai, thank you for your unwavering support. Thank you. Yi Kaihuai sincerely bowed to the three. Yugo, standing beside him, followed suit, and said, thank you all. No need for such formalities. You should hasten your preparations. From this moment forth, your journey is just beginning, so tread carefully along the way. Under the urging of Stella and the others, Yi Kaihuai and Yugo mounted their horses and crossed the small river to depart. Meanwhile, Stella and the others remained to continue their picnic, as Yu Kaihuai put it, to ensure everything was done properly. After several months of travel, Yu Kaihuai and Yuga finally reached the border of the Elven Empire and the Aolong Empire. After settling Yugo in a small grove, Yu Kaihuai ventured alone into a nearby border town to gather information and replenish supplies. Having navigated the route so many times, he efficiently restocked food and made his way to the only tavern in town to inquire about any news regarding Yuji's disappearance. To his astonishment, he learned alarming news. The Aolong Empire's Tiger Roar Legion had suddenly increased its forces along the border with the Elven Empire, prompting a swift response from the Elven Empire, which dispatched the Night Legion to confront the Tiger Roar Legion. Consequently, the borders of both nations had been closed. To enter the Aolong Empire became exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this news, Yi Kaihuai lost the inclination to gather further information and returned to discuss strategies with Yugo. After hearing the information Yu Kaihuai brought back, Yuga pondered for a moment before saying, when I was young and accompanied my uncle to the Aolong Empire, I remember traversing a small path. Though I am unsure if it still exists. Regardless of its current state, we should search for it. If we cannot find it, we will devise another plan. As the day is waning, we shall set off at dawn. Agreed. As they set up camp and lay side by side within the tent, Yuga suddenly asked quietly, Kaihuai, have you ever regretted anything? Regret what? Well, regretting that in dealing with the trouble I bring, you must forsake many of your possessions and live incognito with me. Wait, what has gotten into you today? Why such talk all of a sudden? I do not know. I have been sensing that ultimately we may be separated, and the closer we get to the border, the stronger that feeling becomes. Do not overthink it, just rest well. Once we enter the Aolong Empire, everything will be fine. All will be well. Comforted by Yi Kaihuai's words, Yuga fell silent. Yet the sense of impending danger in her heart intensified to the break of dawn. Yi Kaihuai and Yugo prepared their belongings according to her vague childhood memories and began their search for the path leading to the Aolong Empire. Perseverance bore fruit, and after several missteps, they finally discovered the correct path. Let us take a break. We have searched for quite a while and exhausted considerable energy. Yi Kaihuai suggested. Yuga nodded in agreement, and they found a spot to sit down. Consuming a light meal and sipping some water, just as they were resting and regaining their strength, an elderly man unexpectedly emerged from the trees. He approached Yu Kaihuai and asked, young man, could you spare me some water? Although wary of the sudden appearance of the old man, Yi Kaihuai nonetheless fulfilled the request. Handing over his water flask, he inquired, Elder, at your age, why are you not enjoying your twilight years at home? Sigh. The elder replied, taking the flask and letting out a breath, I have no peace at home. Someone had the audacity to abduct my granddaughter, and thus I must personally seek out my niece. Young man, you seem quite anxious. Yi Kaihuai smiled, pulling Yugo behind him and asking the elder, how did you know we would take this route? You are quite astute. Young man, just a gentle nudge, and you discern my intentions. Since you are so clever, I shall spare you further trouble. Allow my granddaughter to return with me, and I will let you go. That is impossible, Yi Kaihuai firmly rejected. Do not overestimate your abilities. Young man, true, you possess commendable strength, likely at level 8, but do you know what my level is? Do not be foolish. Ask your companion behind you. Let her tell you whether you stand a chance. Yu Kaihuai turned to you good. Only to see her face pale. Upon noticing his gaze, she shook her head. My grandfather's name is Yun Xinghe, a level 11 Grand Swordmaster. Kaihuai, you stand no chance. You should flee. Knowing that Yugo would not deceive him, Yi Kaihuai gritted his teeth and shook his head at her, saying, I will not flee. You are my fiancée, and I cannot abandon you to escape alone. After saying this, he turned to Yun Xinghe and declared, come at me. I will not stand idly by while you take Yugo away. What a foolish boy, without sufficient strength. What can you achieve relying solely on willpower? The old man continued to persuade. Enough, brother Yun, this lad will not heed reason. Why waste breath on him? If you are concerned about your granddaughter's feelings, step aside and let me handle him. Another figure emerged from behind the elder. Young man, draw your weapon. Before Yunxingha could respond, the elder had already boldly stepped in front of Kaihuai. Yuga whispered to Kaihuai, his name is Hyuk. He is the former commander of the Silver Moon Legion, a grand sword master like my grandfather. Kaihuai nodded slightly, assuming a combat stance. Hyuk dismissed Kaihuai, believing that a mere 16 or 17-year-old boy could not pose a significant threat. Suddenly, Hyuk noticed a blur, and Kaihuai had already lunged at him, hastily crossing his arms to block Kaihuai's powerful punch. Stumbling back 3 steps, Kaihuai landed a decisive blow, not daring to afford Hyuk a moment's respite, and immediately pressed the attack closely. Caught off guard, Hyuk found himself on the receiving end of several hard punches from Kaihuai. However, the fortunate circumstances did not last long. Hyuk, after all, was a formidable opponent, far beyond Kaihuai's capabilities. Gradually, he regained control of the battlefield. Although he refrained from drawing his sword, Kaihuai was ultimately bested by Hyuk's fists. Left lying there, motionless, Kaihuai, Yuega cried, rushing to Kaihuai's side, calling out his name. Yuega, my dear, let us return home, Yunxingha gently urged. Grandfather, what about him? Yuega protested, unwilling to leave. Sigh, there's truly no reasoning with you, Yunxingha sighed. Producing a pill. Give this to him. In a month, his injuries will heal. And do not blame your grandfather Hyuk for being too harsh. This young man is exceedingly tenacious. If we do not incapacitate him completely, we cannot possibly leave. Grandfather, I have a few words I wish to share with him. Could you and Grandfather Hyuk allow me? Very well, but do not delay for too long, Yunxingha conceded, leading Hyuk to a secluded part of the forest. I'm sorry, Kaihuai, but I must depart. Promise me you will not forget me. I will be waiting for you in Northrend. Tears streaming down her face, Yuega gently kissed the lips of the unconscious Kaihuai. Chapter 41. I want to go to school. 1. A wooden tent frame. Where am I? Kaihuai opened his eyes, glancing up at the tent ceiling before looking at his bandaged hands. Slowly rising. Ouch, the sudden movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to sharply inhale in pain. Once seated, Kaihuai realized it was not just his hands. His entire body was wrapped in bandages. It seemed this was no dream. Yuega had indeed been taken back, that why Kaihuai murmured to himself. My lord, why are you awake? Please lie down. The doctor instructed you to rest, and not to move. The commotion inside the tent roused someone who had been waiting outside. Peeking in, upon seeing Kaihuai awake, he could not help but exclaim. Sao, what are you doing here? Did I not instruct you and Abby to deliver a message to my grandfather? Where is Abby? Where is this place? Kaihuai grasped Sao's arm, bombarding him with questions. My lord, this is the encampment of the Tiger Roar Legion. Sao helped Kaihuai recline as he answered. After Abby and I delivered your letter to your grandfather, he instructed me to accompany the Tiger Roar Legion here to await your return. We waited for quite a while without seeing you, and we were about to send someone into the Elven Empire to search for you. However, shortly after entering the path to the Elven Empire, we found you. You were gravely injured and unconscious, so we could only bring you back for treatment. Sao paused, apologetically saying, I am sorry, my lord. We also sent people to search for Miss Yuega, but we found no trace of her. What exactly happened on that path? Nothing much. On our way back, Yuega and I encountered 2 bandits who sought to rob us that I was outmatched and fell. And Yuega was taken away. What? Someone dared to abduct my nephew's wife. What audacity. Kaihuai, tell your uncle. Who were those bandits? Where is their hideout? A middle-aged man entered the tent, sporting a full beard, and immediately confronted Kaihuai with indignation. Uncle, I am truly grateful. The 2 robbers are named Yunxingha and Hyuk. They are the former leaders of the Nightshade Legion and the Silver Moon Legion, and their hideout is called Northrend. Uncle, go forth, and I shall burn paper for you this time next year. Kaihuai replied somewhat irately to his uncle, Zhan, leader of the Tiger Roar Legion, who had been eavesdropping outside. You rascal. After years apart, you remain the same, always teasing your uncle, Zhan awkwardly replied. You too, uncle, still have not shaken off the habit of listening in on others, Kaihuai retorted expressionlessly. Hee. Zhan chuckled mischievously. I happen to have the latest news about your little lover. Yueji, you dare speak to me like that? I might just withhold the information. Uncle, you are no longer young. Could you not be a bit more mature? I would have to call your eldest son cousin. Kaihuai said helplessly. Enough with the useless chatter. If you want me to tell you the latest news about Yuega, you must first say something nice to me. Uncle, Yi Kaihuai's lips moved, producing a sound akin to a mosquito's buzz. What did you say? I can't hear you. Yuzhan cupped his ear. Uncle, Yi Kaihuai raised his voice slightly. Still can't hear. After calling out 7 or 8 times, Yuzhan feigned ignorance. Yi Kaihuai beckoned to Yuzhan, who curiously leaned in closer. Just as he did, Yi Kaihuai suddenly seized him, holding his head and shouting into his ear, Uncle, cough, cough, cough. The exertion caused Yi Kaihuai to cough up blood, startling Sal, who was nearby. However, before he could rush out to summon a doctor, someone had already brought one in. Seeing the doctor enter, Yuzhan immediately resembled a mouse spotting a cat, slipping aside to wait for an opportune moment to leave and return later. Stop. The newcomer detected Yuzhan's intention. Before he could execute his escape plan, it was thwarted. Feigning a smile, he approached the newcomer and greeted, Father, you have come in person? Yes, if I did not come, how could I witness such a delightful spectacle of an uncle bullying his own nephew? Upon hearing this, Yuzhan panicked and hurriedly explained, Father, O discerning father, please do not wrongfully accuse me. It matters not if you accuse me, but it would tarnish your illustrious image. Silence, you rascal. You have never been sensible since childhood. I thought you might mature after starting a family, but it seems you have not changed a bit. Father, please lower your voice to I in front of the children. Have some consideration for my dignity. Yizhan pleaded quietly. Yizhan's father, Yizhan, Yi Kaihuai's grandfather, snorted and ignored his second son, turning to show concern for Yi Kaihuai. I am sorry, grandfather, for causing you worry. Yi Kaihuai weakly replied. Do not speak of it, child. Just rest well, the suffering you endured. Your grandfather will help you reclaim. No. Yi Kaihuai firmly rejected. The suffering I have endured, I shall reclaim myself. Good lad, you have spirit. Your second uncle supports you. Yuzhan praised loudly from the side. Be quiet. Do you not know Kaihuai needs to rest? Yuzhan admonished sternly. Why Yuzhan, feeling indignant, fell silent, mumbling, Your voice isn't any softer than mine. What did you say? Nothing. I was just praying for Kaihuai's swift recovery. Kaihuai has just awakened. He must be hungry. Go out and prepare some millet porridge for him. All right, I shall do so immediately. Yizhan agreed enthusiastically, dashing out of the tent. Finally escaping, he could not help but feel that his father's presence was overwhelmingly powerful. And he suspected they must have been enemies in a past life, for he would tremble with excitement upon encountering his father. You wish to seek revenge yourself? Yes, where one falls, one must rise again. One should stand up where one has fallen. Relying on others to regain lost dignity is far less satisfying than retrieving it oneself. Have you considered this carefully? Your opponents are not simple. I am aware. Which is why I plan to continue my training in the imperial capital. I am still young. One day, I shall avenge myself. Very well, if you wish to study in the imperial capital, then go ahead. I shall not stop you. By the way, let me inform you of something. During your 7 days of unconsciousness, the Elven Empire and the Orc Alliance have annulled their marriage alliance. So your little lover no longer needs to marry into the Orc Alliance. Is that so? Wonderful. Rest well, and I shall return to see you shortly. Sal, take good care of your young master. Yuzhan left the tent with the doctor. Yi Kaihuai lay on the bed, staring blankly at the tent's ceiling. Chapter 42. I want to go to school, too. My dear nephew, see what your second uncle has brought you. Yizhan called out as he entered the tent where Yi Kaihuai was recuperating. Only to find Yizhan inside, and not Yi Kaihuai. Father, Yizhan respectfully greeted Yizhan before asking, Father, where is Kaihuai? He has gone outside. He said remaining in the tent would not be good for his recovery. So he asked Sal to carry him out for some fresh air. Yuzhan replied, his tone laced with irritation. Why Yizhan could not help but question himself, wondering if he had unknowingly provoked his father. After reflecting carefully, he realized he had indeed not offended him. So who had angered his father? With curiosity piqued, Yuzhan cautiously inquired, Father, your mood does not seem quite right. Who has upset you? Yuzhan cast a sidelong glance at Yuzhan. And with that single gaze, he instilled a profound fear in the imposing commander of the Hushao Legion, causing Yizhan to tremble in trepidation, deeply regretting his reckless words. What is that you are holding? Yizhan inquired softly. Yizhan hastily concealed the book behind him, repeatedly stammering, And nothing at all. Didn't Kaihuai say we must diligently practice in order to seek revenge in the future? I merely found him a manual. A manual? Let me see it, Yizhan said, curiosity piqued at the mention of a manual. Upon hearing this, Yizhan broke into a cold sweat. While he had indeed brought a manual, It was merely a guide for courting, utterly useless for strengthening one's abilities. Father, you really shouldn't look at it as a wizard. You have no interest in such barbaric skills, Yizhan stuttered. Yizhan sensed that something was amiss just by observing Yizhan's demeanor. Enough with the nonsense. Hand the book over. Yes. At the stern gaze of Yizhan, Yizhan had no choice but to comply. He obediently surrendered the manual into Yizhan's hands. Upon inspecting it, Yizhan found the title, Guide to Courtship, emblazoned in bold letters across the cover. Hee. Yizhan chuckled at Yizhan, shaking the book as he remarked, "Is this what you found for your nephew to enhance his abilities?" Hee, father. Well, one must possess skill to court successfully, Yizhan awkwardly attempted to explain. Hee. Yizhan chuckled again. With a sudden burst of flames, he incinerated the manual into ashes. Ah, my cherished manual, Yizhan lamented, on the verge of tears. I warn you, if you ever dare to present my grandson with such nonsensical items again, you shall not escape my wrath. Yizhan pointed an admonishing finger at Yizhan. Yes, I will not dare again. Please forgive me this time, esteemed father. Yizhan quickly capitulated, his demeanor exceedingly contrite, probably a result of being scolded often as a child. After reprimanding Yizhan's spirits visibly lifted as he hummed a tune and exited the tent in search of Kaihuai, leaving Yizhan behind in sorrow. Outside the camp, on a gentle slope, Kaihuai lay back, gazing at the sky and inhaling the fragrant air mixed with the scent of grass. Beside him rested his companion from Fengling Town, the Tavern Sao. After delivering a message to Sao, Abi was taken away by Lao and Luca, stating that Abi's holiday had ended and he must return to continue his studies. As Abi departed, he had Sao convey that he had greatly enjoyed their time together, having met many people and witnessed numerous events, and he would strive to learn diligently to reunite with him soon. It was only natural for the young lad to focus on his studies. Yet there lingered a slight regret in not uncovering Abi's true identity before parting. Perhaps that revelation would come with their next meeting. Hey, Taran, what are your plans after we arrive in the imperial capital? Kaihuai asked Sao beside him. Plans? Sao was taken aback by the question. Yes. Once we reach the imperial capital, I shall begin my studies. What about you? I hadn't really thought about it, Sao replied honestly. I suspected as much. Taran, may I ask you something? Of course, young master. Do you care about your nationality? Nationality. Do I even have one? Since I became aware, I have been a slave. What did you say? Aren't you a Taran? Were you a slave in the Orc Alliance? Kaihuai asked in astonishment. You are correct. Young master, as you surmised, I was indeed a slave in the Orc Alliance. Even as an orc, you were a slave. Haha. Young master, you are truly naive. Do not use my words against me, Kaihuai replied, somewhat displeased. Haha. My apologies, young master. I see my error now. Sao laughed and apologized. I accept your apology. Please continue. Kaihuai encouraged. Sao nodded, the smile fading from his face, replaced by sorrow. I am the child of a slave. In the Orc Alliance, the children of slaves remain slaves, considered the personal property of their masters, and do not qualify as citizens within the alliance. Because I was born robust, I was selected by my master to be trained in combat, serving as his gladiator. Lost in memories, Sao continued without interruption from Kaihuai, who gently inquired, what happened next? Later, my master fell into financial ruin and, to repay his debts, sold me to another master. Subsequently, I changed hands multiple times until I encountered you in Fengling Town. You may not realize, but the days spent following you have been the most carefree of my 20 years. I apologize, Taran, for bringing up painful memories, Kaihuai said, noticing Sao's somber mood. Please do not apologize. Young master. It is an honor for me to be by your side. Taran, meeting you has been an honor for me as well. Let us not dwell on such matters, Taran. Instead, let us discuss our plans for when we arrive at the imperial capital. Sensing the atmosphere had turned heavy, Kaihuai shifted the conversation. Certainly, young master. Did you not say you already had a plan for me? Please enlighten me. Kaihuai rose and said to Sao, no problem. Once we arrive at the imperial capital, I plan to take you along to classes with me. Taran, you shall acquire the nationality of Aolong and attend the Yingwu Academy with me. What? You intend to attend Yingwu Academy? No, absolutely not. Why not go to Tianqing Academy? I refuse to allow you to go to Yingwu Academy. Before Sao could respond, a figure approached from behind the slope, vehemently opposing him. Kaihuai turned to see his grandfather, Yizhan, the headmaster of Tianqing Academy and a grand magician. The two stubborn individuals, Yi Zhen and Yi Kaihuai, found themselves at an impasse, each unwilling to yield to the other. Given Yi Kaihuai's injuries, Yi Zhen could not resort to his usual forceful methods and was left to plead earnestly. Yet, Yi Kaihuai appeared resolute, determined to attend Yingwu Academy instead of Tianqing Academy. In a fit of anger, Yi Zhen stormed off, admonishing Yi Kaihuai to reconsider his decision. Yi Kaihuai paid little heed to his grandfather's warning. After all, Tianqing Academy was renowned for producing wizards, and while it offered martial classes, it could not compare to Yingwu Academy, which was celebrated for training warriors. Yi Kaihuai had little interest in magic, viewing attendance at Yingwu Academy as a means of self-improvement. While attending Tianqing Academy would simply be a waste of time, he dismissed his grandfather's advice as merely a reflection of a grandparent's reluctance to relinquish control over his grandchild. Returning to the Hushao Legion's camp, Yi Zhen was in a foul mood. It seemed that fortune had not favored Yi Zhen today. Just as he intended to stroll about the camp to ease his spirits and perhaps reminisce about his lost guide to courtship in the nearby red light district, he unexpectedly encountered his irate son. "Where do you think you are going?" Yi Zhen inquired sharply upon seeing Yi Zhen's overly polished appearance, assuming his father had discovered his intentions to indulge in a night of revelry. Yi Zhen, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and stammered, "No, I was going nowhere. Isn't it almost time for dinner? I'm just going to call Kaihuai back." Yi Zhen raised an eyebrow. "Does calling someone back for dinner warrant a change of clothes?" "Well, it doesn't necessarily, but I thought it would show that I value my dear nephew," Yi Zhen replied. "Pfft, stop your nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? I am your father. I know you well." "Ah, you know. Father, I was wrong. Please spare me this time." Yi Zhen had merely been teasing Yi Zhen but was taken aback by how easily he had been deceived. He intended to inquire further, but doing so would reveal his ruse, so he held his tongue. "Tell me, do you think what you did was right?" Yi Zhen asked, seeking conversation. "Yes, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought of going to the town for debauchery," Yi Zhen admitted. Looking down. "Debauchery? Yes, vulgarity, lowliness, and lewdness. Who taught you such words?" "It was from my conversation with Kaihuai yesterday. He mentioned it." The moment Yi Zhen mentioned Yi Kaihuai, Yi Zhen's expression darkened. Yi Zhen noticed and realized he was likely to be the unfortunate victim of collateral damage. Cautiously, he asked, "Father, what has that rascal Kaihuai done to upset you this time?" "That boy truly does not know his limits. He intends to attend Yingwu Academy." "Yingwu Academy?" Yi Zhen hesitated for a moment before quietly asserting, "Father, if Kaihuai wishes to become a warrior, attending Yingwu Academy seems like the right choice. Of course, I recognize the benefits of Kaihuai attending Yingwu Academy, but there are reasons he cannot go there." "What reasons?" "Consider who the headmaster of Yingwu Academy is." "The headmaster? Isn't that your father's close friend?" "Lin Hu." "Lin Hu." Yi Zhen suddenly realized and said slowly, "In that case, it seems that Kaihu is indeed not very suited for Yingwu Academy. So, Father, what did Kaihu say?" "He absolutely refuses to go to Tianqing Academy. He insists on attending Yingwu Academy." "Did you inform him that his runaway bride's grandfather is the dean of Yingwu Academy?" "What should I say? This boy has just lost his fiancée. If I mention it, it might stir up his painful memories. What if he can't cope?" "I doubt it. I feel that Kaihu has become much stronger since I last saw him. He should be able to handle it." "Better safe than sorry. I don't want to take that chance." "How about I talk to him? If anything goes awry, you can step in to reprimand me and help calm him down." "That's a good idea. But it will be a bit of a burden on you." "Actually, Father, I'm not worried about Kaihu reacting badly to what I say. I just want to ease your mind." "I hope you're right." "Father, you really do overthink things. Don't worry. I have faith in Kaihu." "Oh, and then what?" As Yi Zhen had anticipated, Yi Kaihu showed no sign of surprise, calmly asking, "Did you hear what I just said?" "I heard it clearly." "Isn't it true that Lin Ruashi's grandfather is the dean of Yingwu Academy?" "Second uncle. I'm going to Yingwu Academy to study, not to go on a blind date. Why should I concern myself with that?" "Will the dean of Yingwu Academy really bother me, a diligent student, just because of his granddaughter?" "Hearing you say that reminds me, Uncle Lin is indeed, as you described, upright and just, impartial and uncorrupted. Perhaps attending Yingwu Academy is indeed a good choice for you. However, your grandfather's opposition is out of concern for you. Don't misunderstand that." "Second uncle, I'm not foolish. I can distinguish between good and bad. But really, is it necessary for you to dress so ostentatiously just to persuade me?" "So I don't even mention it," Yi Zhen sighed. "I intended to go to town to protest against the 3 vulgarities. but I ran into your grandfather the moment I left the camp. Ah, you really are unlucky. But how come you weren't hurt? Knowing grandfather's temper, if he knew you were going to town to find a girl, how could he not punish you? Hee, I only said I was going to protest against the 3 vulgarities. I didn't tell him what exactly I was protesting against. He doesn't know I'm going to find a girl. Yuuzhan said triumphantly. You should keep a low profile. If grandfather finds out you've been deceiving him, you can expect a thorough beating. Ye Kaihu kindly reminded him. I'm not afraid. Who else knows the meaning of protesting against the 3 vulgarities besides you? Yuuzhan said, only to be left dumbfounded. Staring at the smiling Ye Kaihu. No way, my dear nephew. You can't be that despicable. Ye Kaihu smiled silently. They locked eyes for 5 minutes, and then Yuuzhan, feeling dejected, said, just say it. What do you intend to make second uncle do? Calling it making is too harsh. Your nephew simply needs your help. Stop with the flattery. Just tell me what it is. Well, second uncle, you see, studying requires money. Chapter 44. I want to go to school for, meanwhile, in the barracks, Yuuzhan anxiously awaited the return of Yuuzhan and Ye Kaihu. However, something seemed off. Ye Kaihu appeared unscathed, beaming with joy, while Yuuzhan's demeanor raised concerns, giving the impression that he was on the verge of an accident. What's wrong with you? Yuuzhan quietly asked Yuuzhan. Nothing. I'm fine, Yuuzhan replied with a bitter face. Does your appearance look fine to you? Speak up. What exactly happened? Really, nothing happened. Noticing Ye Kaihu's gaze, Yuuzhan shook his head. As long as nothing's wrong. Seeing that Yuuzhan was unwilling to share, Yuuzhan refrained from pressing further. After dinner, while Yuuzhan was out on patrol, Yuuzhan asked Ye Kaihu, Kaihu, tell me, what benefits did you gain from your second uncle? You see how he's worried about you. It's nothing much. I just asked second uncle for a bit of living expenses for school. How much did you ask for? 5,000 gold coins. Goodness, you're quite bold. What's the big deal? Grandpa, you don't know, second uncle has money. I merely mentioned a number. I originally planned to haggle, but he agreed without a second thought that it was quite refreshing. I even suspect I might have undersold myself. Ye Kaihu's words made Yuuzhan, who was eavesdropping outside the tent, regretful to the core. Had he known there was room for negotiation, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. Regret. 5,000 gold coins. Half of his little treasury. You're really ruthless. But it's better for him to sponsor you than to throw money into a bottomless pit for women. Ah, Grandpa, you know about that. He thinks he can fool me by using some words I haven't heard before. I've known him since he was a child. He my son, and I understand what he thinking. Yuuzhan said proudly, secretly relieved that he had inquired with Yuuzhan's personal soldiers about Yuuzhan's true intentions when he went to find Ye Kaihu. Outside the tent, Yuuzhan felt a chill in his heart. Dejectedly continuing his patrol, he wanted to escape this sorrowful place, at least until the patrol was over. He wouldn't sneak back to eavesdrop again. Kaihu, have you truly thought this through? Yuuzhan said solemnly. Yes, I've thought it through, Ye Kaihu nodded. Well, since you were determined, I want to say much more. Your grandfather supports you. Yuuzhan took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Ye Kaihu. School is expensive. Take this money with you. Once you're at Yangwu Academy, I won't be able to help you much anymore. Thank you, Grandpa. Ye Kaihu accepted his grandfather's concern without hesitation, tucking the card away. He teased his grandfather. Grandpa, once I go to Yangwu Academy, I'll be a student there. And when Yangwu Academy exchanges with Tianxing Academy, don't blame me for not giving you face. Hey, you little rascal. You have no idea how vast the world is. You should know. There are always people beyond people, mountains beyond mountains, skies beyond skies. Right, Grandpa? If you understand that, then that's for the best. Kaihu. Remember, wherever you are still my Yuuzhan's grandson. Ye Kaihu felt a surge of emotion, discreetly wiping his eyes. The smoke from this lamp is really irritating. Grandpa, it's been a long time since we played chess. How about a match? Seeing his stubborn grandson, Yuuzhan smiled and nodded. Inside the tent, the grandfather and grandson shared a harmonious moment, while outside, Yuuzhan, returning from his patrol, also smiled knowingly, finally feeling a weight lifted from his heart, turning to continue his patrol. He noticed the messenger hurrying over, mysteriously pulling Yuuzhan aside, whispering, Commander, someone is coming from the opposite side. From the opposite side? Where? Aide, just speak plainly. Yuuzhan, puzzled, asked. Seeing Yuuzhan's confusion, the messenger, Aide, directly stated, the Dark Knight Legion has sent a letter. Shoo, Aide, what have I told you? You must quietly inform me about news from the Dark Knight Legion. Aide widened his eyes in exasperation, staring at Yijan. Hey, Aide, speak up, Yijan urged. Sigh. Aide sighed, feeling helpless towards his childhood friend who had always been by his side. This guy always liked to turn things around. Clearly, it was his fault, yet he insisted it was someone else's. Come on, Aide, just say it. Yijan pressed. Fine, I'll say it. The Dark Knight Legion has sent a letter. Where's the letter? Let me finish. The letter they sent is neither for you nor for me. Then who is it for? Who else could it be for? It's for your nephew, Kaihuai. Oh, let us take a look at it. Is that appropriate? Just for observation. The sender of this letter is Moonsong. What if your nephew finds out you peeked at his letter? The consequences. Oh, as long as he doesn't find out, it'll be fine. Hurry up and bring it here. And let me make it clear, you must tell. Actually, it's unnecessary for me to tell. He already knows. Aide pointed to the entrance of the tent. Yijan turned his head and saw that Kaihuai was indeed standing at the entrance. Looking over, Yijan snatched the letter from Aide's hand, quickly approached Kaihuai, and handed it to him, saying ingratiatingly, Kaihuai, your little sweetheart has written to you. Moonsong. Kaihuai, in disbelief, took the letter and, upon seeing the sender's name, confirmed it was indeed written in the familiar script of Yugu. Just as he was about to open the letter, he looked up at Yijan beside him and said, Second uncle. Shouldn't you be continuing your patrol now? No rush, no rush. I can go later as well. Is that so? It seems I must have a word with my second aunt regarding the matter of men having their little treasure troves. Enough. Enough, you little rascal. Second uncle is off to patrol now. Aide, let us go. Upon hearing this, Yijan quickly softened his tone, beckoning Aide to follow him as he prepared to leave. Wait. Kaihuai called out to the departing duo, addressing Aide with solemnity. Uncle Aide, thank you for bringing me this letter. You're welcome. Hey, Kaihuai, the one who sent you that letter was me. Yijan interjected from the side, but Kaihuai chose to ignore him. With Aide leading Yijan away, Yijan also wisely returned to rest. Kaihuai dismissed the remaining people around him, opened the letter, and a line of elegant script met his gaze. The familiar handwriting stirred a mix of excitement and melancholy within him. However, the contents of the letter left him somewhat vexed. Why resort to classical Chinese when plain language would suffice? Does she not realize my proficiency in classical Chinese is rather lacking? Truly. Chapter 45. When Mountain Bandits Encounter Robbers. Part 1. On Fengyang Mountain, a group lay in ambush along the merchant's essential route. They quietly concealed themselves within the grass and among the treetops. Awaiting the appearance of their prey, patience bore fruit, for not long after, a merchant convoy consisting of over 20 carts came into view. As the convoy entered their trap, the ambushers released a signal arrow, and all sprang forth, surrounding the merchants. Halt! This mountain belongs to us. Enough shouting. Just tell us how much you want. A voice from the convoy interrupted the bandit's proclamation. The interrupted bandit cast a displeased glance at the speaker. According to the rules, leave 1/10 of your goods, and you may depart. Very well, leave 1/10 of the goods for these fellows. The initial speaker nodded in agreement and instructed those beside him, hurry, lest they change their minds. With nimble hands, the merchants unloaded the designated portion of goods and piled them by the roadside. Seeing that the merchants adhered to the rules, the bandits did not trouble them further. Once the goods were secured, they waved their hands, signaling for the merchants to leave. The convoy hastily urged their carts to depart. Wait. The bandit leader called out to a passing cart. The cart obediently halted. Who is in this cart? The bandit leader inquired. An injured traveler, the head of the convoy replied. A woman? Let me see. Upon hearing the word woman, the bandit leader's eyes sparkled with interest as he reached out to lift the cart's curtain. The convoy leader was a moment too late to prevent him. Once the bandit leader peered inside, he quickly withdrew, pointing at the convoy leader and cursing, Damn it! You tricked me. There's clearly a man and a bull-headed creature inside. Where's the woman? When did I ever say there was a woman in the cart? The convoy leader replied. Suppressing his anger, you still deny it? You. Silence. The bandit leader was about to continue his tirade when he was interrupted by another. Third brother. This person said traveler and you heard woman. The fault lies with you, not him. Second brother. The third brother. The bandit leader greeted the newcomer with a bow. The newcomer nodded and addressed the convoy leader. You may leave. Wait. Just as the convoy leader was about to turn away, the bandit leader called out again. You may leave. But this cart and the people inside must stay. Third brother. The bandit's second-in-command inquired, puzzled. Second brother, I sense that the individuals in this cart are not ordinary. They are quite valuable. Valuable? How so? Think about it. Who would have a bull-headed slave without substantial wealth? That is indeed a point. Third brother, you've matured. Let us follow your lead and take the cart. Gentlemen, I can offer you an additional tenth of our goods in exchange for the 2 individuals in this cart. The convoy leader spoke earnestly. No. We want the 2 individuals in the cart. The 2 bandits firmly refused. Gentlemen, think carefully. Beware that this money might cost you your lives. Ha! I fear not death. If you have the ability, come at me. It seems this matter cannot end amicably today. Seeing no room for negotiation, the convoy leader prepared to signal for action. Intentions escalated. Wait. A voice from within the cart interjected. The door swung open. And first, a bull-headed creature emerged, followed by a young man of around 16 or 17. The young man addressed the 2 bandit leaders, saying, I will go with you. Let these individuals go. Very well. Since you are so cooperative, we shall release these individuals as you wish. Please. The second-in-command gestured invitingly. Just as the young man was about to follow the bandit's second-in-command up the mountain, the convoy leader swiftly blocked him, urgently saying, Young master ye, do not go with them. Even if we lose our lives, we shall ensure your safety. Thank you for your kindness, but these gentlemen are so hospitable. Wouldn't it be quite rude not to accompany them? Here's the deal. If you're worried about me, wait for me at the foot of the mountain for a day. You'll see me tomorrow. Do not fret. With that, the young man pushed past the convoy leader, taking his bull-headed attendant with him. Following the 2 bandit leaders up the mountain. As the bandit group gradually disappeared from sight, the members of the convoy gathered around their leader to discuss countermeasures. They had accepted a commission from Commander Yuuzhan of the Tiger Howl Legion to escort his nephew, Kaihuai, to the Omping capital of the Owling Empire. However, halfway there, Kaihuai had been abducted by bandits. If Yuuzhan were to find out, not only would the bandits face dire consequences, but they, as merchants, would also suffer greatly. What could they do now? What is all this noise? Quiet down. The convoy leader, overwhelmed by the clamoring voices of his companions, shouted in frustration, losing the last bits of clarity he had. Surprisingly, this tactic worked, and the group fell silent. Everyone, do not panic. The bandits who took young Master Yi are after wealth. So his safety can be assured. It merely requires some financial expenditure. Financial expenditure? A particularly stingy merchant, upon hearing this, could not help but ask, is it really necessary to spend money? Those who wish to avoid spending can do so. The convoy leader shot a glare at the speaker. However, when I report this to Lord Yuuzhan, I certainly want to mention your name. No, I was merely inquiring. If it requires money, then so be it. Those who don't spend are fools. Humph. The convoy leader snorted and addressed the others. Let us proceed to gather at the mountain foot and await news from the bandits. The mountain path was treacherous, and initially they thought that the fat sheep they had captured might encounter some mishap. However, much to their surprise, this fat sheep appeared entirely unfazed, gazing around and occasionally inquiring with the bandits how much longer it would take to arrive. Was this truly a fat sheep? Who exactly was the captor here? The 2 bandit leaders simultaneously shared the same thought. Closely following Kaihuai was his bull-headed attendant, Sao, who kept a watchful eye on him, ensuring his safety while recalling Kaihuai's words within the cart. Bull-headed, our opportunity for wealth has arrived. Ha, young master, it seems we are the ones being robbed right now. Fool, if they can rob us, we can rob them in return. Just follow my lead up the mountain, and when we reach the bandits' lair, I will instruct you to act. I've heard this group of bandits is the largest in the area, meaning they must have amassed quite a fortune. Heaven has truly opened its eyes. I was just worried about not having enough money, and now they come bringing it to me. Not enough money? Young master, didn't old ye and second uncle give you quite a sum before you left? Not enough. You don't understand. That money was merely for my living and tuition in the capital. And it didn't include yours. Besides, we need to practice martial arts, which means we need to buy some decent equipment. All of this costs money. How about I just skip school, once you learn? You can teach me. Nonsense. The way I teach is nowhere near as effective as a teacher's. Do not worry. I have my own ideas for making money. I just need some initial capital. Yes, let us have these bandits sponsor us a bit. Chapter 46. When Mountain Bandits Encounter Robbers, Part 2. As usual, the bandit chief of Fengyang Mountain awaited the triumphant return of his 2 brothers at the mountain gate. He had already been informed that his brothers had not only ambushed a merchant convoy, but had also captured what was said to be a very plump fat sheep. Delighted by their actions, the chief felt gratified, believing his brothers would thrive in this promising profession of banditry. Second brother, third brother, you've worked hard. The chief emerged from the mountain gate to greet them from afar. elder brother. You've worked hard too. The second and third brothers replied in unison as they entered the bandit stronghold. As soon as they settled in the gathering hall, the chief eagerly inquired, second brother. Third brother, where is that fat sheep you captured? Quickly bring it here for me to see. Indeed, my elder brother. Come here, my lads, bring forth the fat sheep, commanded the second in command. Shortly thereafter, a bandit rushed back, covering his face, and exclaimed, Boss, we cannot bring that fat sheep. He said if you wish to see him, you must come yourselves. What? The leader slammed his palm on the table. How dare he forget whose territory this is? You take a few men with you. If he does not come, slay him. Boss, another bandit burst in, breathless, shouting, It's terrible, boss, we've encountered robbers. Have you lost your mind? We are bandits. We've always been the ones to rob others. Who would dare to rob us? The second in command scolded. No, I'm not mad. It's true. The fat sheep you captured with the third in command. As soon as he entered the stronghold, he transformed entirely and started demanding to know where our treasure chamber is. If we don't answer, he beats us. Useless fools, what are you all doing? Just capture him. We can't capture him, second in command. Even the bull-headed man beside the fat sheep is too much for us to handle. What a bunch of worthless wretches. Lead the way. I want to see if this fat sheep has 3 heads and 6 arms, declared the leader. He took the ghost-headed knife and strode out of the assembly hall, with the second in command and third in command following closely behind. Outside the assembly hall, a young man clad in a blue long robe was slapping a bandit across the face, upon discovering that the bandit he had slapped was now unconscious. He casually discarded him and seized another bandit to continue his assault. Stop! Witnessing this scene, how could the leader contain his fury? He bellowed. Who are you? The fat sheep glanced at the leader, continuing to interrogate without pause. I am the leader of the Qinglong gang of Fengyang Mountain. If you do not cease, release my subordinate. The leader spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing his anger. Oh, so you are the person I've been seeking. Sal, stop hitting. The main character has arrived. The fat sheep called out to the bull-headed man nearby who was practicing his palm techniques against the bandits. Oh, the bull-headed man replied, quickly stepping over to the fat sheep's side, casting a menacing glare at the bandits. Under his fierce gaze, the bandits involuntarily took a half-step back. What brings you, my friend, to toy with us? Despite lacking strength, the leader had a keen sense for assessing others, and upon sensing hostility, he probed. To be honest, I did not wish to come. However, your brothers were overly enthusiastic, leaving me no choice, the fat sheep replied. If you have no business here, might you kindly take your leave? Have you not heard the saying, it's easy to invite a deity but hard to send them away? What exactly do you want? It's quite simple. Really, I intend to engage in a small venture to support my family. I merely lack some startup capital. I've heard that you, esteemed leader, are quite affluent, hence my visit to request a bit of funding. So you are in need of funds. Not a problem. I will take care of it. Someone, go to the treasure chamber and fetch 1,000 gold coins. Well, my business is rather large. 1,000 gold coins would hardly suffice. You dare to be so presumptuous, believing there is no one in Fengyang Mountain? The third in command could no longer contain his fury at the fat sheep's audacity. Oh, it's you, the third in command of the bandits who invited me to the mountain. You dare to speak to me in such a manner. Is your second in command prepared? You are quite clever, young sir. May I ask your name? So when we bury your body later, I may have a monument erected in your honor. The second in command stepped forth from behind the third in command. You seem quite confident in your ability to handle me, the fat sheep remarked, observing the encroaching bandits with a smile. My strength grants me confidence. The second in command proudly waved his hand, commanding, attack, regardless of life or death. Foolish and overestimating your capabilities, the fat sheep sighed, addressing the bandits. Remember, the name of the one robbing you is Kaihuai. Sal, take action. Let them understand that in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and tricks are futile. With a command from Kaihuai, the bull-headed man Sal let out a fierce roar. Seizing a stone pillar the size of a bowl and charged into the throng, merely sweeping it horizontally. Any bandit struck by the pillar immediately collapsed, unable to rise for quite some time. Do not mind that bull-headed man. Go after Kaihuai, the second in command shouted in a frenzy. The bandits, indeed well-trained, immediately split into 2 groups. One entangled the bull-headed man while the other rushed towards Kaihuai. The strategy of capturing the leader first was sound. Yet one must also recognize their own strength in comparison to the enemies. Kaihuai casually touched a stone mill used by the bandits for grinding, effortlessly lifting the tabletop-sized stone that he exhibited no signs of strain, clearly finding the 100-plus-pound stone trivial. He then brought the lifted stone down upon his adversaries. My goodness, this pretty boy is fiercer than the bull-headed man. Those struck by the stone pillar might only need to rest in bed for half a month before they could stand again. But those struck by this stone mill would be utterly crushed. Weighing the two harms, the bandits who initially sought to seize Kaihuai turned in a panic towards the bull-headed man Sal. Sal, undeterred, took them all down. Moments later, the once self-assured second-in-command now stared blankly, murmuring, "Impossible. This cannot be. Those were the 50 best fighters in the stronghold. How could they be defeated so utterly, without even touching the opponent's clothes?" "This is impossible," the second-in-command screamed in desperation. "Calm down, brother," the third-in-command consoled his agitated sibling, preventing him from doing something foolish. "This time, we brothers concede. What do you want? State your terms." The leader glared at Kaihuai. "Oh, conceding, are we? Very well. Since you inquire about my desires, I shall graciously inform you." Kaihuai took a deep breath and shouted the words he had longed to utter. Robbery. Chapter 47. When bandits encounter robbers, continued. Except for the bull-headed man Sal. Everyone present was taken aback, glancing around, and then at their companions, realizing they were the ones typically engaged in robbery. How could they find themselves facing fellow bandits today? Kaihuai continued shouting. "Move quickly. Line up, and willingly surrender all valuables you possess." Ha ha. Finally, one bandit could no longer contain his laughter. Hearing the laughter, Kaihuai squinted his eyes and wasted no words. He approached a massive mountain stone within the stronghold, embraced it, exerted his strength, and bellowed, "Lift!" The stone, weighing 1,000 pounds, was raised above his head. The bandits gaped in astonishment as Kaihuai gradually lifted the stone overhead, swallowing hard. This stone was typically only movable by the third-in-command of the stronghold. Yet today they encountered someone even more formidable who could lift it. "Hi!" Kaihuai shouted, hurling the lifted stone outward. With a thunderous crash, the entrance of the Qinglong Gang's stronghold was obliterated. The mountain stone rolled down the slope, and as it did, the hearts of all present sank, extinguishing any flicker of resistance. "Brave man, hear me out." Regaining his composure, the second-in-command of the bandits resolved to resort to cunning rather than brute force. "Yes. Speak your mind. Wait a moment." Kaihuai stepped forward without hesitation and slapped the bandit leader across the face, sending him spinning 3 times before he covered his bruised left cheek and stared blankly. "Asking you hit me? Oh. My apologies. I noticed you had a gold tooth, and I couldn't help but want to pry it out. That I sincerely apologize. Please continue." Kaihuai feigned sincerity in his apology, disregarding the gold tooth entirely. "All right, I shall continue," the bandit leader replied while cupping his mouth. "Our stronghold is rich in treasures, and you only have 2 men. So it is impossible for you to seize all our riches. Oh, and then, thus, I propose a deal. You are here merely for wealth, and the bounty from turning us into the authorities would not compare to what we could offer you." "What kind of deal?" "You can take as much treasure as you desire from our vault, but only once. After you take the treasure, you cannot capture us to claim the bounty." Kaihuai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before asking, "Can I use tools while taking the treasure?" "Yes." The bandit leader glanced at Kaihuai, noting he seemed to possess nothing but his clothing, and nodded in agreement. Little did he know, this decision would prove to be gravely mistaken. "What is this?" Upon entering the treasure chamber with Kaihuai, the second-in-command felt a surge of unease as he observed Kaihuai pull out a pendant from his chest. "Oh, this." Kaihuai raised the pendant and explained, "This is a portable storage pendant. Civilian version. I do not practice magic, so this ordinary storage pendant is usable by common folk as well." The bandit leader stammered, "Could you tell me the capacity of this storage pendant?" "Well, it would be better for you not to know." "Please tell me. I wish to understand completely." "It's merely twice the size of your treasure chamber," Kaihuai remarked, gesturing towards the 50-square-meter treasure chamber. "Uffed." The second bandit spat blood and fainted within the Qinglong Gang stronghold on Fengyang Mountain. The once formidable trio of bandit leaders now wept openly that Kaihuai was ruthless, having stripped the bandit brothers of all their possessions, leaving even the golden teeth in the mouths of their henchmen untouched. It was no wonder that Kaihuai had previously taken to slapping each bandit. presumably to ascertain who among them possessed golden teeth. Eldest brother, what shall we do? All our savings are gone. How are we to survive from here on? The third brother, no longer displaying his former arrogance, cried to the eldest. I don't know. The eldest bandit shook his head and turned to his strategist, his second brother, what do you propose we do now? Stop covering your mouth and speak. Eldest brother, I apologize. My two front teeth are gone, so I speak with a bit of a lisp. Covering my mouth allows you to hear me more clearly. Do as you wish. But why did you have to exchange your perfectly good front teeth for gold in the first place? The eldest bandit weakly waved his hand. Eldest brother, we have lost only our wealth. Our food remains untouched. If we work diligently over the next few days, I believe we can weather this storm. After a moment's thought, the second bandit suggested, covering his mouth. Eldest brother, this is bad. The third brother, who had been sent out by the eldest to assess the situation, rushed back, shouting, What has happened? Has that thief returned? The eldest asked in a panic. No, the thief has not returned. The third brother's words momentarily relieved the eldest, but the next revelation nearly caused him to faint again. But the brothers in the stronghold are packing their belongings and preparing to leave the mountain. Are they planning to quit? Hurry, let us see. The three brothers rushed to the entrance of the stronghold, just in time to witness their fellow bandits preparing to depart. Brothers, where are you going? Eldest, we've been away from home for quite some time. We wish to return and stay for a while, one bandit replied. The eldest bandit stopped the second brother from speaking out of concern, knowing that the courage of these men had been stripped away. It was impossible to lead them into a life of highway robbery again. They had transformed from fierce bandits into meek commoners. Any further discussion would be futile. Since we are all brothers, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. We have just been robbed and possess little of value. So take some food with you as you descend the mountain. The eldest bandit addressed the crowd. Thank you, Chief. The former bandits expressed their gratitude. Eldest brother, you let them go. What will happen to us? The third brother asked anxiously, gazing at the vanishing figures of the departing bandits. Third brother, do you have any skills aside from being a bandit? What do you mean? Eldest, do you wish to continue this life? What else is there to do? Everyone has left that we should go as well. But where shall we go? Moreover, we know nothing but this life, the third brother lamented. We possess strength. We can survive by working hard. Let us tidy up. The three of us will also prepare to leave the mountain. Eldest brother, I am reluctant to leave this place. Reluctance must be set aside. Do you wish to encounter that thief once more? The second brother retorted. Remembering Kaihuai's words that he would return to visit them, the third brother felt a spark of determination and rushed back into the house, shouting, I will gather my things at once. Chapter 48. The first encounter with Lin Ruashi, the merchant caravan anxiously awaited, their minds filled with concern for Kaihuai's safety, who had ascended the mountain with the bandits. Unexpectedly, a lookout rushed over, reporting, He has returned. Who has returned? The person taken by the bandits has come back. This cannot be true. The caravan leader, skeptical, approached to confirm, yet he could not deny the evidence before him. Kaihuai had indeed returned, his face beaming with pride as though he had stumbled upon a great fortune, but the fact that he was back reassured the leader, providing him with a means to report to Yizhan. Without delay, the caravan leader ordered their departure from the area, while Kaihuai remained silent, lying in the cart, calculating his gains from the encounter. He even contemplated the idea of robbing the bandits along the way. Yet, perhaps fortune was not on his side, for he was not granted another opportunity to bully the bandits. They journeyed safely to Anping City, the capital of the Aolong Empire. After paying the entry tax, Kaihuai bid farewell to the caravan and, accompanied by the Minotaur Sao, began to search for his residence in Anping City, armed with a note from his grandfather. Yizhan. However, Anping City seemed overwhelmingly vast, and after a series of turns, they inevitably found themselves lost. Standing in the center of the street, Kaihuai surveyed his surroundings. The city's residents appeared to look down upon outsiders, each garbed in finery, their noses held high in arrogance. Kaihuai, disdainful of such attitudes, saw no reason to offer them greetings. One's status should not be elevated by belittling others. They meandered aimlessly. Hunger began to gnaw at Kaihuai's stomach. He resolved to address his hunger before continuing the search for a place to stay. Spotting a seemingly respectable inn nearby, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. A server approached Kaihuai, saying, I apologize, sir, but we do not permit slaves within. Furthermore, this is a noble's restaurant. and we do not serve patrons of your standing. Please seek another establishment. First, let me clarify, Kaihuai. Holding back his anger, pointed to the Minotaur beside him. He is not my slave. He is my friend, and you must apologize to him. Secondly, while it is permissible to look down upon others, one should first ensure their own vision is clear before doing so. Are you here to cause trouble? The server called out, summoning 7 or 8 burly men who emerged from the shadows to surround Kaihuai and Sal. Ready to strike, Kaihuai glanced at the men encircling him. They were merely brutes without substance, he instructed Sal. Just don't kill anyone. Sal nodded, preparing for action. You still wish to resist? Beat them up and toss them into the street, the server shouted, urging his men to act. Stop, a woman interjected. Ah, Miss Lin, it's nothing. Nothing at all. We were merely going to teach these 2 troublemakers a lesson, the server replied, his demeanor shifting as he urged his men. Why haven't you moved yet? Did you not hear me say to stop? Miss Lin repeated. Ah, Miss Lin, these 2 are a commoner and a slave. Your involvement would be beneath your dignity. It's best to ignore them, he stammered. But before he could finish, he cried out in pain as Kaihuai struck him with a teacup, shaking his head in disappointment. It would have been better if I had hit your face. You hit someone. The server clutched his head, pointing at Kaihuai. I hit you, the one who looks down on others. I warned you repeatedly that this Minotaur is my friend, not a slave. How dare you continue to insult him? Are you looking for a fight? What is going on? The manager finally appeared, approaching Kaihuai. Whoever you are. This is a noble restaurant, and we only serve nobles. Please leave. Always talking about nobility, pray tell. Are you a noble? Kaihuai replied impatiently. I apologize, sir. I am the manager here, and you are not welcome. Please leave. Do you recognize this? Kaihuai suddenly found the situation tedious and pulled out a badge, tossing it to the manager. The manager, upon seeing it, changed color instantly and exclaimed, arrest these 2 criminals for forging noble badges. Wait, may I see that? Miss Lin interjected. Without waiting for a response, she snatched the noble badge from the manager's hand. After examining it closely, she addressed the onlookers. This badge is genuine. The manager, now sweating profusely, regretted his hasty claim that it was a fake. Offending a noble was a grave matter. How would he explain this to his master? Anxiety gripped him. Please keep your badge safe. May I ask, what is your relationship with the owner of this badge? Miss Lin inquired softly as she returned the badge to Kaihuai. I'm afraid I must keep the nature of my relationship with the badge's owner confidential for the time being, Kaihuai replied. Minotaur, let us go. We shall dine elsewhere. Having secured the badge, he signaled for Sal to follow. Please wait. The manager, seeing Kaihuai's intent to leave, called out desperately. Kaihuai ignored him and continued toward the door. Please wait. The lobby manager hastily blocked the path of Kaihuai and Sal, urgently stating, Sir, it was entirely the fault of that waiter. We will dismiss him immediately, and we sincerely welcome you and your Minotaur friend to dine here. Today, all expenses incurred by you will be completely on the house. As a gesture of our hotel's apology. Observing the lobby manager's obsequious demeanor, Kaihuai replied with disdain, no need for that. Dining in a place like yours would only sicken me. Moreover, I have no interest in engaging with you petty individuals. Step aside. The lobby manager attempted to say more, but Sal, growing impatient, seized him and casually tossed him onto the rude waiter from earlier. Well done, Kaihuai commended Sal with a thumbs up. After leaving the hotel, Kaihuai heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw the girl from the hotel, referred to as Miss Lin. She approached Kaihuai and said, if you wish for your Minotaur friend to receive equal treatment, I advise you not to dine around here. Why is that? Because this is the upper district, where the residents are predominantly aristocrats. Aristocrats, in general, tend to believe they are superior. Not necessarily. You seem quite approachable. Thank you for the compliment. Is this your first visit to the Imperial City? No. I've been told I came here as a child, but I don't remember it. Oh, then how about I serve as your guide? Really? That would be wonderful. Kaihuai exclaimed, filled with delight. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Kaihuai. May I ask for your esteemed name? I am Lin Ruashi. That name sounds quite familiar. Both Kaihuai and Lin Ruashi thought simultaneously. Chapter 49. A stir at the restaurant. Although Kaihuai found Lin Ruashi's name somewhat familiar, he did not ponder it further, assuming he might have heard it at some point without retaining a clear memory. Hello, Lin Ruashi, it is a pleasure to meet you, Kaihuai greeted, then continued, I have just arrived in Onping and am not very familiar with the place. If you are not busy, Could you please escort me to this address? He handed her a note. Of course. That is no problem at all. I have nothing else to attend to at the moment. Lin Ruoshi took the note, glanced at the address, and inquired, What is your relation to Dean Yi Zhen of the Tianqing Academy? Oh, my grandfather and Dean Yi Zhen are close friends. Dean Yi Zhen knew I was coming to Anping for my studies and recommended a place for me to stay. Oh, so you are a student of Tianqing Academy? No, I intend to attend Yingwu Academy. Yingwu? Why not go to Tianqing? Since the dean is a friend of your grandfather, wouldn't you receive ample assistance there? I came to Anping to study, not to seek favors. Besides, I do not practice magic, so what would I do at Tianqing Academy, where most students are mages? So, you chose Yingwu instead. Indeed, I have heard that most students at Yingwu are melee fighters, which would provide me with suitable opponents for sparring. So, are you implying that your skills are quite commendable? They are adequate, merely a bit stronger than average, Kaihuai modestly replied. Just then, Sal's stomach audibly grumbled, akin to thunder. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but chuckle. Kaihuai grinned at Sal and said, Minotaur, let us find somewhere to eat. I apologize, young master. I've embarrassed you, Sal murmured. No need to worry. I'm quite hungry myself. We should find a place to indulge. Kaihuai reassured him quietly. Although spoken softly, it was loud enough for Lin Ruoshi to hear clearly, prompting her to say with a smile, If you wish to eat, I can recommend a place. You wouldn't suggest a restaurant like the one we just visited, would you? Kaihuai asked, feeling apprehensive. Rest assured, it is not that kind of establishment. In fact, I don't often go to the place you just visited. I only go there occasionally. But enough about that. Aren't you both hungry? Follow me. Boss, another bowl, please. At a table against the wall in the restaurant, a patron was consuming food at a speed surpassing that of even the orcs, indeed, exceeding it by far. All other diners paused in astonishment. Gazing at the table by the wall, their minds echoing, Is this even human? Kaihuai, with a bun in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, was enthusiastically devouring a bowl of noodles, while Sal beside him was gobbling down food with such fervor that onlookers might have thought they were competing to see who could eat more. The empty bowls piled higher on the table. Kaihuai and Sal had already consumed enough food for 8 people. Finally, the restaurant owner approached, pleading, Dear guests, I have elderly and young ones relying on me. Please, spare me, and stop eating. If anything were to happen to you, it would be my ruin. Boss, we're paying for our meal, so why are you crying? I'm terrified. You two have already eaten enough for 8 robust men. If you continue, and something were to happen, then all right, if you don't want us to eat anymore, then stop whining. It's as if you think we're dining and dashing on you. Enough of that. Let us settle the bill, Kaihuai said, feeling exasperated. Thank you for your understanding. Your total for this meal is 50 silver coins, the restaurant owner said, bowing and scraping, after settling the payment and ordering a pot of tea to digest. Kaihuai took a moment to rest. While chatting with Lin Ruoshi, he noticed she kept glancing at his stomach, prompting him to ask curiously, Miss Lin, why do you keep looking at my stomach? Oh, no, it's nothing, Lin Ruoshi attempted to deflect. I was actually wondering where all the food you consume goes, she admitted, unable to withstand Kaihuai's inquisitive gaze. Oh, you mean that? Honestly, I have no idea. I never imagined you could eat so much. It is truly astonishing, Lin Ruoshi said, looking at Kaihuai as if he were a rare creature. Please don't look at me like that. It's rather embarrassing that I merely eat a bit more than others, Kaihuai retorted, slightly irked by her gaze. A bit more? You call that a bit? You're a bottomless pit. Someone nearby interjected while Kaihuai turned to see a man dressed in white, looking down upon him with disdain. As he had just arrived in Anping, he was certain this man did not recognize him, which meant he was acquainted with Lin Ruoleven as Kaihuai had suspected. The man glanced at him before turning to Lin Ruoshi with an overly affectionate gaze, saying, Ruoshi, it's been a while. His tone was so sickeningly sweet that Kaihuai felt a shiver run down his spine. I'm sorry, young master Ma, but we're not that familiar, so please don't address me like that, Lin Ruoshi replied flatly. All right, then, Miss Lin, it's good to see you again, young master Ma acquiesced. We've only been apart for 3 days, Lin Ruoshi said, her expression stern. Well, I feel like a day apart is like 3 years. Miss Lin, shouldn't we be leaving? Did you not say you would show me around Anping? Kaihuai interjected, unable to tolerate young Master Ma's nauseating demeanor. Sure, let us go. I'll take you to your accommodation first. And then we can explore Anping, Lin Ruashi smiled and rose to her feet. Wait, young Master Ma called out as he saw Kaihuai and Lin Ruashi preparing to leave, blinded by jealousy. He had forgotten his own limitations. Ruashi, who is he? Young Master Ma demanded. He is a friend I just met. And, young Master Ma, please don't make me repeat myself. We are not familiar, so do not call me Ruashi, Lin Ruashi replied coldly. Young Master Ma fell silent at her words and turned to question Kaihuai. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Amused by the question, Kaihuai chuckled and asked, You cowardly bully. Since you cannot confront Lin Ruashi, do you think you can pick on me? Chapter 50. Kaihuai's new home. Humiliated by Kaihuai's revelation, young Master Ma was filled with rage. Shut up. You country bumpkin. I warn you, do not cling to Lin Ruashi, that if you dare to pursue her again, I will have someone break your legs and those of your guard. What is your surname? Kaihuai inquired in a low voice. Humph. Do you think a lowly commoner like you deserves to know my name? You needn't speak if you choose not to. When I inquired about your name earlier, it was merely to arrange for someone to convey a message to your family after your lesson, advising them to keep you more securely tethered, lest you once again break your chains and run amok. However, since you are disinclined to share, that is even more convenient for me. You audacious scoundrel. Bring forth the enforcers. Should they take your life, I shall bear the responsibility. Master Ma bellowed furiously at once. A throng of individuals surged into the establishment, encircling Kaihuai and Sao. Ma Xiao, I must warn you. Kaihuai and his companions are friends of Lin Ruashi. Should they suffer any harm, I, Lin Ruashi, will not stand idly by. Ma Xiao. Upon hearing this name, Kaihuai burst into laughter. What a ridiculous name. Who bestowed it upon you? Truly, a stroke of genius. Silence. Master Ma, known as Ma Xiao, reprimanded Kaihuai. He then turned to Lin Ruashi and remarked, Miss Lin, this individual exhibits crude behavior and vulgar language, wholly unworthy of associating with someone of your esteemed lineage. I would advise you to be more discerning in your friendships henceforth. Lin Ruashi's countenance shifted with anger. She had not anticipated that this persistent harasser would dare speak to her in such a tone. TSK. Kaihuai smacked his lips. I say, Ma Xiao, have you yet to become a son-in-law of the Lin family? Why do you presume to govern those of the Lin household? Your meddling is excessive. Humph. You may only be bold for the moment. Attack. Ma Xiao cast a scornful glance at Kaihuai, instructing his subordinates. Hold on. Kaihuai interjected. What? Only now do you wish to plead for mercy? It is too late. In my lexicon, there exists no term for surrender. When I say hold on, it is to propose we step outside for our altercation, so as not to involve the owner of this establishment in our affairs. Humph. The fate of the restaurant owner is of no concern to me. Everyone, attack. Life or death is irrelevant. Ma Xiao commanded. What a fool. Kaihuai muttered under his breath, yet he refrained from engaging. His keen hearing had already detected the sound of galloping hooves approaching from outside the restaurant. A cacophony of hoofbeats. Before Ma Xiao's men could act, a group burst in, dispatching Ma Xiao's entourage without a second thought. The leader of this new faction seized the fleeing Ma Xiao and approached Lin Ruashi, seeking her guidance. Miss, how shall we deal with this scoundrel? Cast him away, far from my sight, she instructed. As you wish, Mississippi. The leader handed Ma Xiao over to his subordinates for disposal. He then turned to Lin Ruashi, saying, Miss, the hour grows late. Should we not return? No hurry. I promised my friend I would show him around Omping City today. You may return without me. Miss, your friend appears fatigued, does he not? The leader winked at Kaihuai from behind Lin Ruashi's back. No, I am not tired at all. Kaihuai disregarded the leader's insinuation, for he had noticed Lin Ruashi gesturing to him behind the leader. Are you truly not fatigued in the slightest? The leader glared menacingly at Kaihuai. You may glare at me all you wish. I remain unfazed. Kaihuai replied obstinately. Perhaps I should have arrived later. Though the leader yearned to strike Kaihuai at that moment, it was evident that with Lin Ruashi present, such an action would remain a mere fantasy. Very well. Miss, you ought to return home soon, he conceded. Indeed, I appreciate your efforts. Lin Ruashi nodded in agreement. Once Lin Ruashi's guards departed, only Kaihuai, Sal, and the restaurant owner and his family remained in the establishment. Despite some damage to the furniture, Kaihuai had secured compensation from Ma Xiao's group for the restaurant owner, who, rather than being disheartened, felt a flicker of joy. The furniture was old and in need of replacement, and unexpectedly, he would not have to spend a single coin. the restaurant could be refurbished, and there would even be a surplus, truly a stroke of good fortune. Take care, young Master Yi and Miss Lin, that we welcome you to visit again. The restaurant owner bid farewell at the door as Yi Kaihuai and Lin Ruoshi departed. Strolling along the street, Lin Ruoshi engaged in light conversation with Yi Kaihuai while he surveyed the surrounding architecture, striving to map out Anping City in his mind to avoid losing his way in future excursions. He answered her inquiries absent-mindedly, scarcely retaining what she asked. Number 10, Zhuke Street, was the residence arranged for Yi Kaihuai by his grandfather, Yi Zhun. Standing at the entrance, Yi Kaihuai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his grandfather. Although they had agreed that, to conceal his identity, he would not reside in the Yi family's villa in Anping City, he saw no need for such a dilapidated abode. A two-story house riddled with holes and a yard overrun with weeds, where the occasional mouse or wild cat frolicked about. This was the scene he beheld through the half-open gate of his future dwelling. Reaching out to push the gate, the neglected structure fell open dramatically, raising a cloud of dust. Retreating 10 paces, Yi Kaihuai brushed the dust from his clothes, gazing incredulously at the startled sparrows that took flight, disappearing into the distance. Young master, is this truly the residence arranged by the old master? No wonder he said we would be thrilled upon seeing it. Are you excited now, young master? Excited? Absolutely thrilled, so thrilled that I feel like cursing. I say, when we departed, he gave me a sum of money. It seems it was intended for house repairs, he replied. Lin Ruoshi laughed, finding Yi Kaihuai to be quite amusing, always managing to elicit a smile from her. Hey, I'm in this predicament, and you show no sympathy. Only laughter. How inconsiderate. Yi Kaihuai protested. My apologies, Lin Ruoshi said, chuckling as she offered her contrition. What are your plans moving forward? First, we shall find an inn to stay at. Then we will hire workers to renovate this house. In its current state, not even a ghost would wish to reside here. Would you care to stay at my home? Lin Ruoshi extended an invitation. That may not be appropriate. It would be too much of an imposition. I believe Nyo too, and I should find our own accommodations. By the way, do you know if Yingwu Academy accepts transfer students? You need not worry about that. Yingwu, like Tianqing, places great emphasis on nurturing talent. As long as you meet the age requirement and pass the examination, you may enroll as a transfer student. From your tone, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about Yingwu. Of course, I am a student of Yingwu myself. Oh, then I shall have to address you as senior from now on. What year are you in at Yingwu? Second year. It appears I must advance a grade. Yi Kaihuai mused aloud. Lin Ruoshi, Chapter 51, Entrance Examination 1. Why can't I skip a grade? Yi Kaihuai pressed the examination instructor relentlessly. Driven to exasperation, the instructor shouted at Yi Kaihuai. A student who scored 0 on the theoretical exam thinks he can skip a grade. The instructor, having brushed past the bewildered Yi Kaihuai, declared, Yi Kaihuai and the bull-headed Sao are to be assigned to the first-year Class 7 of the Martial Arts Department. Classes commence tomorrow. But today, someone will guide you through the campus and its regulations. Someone, take care of this fool. The examination instructor hurried off, leaving Yi Kaihuai in a daze and Sal stifling laughter. 2 hours prior, Yi Kaihuai had brought Sal to the gates of Yingwu Academy. Their belongings were stored at an inn, and a construction crew was busy at their new home, with trivial matters dealt with. Yi Kaihuai was ready to focus on the main event, attending the entrance examination at Yingwu Academy. Excuse me, old sir, where is the entrance examination held? Yi Kaihuai politely inquired of the gatekeeper. Young man, are you here for the examination? Indeed. I advise you to wait a while before coming back. Why is that? In a month's time, the academy will be on break. You would learn little if you came now. It would be better to wait until the next term begins. Oh, I appreciate your kindness, but I would prefer to enroll now and start learning as soon as possible. Haha, no need to mind. Since you insist, I shall not press further. The elderly gatekeeper chuckled and pointed down a path to his left, saying, follow this road straight ahead. When you reach a 5-story teaching building, enter and seek the reception desk. They will provide you with details regarding the entrance examination. Thank you for your guidance. Old sir, Yi Kaihuai expressed his gratitude as he and Sal followed the directions given. Before long, they indeed spotted a 5-story building. Upon entering, they approached the reception desk. Hello, is there anything we can assist you with? The receptionist greeted them with a smile. Greetings. My companion and I are here to take the entrance examination. Could you please provide us with the specifics of the tests we need to undertake? Certainly. The entrance examination consists of two parts, a skills assessment and a theoretical test. The skills assessment evaluates your qualifications to determine if you meet the admission standards. The theoretical examination serves as a means to assess one's intellect through a series of questions, thereby gauging one's comprehension of various concepts. Oh, there is a theoretical exam as well. Kaihuai inquired with a hint of concern. He had not been informed of this prior to his arrival and had made no preparations whatsoever. Do not fret. The theoretical exam consists solely of multiple-choice questions. And as long as you pass the practical assessment, your admission is assured. If passing the practical exam guarantees admission, then what purpose does the theoretical exam serve? Kaihuai asked, perplexed. The theoretical exam is designed to assist instructors in selecting their disciples. With over 3,000 students at Yangwu Academy, it is impractical for teachers to assess each student individually. Thus, the theoretical exam is essential in aiding them to identify outstanding talents among the students. Why is that? Because the theoretical exam necessitates a basic literacy, as teachers provide their disciples with a portion of secret texts, which cannot be comprehended without a certain level of knowledge. Do you understand my explanation? I do. Can we commence now? Where do I take the exam? Kaihuai nodded affirmatively. The examination fee is 500 gold coins per person, since there are 2 of you. Please pay a total of 1,000 gold coins and wait here for the instructor responsible for the exam to escort you. Oh. After settling the payment, Kaihuai and Sal seated themselves on the chairs provided for resting. It must be said that Yangwu Academy operates with remarkable efficiency. Before Kaihuai and Sal had waited even 5 minutes, a man clad in a blue robe approached them. Are you the students here for the entrance examination? Yes, Kaihuai replied promptly. Rising to his feet. My name is George, and I will be your examiner for this entrance assessment. Please follow me. I will first take you to the practical examination. Understood. Accompanying George to a room on the first floor. Kaihuai found the setup familiar, reminiscent of the vocational qualification assessment he had undergone in Windbell Town. In the center of the room stood a power testing stone, which appeared far more sophisticated than the one he had encountered previously. Am I to strike that stone? Kaihuai inquired, pointing at the power testing stone. Indeed, you are to strike the stone, but this is merely one component of the practical examination. Please wait a moment while I prepare, George replied with a nod, once ready. George turned to Kaihuai, who had been waiting patiently. Now, strike the stone with all your might to test your strength and explosive power. All right, Kaihuai responded, positioning himself before the stone, taking a deep breath. He quietly reassured himself. Be gentle, be gentle. Hiya. Kaihuai delivered a punch to the power testing stone. Observing the result, George said to him, Do not hold back. Unleash your full strength. Should you accidentally break the stone, you need not worry about compensation. In that case, George, why not allow Sal to go first? Kaihuai suggested. Certainly. Let Sal take the examination first, George agreed, somewhat taken aback by Kaihuai's remark. He had merely been jesting, and could not fathom that Kaihuai believed he could actually break the stone. Sal completed his assessment swiftly, demonstrating commendable strength and explosive power, thus passing. Next, it was Kaihuai's turn. Come now, Kaihuai. Let me witness your formidable strength and explosive power, George said with a smile. You truly won't hold me accountable if I break it. Indeed, should you damage the stone, I will bear the responsibility if the dean expresses any grievances. Very well. Then I shall hold you to your word. Rest assured. Now, step forward. Positioned before the power testing stone, Kaihuai relaxed his body, eager to discover the extent of his strength, since there was no risk of penalty. He resolved to strike with all his might. Kaihuai's fist made contact with the power testing stone, yet the stone remained utterly unmoved. George, let us proceed to the next location for the continuation of the examination, Kaihuai declared. Stepping out of the room, George, puzzled by Kaihuai's abrupt departure, wondered why he was leaving when the examination was not yet complete. As he pondered this, the power testing stone emitted a faint crack. Following the sound, George was astonished to see a fist imprint on the stone's surface, surrounded by a network of cracks. Unable to believe his eyes, he reached out to confirm its authenticity. After swallowing hard, George summoned an assistant to report this development to the dean, then hurried to catch up with Kaihuai for the next stage of the examination. Chapter 52. The Entrance Examination 2. What did you say? A student participating in the entrance examination has damaged the power testing stone, the dean inquired incredulously. Yes, the reporting teacher nodded emphatically. Nonsense. Have you lost your senses? How could that be possible? The power testing stone is exceedingly durable. Only a level 8 warrior could possibly inflict damage upon it. Dean, it is true. I was skeptical at first. So I went to see for myself. Just as George said, the stone has indeed been damaged. Oh, I must see this for myself. Take me to view it, the dean said, his skepticism wavering. Follow me, please. Upon entering the room housing the power testing stone, the dean was indeed met with the sight of the stone, damaged as reported by George and the informing teacher. Intrigued, he began to take an interest in the student responsible for this feat. Do you know the name of the student who participated in the examination? The dean asked the arriving teacher. According to the front desk, there are only 2 candidates today, one human named Kaihuai and one orc, a tavern named Sal. Kaihuai, fetch me his application materials, the dean commanded, his expression shifting dramatically upon hearing the name. Holding Kaihuai's application form, the dean laughed heartily. Kaihuai, you have chosen the path less traveled, and now you have fallen into my hands. You shall not escape my grasp. Observing their dean's unusual behavior, the surrounding teachers began to whisper among themselves. What is happening? Does this Kaihuai have some enmity with the dean? Surely not. The dean is quite advanced in age, while that Kaihuai is still so young. They have likely never even met before, so how could there be enmity? Then what could explain the dean's reaction? How would I know? Shoo. Do not make a sound. I will tell you all something. But you must not let it slip outside. Do tell. I have heard that the dean's granddaughter is engaged to a man named Kaihuai. Oh, the teachers gasped in astonishment. Moreover, I also heard that upon learning of his engagement to the dean's granddaughter, Kaihuai ran away from home to escape the marriage. Oh, this time, their astonishment was even greater. Mr. Zeit, you know far too much. A chilling warning echoed from the distance as the teachers noticed the dean approaching. They scattered like birds startled by a hawk, leaving only Mr. Zeit to face the now furious dean alone. Who will come to my rescue? Mr. Zeit silently cried out as the dean drew closer. Those ungrateful colleagues were of no help. Wait a moment. Grandfather. Ah, salvation. Mr. Zeit gazed upon Lin Ruashi, who had arrived just in time, as if she were an angel. Ruashi, why have you come? Did you miss your grandfather? The dean's demeanor softened, returning to that of a kind elder. Yes. I wanted to see you, grandfather, and I also have a request. My sweet granddaughter, what is it that you wish for me to assist you with? I will grant your request. Thank you. Grandfather, I would like to ask you not to intentionally make things difficult for Kaihuai. Who is taking the exam today? Ah, this. Lin, who hesitated. Ruashi, that Kaihuai is the one who fled from marrying you. Yes, I am aware, and I have already met him. You have met him? When? Interestingly enough, it was just the day before yesterday when I encountered him while he was dining shortly after arriving in the city. We chatted for a while, and I found him quite intriguing. Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? Lin, who asked incredulously. Grandfather, you misinterpret my words that I do not believe in love at first sight. I merely do not wish for Yangwu Academy to lose a good student due to my circumstances. Furthermore, I cannot allow my fiancé to escape so easily after fleeing the marriage. Well said. That is my good granddaughter. Lin Hu, you are right. We cannot allow him to escape so easily. What do you propose? Lin Hu smiled. Then I would like to handle this matter myself, if that is acceptable. Of course. My dear granddaughter, I entrust this to you. Make sure to teach him a lesson and do not spare him any leniency. Do not worry, grandfather. I will take care of it. Unbeknownst to Kaihuai, who was now being targeted, he was in the midst of the next examination, which tested his agility. Standing in a designated area, sandbags hung around him, and the task was to evade their attacks. What may seem simple is, in fact, far from easy, for one cannot predict from which direction the sandbags will come hurtling. This examination relies solely on the speed and reflexes of the candidates. After enduring a rather brutal encounter with the sandbags that left him battered and bruised, Sal barely scraped through, officially becoming a student of the Yangwu Academy. As for the theoretical exam, Sal did not even consider it, as he was illiterate. What could he possibly use to take the test? At present, he was merely accompanying Kaihuai during the examination, waiting for the assignment of classes, after which he would follow suit. Begin. With the examiner's command. The staff responsible for throwing sandbags commenced their assault on the standing Kaihuai, who had his eyes closed. Provoked by Kaihuai's audacity, the staff hurled the sandbags with unprecedented force, eagerly hoping for one to strike him, so that he might taste the bitter fruit of his arrogance. Yet, what baffled the onlookers was that, Just as it seemed a sandbag would surely hit Kaihuai, he would deftly sidestep, narrowly avoiding the blow. Acceptable once or twice, but as it continued, the situation grew increasingly uncanny, especially considering Kaihuai kept his eyes shut throughout the ordeal. Gradually, the crowd grew larger, and the number of sandbag throwers increased. Yet, astonishingly, not a single sandbag landed squarely upon Kaihuai. Eventually, the onlookers ceased their attempts to strike him and instead stood, dumbfounded, watching the blindfolded Kaihuai. Sensing the absence of incoming sandbags, he opened his eyes and inquired, "Did I pass the exam?" Oh, before he could finish, a sandbag struck him squarely on the forehead. The crowd erupted in delight. Who did that? What a relief. Scanning their surroundings, they pinpointed the source of the thrown sandbag to the vicinity of Lin Hu. The Academy's principal in unison. They raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Principal, your skills remain unparalleled. We are in awe." Too kind, too kind. Lin Hu replied with a beaming smile, returning the gesture. However, upon catching sight of his granddaughter Lin Ruashi, who was glaring at him, his demeanor quickly shifted, and he sheepishly smiled at her. Lin Ruashi shook her head in resignation and approached Kaihuai, softly asking, "Kaihuai, how are you? Does it hurt?" I'm fine. I'm fine. My vigilance was simply lacking. I can't blame anyone else," Kaihuai replied, his forehead reddened but smiling at the familiar face. Turning to George, he asked, "Teacher George, did I pass this exam?" "You did. You did. Now, I will take you for the theoretical exam. Please follow me." Chapter 53. Moving in. How could this happen? Kaihuai gazed at the sky, murmuring to himself after finishing the theoretical exam. The reason was simple. He had failed miserably. It would have been acceptable had he merely struggled with the questions, but he had known the answers yet still managed to flub them. Why? Because, in a moment of carelessness, he had written his answers in the wrong places, resulting in a historic low score of 0 for the Yangwu Academy's theoretical examination, an abysmal score that would be insurmountable for future generations. Kaihuai, do not be disheartened. Your performance in the practical exam was commendable, and your admission is assured. Lin Ruashi consoled him. But my hopes of skipping a grade have been dashed, Kaihuai lamented. Why not ask the teachers if they would permit you to advance? Yes, indeed, let's give it a try. Kaihuai looked at the chief examiner, George, with renewed hope. Recalling the principal's earlier threats in the restroom, George resolutely shook his head. Why not? Why can't I skip a grade? Surely there can be some leniency. Kaihuai persisted, gripping George's arm. In exasperation, George shouted at him. A student who scored 0 in the theoretical exam thinks he can skip a grade. Humph. Releasing Kaihuai, who was momentarily stunned, the examiner quickly declared, Kaihuai and Sao, the Minotaur, will be placed in Class 7 of the first year of the Martial Arts Department, and classes will commence tomorrow, for today. Someone will show you around the Yangwu Academy and explain the school rules. Someone, please take care of this fool. With that, George briskly exited the scene, leaving Kaihuai to mumble disconsolately, I really do know all of this. I swear I do. Kaihuai, perk up. Let me show you around. It will help you acclimate to your new environment and finalize your enrollment procedures, Lin Ruashi offered, approaching him with encouragement. Finalize? Haven't I already been assigned a class? Kaihuai asked. Puzzled. At Yangwu Academy, students must reside on campus. Since your home is currently under reconstruction, I will take you to the student dormitories to check for available rooms and inform you of some school regulations. Let's go. Oh, Kaihuai responded, and together with Sao, he followed Lin Ruashi away from the disheartening venue. Along the way, Lin Ruashi introduced Kaihuai to the history and rules of Yangwu Academy. Yangwu Academy was established at the dawn of the Aolong Empire, and it has flourished for over 500 years, standing alongside Tianqing Academy as a prestigious institution. Within this academy, student management is relatively lenient, emphasizing an open management style. As long as one does not commit egregious offenses, teachers generally refrain from intervening. Most issues are handled by the student council. Oh, what rules does Yangwu Academy enforce? The rules are not many. Firstly, no private dueling is allowed. If conflicts arise, they must be resolved within the designated combat arena. Secondly, students are prohibited from staying off campus overnight, except on weekends when they may return home. During the week, students must remain on campus at night. Thirdly, Lin Ruashi continued to elaborate, leaving Kaihuai drenched in sweat at the sheer number of regulations. Having already recounted over a dozen, Can I interrupt? What is that building over there? Yi Kaihuai pointed to a structure and asked Lin Ruashi. Oh, that is the Academy's library, Lin Ruashi replied. Could you tell me more about the library? Yi Kaihuai inquired eagerly. Certainly. The library is open every day, and the books within cannot be borrowed. They must be read on site. The library consists of 4 floors, each with its own restrictions that if you wish to access advanced texts, you must possess the requisite strength. Those precious texts just left there, what if someone steals them? That would be impossible. The library is guarded by no fewer than 4 level 8 professionals at all times, along with a comprehensive alarm system and the Academy's patrolling teams. While I cannot claim it is entirely foolproof, it remains exceedingly difficult for thieves to infiltrate and steal books. To date, there have been no reported thefts within the library. As they chatted, Lin Ruashi and Yi Kaihuai arrived at a residential complex, where a receptionist approached them. Hello, Miss Lin, and who is this? Oh, this is the new student who passed the entrance exam today. I am bringing him to check in. I see. The receptionist nodded and addressed Yi Kaihuai. Welcome to Yangwu Academy. I am Li Sulan, your dormitory administrator. May I ask your name? Hello, Miss Li. My name is Yi Kaihuai, and this is my friend, Sal the Minotaur. I will rely on your assistance in the future. Not at all. Young Master Yi, you are too kind. What type of student accommodation do you and your friend wish to reside in? Are there different tiers of student accommodations? Yes, indeed. The student dormitories are divided into 2 types, collective dormitories, which house 4 individuals per room and are equipped with a bathroom and shower facilities, and villa-style accommodations, which offer private entrances and gardens, including additional facilities like training rooms and kitchens, albeit at a significantly higher cost. Which type does young master you prefer? Yi Kaihuai pondered for a moment before replying to Li Sulan. Let's go with the villa style. Very well. Please hold on a moment while I check the availability of villa-style rooms. Li Sulan consulted a registration book for a short while, and then said, Congratulations. Young Master Yi, there are 2 villa-style rooms available. Which one would you prefer? What's the difference between the 2? Primarily their locations. One is closer to the dining hall, while the other is nearer to the library. I'll take the one closer to the library. Excellent. Please pay a deposit of 10,000 gold coins for the accommodation, followed by a lodging fee of 5,000 gold coins. After settling the payments, Yi Kaihuai followed Li Sulan's directions to his new home at the academy. Upon arrival, he was pleased to see that the money had been well spent. The property was quite impressive, a 2-story house with a large yard, which housed a training room capable of accommodating 50 individuals. Inside the dormitory, the first floor included a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a bathing area with a hot spring, while the second floor contained 8 bedrooms. This house seems a bit large, Yi Kaihuai remarked to himself. Of course it is. This villa can accommodate 8 people, Lin Ruashi chimed in. Oh, is that so? Yi Kaihuai contemplated and suggested. Why not? Lin Ruashi, you come live here as well. The house is big, and the rooms are empty anyway. No need. I have my own place. Lin Ruashi declined with a shake of her head. Oh, then you are welcome to visit often. A large house with few occupants can feel quite lonely. I will come by when I have the time. Always welcome. Yi Kaihuai, having arranged accommodations for Sal, let him out of the inn, noting that their luggage still remained inside. They would retrieve the belongings before venturing to the market to procure some ingredients. Yi Kaihuai intended to personally prepare a celebratory meal for both himself and Sal in honor of their successful enrollment, while also expressing gratitude to Miss Lin Ruashi, who had continuously offered her assistance. Chapter 54. The Reunion of Friends. Can you cook? Lin Ruashi inquired with surprise as they made their way back to the inn. Indeed. And my culinary skills are quite commendable, he replied. Is that so? Surely someone who can afford a luxurious villa wouldn't engage in such menial tasks. Does the ability to reside in a lavish villa have any bearing on one's culinary skills? Come now, this evening, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Well, I hope so, Lin Ruashi responded, her skepticism evident in light of Lin Ruashi's doubt. Yet Kaihuai chose not to elaborate further. He believed that actions would speak louder than words. Once he prepared the meal, she would undoubtedly be convinced. As they exchanged banter, Yet Kaihuai and Sal arrived at the inn where they were temporarily staying. A crowd had gathered outside, seemingly engrossed in some commotion. Curiosity piqued, Yet Kaihuai approached an elderly man conducting a small trade nearby. Good sir, may I inquire what has transpired at the inn? Ah, young man, are you hungry? Not particularly. I merely wish to know what has happened within the inn. Would you care to purchase some buns? Not quite. I am. Well, how much are they? Kaihuai noticed the old man's cunning grin. 5 copper coins each. Wow. Old man, you are quite the shrewd merchant. Others sell them for merely 2 copper coins each. A nearby young vendor chimed in. Silence. My buns are unlike any others, the old man retorted sharply. Go ahead and sell your buns at your own pace. Yet Kaihuai thought better of engaging with the old man any further. Instead, he approached the young vendor who had spoken earlier, asking, Hey, friend, what is your name? My surname is Fong, and my given name is Jean. I'll take all your buns. Could you tell me what transpired at the inn? I can indeed inform you. But if you're hungry, I can sell you a few buns. However, purchasing them all would be ill-advised, as you would not be able to finish them. Hey, you're quite the character, turning down business. I would like to befriend you. My name is Kaihuai, a student at Yingwu Academy. I may return in a few days to discuss a significant transaction. Will you be available then? I sell buns here daily, so you will find me whenever you come. Excellent, it's a deal. But first, please tell me what has happened at the inn. Very well, it's rather simple. A powerful individual was oppressing the innocent within, and the oppressed rose in defiance, leading to a conflict. Oh, I see. Thank you for the information. Kaihuai nodded and turned to Sal, saying, Let us go, bullhead. We need to retrieve our belongings and make a swift exit. Should we intervene once inside? Let us assess the situation first. Understood. Leaving Lin Ruashi to wait outside. Kaihuai followed closely behind Sal, who easily navigated through the throng. Sal's imposing stature carved a clear path, ensuring that Kaihuai was not jostled in the slightest. Why have you stopped, bullhead? Kaihuai asked, perplexed by Sal's sudden halt at the entrance of the inn. Young master, it appears we cannot avoid assisting here, for we are acquainted with both parties involved in the altercation. Sal stepped aside, allowing Kaihuai to observe the scene within the inn. As expected, assistance was indeed warranted, for he recognized both parties engaged in the fray. One group was led by Hughes, whom he had parted ways with in Winchim Town, while the other was none other than Li Kai, who constantly boasted of his father's title as a viscount. Hello, Hughes, Carter, Kaihuai called out, his voice ringing through the air. Upon seeing Kaihuai, Hughes immediately parried his opponent, turning to greet Kaihuai with a smile. Kaihuai, it has been ages. Please wait a moment. I shall quickly dispatch this adversary and we can have a proper conversation. Go ahead, take your time. Where is Fan? I'm right here. Fan suddenly appeared before Kaihuai, causing him to jump in surprise. Well, Fan, your skills have certainly improved. You startled me. Kaihuai chuckled. Hee, you flatter me. Kaihuai, Sal, let us move over there. Corinne and the others are also present. All right. Let us go. As they made their way to Corinne and the others, greetings were exchanged all around. Kaihuai inquired, what led to this conflict? Do you recognize that individual? Corinne pointed towards Li Kai in the distance. Yes. His name is Li Kai, if I recall correctly. Indeed, that's him, and standing beside him is his father, Li Te. Oh, the same man he incessantly boasts about. How disappointing it is to meet him in person. He appears to be merely a balding middle-aged man, Kaihuai remarked. Shaking his head. Balding? Corinne asked, puzzled. Yes, observe his hair, devoid of follicles in the center, surrounded by a ring, such as the definition of balding. Kaihuai explained. Teeth, you shouldn't mock others. It is quite impolite, Corinne giggled. I merely speak the truth, Kaihuai replied earnestly. His serious demeanor amused Corinne and the others, yet it irked Li Te, who was incensed by Kaihuai's blatant disregard for decorum. Cease, Li Te commanded. The subordinates engaged in combat with Hughes, and Carter immediately withdrew behind him. Satisfied, Li Te approached Kaihuai and inquired, Who are you? Are you an associate of these individuals? Ah, and what of it? What if I am, and what if I am not? If you are, then you and your companions are accomplices. And I shall take you into custody as well, but if not, I advise you to step aside and avoid attracting trouble. What law have you broken? Ignoring Li Te, Kaihuai turned to Hughes and the others. We are unaware. We were merely dining when they barged in. Claiming we had abducted a slave from their household and sought to apprehend us, Hughes shrugged, feigning innocence. Oh, so you are Li Te, are you? Kaihuai turned back to him. Mind your language. I am Viscount Li Te. Yes, just as foolish as your son. Now, you claim my friends have stolen a slave from you. What evidence do you possess? Is my son's first-hand account not sufficient evidence? Certainly not. By your logic, I could claim that I lost 100,000 gold coins and attribute the theft to you. How could I ever steal your gold? My own first-hand experience. Kaihuai interrupted Li Te. Thus, if you have no other evidence, I implore you to refrain from defaming my friends. Your son's character is well known. His words carry little weight. Father, do not listen to him. Do you see that Minotaur standing beside him? That is the very Minotaur slave they took from me. Li Kai suddenly exclaimed. Preposterous. You dare to claim my orc friend is your slave? This matter is far from over. He is indeed a slave. Do not presume that because he appears stronger than before, I would not recognize him. Since you claim to know him, tell me, what is his name? His name is Laka Rain. I even named him myself. Mr. Li Te, observe your son. He lies before you. My friend's name is Salnyo Tue, and we met during his travels in the Owling Empire at Windshean Town. As Kaihuai spoke, a subordinate whispered something in Li Te's ear. The initially disdainful expression on Li Te's face shifted dramatically, and he turned to Kaihuai, now smiling. My apologies, young master. This incident is a result of my mismanagement as a parent. I beseech you to overlook any offense. I shall take my son home to discipline him properly. Farewell. Without allowing Kaihuai a moment to react, Li Te swiftly departed with his entourage, leaving a bewildered Kaihuai and the others behind. Father, are we simply going to let this slide? Li Kai protested midway through their retreat. Silence, you imbecile. You nearly jeopardized my reputation. That Kaihuai is not someone you can provoke. Henceforth, treat him with respect, as well as his companions. Do not engage with them again. Why? Do not question me. You will learn the truth when the time is right. Just heed my words. Do you understand? Yes. Father, Li Kai responded begrudgingly. Chapter 55. The day before classes. Wow. Kaihuai, you are truly wealthy to afford the most expensive student dormitory in the entire academy. Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, I merely chose this residence for its proximity to the library. Now, let us not linger outside. Come inside. Kaihuai replied with a smile. As they entered, Kaihuai made himself at home, instructing Hughes and the others to feel free while he dove into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Hughes and the other boys busied themselves in the training room, engaging in combat practice, while Corinne, Marlene, and Angela began to explore the academy's priciest student dormitory. Kaihuai, is there anything I can assist you with? Lin Ruashi asked as she entered the kitchen. There's no need for that. How could I possibly trouble the student council president to assist with cooking? Just hurry outside and wait. The meal will be ready shortly. Kaihuai, are you upset? Why would I be angry? It's my fault for not mentioning that I am the student council president of Yinggu Academy. No, I'm not so petty. It's just that the kitchen is filled with smoke, which can harm the skin. I'm a man, rugged and resilient, so I'm not worried. But you are different. If you sustain even a minor injury, I would surely be devoured alive by your admirers within the academy. It's not as exaggerated as you say. In fact, it seems your friends are a bit intimidated by me and reluctant to get close. That I have nowhere to go, and sitting idle makes me anxious. So please find me something to do. Oh, I see. There's no helping it. They aren't familiar with you, and since you're the student council president, there's little interaction. They're simply nervous. After a while, you will all get accustomed to each other. Since you want to help, how about washing the vegetables? What are we having for dinner tonight? Time is pressing, and there is not much to prepare. We'll have to make do with a simple meal for now. And next time we can prepare something better. After a flurry of activity, the dishes were ready. Kaihuai called out to everyone to prepare. Some took showers while others washed their hands. Everyone was ready to eat. It was a simple home-cooked meal. Considering the number of people, Kaihuai prepared 10 dishes and a soup. Picking up his chopsticks, Kaihuai announced, "What are you all waiting for? Let us eat." With that, he swiftly grabbed a chicken leg and began to eat. Sao was quick to follow suit, securing another chicken leg for himself. At that moment, Hughes remembered that dining with Kaihuai meant he shouldn't be polite. Being polite meant he wouldn't get anything to eat. He immediately abandoned his gentlemanly demeanor in front of Lin Ruashi and began to eat voraciously. Lin Ruashi tasted Kaihuai's mushu pork and found it delightful, just as she was about to take a second bite. She noticed that the dish had already vanished. As she reached for a plate of minced eggplant, before she could even grab any, it was gone in the blink of an eye. Lin Ruashi stared in astonishment at the empty plate still wobbling on the table, then glanced at the boisterous crowd clamoring for food, feeling quite pleased. Growing up in the Lin family, she had been taught to eat quietly and not speak while dining, so she had never witnessed such a lively meal before. After a brief chuckle, Lin Ruashi joined in the fray for food. To her surprise, the meal was far more enjoyable than her usual dinners at home. By the end of the meal, Hughes and the others realized that Lin Ruashi was not as unapproachable as the seniors had claimed, and they began to engage her in conversation. After some dialogue, they discovered that the seniors' remarks were merely unfounded gossip. How could someone so eager to assist and answer questions possibly be labeled as unapproachable? By the way, Kaihuai, which class are you in? Tell us, perhaps we are classmates, Carter suddenly inquired. Which class? Let me think. Nyoto, which class have we been assigned to? Kaihuai asked Sal. I believe it's class 1. You're 5. Sal replied uncertainly. The group stared at the absent-minded pair, momentarily at a loss for words. You must remember, Kaihuai, you're in class 1. You're 7 of the martial arts department. If you enter the wrong class, it would be quite embarrassing, Lin Ruashi reminded with a hint of exasperation. Ah, yes. Class 1, you're 7 of the martial arts department. I remember now. You only remembered after I mentioned it. Your memory is impeccable, the group collectively thought. Perhaps sensing their disdainful gazes, Kaihuai chuckled bashfully. Oh, it was just a moment of forgetfulness. Is it really necessary to look down on me so? Come on, let us hurry, or we'll be late, Sal urged. Ah, right, let us go, Kaihuai replied, rising to join Sal as they made their way to class. Upon locating the classroom office, they found that the teachers for the ongoing classes had already begun their lessons, leaving only a few chatting idly. Kaihuai and Sal knocked on the door and inquired. Excuse me, is the homeroom teacher for class 1, year 7 here? Oh, are you looking for teacher Ima? A teacher in her 30s approached and asked. Good day. Esteemed teacher. We are the new students who enrolled yesterday. My name is Kaihuai, and this is Sal. We have come to report to our class teacher. Ah, I see. Unfortunately, teacher Emma has already gone to class. Please wait here for a moment. Thank you, teacher. Kaihuai expressed his gratitude, finding a seat to quietly await the return of his homeroom teacher. A quarter of an hour later, a young woman in her 20s entered the office. The teacher who had previously spoken to Kaihuai addressed the newcomer. Teacher Emma, these 2 students are here to see you. They passed the entrance examination yesterday. Hello, teacher Emma. I am Kaihuai. And this is Sal. Ah, I understand. Kaihuai. Sal, welcome to Yangwu Academy. Please follow me. I will take you to your classroom. Yes. Upon reaching the end of the first floor, in front of class 1-7, Emma gently knocked on the door and, with an apologetic tone, addressed the teacher inside. Teacher Luther, I apologize for interrupting your lesson again. I have brought 2 new students. Ah, teacher Emma, no need to be formal. Please come in, teacher Luther replied, somewhat nervously. After apologizing once more, Emma led Kaihuai and Sal into the classroom. Upon entering, Kaihuai spotted Hughes and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Then, unexpectedly, he saw Lin Ruashi. What was she doing here? Hadn't she mentioned she was in the 2nd grade? Kaihuai pondered in surprise. Clearly, Lin Ruashi had also noticed him, immediately glaring at him with fierce eyes. Kaihuai felt a chill run down his spine as a single word echoed in his mind. Murderous intent. Avoiding Lin Ruashi's piercing gaze, he turned his attention elsewhere. Kaihuai, you may sit at the desk by the window, teacher Luther announced after the introductions. All right, Kaihuai replied, glancing at his designated spot. The desk by the window is usually a good position. It should be a favorable spot. What a joke. Upon noticing who was seated next to him, Kaihuai cursed inwardly. Bowing his head, he settled into his seat and listened as teacher Luther commenced the lesson. Suddenly, a piece of paper landed in his hand. Kaihuai looked up and saw that everyone around him was attentively focused on the lesson, leaving him with only one suspect. He turned to the side and, indeed, it was Lin Ruashi who had thrown it. As soon as she caught his gaze, Lin Ruashi shot him a fierce glare. Kaihuai unfolded the note, which read, Meet me alone on the top floor after class. Kaihuai read the note in silence. Glancing back at Lin Ruashi, only to be met with another fierce glare. Rubbing his head, he thought, could it be that this woman has a dual personality? When the class ended, Lin Ruashi stood up and signaled for Kaihuai with her eyes before leading the way out of the classroom. Kaihuai sighed in resignation and followed closely behind, not even having time to greet Hughes. Hey, Lin Ruashi, what is it that you wanted to discuss? Kaihuai leaned against the wall and asked the Lin Ruashi who was waiting for him on the top floor. Shut up. I am not Lin Ruashi. You've mistaken me for someone else. No way. You are clearly Lin Ruashi. Why won't you admit it? We've had meals together. How could I possibly be mistaken? Shut up. Shut up. If I say I'm not, then I'm not. All right. If you say you're not, then you're not. But did you call me up here just for this? Now that I know, can I leave? Of course not. I didn't bring you up here just for this trivial matter. As she spoke, Lin Ruashi pulled out a wooden sword. Huh, then what else do you want? Forget. Huh, forget what? Yi Kaihuai asked, puzzled. Forget what you saw this morning. I saw quite a few things this morning. What specifically are you referring to? Forget what you saw lying on the ground. My underwear. Oh, you mean that? Actually, Yi Kaihuai began, but was interrupted by a swift action. The wooden sword easily penetrated the stone-walled, as it was slowly withdrawn. Yi Kaihuai gulped nervously, stammering, good sword. This sword is made from ironwood. Its hardness surpasses that of steel. Of course, it's a good sword. Rest assured, just stand there and don't move. I guarantee I will resolve this issue and make you forget everything completely. Don't act rashly. Listen to me. I truly didn't see anything, I swear. Yi Kaihuai hurriedly explained. What a joke. A strike from that wooden sword could cost him his life. Liar. Lin Ruashi raised the wooden sword without hesitation. Really? I'm not lying. Liar, liar, liar. How did you know that my underwear is blue if you didn't see? What I actually said was that the sky is very blue. Wait a minute. So you were wearing blue underwear? Yi Kaihuai realized. Exclaiming. Die. Lin Ruashi swung the wooden sword down towards Yi Kaihuai's head. Stop. Just as the situation became critical, a familiar voice rang out behind Yi Kaihuai. Grateful, he turned to look, only to be stunned. Another Lin Ruashi. Chapter 57. Lin Shiru, 2. Lin Ruaxis? Yi Kaihuai rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing as the two Lin Ruaxis conversed. It felt as though Lin Ruashi was speaking to herself in a mirror. Shiru, didn't I tell you not to transform into my likeness to attend school? Humph. What's the big deal? It's just a matter of using your appearance. I won't do anything bad. You were just about to do something bad by bullying a classmate. That's different. He provoked me first, regardless of whether he provoked you. Using a potentially lethal weapon on someone is wrong. Humph. Lin Shiru huffed defiantly. Now, hand over the wooden sword to me, return to your true form, and then accompany me to properly introduce you to your homeroom teacher. Lin Ruashi instructed Lin Shiru. Humph. Lin Shiru complied, obediently handing over the wooden sword. She then produced a pendant from her possession and placed it in Lin Ruashi's hands. As she did so, a mist enveloped Lin Shiru. Once the mist dissipated, a petite girl with golden hair and eyes, resembling a doll, appeared before Yi Kaihuai. So adorable, Yi Kaihuai thought to himself. What are you staring at? Are you looking for trouble? Except for her personality, Yi Kaihuai mused further. No rudeness allowed. This is my sister's friend, Lin Ruashi scolded lightly, tapping Lin Shiru's forehead. She then pulled Lin Shiru in front of Yi Kaihuai and apologized. I apologize, Yi Kaihuai. My sister is quite mischievous. Please forgive her. Ah, no worries at all. Speaking of which, I am in the same class as your sister. So this can be considered an unconventional way of getting to know one another, Yi Kaihuai replied. Humph. Lin Shiru pouted quietly. While Yi Kaihuai pretended not to hear and said to Lin Ruashi, if there's nothing else, I will return to the classroom. Feel free to find me if needed. All right. I will be counting on you to take care of my sister from now on. Of course. Who knows who will be taking care of whom? Lin Shiru muttered under her breath. Allow me to reintroduce. This student is our class's new student, Lin Shiru, whom I mentioned in the previous lesson. Let's welcome her once again, Teacher Emma announced to the class. No way, Teacher Emma, this little shorty is the stunning beauty we saw last class, who bears an 8-point resemblance to the student council president. A boy protested loudly. Before he could finish, Yi Kaihuai silently wished him a swift reincarnation. Sure enough, as soon as the boy finished speaking, Lin Shiru grabbed his collar with a small hand and said threateningly, Sorry, but this is just how I am. I hope you're not disappointed. Oh my heavens! Yi Kaihuai facepalmed, thinking, as a girl, shouldn't she be a bit more reserved? The boy caught by Lin Shiru was stunned into silence, gazing at her in sheer terror. Lin Shiru, you shouldn't use violence against your classmates, Teacher Emma stammered. Lin Shiru turned to look at Teacher Emma, who, under Lin Shiru's fierce gaze, quickly capitulated. I'm sorry. You may act as you wish. Humph. Lin Shiru huffed, releasing the already frightened boy and returning to her seat. Seeing Lin Shiru obediently settle down, Teacher Emma sighed in relief. Now, let us continue the lesson, she announced, pulling out her textbook and starting the class. After class, Yi Kaihuai stood up, preparing to leave. With only 2 classes in the morning, he intended to invite Sao and Hughes to join him for lunch. As he passed by Lin Shiru, he paused. noticing that she had grasped the hem of his shirt. Is there something you need? Kaihuai inquired. I am feeling hungry, Lin Shiru replied. Isn't your sister coming to dine with you? Kaihuai asked again. She is quite busy. Then let us go eat together. I shall introduce you to my friends. I have no money. Allow me to treat you. If that's agreeable. Now that sounds more reasonable. And that is how things stand. Kaihuai explained to Hughes and the others. Oh, welcome, welcome. Dining together is always more lively. So, Lin Shiru, what would you like to eat? Hughes inquired on behalf of the group. Thank you. But Kaihuai has offered to treat me. Lin Shiru politely responded to Hughes. Oh, I see. Then, Kaihuai, I leave it to you. What do you mean? You leave it to me. Seizing the opportunity while Hughes and the others dispersed to procure food, Kaihuai quietly asked Lin Shiru. Hey, why is your demeanor towards Hughes and the others so different from how you treat me? I demand equal treatment. Silence. You are not the same as them. Oh, not the same. Of course not. They are my classmates. And what am I? You are my slave. Kaihuai incredulously pointed at himself. Yes. Lin Shiru nodded emphatically, confirming that Kaihuai had not misunderstood. Why? Kaihuai insisted on clarity regarding his own freedom. Humph. You can only blame yourself for discovering things you ought not to know, Lin Shiru remarked, her face slightly flushed. Things I ought not to know. After a moment of contemplation, Kaihuai exclaimed, Oh, you mean your inner. Smack. Before he could finish, Lin Shiru covered his mouth. With a fierce glare, she warned, If you dare utter that word, I shall not spare you. Kaihuai nodded vigorously. Releasing her grip from his mouth, Lin Shiru expressed her regret, saying, Originally, according to my past methods, I could simply use this and want to erase your memory, and all would be resolved. However, I did not anticipate that you would turn out to be my sister's friend, so I must abandon my previous plans and devise new means to deal with you. Why not just use that wooden sword called and want to strike me once? Kaihuai suggested. Do you think I do not wish to? That sword has been confiscated by my sister and cannot be retrieved any time soon. Then you need not make me your slave. I could simply vow never to disclose today's events. Couldn't I? If oaths were effective, why would we need an army? Lin Shiru looked at Kaihuai as if he were a fool. Kaihuai was rendered speechless by her words and weakly responded, Then tell me. What must I do for you to let me go? You should pursue my sister, Lin Shiru stated. Kaihuai was bewildered by Lin Shiru's astonishing declaration. What connection could there be? Lin Shiru's thoughts were so disjointed that Kaihuai felt he was struggling to keep up with her pace. Chapter 58. Cao Bai's Master Apprenticeship Record 1. Do you harbor a grudge against your sister? Oh dear. Kaihuai rubbed his eyes. Humph. Serve you right for speaking nonsense. Lin Shiru resumed, eating with her chopsticks. Kaihuai, still rubbing his eyes, remarked. Well, your sister must have no fewer than 800 admirers within this academy. If you wish to assist her in finding a suitor, it seems unnecessary to involve me. Humph. What do you know? My sister has discerning tastes. She would never settle for those mediocre suitors. Should I be pleased to hear you say that? Do not misunderstand, you fool. What I mean is that my sister seems to have a slight interest in you, only a slight one. Yes. So, if I pursue your sister, what benefit do you gain? You dare to question my motives regarding my sister. Please, do not insult my intelligence. Though our acquaintance is brief, you are certainly not a simple girl. Oh dear. Stop poking my eyes. My vision will deteriorate. Kaihuai protested while rubbing his eyes. Humph. Slaves have no rights. You rascal. Kaihuai shook his head and sighed. Speak plainly. What is it you truly desire? Freedom, Lin Shiru whispered. Freedom? Are you not free now? Of course not. At home, my family controls me. And at school, I was originally under the watch of teachers, but I managed to handle that. Indeed, judging by how Teacher Emma treated you today, it is evident you possess influence within the academy. Oh dear, stop poking my eyes. Upon seeing Lin Shiru's intent gaze, Kaihuai quickly shielded his eyes. Humph. Lin Shiru reluctantly withdrew her finger, then added, However, while the teachers may not oversee me, my sister has arrived. Once you pursue my sister, she will be too busy dealing with you, and I shall naturally find myself at ease. You truly are cunning. Indeed, Lin Shiru said with pride. Wait, according to your statement, your sister should have enrolled later than you. How is it she seems to have entered before you? There is a reason for that. What reason? A man. Yes, half a year ago, My grandfather suddenly declared his intention to marry my sister off to a friend's grandson. Subsequently, it was heard that the scoundrel intended to marry my sister, eloped. My sister, who was already reluctant to marry, was deeply affected and had once traveled for a period to cope with it. Then you should have enrolled before your sister. Yet you ended up enrolling later than her. It is not much. I merely taught my grandfather's friend's grandsons a lesson, resulting in my grandfather confining me at home for reflection that I was only released a few days ago. Presumably, among those you disciplined, there is the person you seek. If only that were the case. You do not know his name? I do not. Grandfather and my sister refused to inform me. How infuriating. If I discover which scoundrel dares to bully my sister, I shall not spare him. By the way, what is wrong with you? You are sweating profusely. Nothing, but it's probably just the heat. By the way, what is your grandfather's name? You cannot be serious. You do not even know my grandfather's name. He is the dean of this academy, the great sword Saint Lin, who, it could not be mistaken, this girl before him was very likely to become his future sister law. In other words, Lin Rushi was indeed the fiancée his grandfather had arranged for him. He recalled hearing that name somewhere before. I wonder if it is too late for me to transfer to Tianqing Academy. Yu Kaihuai envisioned the smiling face of Yuzhen. I told you it wouldn't work. You were simply asking for trouble. Yu Kaihuai's mind was plagued by the auditory hallucination of Yuzhen mocking him. Hey, are you all right? Lin Shiru inquired with concern. Shaking his head vigorously, Yi Kaihuai forced a smile and replied, I am fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Oh, that is good. Lin Shiru hesitated, observing Yi Kaihuai's demeanor. Yi Kaihuai. Trouble has arisen. Hughes rushed over, exclaiming, Ah, Hughes, your intuition is remarkable. How did you know I was in trouble? Yi Kaihuai thought to himself, what has happened? Yi Kaihuai asked, Sar was captured. What? Yi Kaihuai sprang to his feet, questioning Hughes. Who captured him? Where has he been taken? A figure in black seized him. We followed him until the academy's rear mountain, but we could not proceed further, so we returned to inform you. Weren't you supposed to be eating? How did you encounter this figure in black? Did you see what he looked like? Yes, we saw. Who was it? The Vice Dean. Oh, since we know who it is, we can seek the teacher's assistance to retrieve him. No need to panic. That is not the case. Yi Kaihuai, you are new here and do not understand the situation. This Vice Dean is a peculiar person. He sometimes disregards the Dean's words. And he certainly pays no mind to the teachers. Ah, he is that formidable? Indeed, he is quite formidable. Then what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and lead the way. We must rescue him, Yi Kaihuai urged. As they reached the rear mountain of the academy with Hughes, they found Colin and others anxiously pacing outside a grove of pine trees. We have arrived. Let us all enter together. Why are you here? Yu Kaihuai suddenly noticed Lin Shiru trailing behind him. Nothing much. I just came to see the excitement. Lin Shiru replied nonchalantly. It is quite dangerous inside. You should stay here and not follow, Yu Kaihuai instructed. Humph. Lin Shiru huffed, clearly disregarding Yi Kaihuai's words. Colin, you girls stay behind to provide support. If we do not return within an hour, you must go find the dean to report this, and keep an eye on this girl to prevent her from getting into trouble. Hey. Lin Shiru delivered a swift kick to Yi Kaihuai's posterior, exclaiming with ire, Do not underestimate me. I am indeed formidable. Indeed, you are the most formidable, Yi Kaihuai placated. But we require a rescue team. Lin Shiru, would you be able to lend your strength to save us should we encounter peril? Rubbing his backside, he coaxed her further. Since you have implored me so earnestly, I shall reluctantly agree to assist. I will remain here to protect these young ladies. Yes, I am immensely grateful to you. Having mollified Lin Shiru, Yu Kaihuai approached a massive boulder at the entrance of the pine forest, which bore the inscription Obstruction Stone. Obstruction Stone, how aptly named. Does it imply that to enter, one must move this stone? Yu Kaihuai mused aloud. Surely not. Yu Kaihuai, you do not intend to move this boulder, do you? It must weigh several thousand pounds. How could you possibly shift it alone? Fan gasped in disbelief. Do not worry, I am not foolish. However, I recall a renowned figure once stating, Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the world. Ah. The others looked bewildered. Do not be foolish, Hughes Carter. Go find a stone. Remember, it should weigh around 100 pounds and be roughly 1/3 the size of this obstruction stone. Fan, Moses, assist me in locating a sturdy, thick stick. It must be robust. With the others dispatched to gather supplies, Yi Kaihuai began to prepare himself. Pray tell, what do you require those items for? Lin Shuo inquired as she approached. I intend to perform a trick for you. A trick? Indeed. I shall demonstrate how I alone will move this boulder. Humph, do not boast. Do you doubt me? Shall we wager? On what? Well, if I succeed, you must promise that if I inadvertently anger you in the future, you shall not strike me or cause me trouble, and if you lose, then you may do with me as you please. Agreed. It is a deal. It is a deal. Chapter 59. The Tale of Sal's Apprenticeship 2. With a resounding boom, Kaihuai utilized the principle of leverage to shift the once immovable obstruction stone aside, revealing a path into the pine forest. Kaihuai, how did you accomplish that? Hughes stammered in astonishment. Would you like to know? Yes, Hughes nodded. And do you all wish to know? Kaihuai queried the group. Yes, they responded in unison. What do you suppose will happen if I tell you I do not know? Kaihuai asked. This time, the group fell silent, drawing their weapons and encircling him. No, it was merely a jest. Let us speak civilly. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Kaihuai, ever the astute one, quickly yielded, after enlightening his companions on the application of leverage. Hughes exclaimed, Kaihuai, you are quite clever. Who would have thought of such a method? Do not attribute this to me. The principle of leverage was discovered by a venerable scholar. Who? Archimedes. Where is he now? Long deceased. With nary a trace remaining. How do you know all this? Do you not read? Pardon me for interrupting, but are you not going to rescue your Minotaur companion? Lin Shuo interjected, addressing Kaihuai and Hughes. Reminded by Lin Shuo, Kaihuai suddenly recalled the purpose of their journey. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. According to our original plan, let us proceed to rescue him. Oh, Hughes and the others replied in unison. As they entered the pine forest, it felt as though they had stepped into a primeval wilderness. It seemed that only the outer ring was planted with pine trees, while the interior boasted a plethora of diverse flora. Occasionally, a small creature, startled by the unexpected presence of Kaihuai and his companions, would tumble from the trees. It is far too quiet. Have we arrived too late? Has that mysterious figure in black already turned the Minotaur into a beef hot pot? Kaihuai pondered aloud as he ventured deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a bone was flung at them with a thud. Glancing at it, Kaihuai sighed. It appears we have indeed arrived too late. Look at this bone. It has been gnawed clean, even more so than a dog would. Before he could finish, another bone hurtled from the thicket, aiming directly for Kaihuai. Anticipating the attack, he deftly dodged, continuing. Moreover, I find it perplexing. I mean, dear senior, if you wish to corroborate my earlier conjecture, could you not procure some fresh bones? These are at least half a month old. Unwilling to invest, how could you possibly deceive anyone? Humph, kid, do you not fear death for coming here? A figure in black emerged from behind a tree. His voice cold and menacing to eye in an instant. Hughes and the others felt an inexplicable wave of fear wash over them. Fear? We are not masters like you. Of course we would fear. Kaihuai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hughes and the others, who felt a surge of relief. This forest is dense and rarely traversed by others. If you were to kill us here, you could easily bury us without a soul ever discovering our fate over the years, knowing you will die. Why do you come here? In life, certain actions are unavoidable. My friend was unjustly taken by you, and I must rescue him. Humph. The figure in black scoffed. Young man, one must possess the strength to stand out. Do you understand? As the figure's words fell, Kaihuai felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Such formidable might. While he struggled against the oppressive force emanating from the figure in black, he cast a worried glance back at Hughes and the others. Humph. Kid, you still have the leisure to worry about your companions? The figure in black sneered once more, while Kaihuai felt as though he was carrying an immense weight, causing him to kneel on one knee. Straining to turn his head towards Hughes and the others, he saw they had already succumbed, lying motionless. Only the rise and fall of their chests indicated they were still alive. Kaihuai had not anticipated that the figure in black would strike without warning. With no forewarning whatsoever, Daiti seemed today had not gone as planned. He was determined to ensure Hughes and the others were saved, refusing to allow them all to perish here. With resolve solidified in his heart, Kaihuai began to ready himself to break free from the shackles binding him, intending to unleash the explosive power of the sudden release to force the figure in black back, seizing the opportunity to hurl Hughes and the others out of the forest. Kid, have you given up already? The figure in black observed Kaihuai suddenly diminish in vigor, maintaining a poised stance as he knelt without movement. Mocking him, the response was a furious roar from Kaihuai as he glared at the figure in black with blood-red eyes, a white mist emanating from his body as he charged at him. The figure in black was caught off guard by Kaihuai's sudden transformation, taking a small step back in surprise. By the time he realized what was happening and attempted to strike back, Kaihuai had already closed the distance. Without affording the figure in black a moment to retaliate, Kaihuai poured all his strength into a punch aimed directly at him. The figure, unable to evade in time, could only cross his arms defensively in front of his chest. This played directly into Kaihuai's hands, who unleashed his dual strength, sending the figure in black flying 100 meters away. Seizing the moment, Kaihuai grasped 2 of his companions and hurled all 4 of them towards the forest's edge. When the figure in black returned, he could only watch helplessly as Hughes and the others soared out of the woods. Kid, you have guts. You are the first to injure me in 10 years of seclusion. Not bad, not bad. The younger generation is truly formidable, the figure in black noted, glancing at the bruise on his forearm left by Kaihuai's punch. Kaihuai offered a faint smile, rolling his eyes before collapsing to the ground. Outside the forest, Lin Shirua and the others revived Hughes, and upon learning the situation, Lin Shirua wasted no time in attempting to rush into the woods. She was intercepted by Lin Ruashi, who had hurried over. Shirua, do not rush. Allow me to ask Hughes a few questions first. Sister, what more is there to ask? We should hurry in and rescue Kaihuai. Rescue? Rescue? Have you considered whether you are a match for that figure in black? I can fight him. Be quiet. Your reckless behavior is infuriating. Stay put and behave yourself. With a reluctant stomp of her foot, Lin Shirua sulked to the side in frustration. Having settled Lin Shirua, Lin Ruashi turned to Hughes. Hughes, how old would you say that figure in black is? What does he look like? By his voice, he sounded to be in his 60s, but he wore a mask, so we could not discern his features. Lin Ruashi pondered deeply. Beside her, Lin Shirua urged, Sister, are you done asking? Can we set off to save him now? What is the rush? We have yet to ascertain the strength of that figure in black. Hughes, you and your companions have engaged him. You must possess some understanding of his capabilities, correct? To be honest, we lack the ability to confront the black-clad figure directly in the forest. It was always Kaihuai who stood in front of us, shouldering the burden. If it weren't for Kaihuai, we would still be lost in the woods. Is there no estimate? If I were to make an estimate, even if everyone present here joined forces, we would likely still fall short against that black-clad figure. Is he that formidable? Indeed. Hughes nodded. I refuse to believe it. Lin Shiru exclaimed, if you're afraid to go, just say so that I won't blame you. But please don't exaggerate the capabilities of others to mask your own cowardice. Lin Shiru, be quiet. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Hughes and the others are friends of Kaihuai. They would never abandon him, just as Kaihuai would never forsake them. Lin Ruashi scolded. Miss Ruashi is correct. Although my strength is meager, I possess a heart that will not forsake friends, regardless of how powerful that black-clad figure may be. For Kaihuai, I would gladly face him to the bitter end to rescue him. Hughes stated with solemnity. We feel the same, the others chimed in unison. I apologize for misjudging you. Please forgive me, Lin Shiru said apologetically to Hughes. Miss Shiru, there is no need for such words. Your concern for Kaihuai's safety is shared by us all. Let us understand one another. Then shall we, as friends of Kaihuai, charge in together to rescue him. Lin Shiru asked Hughes and the others. Yes, they responded in unison. You are not to go anywhere, a stern voice commanded from behind. The group turned to see Dean Lin Hu. Ever since Lin Ruashi received the news, she had sent someone to find Lin Hu, and he had arrived just in time to prevent Lin Shiru and the others from engaging in a reckless act. Grandfather, you're here? Come with us to save him, Lin Shiru exclaimed, disregarding the presence of others as she clung to Lin Hu's arm, pleading. Hold on, let's clarify the situation first. Lin Hu had been informed of the events on the way there, but knowing that Kaihuai was involved, he wished to delay matters a bit longer, allowing Kaihuai to endure more hardship before rescuing him. He deserved it. After all, who was he to escape the marriage contract with his beloved granddaughter? He couldn't swallow that indignation without teaching him a lesson. Faced with the soft pleas of his cherished granddaughter Lin Shiru, had he not promised Lin Ruashi not to disclose that Kaihuai was the runaway groom? Lin Hu would have likely divulged that information, leaving no chance for Lin Shiru and Kaihuai to become acquainted. After dallying for half an hour, Lin Hu finally prepared to lead a group of elite instructors into the woods to rescue the already uncertain fate of Kaihuai. However, before Lin Hu and his group could set off, the black-clad figure strolled out leisurely, followed by the Minotaur Sao, who was cradling the unconscious Kaihuai. Kaihuai! The crowd gasped in astonishment, rushing forward. The black-clad figure, sensing the moment, stepped aside to allow Lin Roashi and the others to assess Kaihuai's condition. After a thorough examination, Lin Roashi and the young priest Angela both sighed in relief and informed the others. He is not severely injured, merely exhausted. He will recover with a few days of rest. It's not that simple, the black-clad figure suddenly interjected. Hughes and the others quickly surrounded him. You possess great strength, and we are no match for you. But how dare you lay a hand on our dear friend? Even if it means destruction, we will not rest until we settle this with you, Hughes declared, fixing a steady gaze on the black-clad figure. The latter scoffed, preparing to retort, but fell silent upon meeting Hughes's serious eyes that bore no semblance of deceit. Is it worth it? The black-clad figure asked softly. It is, Hughes replied, drawing his sword and pointing it at the figure. Everyone, stand down. Do you not see me, your dean? Lin Hu bellowed at the group. Humph, the black-clad figure snorted, addressing Hughes. That lad may have used powers he shouldn't have if he experiences any discomfort upon waking. He should come find me. As for this Minotaur, he will accompany me as my apprentice. I will inform that lad of everything once he regains consciousness. Sal, let us go. The black-clad figure beckoned to Sal, who obediently followed him into the woods, casting lingering glances back at the still unconscious Kaihuai. Grandfather, who is that person? Lin Shiru asked curiously. Dear child, do not inquire too much. He is a pitiful soul. Your orc friend is fortunate to be taken under his wing. Worry not. Lin Hu replied kindly, stroking Lin Shiru's head. What I worry about is the after-effects of the powers Kaihuai may have used. As mentioned by that black-clad figure, what could those after-effects be? Lin Ruashi expressed her concern. Grandfather, Lin Shiru's plea prompted a look of desperation towards Lin Hu, who could only reassure her. Do not fret. My dear granddaughter, nothing will happen. With me here, even if Kaihuai were in trouble, I would ensure his safety. Rest easy. For now, we should take Kaihuai back to the dormitory to rest. We can discuss the rest later, Hughes suggested. They fetched a stretcher from the infirmary, with Hughes and Carter lifting Kaihuai as they made their way to the dormitory. Along the way, many onlookers expressed curiosity, pointing and whispering. Fortunately, no one was foolish enough to approach and inquire. Hughes and the others felt frustrated at their inability to assist in this matter, especially as they accompanied Kaihuai into the woods. The feeling of helplessness was palpable as they returned to Kaihuai's dormitory under the scrutiny of curious eyes. After retrieving the keys from Kaihuai's belongings, they opened the door and laid him on the bed. Hughes instructed the three girls to take good care of Kaihuai before he and Carter headed to the training room to practice fiercely. This incident had made them realize just how far they were from being true masters. They had been complacent, merely feeling superior to their peers by a slight margin. In contrast, if they had been stronger, possessing some self-defense capability, Kaihuai would not have had to resort to using forbidden powers to save them, leaving him unconscious even now. They had all become too lax in recent days. Damn it! Hughes swung his sword at the training post with such force that it trembled violently. Dropping the sword, he sat on the ground, hugging his knees and burying his head, silently shedding tears. The others witnessed Hughes's actions but offered no words of comfort. Instead, they intensified their training, seeking to exhaust their energy, feeling lost on how else to vent their frustration over their own ineptitude. After an intense workout, the four of them collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. After a moment, Carter solemnly addressed the group. I vow that from this day forth, any enemy of Kaihuai shall be my enemy, and anyone who seeks to harm him must first step over my corpse. Don't steal my thunder, Hughes grumbled at his brother. The four exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and then knelt before the direction of Kaihuai's room, declaring in unison, from this day forth, any foe of Kaihuai shall be our foe. His desires shall be our desires. His life shall be our life. Anyone who dares to bring harm to Kaihuai must first step over our corpses. We pledge before heaven and earth that we shall remain loyal to Kaihuai until our last breath, and should we betray this vow, may we face divine retribution. Observing the solemn oath-taking of the four, standing outside the door, Colin's eyes began to blur with tears that she could not contain, inexplicably flowing down her cheeks, in the student dormitory of the Lin sisters, within Lin Shiru's room. She was being interrogated by her sister Lin Ruashi, who had dragged her home. Speak, my dear sister, when did you start to take a fancy to Yi Kaihuai? Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Is it wrong for me to care about my classmate? There is nothing wrong with caring for a classmate's safety, but your behavior today was too unusual. You were so concerned for someone you barely know. I recall you wanted to harm him this morning, yet after just one lunch together, your attitude completely flipped. It changed far too quickly. Come on, tell me, what is it about you Kaihuai that has captivated you so? You surrendered in less than half a day. No, our relationship is merely that of ordinary classmates, Lin Shiru insisted stubbornly, secretly thinking, I want to tell you that my kindness toward him is just to persuade him to pursue you, so I can gain my freedom. Oh really, just an ordinary classmate relationship? Lin Ruashi pronounced the word ordinary with an exaggerated emphasis. Believe it or not, she added. Lin Shiru was irritated. All right, since you insist, don't blame your sister for taking action against him then. What do you intend to do with him? Hee. Lin Ruashi revealed a mischievous smile, turning to walk towards her room while muttering, I'll make a move on him. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiru felt a surge of joy, realizing that this truly aligned with her desires. Once the door to the room closed, Lin Shiru found herself alone and couldn't help but cheer softly, long live freedom. How splendid. Now that my sister is preoccupied with her heart-to-heart with you Kaihuai, she won't have time to attend to me. I can do whatever I want. Huh? Why do I feel an inexplicable sadness, as if something precious is about to be taken from me? This can't be true. Could it be that I genuinely have feelings for that guy I've only known for less than a day? What should I do? After a night of restless thoughts, Lin Shiru arrived at Yu Kaihuai's home early in the morning. Her eyes shadowed with dark circles. Hughes and the others had already left for class, determined to grow stronger through relentless effort, ensuring they would no longer hinder Yu Kaihuai. You all should head to class as well. Please ask Teacher Emma for a leave of absence on my behalf. Just say I'm taking care of the unconscious Yu Kaihuai and have no time for class. Lin Shiru yawned, addressing Corinne. Marlene and Angela, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Leaving you here all alone. What if you get too busy? Corinne hesitated. Rest assured, I've got everything under control. You all can go to class without worry, Lin Shiru insisted, pushing Corinne and the others towards the door. All right then, Lin Shiru, I'll leave Kaihuai in your hands. I'll return at noon to switch places with you. Thank you for this. Sure, understood. You all can leave with peace of mind. Then we shall take our leave. Once Corinne and the others departed, Lin Shiru returned to Yi Kaihuai's room, fetched a stool, and closely examined Yi Kaihuai's serene sleeping face. After a sleepless night, the sight of him dozing off made Lin Shiru's fatigue surge, and she found herself yawning repeatedly. Ultimately, unable to resist any longer, she climbed onto Yu Kaihuai's bed, nudged him further into the mattress, and nestled into the empty space beside him, drifting off to sleep. Huh? Yu Kaihuai abruptly opened his eyes. Shaken from a nightmare where he was trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain, unable to turn over no matter how hard he tried, just as he was panicking, he suddenly woke up. Phew! Yu Kaihuai exhaled in relief and muttered to himself, that dream felt so real. I still feel. He couldn't finish his thought as he realized someone was indeed lying on top of him. That hairstyle looked familiar. Who could it be? Yi Kaihuai pondered. Glancing around, he confirmed it was his own room. But who was this person sprawled across him? Just as he was lost in confusion, the movement stirred the peacefully sleeping Lin Shiru, who groggily opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and both were momentarily stunned. Hi. Good morning. Yu Kaihuai managed to smile. Smack. Lin Shiru quickly sat up and slapped Yu Kaihuai, demanding, explain why I'm lying on top of you. I was about to ask you the same thing, Yu Kaihuai replied. Feeling weak and like a lamb awaiting slaughter, grimacing at her. Lin Shiru seized his collar, ready to speak, when a woman's laughter echoed from the doorway. Oh dear, it seems I arrived at an inopportune moment. Both Yu Kaihuai and Lin Shiru turned to see Lin Ruashi standing at the door with a smile. Sister. You've misunderstood. It's not what it looks like, Lin Shiru hurriedly exclaimed. Higi, little sister, no need to explain. I understand everything, Lin Ruashi interrupted with a grin. You don't understand at all. Both Yu Kaihuai and Lin Shiru thought simultaneously. Well then, I'll come back in a bit. You too. Take care of yourselves, Lin Ruashi said with a smile, turning to leave while casually closing the door behind her. As the door clicked shut, the two occupants of the room, Yu Kaihuai lying on the bed and Lin Shiru sitting atop him, found themselves locked in another bewildered gaze, the air thick with an awkward silence. Chapter 61. After Effects 2. After a brief silence. Lin Shirua erupted in frustration, sitting on Kaihuai and punching him while exclaiming, "This is all your fault. What are we going to do now? Stop hitting me. I'm a patient," Kaihuai protested, trying to fend off her blows. Eventually, he had no choice but to shout, "Assault! Rape!" Surprisingly, those words proved effective. Upon hearing them, Lin Shirua ceased her attack, falling silent. "Lin Shirua," Kaihuai tentatively called out, stealing a glance at her. Momentarily taken aback, she had lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, tears brimming in her eyes as she murmured, "What should I do? I don't want it to be like this." "Phew." Kaihuai exhaled, half sitting to face Lin Shirua, gently stroking her head. "It'll be all right." Lin Shirua looked up at him, her expression curious. "It'll be all right," Kaihuai reiterated. "All right, how could that be? We were just in a situation that could easily be misunderstood, and it was my sister who saw it. How could it possibly be all right?" Lin Shirua exclaimed, visibly agitated. "It'll be all right," Kaihuai calmly reassured her. "It's precisely because it was your sister who saw us that I say it will be fine. Your sister is reasonable, as long as we explain things clearly to her. She will believe us." "Really? Really, I promise. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?" "I wouldn't dare lie to anyone but you. Now, please get off me, and I'll go explain everything to your sister, and then it will all be fine." With Kaihuai's reminder, Lin Shirua suddenly remembered that she was still sitting on him, so close that she could see her reflection in his eyes. "Ah, get away from me," she shrieked, pushing Kaihuai back onto the bed. In a flurry, she tumbled off the bed and rushed out of the room, yelling back, "You're a patient now, so just stay in bed quietly while I fetch my sister. You can explain everything to her. Now you remember I'm a patient?" Kaihuai thought to himself, rubbing his sore face where Lin Shirua had hit him. "You two were really getting into it," Lin Ruashi remarked, observing Kaihuai sprawled on the bed. Thankfully, Lin Shirua had already found an excuse to leave, or she would have surely taken her frustrations out on Kaihuai. "Let's stop joking. You know the truth of the matter," Kaihuai said helplessly. "All right, no more jokes. Let's get serious." Lin Ruashi nodded with a smile. "How are you feeling? Is there anything unusual with your body?" "I'm fine. I've been through this before. I have experience." "What specific after effects do you have?" "I said I'm fine." Kaihuai glanced at Lin Ruashi's serious expression and rubbed his nose. "When I discovered this power within me at the age of 10, I was curious and unleashed it fully at one point. And the result?" Lin Ruashi pressed. "I couldn't exert any strength for a month. Nothing else." "Nope, but my grandfather will probably find out that I activated this power again." "Why's that?" "When this power awakened at 10, my grandfather feared it might be harmful to my life, so he sealed it with a magic array, only allowing me to unseal it in necessary situations. Moreover, once the seal is fully released, my grandfather can sense it. I expect he'll be coming to Anping soon." "Your grandfather is?" "Yi Zhen, the principal of the Tianqing Academy." As he answered, Kaihuai secretly observed Lin Ruashi's reaction for any signs of distress. "Oh, so your grandfather is the principal of Tianqing Academy," Lin Ruashi expressed in astonishment. The two exchanged silent glances for a moment before Kaihuai lowered his head, saying, "Lin Ruashi, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me?" Seeing the confusion on Lin Ruashi's face, Kaihuai sighed and straightforwardly addressed the matter. "You already knew I was the man who fled from our marriage, didn't you?" "Yes," Lin Ruashi replied with a smile. Kaihuai was left speechless, unable to decipher Lin Ruashi's true feelings. So he decided not to think too much about it. He sprawled out on the bed in a starfish position and said, "Since I've clarified everything, do as you please, whether you want to kill me, maim me, steam me, or boil me. It's entirely up to you." Puffed. Lin Ruashi burst into laughter, replying, "You've really turned into quite a slippery character." Kaihuai closed his eyes, remaining silent, seated at the edge of the bed. Lin Ruashi playfully nudged Kaihuai, saying, "Hey, tell me about that girl named Yugo. Rest assured, I won't divulge your elopement to Lin Shiru for the time being. Yes, I've already given my grandfather a heads up. There's no issue." "What exactly are your intentions?" Kaihuai inquired, puzzled by her words. "It's a secret," Lin Ruashi replied with a smile. "Of course, whether or not to inform Shiru will depend on your future conduct. Am I truly at your mercy when it comes to feelings? One could say that. Now, hasten to answer my previous question. How did you come to know of this Yugo?" "Hushio and the others informed me." "Those big mouths," Kaihuai grumbled inwardly. "Stop dawdling and answer me," Lin Ruashi urged. "What question am I to answer?" Lin Shiru, standing outside, entered with a bowl of rice porridge. About Yi Kaihuai's foreign romance, Lin Roashi said with a grin. Hearing this, Lin Shiru's hand trembled slightly, though she quickly regained her composure, the moment so fleeting that even the perceptive Lin Roashi failed to notice. Great. I too wish to hear this. Yi Kaihuai. Hurry and finish that bowl of porridge, then regale us with your tale. Yi Kaihuai thanked her, taking the porridge and casting a questioning glance at Lin Roashi. Can your sister cook? She can eat, Lin Roashi replied. That's obvious. Who can't eat? What you mean is that your sister can't cook, so this porridge. Upon closer inspection of the seemingly ordinary porridge, Yi Kaihuai hesitated. Sister, I must tell you, I have news about the scoundrel who's trying to evade marriage. Really? Who is this scoundrel? Lin Shiru exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves with excitement. Yes, who is it? Lin Roashi asked, turning to Yi Kaihuai. This porridge is truly delicious, Yi Kaihuai declared, closing his eyes as he gulped it down. Then praising it. Isn't it? I specially went to the renowned porridge shop in Anping City to procure it, Lin Shiru replied, beaming with pride. Thank you very much, Lin Shiru. You're welcome, sister. Now quickly tell me who that scoundrel is. And I shall confront him at once. Hold your horses. I will gradually reveal it to you later. For now, let us listen to Yi Kaihuai's story. Very well. Understanding her sister's reluctance, Lin Shiru ceased her inquiries and settled down to hear Yi Kaihuai narrate the events between him and Yugo. After he finished, Lin Roashi curiously asked, May I see the letter that girl named Yugo wrote to you? Why do you wish to see it? Sister, it's in my drawer. Help yourself, Yi Kaihuai quickly amended. Internally, he mused. I must devise a plan, or this woman, Lin Roashi, will have me firmly under her thumb. Upon retrieving the letter Yi Kaihuai mentioned, Lin Roashi read it once, her expression subtly shifting, turning her back to Yi Kaihuai. She read it again, confirming her initial impression. This was no heartfelt letter encouraging Yi Kaihuai to strive for a future reunion with Yugo. It was, in fact, a letter of rejection. The subtle nuances of the text conveyed meanings both profound and multifaceted. Should she disclose this to the blissfully ignorant Yi Kaihuai? Lin Roashi hesitated. Perhaps I should take it one step at a time. Observing Yi Kaihuai's blissful grin, she reassured herself. You rest well. There are a few characters in this letter I do not recognize. I shall look them up when I return, and I must take my leave now. Shiru, take good care of Yi Kaihuai. Without waiting for Yi Kaihuai to protest, she tucked the letter into her pocket and, addressing Lin Shiru, exited the room. Okay, Lin Shiru replied. I in the quiet room. Only Yi Kaihuai and Lin Shiru remained. You go first, then I shall go first. The two spoke simultaneously, resulting in a brief, tacit understanding. Silence, I shall speak first. It was obvious that this commanding statement came from the formidable Lin Shiru. Fine. You go ahead. Yi Kaihuai conceded without reluctance. How is your injury? Nothing serious, merely superficial wounds. A few days of rest will suffice. Is there any lingering after effect? Well, there is a minor one. What is it? For a month, I am unable to engage in any fights. In other words, for this month, I am a frail being incapable of defending myself. This means anyone can bully me without fear of reprisal for the next month. Oh, fret not. I shall protect you. No one dares to bully you. I have no further questions. Now it is your turn to inquire. Then I shall ask. I remember fainting in the woods. Were you the ones who rescued me? Not us. Then who? It was the black-clad individual you were battling who carried you out. Well, not exactly. It was that black-clad figure who instructed Sal to carry you out. I see. Lin Shiru, please recount the details of that moment. Certainly, at that time, after hearing Lin Shiru's account, Yi Kaihuai fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Lin Shiru watched him as he pondered, her heart racing, and a delicate flush graced her cheeks. Chapter 62. Sal's master, are you truly intent on entering? Lin Shiru inquired of Yi Kaihuai as they approached the rear mountain of the academy. Yes. I cannot rest easy until I personally confirm the safety of Nyo 2. Fear not. I believe that this time, the black-clad figure will not make a move against me. You wait outside for me, he reassured. No. I wish to accompany you. Be obedient. If that black-clad figure has any rules, such as not allowing women to enter, wouldn't your presence complicate matters? Wait for me outside. No, you are not anyone to me. So why should I listen to you? Besides, in your current state, you cannot stop me. All right. You are formidable. If you insist on coming, then so be it. However, I must insist that you heed my instructions once we enter the woods. Do not act recklessly. Not a problem, Lin Shiru promised wholeheartedly. Let us hope so, Yi Kaihuai thought. harboring little hope for Lin Shiru's assurance. Not long after entering the woods, Kaihuai and Lin Shiru encountered the black-clad figure alongside Sal, who was diligently practicing. The black-clad figure displayed little agitation upon Kaihuai's intrusion, calmly asking, "You've arrived?" "Indeed," Kaihuai replied, seating himself on the ground opposite the black-clad figure. "I came to see if it was true that you took Nyo too as your apprentice." "Is that so?" The black-clad figure remained non-committal, picking up a stone and casually tossing it behind him, striking Sal on the head, and then commanded, "No slacking off. Continue your training." "Understood," came Sal's voice from a distance. "Why did you take Nyo too as your apprentice?" "Do not tell me you were impressed by his potential. I find that hard to believe," Kaihuai queried. "Considering your genuine concern for Sal, I shall reveal the true reason. This woman needs to be avoided," the black-clad figure said, pointing at Lin Shiru. "What did you say?" Lin Shiru's ire flared immediately upon being singled out by the black-clad figure. "Calm down, Lin Shiru. What was our agreement upon entering the forest? You must follow my lead. Now, go play somewhere else for a while. I will come to find you shortly. Be good." "Be good, you say?" Lin Shiru stomped on Kaihuai's foot, causing him to grimace. "Please excuse my folly." Kaihuai awkwardly chuckled at the bemused black-clad figure. "Not at all. Women are often unreasonable," the black-clad figure remarked graciously. Kaihuai refrained from commenting, knowing well how sharp Lin Shiru's hearing was. Should she catch him agreeing with the black-clad figure, he would surely find himself in hot water with her later. Kaihuai chuckled and asked, "Now that we are alone, may I finally learn the so-called real reason?" The black-clad figure remained silent, methodically removing his mask and then his headscarf. What lay beneath was a face adorned with human features, complemented by a pair of wolf-like ears. "You are a half-orc." "Indeed. Half-orcs, much like half-elves, are a new breed born from the union of different races and humans. However, despite their similar origins, the treatment they receive is worlds apart. Half-elves can live freely among ordinary citizens in both Owlone and Elven realms, while half-orcs, in their own homeland of the Orc Alliance, are regarded as lower than slaves. The reasons for this are murky at best. But there are whispers of an ancient prophecy foretelling that half-orcs will one day rule over the orcs. Because of this nebulous prophecy, the ruler of the Orc Alliance, the Lion King, decreed that any half-orc found within their territory, regardless of their country of origin, should be captured and enslaved. Consequently, half-orcs have become virtually extinct within the Orc Alliance, and due to the high bounties declared by the Orc Alliance, they have grown increasingly rare in other lands as well. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the legendary half-orc, Kaihuai was taken aback for a moment, though he soon regained his composure. After all, it was merely a half-orc, a species on the brink of extinction, which hardly warranted astonishment. What perplexed Kaihuai more was the half-orc's demeanor towards Dean Lin, who, it was as if the half-orc held a familial relationship with him, despite having fainted earlier. From Lin Shiru's descriptions, he could surmise the general circumstances. "What is your relationship with the Dean? Aren't you surprised that I am a half-orc? Aside from our different races, it seems we have little else that sets us apart. I think I understand why Sal is inclined to speak on your behalf." Nothing much." "What did you ask me earlier?" The man in black readjusted his mask and inquired of Kaihuai. "I was asking about your relationship with our Dean. The Dean and I are brothers in arms. I am his senior." No way. You are the senior of our esteemed Sword Saint Dean. Then may I inquire about your professional rank?" "On par with your Dean." "Then who is stronger between you and our Dean?" "If it were a duel, your Dean would prevail, but in a life and death struggle, I would win." "Oh. Then why did you take Sal? He is not a half-orc." "Originally, I encountered Sal in the cafeteria as he was dining, and upon overhearing his conversation with your companions, I found it hard to believe that someone like you existed. Thus, I took Sal to draw you out for a meeting. However, I did not anticipate that you would indeed be as Sal described, a true friend with remarkable abilities. Consequently, my initial desire to merely meet you transformed into a wish to test your skills. Yet once again, I was caught off guard by your willingness to risk your life for a friend. Such individuals are exceedingly rare these days. Speaking of which, how is your health? Are you gravely injured?" "Do not worry. I have always been in good health. I shall recover shortly." "That is good to hear. Please wait here for a moment." The man in black rose and headed towards a small cabin. "May I go see Sal?" Kaihuai asked the man in black. "Certainly. And please bring him back with you," the voice from within the cabin replied. Having received the man's consent, Kaihuai proceeded in the direction where Sal was training. Upon arrival, he found Sal diligently practicing his wood-splitting technique with an axe that bore no blade. "Sal, How goes your training, young master? Upon seeing Yi Kaihuai, Sal joyfully dropped the axe and rushed over. How are you feeling? I'm fine, just a bit fatigued these past few days, but I'll recover soon. How about you? Is the training engaging? Not in the slightest. That old man is clearly playing tricks on me. What do you mean? Yi Kaihuai asked, puzzled. Young master, wait a moment. Sal turned and dashed to retrieve the axe, presenting it to Yi Kaihuai. Look, can this axe even split wood? That old man forbids me from sharpening it, insisting I use it as it is. Isn't he just messing with me? Observing the blunted axe, Yi Kaihuai inquired, then how have you been splitting wood these past 2 days? Splitting, more like smashing. I imagined the wood is that old man's head and brought the axe down with all my might. The satisfaction was indescribable. Sal exclaimed with excitement. A shiver ran down Yi Kaihuai's spine as he regarded Sal, hoping that their earlier conversation had not been overheard by the man in black. The consequences would be unimaginable otherwise. By the way, Sal, now that you are under the tutelage of that man in black, you must study diligently. Understood? His skills are formidable, and learning from him will greatly benefit you in the future if you encounter anything you do not understand. Be sure to ask him promptly. I will not be able to visit you for a while, but when he permits, you may come to see me. Why? Did Sal offend you, young master? Do not overthink it. I have always regarded you as my brother. The reason I will not visit is to prevent you from being distracted while you learn. Once you have mastered your skills, we will have ample time to reunite. Young master, I understand. I will study diligently and strive to graduate soon. Do not rush. Take your time. Remember, haste makes waste. Yes, young master, Sal remembers. That is good to hear. Now let us go meet that man in black. By the way, have you seen his true face? Not yet, young master. Why do you ask? Nothing. Sal, remember not to be curious. When the man in black feels it is time to reveal his true identity, he will do so. Understood, Sal remembers. As the two conversed, it was primarily Yi Kaihuai speaking while Sal nodded in agreement. After attending to all matters, they arrived at the door of the man in black's cabin. The man had been waiting there, and, upon seeing Yi Kaihuai return, stepped forward and handed him a box. Inside is a great healing pill. I hope it proves beneficial to you. A great healing pill? Although I am unsure of its efficacy, I am nonetheless grateful, senior. Yi Kaihuai accepted the box with gratitude. No need for thanks. Have you completed your tasks? If so, should you not take your leave? I have completed everything, and all that needed to be said has been said. Senior, I shall take my leave now. Sal, take care. Yi Kaihuai, sensing the moment, prepared to depart. Senior, what of the girl who accompanied me inside? She is in the room. You may take her with you. Upon entering the room, Yi Kaihuai found Lin Shuruo lying unconscious on the wooden bed. Senior, what happened here? This cannot be blamed on me that I was searching for the great healing pill you held, when this young lady suddenly attacked me from behind. I released my aura, and she could not withstand the pressure, thus fainting. The man in black explained. I see. Is she in serious condition? Can the great healing pill awaken her? Use the great healing pill. You are quite extravagant, and no need for that. She will awaken shortly if you cannot wait. A splash of cold water will suffice to rouse her. Using water is one thing, but to avoid trouble upon her awakening, it is better for me to take her while she remains unconscious. Considering Lin Shuruo's temperament, Yi Kaihuai decisively resolved. Do as you wish, but do not disclose today's meeting to anyone. Rest assured. Senior, I understand. Chapter 63. The Academy Bully. 1. Exiting the woods, Lin Shuruo, who was being carried on Yi Kaihuai's back, began to stir awake. Where am I? The disoriented Lin Shuruo muttered to herself. You're awake. We are on our way back. Yi Kaihuai responded. Oh. Realizing something was amiss as her legs were immobile, she questioned how she felt as if she were moving. A glance around revealed the truth, and she quickly began to struggle. Put me down. I can walk on my own. Keep your hands to yourself. Do not move. Yi Kaihuai, already feeling a bit weak, lost his balance as she thrashed about, tumbling to the ground. Yi Kaihuai, are you all right? Lin Shuruo rushed over to him. Concern etched across her face as she helped him up. Lin Shuruo, let go of me. I am fine. Yi Kaihuai protested while squirming in her grasp. You enjoyed bullying me earlier, didn't you? Lin Shuruo held onto him tightly, effectively restraining him. When did I bully you? Let me go. I need to get up. When you were carrying me, where were your hands? Of course. I had to support your rear. How else could I carry you? You surely do not wish for me to hold you like a bride, do you? Dream on. Regardless, you are in the wrong here. Lin Shirua insisted stubbornly. Fine. It is my fault. Just let me get up. We can discuss things. Yi Kaihuai quickly conceded. Being held by a young girl in public was utterly embarrassing. Their hushed exchange, however, did not escape the eyes of those around them, who perceived the two shameless individuals as indulging in public displays of affection. Such behavior was quite scandalous, making the unfortunate souls without love feel rather dejected. Fortunately, the envious onlookers maintained some restraint, merely turning away to mutter, "Disgraceful couple," without resorting to violence. "Ah, you two are quite affectionate, aren't you?" Two ruffians emerged from the crowd, their attire suggesting wealth, yet their demeanor screamed of nouveau riche arrogance. "Beauty, if you enjoy hugging so much, why not embrace me as well? I am feeling rather cold and empty right now. What did you say?" Lin Shirua released Yu Kaihuai and stood tall, glaring at the man who dared to provoke her. "Fair maiden, do not gaze at me with such profound affection, for it may cause me to feel quite bashful. Ha ha ha." Lin Shirua struck. "Oh no," she kicked. Her foot landed squarely on the most vulnerable point of any man. Yi Kaihuai, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively clenching his legs together, and sensing the lack of safety, he quickly turned to face Lin Shirua. Alas, this fellow is finished. He might as well transition to the palace to serve the emperor. Observing the debauched young man writhing on the ground, howling in agony, as if caught between life and death, Yu Kaihuai had already envisioned a new career path for him. The onlookers were also drenched in cold sweat, gazing at Lin Shirua with a mix of fear and awe. Indeed, the men present regarded her with trepidation, while their looks towards Yi Kaihuai shifted from envy and jealousy to sheer sympathy. It was no easy feat to find oneself entangled with such a fierce woman. These gentlemen even conjured images in their minds of Yi Kaihuai's unfortunate existence under Lin Shirua's relentless torment. Fortunately, Yi Kaihuai remained oblivious. Had he known, he would surely have gone mad. You are finished, do you even know who we are?" Another debauched youth whimpered, clutching his legs protectively, addressing Lin Shirua. A mere glance from Lin Shirua sent the young man tumbling to the ground in terror. "Humph," with a dismissive snort. Lin Shirua turned and walked towards Yi Kaihuai. "Wait, if you have the ability, state your name." The injured youth, feeling slightly better, gritted his teeth and shouted as Lin Shirua attempted to leave. "Humph, you certainly have some audacity." Lin Shirua approached the fallen youth, who turned as pale as a ghost. "Do not come any closer, stay away," he cried out in fear. "Lin Shirua, let it go, we should return," Yi Kaihuai said, feeling a pang of sympathy for the pitiful figure on the ground, blocking Lin Shirua's path. "Humph." Lin Shirua cast one last glance at the two on the ground before turning away, with Yu Kaihuai hastily following suit. Behind them, shouts of "hero" and "macho man" echoed, making Yu Kaihuai feel as though he might spew blood. Truth be told, even he found it challenging to rein in Lin Shirua. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Shirua declared to Yi Kaihuai, "To ensure I can care for you closely, I have decided to reside here temporarily. Now, go prepare a meal. I am famished." After hearing Lin Shirua's proclamation of cohabitation, Yi Kaihuai was left speechless. Who is truly taking care of whom? Just moments ago, Lin Shirua's method of attack was still vivid in Yi Kaihuai's mind, leaving him no room to protest as he obediently entered the kitchen to prepare a meal for this formidable young lady. On the day prior to her move-in, Yu Kaihuai and Saur had purchased a plethora of ingredients, so there was no need to venture out for supplies now. While preparing the meal, Yi Kaihuai called out to Lin Shirua in the living room. "Lin Shirua, please go to the classroom and find Hughes and the others. Tell them to return for lunch, as it will be a celebration of my awakening. Also, check if your sister is free. If she is, invite her as well. Be swift." "All right, I'm heading out," Lin Shirua replied, feeling bored as she exited the room. When Lin Shirua returned with Hughes and the others, she noticed a considerable number of students gathered outside the villa, whispering among themselves upon seeing them. Sensing something amiss, Lin Shirua and her companions parted the crowd and entered the room, only to discover it in disarray, bearing the marks of a violent altercation. Yi Kaihuai was nowhere to be found. "Excuse me. Who is Lin Shirua?" A girl ventured timidly into the room. "That would be me. What do you need?" Lin Shirua approached her. "I have no personal business with you, but someone asked me to relay a message." "What message?" "If you wish for your boyfriend to survive." "Who is my boyfriend?" Lin Shirua seized the girl by her collar, pulling her closer for an answer. The messenger nearly fainted from fright, exclaiming, It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Shirua, let her go, Lin Ruashi interjected, rescuing the girl and reassuring her. It's all right. Please continue. The girl took a few deep breaths, hiding behind Lin Ruashi as she told Lin Shirua. They said if you want your boyfriend to live, come alone to the old library at the academy tonight. Meanwhile, at the old library, Kaihuai was bound to a pillar while a group of individuals engaged in gambling nearby. This group was responsible for his capture. As they played, one member casually glanced up and caught sight of Kaihuai's disdainful expression, immediately pointing at him. What was that sneer about? His question drew the attention of the others, who turned to look at Kaihuai. Nothing. I merely find your gambling skills utterly lacking and not worthy of my time, he retorted. This declaration incited a flurry of reactions. The miscreants, eager to teach Kaihuai a lesson, rolled up their sleeves, ready to put him in his place. Stop! Just as Kaihuai braced for a beating, a voice emerged from the crowd. The throng parted, revealing 5 individuals striding forward. Hello, leaders, the delinquent students greeted, bowing in respect. Did you just say our gambling skills are poor? The apparent leader asked Kaihuai. Not poor, but exceedingly poor, Kaihuai corrected him. Kid, I think you're courting death. His words were met with a chorus of insults. Silence. The delinquent leader raised a hand to quell the uproar, addressing Kaihuai. From your tone, it seems you possess some skill in gambling. Mediocre, at best. Dare you challenge me to a game? If you win, I shall set you free. Agreed, it is settled. But wait, what if you lose? That will not happen. I refuse to lose. Nothing is certain in this world. Boy.its wise not to speak so confidently. You are quite verbose. Should I lose, I shall give you 1,000 gold coins. How does that sound? Boy, do not boast. Do you even have 1,000 gold coins to spare? Someone in the crowd scoffed. Can someone who resides in the most expensive dormitory at the academy possibly not afford it? Kaihuai retorted sharply. Enough of the chatter. It is settled. Release him. The delinquent leader commanded his subordinates, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Kaihuai's words had reminded him that someone who could afford the finest accommodations at Yingwu Academy could not be an ordinary individual. Perhaps they had bitten off more than they could chew this time. How shall we wager? Kaihuai inquired, stretching his limbs as he faced the delinquent leader. We will roll dice and compare points, the leader responded. Very well, let us proceed. Half an hour later, the delinquent leader was left in nothing but his undergarments, dejectedly exiting the gambling table, while another lackey took his place at Kaihuai's side. What are the stakes this time? Kaihuai asked again. We will still roll dice, but this time we will see who rolls the lowest, the second-in-command explained. Fine. As you wish. Another half an hour passed, and the second-in-command found himself in the same predicament, leaving Kaihuai to face the next challenger. Soon, the third, fourth, and fifth lackeys took their turns, each meeting the same fate. 3 hours later, Kaihuai sat triumphantly atop a pile of clothing, boldly challenging the remaining opponents. Who else dares? As he spoke, the library doors were kicked open, and a figure charged in, wielding a wooden sword that Kaihuai recognized as the famed blade, Siyun Duan. Chapter 64, The Academy Bully 2. Is that her? Indeed. It is. Is it really her? Absolutely. She looks so petite. Do not underestimate her. I heard that the 5 tigers of the Qing family fled the academy wearing nothing but their underpants because she chased them down. This was witnessed by a good friend of mine. The whispers around her ignited a surge of anger within Lin Shirua, pushing her closer to the brink of eruption. Noticing this, Kaihuai discreetly distanced himself from Lin Shirua. Why are you moving so far away from me? Lin Shirua called out to Kaihuai. No. I would not dare. Kaihuai replied helplessly, returning to Lin Shirua's side. This is all your fault. Had it not been for you, I would not be the subject of their gossip now. Lin Shirua quietly blamed Kaihuai. Hearing this, Kaihuai rolled his eyes in exasperation, inwardly lamenting. Who else can you blame? I warned you not to act rashly. I explicitly told you not to make a move, yet you charged in and started fighting, leading to this very predicament. What was that look you just gave? Lin Shirua interrogated. Nothing. I was merely contemplating what to have for lunch, he replied. Humph. Lin Shirua huffed, choosing to ignore him, upon entering the classroom. All the students rose simultaneously, bowing towards Lin Shirua and exclaiming, Welcome, leader, to class. Walking behind Lin Shirua, Kaihuai could not help but roll his eyes once more. Did they not realize they were provoking Lin Shirua? He anxiously peeked at her expression as they ventured further inside. Only then did Lin Shirua, with her face aglow with excitement, wave her hand dismissively and declare, No need for excessive formalities. With that, she strode into the classroom, her head held high and a broad smile gracing her features, leaving Kaihuai behind, momentarily taken aback. Kaihuai, the class bell has already rung. Why are you lingering at the door? A voice called from behind. And Kaihuai turned to see their homeroom teacher, Ms. Ima. Hastily greeting her, he entered the classroom and took his seat. You fool, what were you daydreaming about at the door just now? As soon as he sat down, Lin Shirua whispered to him. Oh, it's nothing, just pondering a few thoughts, Kaihuai replied quietly. What thoughts? Lin Shirua pressed on. I'll tell you later, let's focus on class for now. After class, before Ms. Ima could leave the classroom, Lin Shirua eagerly asked Kaihuai. Hey, Kaihuai, can you tell me what you were thinking about earlier? Oh, I was just thinking. Kaihuai, please come to the office for a moment, Ms. Ima said at the classroom door. Interrupted, Kaihuai quickly responded, sure, I'll be right there. Turning to Lin Shirua, he added, Lin Shirua, I need to go see the teacher, let's talk when I get back. Watching Kaihuai leave the classroom with Miss Ima, Lin Shirua felt a surge of curiosity about what the teacher wanted with him and decided to follow them to the office. Upon reaching the office door, she overheard Ms. Ima asking Kaihuai a question. Kaihuai, I hear that you and Lin Shirua have a close relationship. It's pretty average, Kaihuai replied. Then, are you and Lin Shirua in a romantic relationship? Just then, the office door swung open and Lin Shirua walked in. Ignoring Ms. Ima entirely as she grabbed Kaihuai's hand, saying, come with me. Wait, Ms. Ima hasn't told me what this is about yet. Lin Shirua shot a piercing look at Ms. Ima, who, feeling the pressure, quickly explained, I called Kaihuai just to inform him that he and Sal do not need to participate in this semester's final exam. And I wanted him to let you know that you also do not have to take it. That's all. Let's go, Lin Shirua said to Kaihuai. Oh, thank you for the heads up, Ms. Ima. I'll take my leave now, Kaihuai said, expressing his gratitude before following Lin Shirua out of the office. I've made up my mind. I'm skipping class, Lin Shirua declared suddenly. Isn't that a bit unwise? Although we don't have to take the final exam. You still shouldn't skip class, Kaihuai replied. Be quiet, you're coming with me, Lin Shirua insisted, pointing at him. What are we doing here? Kaihuai quietly inquired as Lin Shirua led him to the library. Looking for someone. Who are we looking for? Stop asking. Just follow me. Oh. They arrived at an office on the 3rd floor of the library, where Lin Shirua greeted the staff at the door. Hello, Sister Meili, is my grandfather in? The woman, referred to as Meili, smiled and looked at Lin Shirua. Miss Shirua, you've come at just the right time. The dean is resting inside. Who is this? Meili inquired, glancing at Kaihuai. This is my classmate, Kaihuai, Lin Shirua introduced. Hello. Miss Meili, Kaihuai stepped forward to greet her. So, you are Kaihuai, Meili said, scrutinizing him. Please wait here while I check if the dean is still resting. Sure. Once Meili entered the room, Kaihuai quietly asked Lin Shirua, why did you bring me to find your grandfather? Aren't you currently unable to exert any strength? I thought I'd bring you to ask him if he has any solutions. Ask him. Don't you think he already knows who I am? Seeking his help might just hasten my demise. Kaihuai silently mused. While outwardly he declined, that doesn't seem appropriate. The dean is busy with the academy, and we shouldn't disturb his rare moment of rest. Don't worry, my grandfather isn't as busy as you think. That old man is quite lazy and usually delegates tasks to others, Lin Shirua retorted. Isn't it somewhat disrespectful to refer to your grandfather as that old man? Kaihuai thought to himself, before he could come up with another excuse. Meili returned from checking on the dean. Miss Shirua, what a coincidence. The dean has just woken up and is very pleased to hear you're here. Let me take you in. Wonderful. Let us go. Kaihuai, Lin Shirua said, leading him toward the dean's lounge with Meili. I suppose I'll just have to take it one step at a time, Kaihuai thought, upon reaching the lounge's entrance. Meili instructed Lin Shirua and Kaihuai to enter while she returned to her desk to continue her work. Upon opening the door, Kaihuai saw Lin who seated in a recliner, engrossed in a book. Grandfather. Lin Shirua called out as she entered. Shirua, you've come? Please, come in and sit. And the one behind you is Kaihuai. Lin Hu inquired, setting his book aside. Yes, grandfather, this is Kaihuai, Lin Shirua confirmed. Good day. Dean, Kaihuai said as he approached to pay his respects. Observing Kaihuai bowing, Lin Hu felt a surge of impulse to give him a good thrashing for his granddaughter's sake, but not wanting to cause misunderstanding for his little granddaughter. He merely nodded at Kaihuai, saying, No need for excessive formalities. Lin Shirua tells me you're currently unable to wield your powers? Yes, but I believe it will resolve itself in due time. Are you confident? I experienced something similar in my childhood. I see. Since you're here, why not let me examine you? All right, I defer to your expertise. I appreciate your assistance, Dean. No trouble at all. Shirua, why don't you step outside for a while? I need to conduct a thorough examination of you, Kaihuai. All right. As soon as Lin Shirua left the office, Lin Hua's demeanor shifted dramatically, glaring fiercely at Yu Kaihuai. You little rascal, look at you now. Hiki. Yu Kaihuai chuckled awkwardly. What's so funny? If you weren't the grandson of Yuzhen, I would have no qualms about giving you a good smack. Hiki. At this moment, Yu Kaihuai had no suitable retort and could only maintain a smile. Stop grinning. Strip down. I need to check you. Ah, that's unnecessary. Really, I know my condition well enough, Yu Kaihuai insisted. Not necessary. Are you certain? In my childhood, I was unable to exert myself for a month. This time, I should be able to shorten that period since I've grown quite a bit since then. What exactly is that power within you? Lin Hu suddenly asked. This. Yu Kaihuai hesitated, unsure how to respond, as he wasn't entirely clear himself. He couldn't exactly say it was a bonus from his transmigration. Forget it. If it's inconvenient to answer, that's fine. Let me ask you this instead. How do you plan to take responsibility for my granddaughter, Lin Shirua? Lin Hu waved his hand dismissively and questioned Yu Kaihuai. Oh, I haven't really thought that far ahead, Yu Kaihuai admitted. Scratching his head, Haven T thought it through. Lin Hu seized Yu Kaihuai by the collar. Listen here. If you dare to bully my granddaughter in the future, even if you are Yi Zhen's grandson, I want to let you off easily. Holding onto his collar, Yu Kaihuai replied earnestly, Dean, I don't know your granddaughter well enough, and I never claimed I would definitely marry her. Aren't you being a bit presumptuous? What do you mean? My granddaughter, Lin Shirua, excels in virtue, talent, and appearance. What do you have to nitpick? Just so you know, if I were to publicly announce her suitors, the line would stretch from the academy's gate all the way to the city gate. Enduring Lin Hu's spittle on his face, Yu Kaihuai reflected, in my view, finding a partner is about chemistry. I don't feel that spark with Lin Shirua. Despite her many commendable qualities, a lack of feeling is simply a lack of feeling. You still dare to be stubborn. Let me tell you, if it weren't for your grandfather, I wouldn't even consider offering my precious granddaughter to you. Lin Hu was fuming, just as Yu Kaihuai was about to counter this notion with the universally recognized truth that love cannot be forced. The office door burst open, and Mei Li rushed in, exclaiming, Dean, it's bad. Miss Shirua is about to get into a fight. What trouble has she stirred up now? Yu Kaihuai and Lin Hu asked in unison. With the presence of this statement, the Chung family's 5 tigers have been relatively subdued within the academy, having restrained their antics considerably. They typically engage in gambling with a few close friends and occasionally bully their classmates. Albeit never crossing the line too far, their mischief is primarily aimed at pranks. However, what the Chung family's 5 tigers did not anticipate was that their newfound restraint would instead make them targets of bullying. It began when a subordinate of their friend was sent to the hospital's urology department by a woman. Then, this same woman audaciously attacked them when they were left with nothing but their undergarments after a gambling loss, leading to a humiliating half-naked run through the academy. It can be said that the Chung family's 5 tigers found themselves utterly disgraced. Yet, fate has finally granted them the opportunity to confront the woman who has caused them such embarrassment not once, but twice. They vowed not to let her escape easily. What do you want? Lin Shiru inquired, gazing at the encircling Chung family tigers. We seek revenge. We want you to experience the humiliation of running naked. Before the third brother, Chung Tonghu, could finish his sentence, Lin Shiru delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Third brother, Chung Jin Tiger, the eldest, mournfully watched his fallen sibling, lamenting the untimely demise of their plans. Despicable, shameless, attacking without declaration, you exhibit no qualities of a martial artist. Chung Tiehu and Chung Shihu shouted in unison, directing their ire at Lin Shiru. Silence, you ruffians, 5 grown men ganging up on a single girl. And you dare to call me despicable? Call me shameless. Lin Shiru retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at the Chung brothers. Do not jest. We have never regarded you as a mere woman. What woman could rival your ferocity? Moreover, judging by your physique, I suspect you might be cross-dressing. The second brother, Chung Yin Tiger, fell victim as a brick struck his face mid-sentence. Second brother, oh no. The remaining 3 Chung brothers cried in unison. Their concern palpable. They could not allow their brother's blood to be shed in vain. The surviving brothers nodded at one another and strategically surrounded Lin Shiru from 3 directions. Unfazed, Lin Shiru slowly drew a wooden sword from behind, previously concealed by her long hair, unnoticed by the Qing family tigers. Thus, the scenario unfolded with the Qing brothers empty-handed, while Lin Shiru brandished her renowned weapon, Suanduan. What? How did this girl get Suanduan again? I had it well hidden, Lin Hu muttered to himself from within the crowd. Hey, Dean, it seems now is not the time for your musings. Hurry and intervene, urged Kaihuai beside him. No rush, no rush. Those boys are no match for my granddaughter, Lin Hu replied with pride. I am not worried for Lin Shiru. I fear those boys will be utterly crippled by her. As her grandfather, you should know her strength is anything but gentle. It's fine. It's fine. Their father has long been informed. It's no issue if they get hurt. Do you not grasp that was merely politeness? How did you ever become the dean? You are so tiresome. I am not going. If anyone goes, it should be you. As Yi Kaihuai and Lin Hu bickered, the battle commenced. Not quite a battle, but rather, Lin Shiru launched her offensive, causing the Qing brothers to flee in disarray. With onlookers crowding around, they found it impossible to escape, forced to circle within the throngs of spectators. Those whom the Qing brothers had tormented in the past reveled in their misfortune, cheering enthusiastically from the crowd. Hearing their encouragement only spurred Lin Shiru on further in her pursuit of the Qing brothers. Nearby, Yi Kaihuai observed Lin Hu, who was clearly enjoying the spectacle, and shook his head in resignation. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "The dean is coming." In an instant, a wave of people surged, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kaihuai hurried to Lin Shiru's side, grasped her hand, and whispered, "Let's go." Confused, Lin Shiru allowed herself to be pulled away, leaving Lin Hu standing alone, fuming in frustration. "Yi Kaihuai, let go of me," Lin Shiru protested as they distanced themselves. "Oh," Yi Kaihuai replied, releasing her and asking, "What just happened? How did you end up encountering those guys?" "I didn't expect it either. I felt a bit bored waiting outside and decided to take a stroll. Just as I reached the entrance, I ran into them, and we ended up fighting." "Are you hurt?" "Don't worry, they are the ones who got hurt." "What about that wooden sword? Didn't your sister take it away?" "You mustn't tell my sister. I managed to get it from Grandpa with great difficulty." "Did you really take it?" "Of course. I must inform you, your grandfather saw that wooden sword earlier." "Ah, why didn't you say so sooner? Was your shout about the dean's arrival genuine?" "Absolutely. The moment we heard you were attacked, we rushed over. However, your grandfather insisted there was no need to worry about you and refused to intervene, leaving me with no choice but to resort to this tactic." Yi Kaihuai shrugged. "Grandpa must be very angry with you now," Lin Shiru remarked with a smile. "So it's best if I avoid seeing him for a while." "What about your health issues?" "What did my grandpa say?" "Don't worry, it'll be fine after a while." The following day, as Lin Shiru and Yi Kaihuai stepped outside, they were met with curious stares from passers-by, who whispered amongst themselves once they had passed. "What's going on? It seems we've become the talk of the academy overnight," Yi Kaihuai remarked, puzzled. "Who knows? Whatever. How about we skip class today?" Lin Shiru suggested. "No way," Yi Kaihuai firmly rejected, threatening her. "If you dare to skip class alone, I'll tell your sister." "Humph, if we don't skip, we don't skip. Don't think you can scare me with my sister," Lin Shiru retorted, displeased. Upon entering the classroom, few students were present as they settled into their seats. Hughes and Carter approached Yi Kaihuai, asking, "Can I ask you something?" "Sure. What is it?" Can we talk outside?" Hughes glanced at Lin Shiru before speaking. "Oh, okay, let's go to the rooftop," Yi Kaihuai agreed, nodding to Hughes. What could they possibly want to discuss? Hughes just glanced at me. Could it be about me? I should follow them, Lin Shiru thought, rising stealthily to follow. Rooftop of the teaching building. What? You say that Lin Shiru and I are lovers? Yi Kaihuai incredulously repeated Hughes' question. Yes. Many people are saying that. Is it true, Yi Kaihuai? Hughes inquired. Of course not, Yi Kaihuai asserted. By the way, Hughes, what other rumors are circulating about Lin Shiru and me in the academy? No problem. The academy is saying that you and Lin Shiru. Rumors poured forth from Hughes' lips, causing Yi Kaihuai to break into a cold sweat, marveling at the boundless imagination of people who concoct such absurd tales. Stop, just stop. Yi Kaihuai interrupted as Hughes detailed how he sacrificed himself for the happiness of his fellow male classmates, battling Lin Shiru to the end. Displeased at being cut off, Hughes glared at Yi Kaihuai. Come on, let me finish. I still have more explosive details to share. What more is there to say? It's all nonsense. Stop talking. I have something to ask you. Oh, go ahead. What have you and Carter been up to lately? Why haven't you come to find me? Don't you consider me a friend anymore? Kaihuai, you can't accuse us unjustly. We are not like you. We can skip the final exam that if we don't pass, we will be held back to avoid that. We have to practice diligently without any spare time to find you, Hughes hastily explained. Oh, I thought I had done something wrong to upset you. Kaihuai, you don't have any more questions, do you? If not, I'll continue telling you about the rumors surrounding you and Lin Shiru. No. Thank you. Class is about to start. Let's head back. Kaihuai firmly rejected Hughes' proposal and walked towards the stairs. As he reached the stairwell, he heard hurried footsteps retreating, prompting him to glance downstairs in curiosity. They sure are quick. The stairwell was empty, devoid of anyone. What's wrong, Kaihuai? Hughes asked, noticing Kaihuai standing still. Nothing. Let us go, he replied. Back in the classroom, Kaihuai observed Lin Shiru's slightly flushed face and asked with concern, What's wrong? You seem a bit red. Are you feeling unwell? As he reached out to touch her forehead, Lin Shiru exclaimed, Don't touch me. Startled by her intense reaction, Kaihuai found himself frozen, unsure whether to pull his hand back or leave it there. The individuals in the classroom were captivated by Lin Shiru's piercing scream, all eyes fixed on Kaihuai and Lin Shiru. I'm fine, really. I'm fine, no need to worry. Thank you, Lin Shiru stammered, regaining her composure as she addressed Kaihuai. Having said that, she turned to the onlookers and shouted in a fit of embarrassment, What are you staring at? Got nothing better to do. The stark contrast in treatment did not go unnoticed by the crowd, who mused silently amongst themselves to eye in the corridor of the teaching building. Students were discussing the previous day's altercation involving the Chung family's 5 tigers. Unexpectedly, the 5 tigers had actually made an appearance. The 5 of them approached in unison, effectively blocking the corridor, compelling the onlookers to retreat. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 1, Grade 7, Lin Shiru and Kaihuai, who had received prior notice, were already waiting there. Without a moment's hesitation upon seeing the Chung family 5 tigers approach, Lin Shiru drew her wooden sword, ready to charge forward. However, Kaihuai grasped her arm firmly, saying, Wait, hold on, let's see what they're here for first. Lin Shiru, her face flushed, nodded stiffly in response. Releasing Lin Shiru, Kaihuai stepped forward and inquired of the leader of the Chung family 5 tigers, What brings you here this time? We have something to discuss with Lin Shiru, Chung Jintiger replied in a low voice. What is it? We hope to speak to Lin Shiru in person. I see. Kaihuai scratched his head and asked, You aren't here to pick a fight, are you? No, even if we wanted to, we wouldn't stand a chance. That's true. Kaihuai nodded and said to Lin Shiru behind him, Lin Shiru, you should talk to them, but be cautious. Lin Shiru acknowledged, stepping forward to face Chung Jintiger. If you have something to say, go ahead. All right. Chung Jintiger took a step forward, his demeanor serious, and bowed deeply to Lin Shiru, proclaiming loudly, Please be our leader. Hey, Kaihuai, do you think I should agree to the Chung family's 5 tigers' request? Lin Shiru asked as she sat in the living room, addressing Kaihuai, who was busy in the kitchen. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. If you dare to agree, I'll tell your sister, Kaihuai shouted from the kitchen. After much effort to dissuade the Chung family 5 tigers, he could not allow Lin Shiru's moment of indecision to bring them back. I told you not to use my sister to threaten me, Lin Shiru retorted playfully. Kaihuai was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. Having seen her violent side often, he found her occasional sweetness quite endearing. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll get the door, Lin Shiru said as she walked towards it. Upon opening the door, she found Fan standing there. Oh, it's Lin Shiru. You arrived quite early, Fan remarked, mistakenly assuming Lin Shiru had come over early since she lived next door. What do you mean early? I live here, Lin Shiru replied, puzzled. Fan was taken aback, stepping outside to check the doorplate, confirming it was indeed Kaihuai's dormitory. This meant they were cohabiting. Fan stood frozen at the door, recalling Kaihuai's assertion that he and Lin Shiru were not in a romantic relationship. How could they be living together? How could they be living together? How could they be living together? Fan has arrived. Why are you standing outside? What are you thinking about? Kaihuai, who had not heard any noise from the living room, emerged from the kitchen, concerned. Upon seeing Fan, he approached and invited, Come in. Regaining her composure, Fan seized Kaihuai's arm and pulled him upstairs. Hey, don't pull me. The food is still cooking. Kaihuai protested. In Kaihuai's room. Fan observed him clad in an apron, resembling a quintessential house husband. What is the deal with Lin Shiru? Didn't you say you weren't in a romantic relationship? How come you're living together? It seems you've been living together for quite some time now. It hasn't been that long. Since I fainted in the woods, we've only been cohabiting for about 5 days, Kaihuai calculated before responding to Fan. That's not the point. The crucial issue is that you were living with Lin Shiru. By the way, doesn't her sister, Lin Ruashi, object? Oh, you mean Lin Ruashi? She sometimes stays here too, sharing a room with Lin Shiru. Why? Why does a fortunate guy like you get to live with the goddess of the academy every day? Is heaven perhaps a relative of yours? Fan. Kaihuai looked at the frantic Fan, testing the waters. Fan snapped back to reality, observing Kaihuai's worried expression. I apologize for losing my composure, Fan muttered softly. It's nothing. It's nothing. By the way, Fan, if you don't mind, you can move in here too. We have plenty of space. Kaihuai extended the invitation. Really? Then I better not. I don't want to intrude on your little world with Lin Shiru. I've told you. Lin Shiru and I are not in that kind of relationship. If it's not that kind of relationship, then what kind is it? Fan pressed for clarification. Kaihuai pondered before responding. A sibling relationship. Siblings. Yes. A sibling relationship. I've been considering my relationship with Lin Shiru, and she feels just like a little sister to me, headstrong, capricious, violent, and utterly unlovable, as Kaihuai listed Lin Shiru's shortcomings. Fan listened in trepidation, for he saw someone standing outside the door, the very topic of their discussion. Don't you have any other thoughts about her? To salvage the situation, Fan posed a question that could turn the tide. How could I? I'm attracted to ample bosoms. I have no interest in running tracks, Kaihuai answered without a second thought. That's it, Fan exclaimed, smacking his forehead, mentally vowing. Kaihuai, this time next year, I will remember to burn paper for you. Fan. What's wrong? Do you have a headache? Kaihuai asked with concern upon seeing Fan smack his forehead. You should be more worried about yourself, Fan thought to himself, taking advantage of Kaihuai leaning closer. Fan quietly reminded him, outside the door. Upon receiving the reminder, Kaihuai turned back, puzzled, but there's no one there? What's going on outside? Kaihuai inquired. Fan, realizing no one was outside, thought to himself, could it have just been my imagination? Well, hopefully it was just a figment. Hey, Fan, what did you say was happening outside? Kaihuai pressed for an answer. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Kaihuai. I'm heading out now. You should come down quickly too, Fan said. Preparing to leave. As he reached the door, a voice suddenly called out, Fan, could you do me a favor? Fan froze at the sound of the voice, mechanically turning to his side, where he saw Lin Shiru. Arms crossed, leaning against the door framed, in an ominous manner. A dark aura seemed to emanate from Lin Shiru. What can I do for you? Fan stood at attention, speaking respectfully. Could you please keep an eye on the pot in the kitchen and let Hughes and the others in when they arrive? I will certainly do that. If there are no other instructions, I will head down now. Yes, thank you. And when Hughes and the others arrive, please do not let them upstairs for the time being. I have something I wish to discuss privately with Kaihuai. Understood. Understood. I'm leaving now. Fan hurriedly dashed down the stairs. This Lin Shiru was far too terrifying now. Watching Fan flee downstairs, Lin Shiru began to flex her fists and feet, turning to the pale-faced Kaihuai and said, Now, let's have a little chat about the consequences of your earlier disparaging remarks about me. No, at the dining table, Kalin curiously asked Kaihuai. Kaihuai, what happened to your face? I fell. Kaihuai stammered. Fell? It doesn't quite look like that. It appears more like a cat scratch, she observed. I fell first and then scraped it a bit, Kaihuai insisted. Fan couldn't help but laugh. Kaihuai shot a fierce glare at Fan, thinking that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have endured this unwarranted disaster. Fan, what are you laughing at? Marlene asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that if people found out the two prominent figures at the academy are cohabiting, there would surely be many who would consider jumping off a building. That certainly would be amusing. Amusing my foot, Kaihuai thought to himself. Speaking of which, Fan's comment reminded me that if many of Lin Shiru's admirers discovered Kaihuai was living with her, they would undoubtedly seek him out for a confrontation. However, since Kaihuai's strength has yet to recover, he would not stand a chance against them. Before Kaihuai regains his strength, I believe we should remain close to him. Is that so? Carter proposed to the group. What do you mean? Carter, have you forgotten with whom Kaihuai resides? If anyone dares to provoke Kaihuai, I doubt she would even need to lift a finger. Lin Shao would have already charged in. Yi Kaihuai. Wouldn't you agree? Well, Yi Kaihuai found herself at a loss for words in response to Fan's inquiry, contemplating her reply when Lin Shirua, seated across from her, kicked her under the table. What's wrong, Yi Kaihuai? Colin, sitting nearby, asked with concern. Oh, nothing. By the way, Lin Shirua, where has your sister been these past few days? I haven't seen her around. Yi Kaihuai skillfully diverted the conversation, inquiring of Lin Shirua. She has gone to Tianqing Academy to handle some matters. Handle matters? What kind of matters? I heard from my sister that she seems to be preparing for the upcoming Inter Academy competition. Competition? Do you all know about this? Yi Kaihuai asked Hughes and the others. Hughes pondered for a moment before responding. I have heard from the seniors that at the end of each semester, there is a grand tournament held between Tianqing Academy and Yinggu Academy for the students of both academies. Can you elaborate? Yi Kaihuai pressed. In essence, students from both academies, regardless of their affiliation, can sign up to participate in the tournament, and the final rankings will determine which academy students are superior. What are the benefits of participating in the tournament? Apart from the prize of 5,000 gold coins, participants also receive a medal jointly awarded by both academies. Furthermore, many officials from various government departments attend to watch the event, and those who perform well might find future employment opportunities secured. It seems the 5,000 gold coins are the most enticing aspect. Hughes, when does the tournament begin? It starts 7 days after the end of the final exams. You aren't considering participating, are you? Generally, only students in their second year or above take part. You might as well join us next year. Is there a rule prohibiting first-year students from participating? Not exactly. Then there is no problem. I'll definitely make it in time. Section 67. Earning some money in the bustling market of Omping City, Fang Zhan set up his stall to sell buns, having changed locations recently. A fortnight ago. He was ostracized by fellow vendors for speaking a word of fairness, forcing him to relocate. Sigh. I wonder if that gentleman truly wishes to discuss business with me. Fang Zhan sighed at his stall. Hey, I'll take 2 meat buns. Certainly, please hold on. Fang Zhan replied enthusiastically, looking up to see. It's you, sir. It's quite a challenge to find you, Yi Kaihuai said with a smile. Let us find a place to talk. Not far from Fang Zhan's stall. In a tea house, Fang Zhan sat opposite Yi Kaihuai, feeling somewhat uneasy. Sir, last time you mentioned wanting to discuss a business opportunity with me. I'm curious what it entails. No need to rush into business. Have some tea first to calm your nerves, Yi Kaihuai said with a smile, pouring a cup for Fang Zhan, who gratefully accepted it with both hands. After gulping it down, he anxiously gazed at Yi Kaihuai. Yi Kaihuai chuckled softly at Fang Zhan's nervousness and shook his head, saying, There's no need to be tense. I'm here to seek your collaboration. If you remain this anxious, how can you accurately assess the pros and cons of my proposal? Upon hearing Yi Kaihuai's words, Fang Zhan paused, scratching his head before rising to bow respectfully. Thank you for your reminder, sir. I understand now. Rest assured, I've calmed down, though I still feel a bit jittery. It's all right. I'm quite easygoing. You needn't be so tense. Yes, sir, Fang Zhan replied, still anxious. Let me get straight to the point regarding the business I wish to discuss, Yi Kaihuai said with a hint of exasperation. Please, sir. I plan to open a store, but as a student with future land to manage. I want to have the time to earn money myself. I need individuals who can assist me in generating profits. Do you believe I am capable? I'm unsure of your skills, but your character seems commendable. Skills can be cultivated, but integrity is harder to instill. Thank you for your recognition, sir. May I ask what sort of business you intend to pursue? First, let me ask you, what kind of business is the most lucrative? Essentials of life, Fang Zhan answered without hesitation. Indeed. Essentials of life. I intend to engage in one of those ventures. It's getting late. Let us have a meal first, and after that, you'll understand. After closing his stall, Fang Zhan followed Yi Kaihuai to his small building on Jike Street. The 2-story structure appeared newly constructed, and Fang Zhan stood at the entrance, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, hesitating to enter. Realizing Yi Kaihuai had turned back, he slightly furrowed his brow and said, Stay spirited, be bolder. I am counting on you to become my representative in business matters. Your timidity makes it hard for me to entrust you with responsibilities. How will you compete with larger merchants for profits? Remember, apart from me, you need not fear anyone. Understood, sir, Fang Zhan replied. Change little one to I. Yes, I understand. Very well, come inside. Upon entering the room, Fang Zhan noticed a gathering of individuals, both men and women. As Yi Kaihuai entered, a tall man approached. Yi Kaihuai, is this your business representative? Indeed. Hughes. Do not underestimate him. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. In terms of combat, he may not match you, but in business, you shall not surpass him. If you hold him in such high regard, I shall tentatively accept that. Hello, I'm Hughes, a level 6 warrior currently striving for level 7. Hughes introduced himself to Feng Zhan, extending his hand amicably. Hello, I'm Feng Zhan. Feng Zhan reciprocated the handshake, understanding that Hughes was willing to greet him solely due to Yi Kaihuai's influence. I must strive diligently and not disappoint Sir Yi's expectations, Feng Zhan resolved inwardly, after Hughes and the others acquainted themselves with Feng Zhan. Fan eagerly inquired, Yi Kaihuai, weren't you saying you'd treat us to a new culinary experience today? Hurry and bring it out. I didn't even have breakfast for this meal. Hold on. I think I spotted a new face. Fan, why not introduce that young lady behind you? Hee. Fan chuckled bashfully, bringing the girl from behind him to the forefront, saying to Yi Kaihuai, this is Panny, my childhood friend. I thought she could join us today. Ah, Miss Panny, welcome. Yi Kaihuai greeted her with a smile. Not at all. Thank you for looking after Fan. Panny replied modestly. Could you all stop with the pleasantries? I am starving. Fan exclaimed. All right, let us eat and chat simultaneously. Everyone, let us get started. Yi Kaihuai instructed the group. Once everything was prepared, everyone gazed at the iron pot in the center of the table. Still heating. Yi Kaihuai began adding vegetables and raw meat, explaining to the group, as the weather grows colder, it's not easy to find something warm to eat. Don't just sit there. Try selecting your favorite ingredients to cook in the pot. And once they're done, you can eat. Prompted by Yi Kaihuai's suggestion and relying on their trust in him, the group skeptically chose various ingredients and placed them into the pot to cook. Dipping them into the sauces Yi Kaihuai provided before taking a bite. Yi Kaihuai, what is this cooking method called? Hughes inquired, holding chopsticks and cooking meat in the pot. This is called hot pot. Hey, Lin Shirua, the meat isn't cooked yet. Yi Kaihuai responded while keeping an eye on Lin Shirua, who, unfortunately, was the only one among them completely inexperienced in such matters. If she were to consume undercooked meat and fall ill, the blame would fall on him. After a satisfying meal, everyone reclined on the sofas Yi Kaihuai had arranged, patting their full bellies. Ah, what bliss, Carter exclaimed, rubbing his stomach, garnering agreement from all. So, Feng Zhan, do you think we can profit from selling this hot pot? Yi Kaihuai asked Feng Zhan, who sat nearby. Absolutely. This hot pot is not only delicious but also offers a fresh dining experience. However, the method is somewhat simple and could easily be replicated by others. That's all right. The reason you find it delicious is that the base and ingredients of this hot pot were crafted by me. Even if others replicate the appearance, they cannot replicate the flavor. Feng Zhan, remember, until I give my consent, you must not disclose the recipe for the base and ingredients. That is the key to our fortune. Understood. I will remember. Good. Now let us discuss our next steps. Certainly. Half a month later, a restaurant named Zai Lai Ifan opened in the bustling city center. It is said that this establishment introduced a novel dining experience, hot pot. As soon as it opened, it became an instant sensation. However, its success came at the expense of other restaurants, which saw their clientele snatched away, consumed by envy and resentment. The owner of the restaurant opposite Zai Lai Ifan, named Light, decided to gather intelligence. Upon entering the restaurant, he was greeted by 8 young waitresses, all clad in identical uniforms and not a day over 20, who smiled and bowed in unison, saying, welcome. Light, taken aback by this unfamiliar experience, stood there in a dazed point. One of the waitresses approached him with a smile and inquired, good day, sir. Is this your first visit? Yes, Light nodded in response. Welcome, sir. Please follow me. Oh, sure, Light replied, following the waitress into the restaurant. During which he asked, what were those girls doing at the entrance? Please don't mind them, sir. They are our hostesses as arranged by our owner. What purpose do they serve? Our owner believes in providing guests with a feeling of returning home. Now, sir, please have a seat. May I inquire which type of hot pot you would like to choose? Could you provide a recommendation? Of course, sir. If you wish to savor different flavors, I recommend the Yin Yang hot pot, featuring 1/2 spicy broth and the other half clear broth. Then I shall opt for the Yin Yang hot pot. And what is this? Light pointed to a menu on the table. This is the list of side dishes. Sir, after you order your hot pot, you may choose any side dishes according to your preference. The prices for each side dish are clearly marked, allowing for transparent billing when you finish your meal. Oh, I see. Then I shall select these few items. Light casually chose a few dishes. Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment. Your order will be delivered shortly. The waitress handed Light a note, saying, please keep this note, sir. It contains your ordered menu, which you may refer to if you have any questions regarding the bill after your meal. As the 8 hostesses chorused, have a safe journey. Sir, Light departed from Zai Lai Fun. The following day, Light's restaurant began serving hot pot as well, but to his astonishment, every customer who had dined at his establishment claimed to have been duped. Consequently, business plummeted even further than before. Puzzled, Light wondered why this was the case, for he had endeavored to replicate both the food and the service. What could have gone awry? With this question lingering in his mind, he decided to visit Zai Lai Fun early the next day, just as it opened. Upon entering, he got straight to the point. I am the owner of the restaurant across the street, and I would like to meet your owner. Please convey my request. I'm sorry, sir, but our owner is currently unavailable, the head waitress replied apologetically. May I ask where he has gone? Light inquired. Our owner's superior is participating in a competition today. So our owner has gone to support him, she explained. What kind of competition is your owner's superior involved in? It's a joint contest between Tianqing Academy and Yingwu Academy. Chapter 68. The contest, 1. Outside the Grand Hall of Tianqing Academy. Hughes asked the eager Yi Kaihuai. Yi Kaihuai, are you sure you can handle this? Don't push yourself too hard. Rest assured, my after effects have nearly subsided, and I guarantee I'm fine. Hughes, are you and the others really not joining me? No. Our skills are still lacking that we plan to train for a while longer and participate in the next tournament 6 months from now. Oh, I see. It's up to you then. The next competition should be hosted by us at Yingwu Academy. Indeed. The 2 academies take turns hosting. This year is Tianqing's turn, and next year it will be Yangwu's. Lin Ziruai approached and chimed in. Lin Ziruai, what s with your attire? Are you participating as well? Kulin asked in surprise, noticing Lin Ziruai dressed in warrior garb. Yes, I heard there will be many skilled opponents in the contest, so I want to give it a try. Lin Ziruai nodded. Hey, it's unexpected. Lin Ziruai, both you and Yi Kaihuai are wearing outfits that are identical in style and material. It looks like couple-s clothing, Fan teased with a grin. Shut up, Fan. I think you're simply asking for trouble. I'll tell Penny that you went to another class to gawk at beauties again yesterday. Lin Ziruai shot back at Fan. No, please don't. If you do that, I'm doomed at Yi Kaihuai. You must help me talk some sense into her, Fan wailed. No sympathy for you. You brought this upon yourself, Lin Ziruai retorted. All right, enough of this nonsense. But honestly, I didn't expect you to be good with needlework, Yi Kaihuai, Hughes said with a smile. What can I say? I was curious about everything when I was young, so I picked up a few skills, Yi Kaihuai shrugged. Sounding somewhat helpless. So vain, Lin Ziruai muttered under her breath in disdain that Yi Kaihuai pretended not to hear and addressed the group, saying, I'll take my leave now. Don't worry, if I encounter someone I can't defeat, I will gracefully surrender. What a coward, considering surrender before the match has even begun, Lin Ziruai scoffed. This is called being prudent and preparing for the worst. It demonstrates the demeanor of a great general, Yi Kaihuai explained. A shameless demeanor. I've never heard of someone calling themselves a great general, Lin Ziruai continued her mockery. There is no point in conversing with you. By the way, Lin Ziruai, are you feeling a bit nervous since the competition is about to start? Is that why you're picking a fight with me? What nonsense. Would I be nervous over such a trivial event? Just a reminder, you're in the same boat as I am. I'll hit you. Watching Yi Kaihuai and Lin Ziruai bicker as they entered the venue, Hugh shook his head and said to the others, let us go. Everyone, we should head to the audience seats. It seems Yi Kaihuai and Lin Ziruai will be just fine. The group nodded and followed Hughes to another entrance of the venue. The contest between Tianqing Academy and Yingwu Academy consists of 2 parts, the preliminary and the semifinals. The preliminary round is divided into 8 regions, each with 2 segments. The top 16 contestants will advance to the semifinals. The venue for the semifinals is neither at Tianqing nor Yingwu but will take place at the Royal Martial Arts Arena, where even the Emperor of the Aolung Empire may be in attendance. Today marks the first day of the preliminaries, with the highest number of attendees to prevent getting separated. Yi Kaihuai held Lin Ziruai's hand as they listened to the competition's organizer, his grandfather Yi Zhen. Ramble on. Meanwhile, standing beside Yi Zhen, Lin, who had been glaring at Yi Kaihuai with a predatory gaze since the moment he laid eyes on him, true to his reputation as Lin Ziruai's grandfather. His glare was far sharper than hers. Even when Yi Kaihuai shifted his gaze away, he could still feel Lin Hu's intense stare. What's the deal? It was just one little mishap. Is there really such a deep-seated grudge? Kaihuai mused inwardly. Now, I declare the contest between Tianqing Academy and Yinggu Academy officially begins, Yijin announced, marking the commencement of the contest. Old buddy, what's wrong? What has you so riled up? Yijin asked Linhu. Just look for yourself. Linhu pointed at Kaihuai, who was waiting to draw lots. Oh, it's that kid Kaihuai. He's got guts. Daring to compete before fully recovering. I say, old buddy, even if you're concerned for your granddaughter's husband, there's no need to be this angry. Bah. Now I see where that scoundrel Kaihuai learned his shamelessness. It's clearly from you, the crooked beam above. What kind of talk is that? Back in our youth, who didn't he know I was the most handsome among us? And the most shameless? Are you looking for a fight today, or what? Come on. 3 days without a fight and you're getting restless. Let me show you that I'm not just a pretty face. I'm not afraid of you. Besides, no one has ever acknowledged you as the leader. As the two old men grew louder in their banter, it seemed they were about to put on a show of martial arts in front of the entire audience. Staff members quickly stepped in to separate the two. Hey, Kaihuai, it seems our grandfathers almost got into a fight. Lin Zerui whispered to Kaihuai. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear it. Don't you feel a bit embarrassed having these two ridiculous grandfathers? Kaihuai quickly looked around to ensure no one was paying attention and whispered to Lin Zerui. A bit. Then let us not watch them. Let us pretend we don't know them. Oh. After the lots were drawn and the groups assigned, Lin Zerui found Kaihuai and asked, Kaihuai, I'm in the first half of the second group. Which group are you in? I'm in the second half of the fourth group, Kaihuai replied, glancing at the number in his hand. Great, at least we won't face each other in the preliminaries. Then let us meet in the semifinals. Agreed, it's a promise. Huh, these two have such audacity. Making plans to meet in the semifinals before the competition has even started. You're quite amusing. A burly and unsightly man mocked Kaihuai and Lin Zerui, drawing the attention of those around them. Kaihuai disregarded the man who had mocked them and inquired of Lin Shiru. Do you know him? Lin Shiru shook her head. I do not know him either. Kaihuai then asked the crowd, whose child is this? Hurry and take him away. It would be unwise to provoke others. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Only one person remained unamused. The man who had just mocked Kaihuai and Lin Shiru, whose face turned crimson, glaring at Kaihuai with a predatory gaze. Kaihuai regarded him with disdain, aware that if one dares to instigate trouble, they must be prepared to face the consequences. You're courting death. Kid, the man spat through clenched teeth. Dulu, stand down, or you'll forfeit your eligibility to compete. Teacher, he insulted me. Dulu pointed at Kaihuai as he spoke to the approaching instructor. We all witnessed the events clearly. Had you not provoked him first? How could he have insulted you? If you seek vengeance, settle it in the arena, but do not cause chaos outside of it. Find out you're unfortunate. Kadat, I'm also in the latter half of Group 4. I shall entertain you in a manner that will make you regret crossing me. With that, he turned his back and strode away from the crowd. Seeing that the spectacle was over, everyone resumed their own affairs. Lin Shiru's number was the first in the latter half of Group 2. The very first match of the day. Her opponent was a warrior, quite imposing at nearly 2 meters tall, making Lin Shiru, who stood at less than 1.5 meters, appear even more diminutive. Onlookers believed Lin Shiru was destined to lose, yet an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As the match commenced, it became evident that Lin Shiru took the initiative, her wooden sword dancing through the air, compelling the large warrior to retreat step by step until she ultimately forced him out of the competition arena. Hooray, Kaihuai, did you see? I won. Lin Shiru exclaimed joyfully to Kaihuai, who was watching nearby. Indeed. Congratulations. That large fellow must be quite disheartened now. Who cares? Once you step onto the arena, you must be prepared to lose to others. Kaihuai, please come to the stage to prepare for your match. Upon hearing the referee call his name, Kaihuai turned to Lin Shiru and said, No more talking. It's my turn to compete. Be careful out there, Lin Shiru replied, adjusting the collar of Kaihuai's disheveled attire. Rest assured, I will you too. As he stepped onto the combat stage, Kaihuai was greeted by a familiar face, the overweight Dulu, who had just humiliated himself. Thank the gods of magic for granting my wish. Little one, did you expect it would be me? I did not foresee this. By your attire, you appear to be a magician, and even more surprisingly, a wind element magician. That I simply wish to ask you one thing. Can you fly? Umph, you have quite the sharp tongue, but this is the only time you'll speak so boldly. I will not go easy on you. Referee, may we commence the match? Yi Kaihuai, tired of the banter, turned to the referee. Ignoring Dulu's fury, he began to chant his spell before the referee could officially start the match, watching Dulu ascend into the sky. Yi Kaihuai could not help but marvel. Magic is truly remarkable. It allows a 300-pound man to soar like a pig. How astonishing. You're asking for death, Windblades. Dulu shouted angrily, having been provoked again. A flurry of pale green wind blades flew toward Yi Kaihuai, who adeptly dodged left and right. Ha! Scared, are we? Beg for mercy, and I might grant you a swift end. Yi Kaihuai remained silent, focusing on evading the wind blades until sufficient debris accumulated on the ground. Without hesitation, he picked up a chunk and hurled it at the airborne Dulu. Unprepared, Dulu was struck squarely. Ouch, he yelped, halting his incantation and clutching his bruised forehead, shouting at the referee. Protest! Protest! He used a hidden weapon. The referee, uninterested in Dulu's complaints, retorted, Your protest is invalid. Ha! Scared now, are we? Beg for mercy, and I might grant you a swift end. Yi Kaihuai taunted, holding another piece of debris up toward Dulu. In your dreams. Ouch. Dulu cried out again as he was hit once more for his stubbornness. Ouch. 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 Dulu continued to scream as he floated in the air. His heavy frame made him less agile than when on the ground, and he was repeatedly struck. Eventually, he exhausted his strength and began to fall. Just as he was about to land headfirst, someone caught his ankle just a fist's distance from the ground. Dulu's companion approached the unconscious Dulu and asked the one who had caught him, Why did you save him? He has a strong spirit, the rescuer replied. Meanwhile, the referee announced, The winner is Yi Kaihuai. He advances to the next match. Due to the large number of participants in the competition, after Yi Kaihuai and Lin Shiru completed one match, they would not compete again until the following day. Since it was still early, Yi Kaihuai suggested to Lin Shiru that they wait a while before leaving and watch others compete. Lin Shiru readily agreed, and they began meandering around the arena. Yi Kaihuai, which of those two warriors do you think will win? Lin Shiru asked as they stood before a viewing platform. It's hard to say. Both possess equal strength and a chance of victory. It will depend on their performance in the moment, Yi Kaihuai replied ambiguously. You could just say you don't know, Lin Shiru remarked. Dissatisfied. I was merely trying to avoid upsetting you. If you're unhappy, it would be I who suffers, he explained. How rude. Am I really that brutish? Not at all. You're just a tad violent. You two outside. If you continue to bicker, you'll be ejected from the venue. Are you going to allow others to compete? The referee barked at them. Upon hearing this, they looked around and noticed many disapproving stares directed their way. Aware they had drawn the ire of the crowd, Yi Kaihuai and Lin Shiru obediently watched the matches. As soon as the two warriors concluded their battle, Lin Shiru attempted to pull Yi Kaihuai away to watch another match. But he remained still. What's wrong? Lin Shiru asked curiously. The knight entering the arena is quite skilled, Yi Kaihuai replied, his gaze fixed on the knight. Is that so? Lin Shiru looked toward the knight standing on the field. Indeed. It is true, fair lady, someone beside them chimed in. Your boyfriend has a good eye. That knight is ranked 4th among the top 10 experts at the Skywalker Academy. He is not my boyfriend, Lin Shiru clarified. Oh, really? You two seem quite compatible, the stranger remarked. Which of your eyes saw us as compatible? I suggest you get your eyes checked. Ah? Yi Kaihuai yelped as Lin Shiru stepped on his foot. Humph. Did you see? Would you dare pursue a girl like this who resorts to violence? Yi Kaihuai said to the person who had previously spoken. You too. I warn you once more. If you continue to make noise, you will be thrown out. The referee shouted at the quarreling Yi Kaihuai and Lin Xiu as the match commenced. Watching the two combatants, Yi Kaihuai quietly asked the person who had not yet left, Hey, tell me, what is the background of this night? Is this your first time participating? Yes, and this girl too. Yi Kaihuai nodded. Very well, as your senior, I shall share some insider information about this tournament, the person said. Oh, thank you, senior. May I ask your name? You may call me Hu Itong. Ah, so it's brother Hu Itong. May I inquire which competition area you belong to? I am not competing. I am a special correspondent for the Yangwu Academy's official newspaper. Oh, so you're from the same academy. Brother Hu, you must share your insights with us. Of course, I, Hu Itong, pride myself on my loyalty. Now, let us discuss the knight currently in the arena. His name is Joseph. The strongest in the martial arts department of the Skywalker Academy, ranked 4th on the expert list, and known for his almost rigid sense of justice. What is the expert list of the Skywalker Academy? Yi Kaihuai interrupted. You can't be serious. You don't even know about the expert list of the Skywalker Academy? I suppose you're also unaware of the expert list of the Yangwu Academy. Hee hee, I've only been enrolled for a few days. Daring to compete after only a few days? You both have quite the nerve. You flatter us. I'm not complimenting you. Never mind, let me explain. The so-called expert list is just as it sounds. It comprises the 10 strongest individuals recognized by students within the academy. Both the Skywalker Academy and the Yangwu Academy have 10 each. Among the 10 experts from Skywalker Academy, half are magicians, while the other half are students of various professions. Conversely, the situation is the opposite for Yangwu Academy, where typically half are warriors and the other half different professions. Do you understand? I understand. Who are those individuals? Kaihuai inquired. The top 3 experts from the Tianqing Academy are the Fire Mage Leo Dorados, the Water Mage Murongyu, and the Wind Mage Badola Zyuger. The 4th is the Knight Tank currently in the arena. What? What did you say his name is? Tank, why? Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely curious about how his father came up with such a name. It's truly creative. Please continue. The 5th is the Rogue Mephistopheles Bin, the 6th is the Archer Boy, the 7th is the Knight Belladoran, the 8th is the Light Mage Baiyu, the 9th is also a Light Mage. Bai Fei, by the way, he is Baiyu's younger brother. The 10th is the Beast Tamer Madelkit. These are the 10 experts of Tianqing Academy. Oh, you truly are remarkable. Your memory is impressive, Kaihuai praised. What about our Yangwu Academy? At Yangwu Academy, the top 3 experts are the fighter Dil Ella, the warrior Feng Qianqing, and the fighter Lin Ruashi. Is your sister a fighter? Kaihuai asked Lin Ruashi in surprise. Yes, didn't my sister tell you? Lin Ruashi responded. Puzzled. No, but now that you mention it, where is your sister? I don't seem to recall seeing her at the preliminary competition. Oh, I haven't seen her either. Is she not planning to participate in this confrontation match? How naive. Don't you know that Lin Ruashi has an exemption from the preliminary round? Exemption. Indeed, Lin Ruashi only needs to compete in the final match of the preliminary round. You better hope you don't encounter Lin Ruashi in that last match, after all that effort. It would be quite disheartening to have the victory snatched away by someone else. Aside from Lin Ruashi, who else has an exemption? Kaihuai inquired of Huitong. The top 3 from the last tournament also have exemptions. Then what place did Lin Ruashi finish in the last tournament? 3rd. First was Dil Ella. And 2nd was Leo Dorados. So, there's a possibility I might face 2 individuals stronger than Lin Ruashi? Kaihuai asked, trembling slightly. Yes, what's the matter? You seem quite excited. Of course I'm excited. I entered the confrontation match precisely to battle with experts. As for whether I advance to the rematch, that matters little, Kaihuai said, his excitement evident. You truly are an odd one, Huitong remarked. Are you still interested in hearing about the remaining experts from our Yangwu Academy? Of course, please continue. Ahem, then I'll proceed. The 4th on our expert list is the Earth Mage Gai Dadi, the 5th is the Archer Hua Xiangrong, the 6th is the Rogue Shiyun Lai, the 7th is the Warrior Wood Cannon, the 8th is the Knight Lok Rant, the 9th is the Fire Mage Melia Lababi, and the 10th is the Beast Tamer Joy Soland. That concludes the top 10 experts of Yangwu Academy. Oh, I've remembered them. Thank you for the reminder. Brother Hu. I will be cautious when encountering them. Kaihuai expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Huitong smiled. Your name is Kaihuai, is it not? The Knight Tank approached Kaihuai after the match concluded. Yes. I am Kaihuai. Is there something you need? Your victory over Dula was unmerited. I shall seek justice for him when we compete, Tank declared, turning to leave. Wait. Kaihuai called out to the departing Tank. I do not know who told you that my victory was unearned. Nor am I interested in explaining myself. I merely wish to remind you that none of the teachers or students present witnessed my unmerited victory, only you did. Did you see it with your own eyes or merely hear it secondhand? You're quibbling. It seems you are rather stubborn and dismissive of others' words. Very well, let us settle this in the arena. Kaihuai chose not to explain further. It was clear from Tank's demeanor that he was obstinate and fixated on his beliefs, unwilling to reconsider until bested in combat. To put it bluntly, he was a thick-headed individual, and one must first defeat him to gain his attention. Once Tank had walked away, Huitong approached, chiding, Have you lost your mind? Kaihuai, that guy is Tank. The 4th-ranked expert from Tianqing Academy, you truly believe you can defeat him? The expert rankings serve only as a reference. If we were to trust the rankings entirely, then we might as well let the experts from Tianqing Academy and Yangwu Academy compete against each other directly. That may be so. But you shouldn't provoke him. Did he even need my provocation? He must have been stirred up by someone else, In his mind, he has already deemed me a villain. Why should I waste my breath explaining? The bottom line is, let's just fight. The one with the stronger fist is right. Well said. Someone nearby applauded. Kaihuai turned to see a man approaching, clapping his hands. Delilah, last year's tournament champion, Huitone whispered to Kaihuai. Hello. I am Delilah, a third-year student from Yinggu Academy. Kaihuai, a first-year student from Yinggu Academy. A fellow alumnus. Excellent. You truly bring glory to our Yinggu Academy. Delilah turned to the teacher behind him, saying, Teacher, I've made my decision. Please assign me to the same group as Kaihuai. After that, Delilah looked at Kaihuai. I eagerly anticipate our match. I hope you are not defeated by anyone else before we meet. I too look forward to our encounter. Kaihuai replied without showing any weakness. Chapter 70, Confrontation Match, 3, Charge. Tank executed a knightly technique, sending Kaihuai flying. He staggered back 3 steps, blood surging within him. Damn, as expected of Tank, his charging ability is truly astonishing, Kaihuai thought to himself. Charge. Tank attempted the same maneuver again. Kaihuai sidestepped, evading, analyzing quickly in his mind. While powerful, it can only move in a straight line. It is not to be feared. Shield strike. Upon seeing his charge fail, Tank immediately altered his strategy. Closing in on Kaihuai and raising his shield to smash down, the massive shield, measuring 1.5 meters, was aimed directly at Kaihuai's head, causing the onlookers to collectively hold their breath. With a resounding crash, dust erupted around them, enveloping both Tank and Kaihuai. Once the dust settled, everyone sighed in relief. Tank's shield had not struck Kaihuai, but a chunk of the marble ground was shattered. Kaihuai stood at a distance, striking a pose never before witnessed, focusing intently as he awaited Tank's assault. Tank was momentarily taken aback by Kaihuai's unfamiliar stance. Not only had he never seen it, but neither had the spectators outside. Even Yi Zhen and Lin Hu had been observing the match from above, had never encountered such a posture. Old man Yi, what kind of stance is that kid striking? Lin Hu asked curiously. I don't know. You don't know? Aren't you that kid's grandfather? How can you not know what your own grandson is doing? Lin Hu questioned incredulously. You still claim to be the great sword saint, yet you don't know either, Yi Zhen retorted. Enough with the chatter. Look, your academy's Tank is making a move. In the arena, Tank raised his shield to protect his front, charging fiercely toward Kaihuai. If he were to be struck by Tank's blow, even if he could withstand it, there was a chance he might be pushed out of the arena and lose the match. With the determination to succeed, as Tank's shield was about to collide with Kaihuai slipped away like a slippery eel, evading the blow and swiftly positioning himself at Tank's side. Startled, Tank immediately halted and lifted his shield. However, Kaihuai swiftly turned again, now standing behind Tank. With Tank's back exposed, Kaihuai reached out and yanked off one of Tank's harness straps, causing Tank's armor to loosen considerably. Seizing the moment before Tank could turn around, Kaihuai also unfastened the other harness strap. Tank, flustered, clutched at his armor, glaring at Kaihuai in fury. Shameless. Kaihuai, waving the strap in his hand, retorted gleefully. All's fair in war. Who told you to be so careless? Give that back. Tank bellowed. Fine, here you go. Kaihuai tossed the strap out of the arena. You shameless scoundrel, I will not let you off easily, Tank cursed. Stepping to the edge of the arena to retrieve the strap, suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, Watch out. Tank immediately rolled to the side, narrowly dodging Kaihuai's sneak attack. Well, it seems this match is destined to end in farce. I say, old Yi, how did you raise your grandson to be so unruly? Lin Hu sighed. Nonsense, my grandson Kaihuai is not unruly at all. Is it proper to yank at someone's harness during a match? Well, all's fair in war, silence. Tank furiously questioned Kaihuai. Can't you see this? I'm attacking you. Aren't we in a competition? Kaihuai replied nonchalantly. You shameless scoundrel. Tank angrily retorted. Shameless, when it comes to life and death. Will anyone wait for you to be ready before engaging in battle? Kaihuai asked seriously. At this, Tank was momentarily taken aback, and not only did he fall silent, but the onlookers outside were also momentarily stunned. You are correct, in a fight to the death, an opponent will not grant you time to prepare. After a moment of contemplation, Tank offered Kaihuai a knightly salute, saying, Thank you for your reminder. With a clang, Tank removed his knight's armor and tossed it to the ground. Why are you clinging to that armor? It seems you are not wearing anything underneath, Kaihuai remarked with a laugh, observing Tank's bare torso. Veins bulged on Tank's hands as he silently admonished himself. This is his tactic to provoke me. I will not get angry. I will not get angry. To be honest, your skin is quite fair, even fairer than that of some girls. Kaihuai continued his commentary. Tank's forehead veins throbbed again, and he muttered softly to himself. This is still his tactic to provoke me. I will not get angry. I will not get angry. Wow, look at all the girls outside stealing glances at you, and even some boys. I am not angry. I am not angry. Not a chance. Tank suddenly roared, brandishing his shield in one hand and sword in the other, charging at Kaihuai while shouting, Today, I will strip you bare and make you the center of attention. The crowd erupted into laughter. Faced with the furious Tank rushing towards him, Kaihuai felt a twinge of fear. Encountering someone so intent on disrobing him was quite unsettling. Without further ado, he turned and fled, but this was a martial arts arena. Where could he possibly escape? After a few frantic runs, Kaihuai found himself cornered by Tank. Heh, run, go ahead and run, Tank cackled nonsensically. Slowly advancing towards Kaihuai, he had discarded his sword and shield earlier, finding them cumbersome while chasing Kaihuai. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Leo Dolorados, the runner-up from the last competition. Leo. What are you laughing at? His companion asked, puzzled. Leo explained with a chuckle. By you, the scene on the field reminds me of a rapist attempting to assault a woman. Ah. Upon hearing this, the crowd took a moment to consider. And indeed, it did resemble such a scenario. Laughter erupted once more. Even the referee couldn't suppress a chuckle, while Tank felt a surge of despair, realizing his reputation was crumbling at the hands of this scoundrel. Tank glared at Kaihuai, only to find him missing. Alarmed, he instinctively rolled to the side, thinking he had evaded the situation. However, just as he stood up, a kick landed squarely on his backside, sending him flying out of the ring and sprawling on the ground outside. In disbelief, Tank lay there, unable to comprehend that he had lost. The spectators were equally incredulous. The fourth-ranked expert from Tianqing Academy had been eliminated in such a manner, kicked out of the competition. The outcome left both the audience and Tank momentarily stunned. Hey, referee, I won, right? Kaihuai asked the equally dazed referee. Returning to his senses, the referee pointed outside and said, Perhaps not. Kaihuai, could you please win against Tank in a fair manner? Winning in such a way feels somewhat unjust. Gazing at the agitated students in the arena, Kaihuai sighed. All right, let that Tank come up again. Honestly, it seems I can't even win easily. As the match resumed, Kaihuai stretched his limbs and called to Tank. Come on. Standing opposite him, Tank immediately noticed a shift in Kaihuai's demeanor. The previous nonchalance had vanished, replaced by an aura of lethal intent. Tank felt a surge of excitement, realizing he was facing a formidable opponent. Initially doubting his instincts, it appeared he had not erred. With the referee's signal, Kaihuai unleashed his full power, engaging Tank in a fierce exchange of blows, both abandoning defense in favor of relentless assault. An all-out war. The intensity of the battle rendered the onlookers silent, each holding their breath in fear of disturbing the clash. In the corner, students who were favorites to win the competition observed keenly. Kaihuai's sudden outburst caught their attention. They had initially perceived him as merely a clever trickster, but now recognized that he was a hidden powerhouse. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Kaihuai had suddenly become serious. No one knew the reason for Kaihuai's newfound seriousness except for himself and Lin Hu. As the referee prepared to announce the winner, Lin Hu whispered, Kid, if you don't compete seriously, I'll reveal to Lin Shiru that you're the person she's been searching for. That single statement was enough to compel Kaihuai to showcase his true capabilities. Abandoning any frivolity, this demonstrated the immense power and significance of the name Lin Shiru. It should not be underestimated. The fierce battle continued, and Tank began to show signs of defeat. After all, he had only grown strong within the confines of the academy. Despite his prowess, he was merely a sheltered flower, lacking the ruthless determination embodied by Kaihuai. After a period of intense exchanges, Tank's courage began to wane. In the heat of battle, even a fleeting thought could lead to one's downfall. Kaihuai seized on the opening that Tank's fear had created, launching a relentless onslaught that sent Tank crashing to the ground. As Tank fell, many in the audience struggled to believe their eyes. In their minds, Kaihuai was merely a cunning opportunist, lacking the genuine strength to rival Tank. Yet, to their astonishment, Tank had lost, not through any deceitful scheme, but through sheer force of fists. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Covered in bruises, Kaihuai turned to the now dumbfounded referee and asked, Hey, referee, can we declare my victory now? Oh, Kaihuai wins and advances to the next round, the referee announced loudly. Having regained his composure, descending from the arena, Kaihuai accepted the congratulations from the surrounding students. Lin Shiru rushed over to support him, asking, Kaihuai, are you all right? It's nothing, just a few misplaced ribs that need realigning when I get back. Kaihuai murmured to Lin Shiru. You're injured. We should hurry back. Lin Shiru exclaimed in alarm. Wait a moment. Let me enjoy the cheers of the crowd a little longer. Lin Shiru. In the dormitory room of Kaihuai, he was shirtless. Realigning his dislocated ribs from the fight with Tank. Hiss. Kaihuai winced softly as he completed the final adjustment, muttering to himself. This is truly a case of glory in public, but suffering in private. I should find a chance to clarify my feelings to Lin Shiru. Or else being blackmailed over this matter is quite unpleasant. Who is blackmailing you? A voice inquired from behind. Without needing to turn around, Kaihuai knew it was Lin Shiru, for the only other occupant of the room was her. Why did you come in without knocking? Kaihuai asked. Reaching for a shirt to put on. Your door was open, so I just walked in. I came to tell you that someone is looking for you outside. Who? Morong Yu and Bella Doran from Tianqing Academy. Oh, it's them. Where are they now? Kaihuai asked as he headed downstairs. Wait, what is your relationship with them? Lin Shiru stopped him, inquiring. Don't you remember? I mentioned to you and your sister that I was heading to the capital of the Elven Empire. Nersind, Morong Yu and Bella Doran are the ones I met on the way, and they have helped me a lot during the journey, Kaihuai explained to Lin Shiru. Oh, I see. Then you can go down. They are waiting for you in the living room. I won't go down. All right, suit yourself. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Kaihuai replied as he descended the stairs. Upon arriving in the living room, Kaihuai warmly greeted. Welcome, Miss Morong, Miss Bella. It's been a while. Both of you look even more beautiful than before. Kaihuai, you still know how to flatter. You have a way of making girls happy, Morong Yu said with a smile. I'm merely speaking the truth, Kaihuai replied as he took a seat. What brings you both here? Is there something you need help with? We're not here seeking assistance. We simply have some questions we would like to clarify with you. Oh, then please, Miss Morong, ask away. I promise to answer honestly. Well, I won't be polite then. The reason Bella and I came to see you is partly to check on our friend and partly to ask why you haven't been attending classes at Tianqing Academy and instead chose to come to Yangwu Academy. Is that all you came to ask? Yes. You see, after you defeated Uncle Tank's son, Tank, word of your exploits has spread throughout Tianqing Academy. The news regarding your grandfather, the esteemed president of the Tianqing Academy, has indeed reached the ears of many. Speculations abound that your decision to attend Yangwu Academy stems from a rift between you and him. Is there any truth to this assertion? Certainly not, you reply. My choice to attend Yangwu is intrinsically linked to my career. It is common knowledge that pursuing a warrior profession is far superior at Yangwu than at Tianqing. So, how did it morph into an assumption of discord between my grandfather and me? Do not be vexed. Kaihuai. I suspect this might be related to your prolonged absence from visiting your grandfather. There is nothing of grave importance to warrant a visit. Besides, my grandfather is the president of your academy. Are you not aware of his routine? He is perpetually engrossed in his laboratory. He has only made a fleeting appearance during the recent competition. Where can one find his presence otherwise? If I were to seek him out, he would likely find me bothersome. Very well. Let us not dwell on that. Why, Kaihuai, I inquire, do you intend to continue participating in the competition? Indeed, I have yet to be defeated. Promise me, Kaihuai, that you shall refrain from battling Dia Ella. At present, you may not be his match. Why do you say this? You are unaware, are you? Dear Ella is a prodigy in martial arts. It is said he has reached the threshold of a quasi-sword saint. What he lacks now is merely an opportunity. Once that moment arrives, he could ascend to become the youngest sword saint of the Aolong Empire at any instant. Thank you for your concern, Miss Morong. However, Kaihuai, cannot concede defeat without a fight. Kaihuai. Miss Morong attempts to dissuade you from your obstinacy, but Bella interjects. Do not bother persuading him. 3rd Mississippi, I mentioned this upon our arrival. If Kaihuai were to heed your advice, he would not be the same person who dared to elope with the niece of the Elven King. Alas, you are correct. Therefore, Kaihuai, I implore you to exercise caution during the match. Should you sense any danger, you must concede immediately and not persist. Rest assured, I am aware. I appreciate your concern. By the way, did you just say that Tank is the son of Uncle Tanshir? Indeed. What do you think? Did you not recognize him? I did not. That I hope Uncle Tanshir is not upset. Not at all. In fact, he is rather pleased. Ever since Tank earned the title of the 4th strongest at Tianqing Academy, he has become somewhat arrogant. Now that you have soundly defeated him, you have spared Uncle Tanshir a considerable amount of trouble. He even expressed a desire to thank you in person. Thanking me is unnecessary. As long as he does not hold it against me, I am relieved. Yi Kaihuai exhales deeply, suddenly recalling something. He looks at Murongyu and Bella. I just remembered, you two seem to be on the list of the top 10 masters at Tianqing Academy. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Did you not see through it? Bella responds proudly. Who is it? Murongyu suddenly calls out towards the corner of the 2nd floor. Following which she raises her hand to unleash an ice arrow to AT that moment. A flower pot is hurled from the corner, intercepting the ice arrow. The pot shatters mid-air, tumbling to the ground. Yi Kaihuai looks up to see Lin Shiru emerging from the corner, slowly descending the stairs to sit beside him. This is my tenant, Lin Shiru. Yi Kaihuai introduces her to Murongyu and Bella, disregarding the glimmer of intrigue in their eyes. Yi Kaihuai, is this your sister? How adorable. Come, Sister Shiru, call me sister. Murongyu smiles at Lin Shiru. Humph. Lin Shiru snorts coldly, ignoring Murongyu. Her feminine intuition warns her that Murongyu is a formidable rival. Apologies, Murongyu, but Lin Shiru has a rather difficult temperament. I hope you will not take offense. Yi Kaihuai offers an apologetic remark. It is quite all right. It adds to Lin Shiru's charm. Does it not? Murongyu's words falter mid-sentence as Lin Shiru links arms with Yi Kaihuai, glaring defiantly at Murongyu. Ah, Yi Kaihuai, have we received guests? A voice inquiries from the entrance. Yi Kaihuai turns to see Lin Ruashi. How peculiar. Returning at this hour, it cannot be that this girl summoned her, can it? Yi Kaihuai cast a suspicious glance at Lin Xiru. At this moment, Lin Shiru has already released her hold on Yi Kaihuai and rushed to Lin Ruashi, leading her to the living room and introducing her. Sister, this lady is named Murongyu, and the other one is called Bella. The impact of the term lady is profound. The corners of Murongyu's eyes twitch, and she smiles. Little Sister Shiru, you are quite the jokester. I am not that much older than you. Yi Kaihuai, would you not agree? Sensing that lingering here is unwise, Yi Kaihuai attempts to slip away. However, upon Murongyu's question, he hastily responds, Yes, Lin Shiru, do not speak out of turn. Miss Murong is quite young, nearly the same age as your sister. Do not address her so casually. By the way, are you all hungry? I shall prepare some food for you. Please, continue your conversation. Without waiting for the women to respond, he dashes into the kitchen. Once again, a man's intuition saves Yi Kaihuai from a precarious situation. As he enters the kitchen, the Lin sisters and Murongyu along with Bella immediately engage in a verbal skirmish, their words laced with tension. After a fierce exchange, the atmosphere among the four has escalated beyond what Yi Kaihuai can easily navigate. As the meal is ready, Yi Kaihuai clinks a metal spoon against an empty pot, calling the four women to dinner. Yet, all four remain motionless, seemingly devoid of appetite. Do not be shy, Murongyu. Please try my braised pork, Yi Kaihuai urges, picking up a piece of meat to place in Murongyu's bowl. Suddenly, a soft cough interrupts him, and he notices the other three women staring intently at the piece of meat on his chopsticks. Silent. What is it? If you wish to eat, help yourselves. It is not as if there is a shortage. Yi Kaihuai thinks to himself. He senses he may have committed a faux pas, caught in a dilemma as the piece of braised pork hovers midair. Refusing to enter Murongyu's bowl, the atmosphere seems to thicken with tension. After a prolonged silence, Yi Kaihuai steels himself, turning his chopsticks and popping the meat into his own mouth. Then, without further ado, he sits down, lowering his head and hastily shoveling rice into his mouth. Ignoring the dishes, the four girls stare at him, dumbfounded. I am full. You all take your time, Yi Kaihuai declares after finishing his meal. He places down his bowl and chopsticks, wipes his mouth, and races upstairs, leaving no opportunity for the four women to speak. It is not until they hear the sound of Yi Kaihuai's door closing upstairs that they regain their composure, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. What a coward, Lin Shiru whispers. Little Sister Shiru, if you were bold, would your sister allow you to reside here? Murongyu chimes in with a smile. Humph, I am not afraid. I possess Tuan in hand. And Yi Kaihuai would not dare to bully me, Lin Shiru retorts defiantly. Are you truly not his match? Murongyu inquires, her tone layered with meaning. Do not be so obstinate, Shiru. Miss Murong is correct. Yi Kaihuai's tolerance towards you indicates he is a good-natured person. You must not take advantage of his kindness. Lin Ruashi advises as she gently pats Lin Shiru on the head. Understood, sister, Lin Shiru replies, picking up her bowl to begin eating. The others naturally follow suit, all partaking in the meal in harmonious unity, as if they were a family. Meanwhile, upstairs, Kaihuai lies on his bed, clutching his grumbling stomach, lamenting to himself. How vexing. I did not eat enough. Chapter 72. The competition. 5 days pass, and the preliminary rounds reach their conclusion. 16 contestants for the semifinals have been determined, with the exception of the latter half of Group 4, where Kaihuai is situated. Among those selected are Lin Ruashi and Murong Yu. While Lin Shiru lost her chance to advance after facing Badola Zyger in the 4th match, nonetheless, the title of Cute Tiger has circulated between the two academies, garnering her a multitude of admirers. Kaihuai, do your best. If it becomes too difficult, do not hesitate to withdraw. Your health has not yet fully recovered, Lin Shiru advises you. It is all right, Lin Shiru. Allow me to give it a try. I wish to gauge the true caliber of the academy's top contender. You insist. Very well. But please exercise caution, Lin Shiru concedes, seeing that her words have fallen on deaf ears. You nod in agreement and step onto the competition stage, greeting Dear Ella. I apologize for the wait. Dear Ella, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opens them to regard you. Are you aware that many from both academies wish to eliminate you? Why is that? Just look at the company you keep. Do you not understand? Is it simply because there are more girls around me? More than just a few? You truly are oblivious to the situation. The girls surrounding you are not only numerous, but also of remarkable quality. Heh, it seems I am simply well-liked. There is no helping it. You chuckle. Because of this, someone has entrusted me with the task of teaching you a lesson. Oh, then let us commence. Very well, let us dispense with the trivialities. Let the match begin. As the referee's command echoed through the arena, the contest for the final slot in the Tianqing and Yingwu Inter-Academy battle officially commenced. Kaihuai, from the very outset, unleashed his full potential, while Dear Ella appeared to hold nothing back either. The two competitors were relentless, their movements so swift that the onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of their blurred figures darting from one corner of the arena to the other. Among the spectators, only a select few were able to discern their actions with clarity. Inside the observation room, Lin Hu nodded in approval. Both competitors are impressive, their timing in attacks is impeccable, but Lin Hu paused momentarily before continuing. However, I believe Kaihuai will ultimately lose this match. Oddly enough, I recall this lad merely overexerting himself in the woods behind the academy without sustaining any injuries. When did that old fool Ye's grandson suffer an injury? He was injured by the former commander of the Silver Moon Legion, Hyuk, at the border of the Elven Empire. Were you present at that time? Would I have allowed my grandson to be harmed if I were? Did you seek retribution afterward? No. You lack ambition. Why didn't you? How could I? Kaihuai eloped with the niece of the Elven King and was subsequently pursued and injured. What excuse could I possibly have to confront them? You fool, couldn't you claim it was a martial arts sparring session and deal with Hyuk? Ah, good idea. What a simpleton, Lin Hu muttered under his breath, then turned to Lin Zhan. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, how is the niece of the Elven King, the one who eloped with Kaihuai? Are they still in contact? Probably not. I recall that at the border, Kaihuai received a letter purportedly from Yuega, and afterward, he joined a merchant caravan to Anping. What happened next is unclear. What was Kaihuai's expression upon receiving the letter? Was he happy or sad? How would I remember that? It's been quite some time. Why are you asking this, old Yi? Quit your rambling and think. I remind you, this matter is quite significant. What matter? Kaihuai may experience heartache once more. What? Why? A few days ago, my granddaughter Lin Ruashi sent me a letter written in classical Chinese, requesting me to translate its meaning into modern vernacular. Upon translating, I discovered it was a letter of heartbreak. And the signature was Kaihuai. Is it true? My grandson has such bad luck? Don't doubt it. Think quickly. Was Kaihuai happy or sad at that moment? Does it even matter? Of course it does. If he was sad, it would indicate he already knew about this matter, alleviating our concerns. If he was happy, however, that would be troublesome. We must find a way to make him understand this situation, so he doesn't do something foolish upon discovering the truth later. Was he happy or sad? Lin Zhan gazed at Kaihuai in the arena, striving to recall the scene from that moment. After a while, he affirmed to Lin Hu. He was happy. That lad showed clear signs of joy. In that case, Kaihuai is still unaware that he has been rejected by that girl named Yuega. Not only is he unaware, but he likely believes his relationship with her is quite solid, Lin Jin said. Worry etched across his face as he observed Kaihuai in the arena that moment. Kaihuai and Dwarf had momentarily separated, both slightly out of breath. Engaging with you is exhilarating, quite invigorating, Dwarf remarked, panting slightly as she addressed the equally breathless Kaihuai. Likewise, your punches are indeed formidable, Kaihuai replied, catching his breath. Shall we continue? Wait. Kaihuai raised a hand. Speak your mind. Then I shall. Kaihuai smiled and said, I concede. Upon Kaihuai's announcement of surrender, Lin Shiru and the others outside the arena immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them, the earlier tension leaving them slightly breathless. Wait. Dwarf halted Kaihuai, who was about to exit the arena, and inquired, Why surrender? I believe you still have the strength to continue. Kaihuai smiled at Dwarf and responded, You must have noticed during our match that I have hidden injuries. I do not wish to jeopardize my entire future for a single contest. Time is on our side. We will have ample opportunities to spar again. Once my injuries are healed, I will seek you out. Just don't complain about my persistence, all right? I only trust half of what you say. You surrendered partly because of them, didn't you? Dwarf indicated the group of women waiting for Kaihuai at the side. In truth, it was merely Lin Shiru, Lin Ruashi, Murongyu, and Belladolin, hardly a crowd. Kaihuai nodded with a smile at Dwarf and walked over to Lin Shiru and the others, who surrounded him as they departed the competition arena. Dwarf looked at Kaihuai, surrounded by beautiful women, and then glanced at her entourage of muscular men, sighing with envy. Thus concluded the selection of the 16 competitors for the second round of the Tianqing Academy and Yangwu Academy contest. 3 days later, the second round of competition would unfold at the Royal Arena, but for Kaihuai, it had little relevance now. His current priorities were twofold: to recover from his injuries and to meet Fang Zhan, who had been quite anxious in recent days. The fiery success of the hot pot restaurant had left many merchants envious, prompting them to imitate its concept. However, apart from the superficial resemblance, none could match the flavor of one more portion, leading various merchants to resort to all manners of persuasion and coercion, stopping just short of abduction. Fang Zhan was so distressed that a few gray hairs had begun to sprout. If Kaihuai delayed meeting him any longer, Fang Zhan might very well despair. Young Master Yi, you've finally arrived, Fang Zhan exclaimed upon seeing Kaihuai, as if he had spotted a savior, nearly bowing in gratitude. Fang Zhan, what troubles you? Have our business dealings turned unprofitable? Not at all. Our business is thriving, so much so that it has drawn jealousy, putting us in a precarious position. Oh, what tactics have they employed against you? Kaihuai inquired with a smile. Same old, treating us to meals, drinks, and visiting entertainment establishments. Entertainment establishments? Hey, Kaihuai, what are entertainment establishments? Lin Shiru asked curiously. Kaihuai shot a glance at Fang Zhan, signaling him to make something up. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhan replied, Young Master Yi and Miss Lin have yet to dine, correct? Allow me to prepare something for you. With that, he hurried off. The ungrateful Fang Zhan slipped away, leaving Kaihuai to face Lin Shiru's inquisitive gaze alone. Well, Kaihuai pondered for a moment before telling Lin Shiru. This question requires more than a simple answer. How about this? Lin Shiru, you should ask your sister. She will certainly enlighten you. Can't you tell me? It's not very convenient for me to say. Oh, Lin Shiru replied, refraining from further questioning Kaihuai. Then I'll go ask my sister. Will she definitely tell me? She will indeed, Kaihuai affirmed with a nod. Hidden in the shadows, Fang Zhan saw that Kaihuai had dealt with Lin Shiru and promptly returned. The earlier display of disloyalty earned Fang Zhan, Kaihuai's strong disdain. Disdain, and more disdain. Weren't you supposed to be preparing the meal? Where's the food? Kaihuai asked Fang Zhan. Feeling guilty, Fang Zhan immediately nodded. It will be ready shortly. I'll go hurry them up. With that, he dashed out again. Before long, the food was served. What else could there be in a hot pot restaurant but hot pot? Seeing Fang Zhan looking pitifully at him, Kaihuai retrieved a business plan from the storage pendant around his neck and handed it to Fang Zhan, instructing him to review it while he enjoyed his meal with Lin Shiru. Young master, who provided you with this business plan? Fang Zhan asked, his hands trembling slightly. I wrote it myself. Is there a problem? Kaihuai inquired. Puzzled. No, absolutely not. It will work, but young master, I would like to meet the genius who crafted this plan. Fang Zhan shook his head in explanation. It's merely a plan on how to run a chain franchise. There's nothing genius about it. I don't think I'm particularly remarkable, Kaihuai replied nonchalantly. Could it be that this plan is genuinely your creation? Oh, so after all this talk, you thought someone else authored it. I assure you, it is indeed my work. And Lin Shiru was right beside me when I wrote it. She can vouch for me. Young master, you are truly a business prodigy, Fang Zhan praised sincerely. Yi Kaihuai. Chapter 73. A Ruckus at Qianjiao Tower, 1. I love bathing. My skin is so smooth. Oh, Yi Kaihuai hummed a tune while swimming in the bathroom, feeling utterly content. Just as he was enjoying himself, the bathroom door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. A figure burst in and shouted at the astonished Yi Kaihuai. Yi Kaihuai, what good deed have you done? Lin Ruashi, what good deed have I done? Yi Kaihuai asked, bewildered. Don't play dumb with me. Tell me, where did you take Ruashi today? Lin Ruashi brandished a knife, pointing it at Yi Kaihuai. If you don't clarify this today, you shan't leave this room. Where did you take her? Today, we merely visited the hot pot restaurant at the housing exhibition, where I discussed matters regarding the establishment of a hot pot franchise and the recruitment of partners for the hot pot business. After enjoying a meal, I broke up with Lin Shiru. She returned to the Lin family, while I headed back to my current home on Juke Street. Really? You didn't take her anywhere else? Indeed. As true as diamonds, I swear. Then why did Shiru return today asking me what a brothel is? Lin Ruashi, could you let me put on some clothes first? I'm feeling a bit cold, Yi Kaihuai whispered. Upon hearing Yi Kaihuai's words, Lin Ruashi realized that he was only wrapped in a bath towel. Hugging himself as he cautiously looked at her, Lin Ruashi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned away, saying, Who would want to look at you? Humph, what a character. With that, she swiftly exited the bathroom, adding, I'll be waiting for you in the living room. Hurry up. As Yi Kaihuai dressed, he pondered his next move. He was fully aware that Lin Shirua's inquiry to Lin Ruashi had been orchestrated by him. Initially, he thought that by not residing in the academy, Lin Ruashi would be unable to locate him. To his surprise, she had managed to find his home. Perhaps it would be best to sneak out for a while and wait until Lin Ruashi had calmed down before reappearing, resolving to act. Yi Kaihuai quickly dressed, peeked into the living room, and noted that Lin Ruashi was seated on the sofa with her back to him. Stealthily, he slipped out through the back door, ensuring not to disturb Lin Ruashi, and listened for any sounds outside. Gently, he opened the back door and stepped out. Freedom was beckoning. Just as Yi Kaihuai thought this, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and darkness enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he realized he had fallen into a pit. Who on earth is so wicked as to dig a hole at someone's back door? Yi Kaihuai cursed vehemently. Damn it! This pit is deep, and there's water up to my waist. I can't muster any strength to climb out. Hey, how did such a large pit appear here? If someone were to fall in, it would be disastrous. You lot, go find tools and fill this pit, came Lin Ruashi's voice from above. Yes, miss, responded a servant, followed by the sound of footsteps. Don't fill it. Don't fill it. There's someone in the pit. Upon hearing that someone was speaking from the pit, Lin Ruashi leaned over to look inside, her curiosity piqued. Oh, isn't that you Kaihuai? What are you doing down there? Is it fun? Not fun at all. Not even a bit. Lin Ruashi, hurry and find someone to pull me up. Hold on. I have a question for you. If your answer satisfies me, I'll have someone pull you up, Lin Ruashi said with a smile. In that moment, Lin Ruashi wielded the knife, while Yi Kaihuai was the fish on the chopping block. Now, he was merely a dish served up, with no choice but to comply. Can't you pull me up first, and then ask? Yi Kaihuai negotiated. No, what if you try to escape again? You should answer my question first, Lin Ruashi replied with a grin. Then hurry and ask, Yi Kaihuai urged, realizing the negotiation was going nowhere. All right, here is my question. Did you bring up the term brothel with Shiru? No, Lin Shiru heard it herself during my conversation with Fang Zhan today. Yi Kaihuai shook his head. And then you let her come to ask me? Lin Ruashi asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. I had no choice. How was I supposed to explain the term brothel to Lin Shiru? But you can't just pass this question to me. Aren't you her sister? As women, there are some things you can discuss with her that I cannot. Humph, you might as well be buried alive. No, I've made a mistake. Lin Ruashi, please show mercy and spare me this time. Upon hearing Lin Ruashi's intention to silence him, Yi Kaihuai quickly pleaded for mercy. If you want me to spare you, it's not impossible, but you must agree to 3 conditions. 3 conditions seem excessive. How about just 1? Yi Kaihuai bargained. Bring in the dirt. No. No. 3 conditions will do. I agree. Kaihuai quickly exclaimed. Humph. You're smart. Bring a rope down and pull him up. Lin Ruashi commanded her subordinates with satisfaction. After a flurry of activity, Kaihuai was pulled up. As soon as he emerged, he looked helplessly at the smiling Lin Ruashi and said, You really are something. When did you dig this pit? Not long ago, just when Shirua asked me a question. I came to find you for clarification, Lin Ruashi replied with a grin. But how did you know I would sneak out the back door? If I had climbed the wall, this pit would have been for naught. No need to worry. I had preparations made for your courtyard wall as well. Just take a look, Lin Ruashi said, gesturing for a servant to throw a live chicken over the wall. The sound of the chickens flapping and a loud crash followed. The once white-feathered chicken had turned into a black one. Kaihuai swallowed, grateful for his narrow escape. Isn't it a bit excessive to set up a lightning magic array on the wall of my backyard? Kaihuai remarked, attempting to change the subject. It's fine, after all. Those magic arrays were taken from your room, Lin Ruashi said nonchalantly. While she was unbothered, Kaihuai felt the sting of loss, as he had acquired those magic arrays from his grandfather, worth at least 1,000 gold coins each in the market. How many did you take? Kaihuai asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope that Lin Ruashi might show him mercy and leave a few behind. Your backyard is quite spacious, Lin Ruashi answered evasively. Upon hearing this, Kaihuai understood. Not a single one had been spared, as they were all affixed to the wall. The magic arrays, once activated, could not be retracted. Just like that, thousands of gold coins were lost. Kaihuai muttered to himself. What a spendthrift. Whoever marries you will be doomed. What did you just say? Before he could finish, Lin Ruashi interjected. Nothing. I didn't say anything, Kaihuai replied, suspecting that Lin Ruashi had overheard his previous remark. Didn't he say anything? I thought I heard the term spendthrift. Who were you referring to? Nothing. You misheard. What I meant was, a virtuous woman like you is a blessing to anyone who marries you. Really? Absolutely, truly. If I were lying, may lightning strike me. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderclap echoed, and a night owl plummeted from the courtyard wall. Kaihuai sighed in frustration. Heavens, you really don't need to cooperate with me like this. All right, don't dwell on it. Instead, think about how to explain to my sister Shirua what a brothel is. That's the priority, Lin Ruashi said, smiling as she comforted the glum Kaihuai in the living room. Can't I just say it outright? How could that work? I don't want my sister to know about those sordid places. But you can deceive her for a moment. Yet not for a lifetime. Sooner or later, she will understand. Rather than allowing her to be misled by curiosity, it is better to directly tell her the truth. All right then, you go tell her. Me, a grown man going to explain to a little girl what a brothel is. Isn't that inappropriate? Would it be suitable for me to say it? Lin Ruashi countered. Aren't you her sister? You're both women. Some things are easier for you to discuss with her than for me. But how should I explain it to her? Lin Ruashi pondered. Just tell her the origins of the term brothel and what that place primarily does. I've never been to such a place. All I know is hearsay, which might not be accurate. Unlike you, who speaks so authoritatively. Don't act as if I've been there. I'm quite innocent. Normally, I'm as pure as the blue sky. Sure, you're pure enough to hide adult magazines under your bed, Lin Ruashi teased. As a healthy young man, possessing a few adult magazines is quite normal. Conversely, I find it rather concerning that a young lady knows where boys typically hide such magazines. Kaihuai defended himself. Shut up. No more excuses, you shameless pervert. TCH, if you can't win the argument, you resort to insults, Kaihuai scoffed. Ahem. Let us get back on track and discuss serious matters, Lin Ruashi said, clearing her throat as she addressed Kaihuai. Very well. Let's talk business. Kaihuai nodded, contemplating before suggesting. If all else fails, I could conduct a field study. Huh. Where to? Lin Ruashi inquired. To a brothel. You actually want to go to such a place? Stay away from me. You pervert. Lin Ruashi folded her arms and stood up, moving to sit opposite Kaihuai, regarding him with a wary gaze. Don't misunderstand. I merely proposed a suggestion. Is it necessary to look at me like a thief? Kaihuai lamented. Sorry for my overreaction earlier, but do you really think going to a brothel is feasible? Realizing her previous display had been too obvious, Lin Ruashi quickly sought to remedy the situation. Let us give it a try, as the saying goes. Practice brings true knowledge, and seeing is believing. Lin Ruashi pondered for a moment before responding to Kai. You are indeed correct. Let us venture to a place of indulgence. Very well, but wait, what did you just say? We? Ye Kai exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself and then at Lin Ruashi. Indeed, Lin Ruashi affirmed with a nod of certainty.